To save the last flicker of hope for his terminally ill sister, Ling Chen plunged into a newly unveiled virtual game realm, joining a small studio comprised entirely of young women, thus embarking on a path toward a zenith. A long-forgotten ancient evil, the Moon of Divine Retribution, would forge an unparalleled myth of supremacy for him, unwittingly leading him onto a fateful road of calamity ordained by the heavens. In the outskirts of Zhongzhou, Huaxia, the sun reached its zenith. This was an utterly commonplace street in a humble neighborhood, where the scorching summer sun baked the earth, rendering the few passers-by prone to grumbling against the oppressive heat. Although not entirely desolate, it lacked the vibrancy and splendor of the city center. At the edge of the street lay a motionless figure. Beneath the blazing sun, cloaked in dark garments, the fabric was surely searing under the relentless heat. The ground, too, had been scorched to a degree that made mere contact unthinkable. The sensation of such clothing against the skin was enough to invoke dread in anyone's heart. This person had been lying there for a full day and night. Why is this person still here? He's probably dead. Glances from passers-by lingered only briefly before they hurried onward. Most residents here lived at the fringes of society, scurrying daily for survival. In this cold-hearted world, kindness was a cheap commodity. Moreover, in this era, those collapsed by the roadside were invariably beyond salvation, a chilling consensus that had become ingrained over time. "Mom, look, there's someone over there. Is he sick?" A little boy, hand in hand with his mother, pointed at the man on the ground. "Stay away from him. Remember what I told you? Many who were found down here have been discarded due to his slocha. You mustn't go near or you'll catch it. Let's move further away." "Ah," the boy gasped, fear etched across his face, instinctively pulling his mother's hand as they hurried off, not daring to cast another glance back. Even a child of merely 6 or 7 understood the terror of a slocha. It was a dreadful illness that gradually eroded the body's immunity and vitality until it dissipated entirely. The sole source of infection was the Aslocha virus. Its nature bore a resemblance to the AIDS epidemic of the 20th and 21st centuries. It was far more terrifying. The longest anyone had survived after contracting Aslocha was merely 5 years. Entering the 30th century, humanity suffered the repercussions of nature's wrath. In the quest for dwindling resources, horrific wars erupted, leaving behind a legacy of nuclear and magnetic pollution. It was in this environment that the Aslocha virus emerged. Individuals with inherently fragile immune systems, subjected to prolonged exposure to severe pollution, became susceptible to the virus, which heralded the imminent end of life. More terrifying still was the virus transmissibility. It could spread through any form of bodily fluid, blood, saliva, even sweat. Thus, when one contracted the Aslocha virus, their family often had no choice but to abandon them mercilessly. For no amount of wealth or effort could restore their life. Keeping them could endanger many more. Aslocha was akin to a dreadful specter, one that all sought to avoid. It was also viewed as divine retribution for humanity's brutal wars. Without the pollution wrought by these conflicts, the Aslocha virus would never have surfaced. Consequently, amidst global condemnation and appeals, the widely recognized Centennial Armistice Treaty was signed by nations. The battleground for resolving international disputes was thus shifted to the deeply ingrained realm of the Second World virtual gaming universe. Resolving conflicts through victories and defeats in the gaming world was widely accepted by the majority of humanity. Following the signing of the Centennial Armistice Treaty, the virtual gaming world flourished like never before. Nations invested substantial resources and effort into nurturing top-tier players within this realm. In the wake of the treaty, as nuclear and magnetic pollution gradually diminished, the cases of Aslocha dwindled, yet the shadow of fear it cast over humanity remained indelible. Thus, the man in black, sprawled on the roadside, was naturally perceived as a pitiable soul cast aside due to the Aslocha virus, with no one daring to approach him. Until, Big brother, please wake up. Lying on the ground like this is too hot for you. Big brother, a girl, clad in a light yellow dress, appeared beside him. She appeared to be around 10 years old, with eyes as beautiful as the stars and a face as delicate as a porcelain doll, causing anyone who beheld her to pause in awe, wondering if they had encountered a fallen fairy. One hand clutched a half-finished cold drink while the other discarded an umbrella, gently shaking the unmoving man, her starry eyes brimming with urgency and concern as she called out in a melodious tone. Perhaps the man was not deeply unconscious, or perhaps he had never truly lost consciousness. At the sound of the girl's soft pleas, his body stirred slightly, and with great difficulty, He raised his head to reveal a pallid face. He appeared to be a mere youth of 16 or 17, with disheveled hair and cracked lips, his entire visage a ghastly shade of white. As he opened his eyes, his murky gaze met her crystal-clear eyes. Such beautiful eyes. Thank goodness you're awake. The girl sighed in relief, her face lighting up with joy. The youth, through his hazy vision, gazed at her pure and unblemished smile, momentarily transfixed. Before today, he had endured too much indifference and coldness, and he had grown accustomed to it. He found it hard to believe that such pure and clear eyes still existed in this world. Big brother, are you sick? Can you stand up? Lying on the ground like this is too hot. Oh, it's all right. My mom and dad will be here soon. They'll help you. By the way, my dad is a doctor, and he will surely make you better. The girl raised the umbrella to shield his upper body, her dulcet voice inquiring and reassuring him. The man moved his cracked lips, his throat parched as if ablaze. He struggled mightily, managing to utter a single word. Water. Water, the girl blinked, then held her half-finished drink to his lips. I don't have water, but this is good, very cold and sweet. Carefully, she placed the straw to his mouth, and with all his strength, the youth took a long sip, instantly filled with a refreshing liquid that flowed like a cool spring into his mouth. It trickled down his throat, awakening the sensation of life within his seemingly lifeless body. In that moment, he felt the reality of his own existence, his sight sharpening considerably. Clenching the straw that had drawn him back from the brink of death, his gaze remained fixed on the girl who was also gazing at him. Unwilling to look away, is it delicious? If it is, then drink it all. If you want more, I can ask mom and dad to buy some later. Seeing him sip so earnestly, the girl's delicate brows arched into two crescent moons, revealing an extraordinarily charming smile. This smile etched itself deeply in his heart. He knew that he would never forget this moment in his lifetime, nor would he forget this girl. Even footsteps approached from behind, and the girl quickly turned around, waving her hand and calling out, Mom and Dad, I'm here. This big brother has fainted. A couple, still in their youth, arrived, their plain attire reflecting their modest means. Upon seeing the girl and the young man lying on the ground, they were both taken aback in alarm. Rua, quickly step away from him. The girl's mother rushed over in panic, hurriedly pulling her daughter aside. As she did, the cold drink cup slipped from the girl's grasp, spilling the refreshing liquid onto the ground. Mom, why did you pull me away? The big brother is thirsty and really wants some water. Mom, Dad, can you please save him? Dad, you're a great doctor, you will save him, right? The girl struggled slightly in her mother's embrace, her gaze still filled with concern for the young man. Rest assured, he does not have a sloka. The girl's father, a doctor accustomed to many a sloka patients, assessed the young man and quickly discerned that he was not afflicted. Hearing her husband's words, the girl's mother finally relaxed. She knelt down, offering an apologetic smile to the young man. Child, I'm so sorry, I was just too worried about Rua. What is your name? How did you end up here? The young man's lips moved, and after a long pause, he managed to utter, I am called. What is my name now? I do not know, for I have resolved to forget my previous name. Oh, how I wish I could forget forever. On July 5th, 3100, in the capital city of Huaxia, the midday sun blazed fiercely. Yin Feng shook his hair, now glistening with sweat, casting a disgruntled glance at the scorching sun overhead. He had been standing under this punishing heat for over an hour. As he looked ahead at the increasingly close distribution platform, he let out a sigh of relief and muttered under his breath, if it weren't for my stubborn sister, I wouldn't endure this torment for 8 lifetimes. Being a man with a sister truly inflicts suffering. Today marked the 30th day of the distribution of the God Moon gaming devices. The crowd to collect the devices was nowhere near as large as it had been in the first half of the month. Nevertheless, the long line still intimidated him to the point where he almost turned to flee. In the end, he gritted his teeth and stood at the back of the line, moving forward step by step through the agonizing wait. After the signing of the century-long truce, international disputes were to be resolved through warfare in virtual gaming worlds. However, with countless virtual games worldwide, for the sake of fairness, the truce was revised every 10 years, specifying only designated virtual game worlds. This meant that within a decade, any disputes requiring resolution through war could only be fought in the designated game world. Consequently, the specified virtual games became immensely popular globally, with nations investing heavily in cultivating players' skills and especially in nurturing top-tier players. Most countries operated this way, with only a few peaceful small nations opting out. Over time, smaller virtual games gradually faded away, And eventually, besides the designated virtual games, others quietly disappeared, as humanity only needed a second world. The newly amended truce designated the virtual game world of God Moon, which would open in just 2 days. Thus, advertisements for God Moon filled every corner of the globe, with the Huaxia government vigorously promoting it over the past month. Like every previous designated virtual game, the devices for God Moon were distributed free of charge. To collect them, one only needed to present a DNA sample, hair, skin, etc., and the devices would be bound to the DNA, usable only by the individual. The reason God Moon was named so, according to official explanations, was that the world of God Moon takes the shape of a near-standard crescent moon, with Eastern players arriving at the eastern side of the crescent and Western players arriving at the western side. It is named God Moon due to its beautiful shape. The scorching sunlight tested the last remnants of Yunfeng's patience as he clutched a strand of his sister's hair, grimacing while advancing in the line, occasionally glancing back at the long queue for psychological comfort. As the eldest son of Huaxia's second-largest conglomerate, he was accustomed to achieving his goals with little effort. This was indeed the first time he had stood under the blazing sun for such an extended period. 5, 4, 3. At last, only 3 people remained ahead of him. Yunfeng breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at the receptionist, who was sweating profusely yet still wore a professional smile. Muttering softly, "She's quite attractive, but compared to my sister, she's nothing." After a brief look, he lost interest and casually turned his head, only to be struck by a captivating sight. What a lovely girl! Before him stood a girl with a face of pure beauty, resembling an angel. He believed anyone who laid eyes on her would be astonished and captivated by her almost ethereal features. She appeared to be around 15 or 16, sweetly savoring an ice cream cone as white as her skin, her lips curling into a smile that could melt hearts. Her eyes sparkled like crystal, and he was certain he had never encountered such pure eyes in his life. The scene before him was so beautifully surreal that Yunfeng momentarily lost his focus. She seemed like a sprite stepped out of a painting. Her purity and beauty did not belong to this world, for the tainted air of this realm would surely tarnish her. A gentle push from behind jolted Yunfeng from his reverie, prompting him to take a small step forward, now just 2 people ahead in the line. Shaking his head, he looked back at the girl. Only now did he notice that she was seated in a wheelchair. What a beautiful girl. Perhaps when she grows up, she could even overshadow dreams. A wheelchair? Is this girl ill or disabled? Wait a moment. That pale, unusually sickly complexion. Is Sloka? Yunfeng's pupils constricted slightly. He was certain that the girl suffered from the most dreadful illness. Is Sloka? Should I say that heaven is fair or cruel, bestowing her with a beauty destined to captivate the world, yet snatching her life away so soon? Yunfeng sighed inwardly, withdrawing his gaze of pity, unable to bear looking at the girl whose life was fated to wither prematurely, and casually glanced at the person pushing her wheelchair. The moment he recognized the man's face, Yunfeng felt as if struck by lightning, standing there in shock. It was a young man, appearing to be in his early 20s, tall and well-defined, exuding an undeniable aura of charisma. He pushed the wheelchair forward with steady, measured steps, careful not to disturb the girl before him. Sensing Yunfeng's gaze, he suddenly turned, and in that instant, Yunfeng met a pair of eyes as cold as the stars at that moment. He felt as if his own eyes had been lightly pierced by a sword. The man's gaze lingered on him for merely a fleeting moment before it shifted back to the girl before him, softening into an expression of profound tenderness. It was the gaze directed towards the most significant person in his life. This individual. This look. He is. Brother. Ice cream. The girl turned around, raising the half-eaten ice cream high, offering it to the man's lips. He smiled gently, bowing slightly to take a small bite from the spot where her lips had touched. The girl beamed with innocent delight, reclaiming the ice cream before gently biting the same spot he had just tasted. A wave of astonishment washed over Yunfeng, nearly compelling him to rush forward. Despite the advent of the Isloker virus vaccine, which had significantly reduced cases and curtailed transmission, the vaccine was not a foolproof safeguard. The girl was evidently infected with Isloker. Did he not fear contagion? Everyone, even children, knew that Isloker was transmitted through various bodily fluids, including saliva. Brother, let's hurry home. It's so hot outside, and I'm afraid the clothes you just washed for me will get dirty from sweat. All right. The silhouettes and voices of the pair gradually faded from Yunfeng's sight, his gaze trailing after their direction, not fixating on the excessively delicate girl, but on the man. Are they siblings? No, what am I thinking? Yin Feng forcefully tapped his head, and when he raised it again, the man had already returned to the original point of view, pushing the wheelchair as he vanished around the street corner. This is bad. Only one person remained ahead of him in line, and after enduring over an hour of waiting, he was finally about to reap the fruits of his patience. Shaking off the sweat from his brow, Yin Feng felt an anxious twitch at the corners of his mouth. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and dashed out of the queue, hastily following the direction in which the man had disappeared. What's wrong with this guy? The overweight man who had been behind him shot a glance at his retreating figure, muttering to himself. After enduring such discomfort, he was finally close to his turn, only to run off like that. He must be out of his mind. Upon reaching the corner, he finally spotted the man's figure again, letting out a sigh of relief. However, recalling the man's piercing and peculiar gaze earlier, he dared not approach too closely, instead maintaining a cautious distance while trailing behind him. Minutes later, the man wheeled the girl into an upscale villa district. Yin Feng paused for a moment, then smiled, and understanding someone of his stature would surely not lack financial means. Still cautious not to draw too near, Yin Feng refrained from entering the community. He waited until their figures disappeared from view before rushing to the security booth, politely inquiring, "Excuse me, sir, could you tell me which villa number that pair of siblings resides in? I would like to get to know the little sister I just saw." He added a bashful smile for effect. The elderly man regarded him with a knowing look, then turned his face away, shaking his head as he said, "They live in Villa 12. However, I advise you to abandon any thoughts regarding that girl. Sigh. She is indeed extraordinarily beautiful, but her life is fraught with hardship. Her father is a doctor who works exclusively with Isloker patients. Often found near the river, it's no surprise he eventually got wet. A few years ago, he was infected, unbeknownst to him and his family, and by the time they discovered it, both the girl's mother and she herself had already contracted the virus. 2 years ago, her parents passed away, leaving only the two of them. They moved here only after their parents' demise, possibly due to a substantial inheritance left behind by their father. In any case, if you wish to live a little longer, do not entertain any notions about that girl. No one dares approach Villa 12, even the neighboring families have relocated elsewhere, too fearful to return. Once infected, there is no escape. It's commendable that the girl's brother remains by her side, caring for a sister afflicted with Isloker, yet he has somehow managed to remain uninfected. The old man sighed repeatedly, clearly lamenting the girl's fate. Indeed, it is Isloker. Yin Feng nodded, calling out, "Thank you, sir," before eagerly departing under the old man's peculiar gaze. Chapter 3. Ling Chen and Shui Ruo. Immediately assist me in uncovering all the details regarding the resident of Villa 12 in Tianyuan community. It must be completed before this afternoon, and be discreet. Ensure the occupant remains unaware. After ending the call, Yin Feng clenched his trembling hands, whispering in excitement. It must be him, without a doubt. The only person who could battle Eve for half an hour in Sky Butcher without succumbing. Although their appearances may bear some resemblance, that gaze is unique. Moreover, he has a sister afflicted with Isoloka. My troublesome sister. I shall present you with a monumental surprise. 2 hours later, the individual is named Ling Chen, and the girl is called Ling Shui Ruo. They moved here from Zhongzhou 2 years ago, presumably for better treatment of Isoloka. I just checked the hospital records. The girl has been battling Isoloka for 3 years. Her parents were infected around the same time, but succumbed 1 year later. The girl, however, has persevered until now. The doctor mentioned she possesses a strong will to survive. Yet, the Isoloka virus has spread throughout her body, and no matter how resilient she is, she can scarcely hope to live beyond 3 more months. Additionally, there are rumors that Ling Chen was adopted by the Ling couple 6 years ago and does not share blood ties with Ling Shui Ruo. The veracity of this information remains uncertain for now. Young master, this is all the information we have gathered. That will suffice. Yin Feng terminated the video call and glanced at the time. He rose, paced the room, and then dashed out the door, unable to contain his urgency. Such matters require his personal intervention. Upon entering his home, Ling Chen, as usual, lifted his sister's delicate form and gently placed her on the small bed he had arranged for her in the living room. Leaning down, he touched Shui Ruo's nose and smiled, asking, "Ruo, are you hungry? What would you like to eat?" "I had ice cream earlier, so I'm not hungry," Shui Ruo replied, shaking her head. Then, with her gem-like eyes sparkling, she opened her arms, gesturing for her brother to embrace her. "Brother, it's still quite warm. Could you hold me while we bathe?" "Of course," Ling Chen smiled, lifting Shui Ruo once more and heading towards the bathroom. The Isoloka virus had thoroughly invaded Shui Ruo's body, rendering her weaker than a toddler, devoid of the ability to walk. All her movements relied on her wheelchair and her brother's arms. She cherished the feeling of being held by him. During these moments, she would close her eyes, using her dwindling strength to snuggle against him, listening to his heartbeat and inhaling his familiar scent. Ling Chen single-handedly managed the household chores, washing, cooking, cleaning. All responsibilities fell upon him. He devoted the rest of his time to accompanying Shui Ruo, scarcely allowing her out of his sight. 2 years prior, when he brought Shui Ruo to Beijing, the capital of Huaxia, he had resolved to remain by her side every moment until she departed from him. Perhaps before meeting her, he could never have believed he would go to such lengths for a girl. In the spacious and tidy bathroom, Shui Ruo closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly as her brother gently removed her upper garments and skillfully unfastened her light blue bra. A cool sensation brushed against her chest, prompting her to open her eyes and gaze at her fair, smooth skin exposed to the air, as delicate as 2 inverted jade bowls. The sight, capable of igniting any man's desire, was only for her and the man behind her to behold. A pair of hands encircled her arms, carefully cradling her soft, pale form and gently caressing her. Ling Chen leaned closer to her neck, admiring its tender beauty, and lovingly remarked, "Ruo, it seems you have grown again. Do you like it, brother?" Shui Ruo softly asked, her lips glistening as her chest subtly rose and fell beneath his touch, her cheeks flushed like petals, and her breaths turned into soft gasps, her eyes gradually becoming dreamy. Ruo is the most beautiful girl in the world. Every part of you is exquisite. So of course I adore it. Ling Chen smiled, planting a gentle kiss on her soft, fragrant lips before trailing down to her porcelain-like cheek. Shui Ruo's skin was as smooth and translucent as soft jade, resembling that of a newborn. His hands gradually descended from her chest, carefully removing her water-blue lingerie, unveiling her exquisite, delicate form. Her long, straight legs shimmered with a radiant glow, and her fair, rounded backside was breathtakingly beautiful. Ling Chen gently lifted her and placed her into the bathtub filled with warm water. Even though he was intimately familiar with every inch of her body, each encounter tested his resolve anew. He steadied his heart, his fingers gliding gently over her body, tracing her smooth neck, rounded shoulders, soft, white chest, slender waist, and long, creamy legs. His motions were as delicate as caressing a fragile glass doll. Shui Ruo nestled against his chest like a content little kitten, savoring his touch. As the water began to cool, she opened her eyes and softly asked, "Brother, the doctor said I can only live for 3 more months at most. Is that true?" Ling Chen's hand paused momentarily as he grasped her small hand, smiling as he replied, "Do you believe that, Ruo?" Shui Ruo shook her head vigorously. "I refuse to believe it. I haven't fulfilled my promise to you, brother. How could I die?" A veil of mist clouded Ling Chen's eyes, and he quickly shut them to conceal the tears from Shui Ruo. He embraced the young girl tightly, whispering, "So, Ruo, I must persevere until the day you marry me. All right?" He would never forget the promise she made at the age of 12 with her innocent voice. "When I grow up, I will marry my brother." This beautiful vow had become her unwavering determination. Yet now, Isoloka had rendered her most cherished wish impossible. Her endurance until now was already a miracle, but he understood that her vitality had weakened to that of a delicate sprout, vulnerable to even the slightest storm. Just an hour ago, the doctor had delivered the cruel verdict. She could live for a maximum of 3 months, and that was the most optimistic scenario. After she fell asleep, she might never awaken again. Her survival thus far was miraculous, yet the notion of giving up. Give up? Huh. How could he ever relinquish hope? "Yes, I will strive, enduring until that day, but could you grant me one more request, brother?" Shui Ruo gazed up at him with pleading eyes, her voice soft. "Ling Chen, if I don't make it to that day, you mustn't grieve for too long, and you cannot be alone. You must find a beautiful, gentle, kind girl who loves you to take care of you and remain by your side. All right?" Shui Ruo nestled against his chest, speaking dreamily. Ling Chen bit his lip hard. Such words had never escaped the lips of the strong-willed Shui Ruo. It was evident she understood her strength was waning. He shook his head, his voice trembling as he implored, "Ruo, please do not speak such foolishness. I will never allow you to leave me." Ling Shui Ruo remained silent, nestled against her brother's chest, savoring every precious moment spent together. Their mother had said that after death, one would go to a place called heaven, a warm and peaceful realm that brings happiness to all. Yet, without her brother, how could such a place be considered heaven? How she longed to live, to reach the day when she could marry her brother and to accompany him for a lifetime, ensuring he would never feel sorrow or solitude again. After Shui Ruo had her lunch, he gently carried her back to her bed, placing a soft kiss on her forehead before quietly stepping out. Every day at this hour, Ling Shui Ruo was enveloped in sleep. Those afflicted with Isalkar required ample rest to slow the drain of their vitality. Without it, their demise would hasten. Glancing at the time, Ling Chen settled onto the sofa and turned on the television. He seldom watched TV and rarely paid attention to anything beyond Isalkar treatment. Since Shui Ruo had been diagnosed, all his energy and time had been devoted to her. The broadcast announced that the virtual game world, Divine Moon, would launch simultaneously across all regions of the globe at 9 a.m. on the 7th of this month. Divine Moon represented a groundbreaking milestone in the history of virtual gaming, promising players an extraordinary and mysterious world beyond imagination. Flipping through channels, he found nothing but advertisements for Divine Moon. Ling Chen switched off the TV, reclined on the sofa, squinting his eyes and exhaling softly. His thoughts were entirely consumed by Ling Shui Ruo. Matters of Divine Moon and the virtual gaming world held no relevance for him. Big brother, wake up. If you lie on the ground like this, you'll get burned. Big brother, I have no water. Can I have this? It's very cool and sweet. Is it good? If it is, you should drink it all. Mom, why did you take me away? Big brother is thirsty and really wants water. Mom, Dad, please save him. One to you? Dad, you're a great doctor. You will save him, right? Ruo. That year, you brought me back from the brink of death. But now, what do I have to save your life? Ding ding. The sound of the doorbell jolted Ling Chen awake, sitting up straight with a furrowed brow. In this community, nearly every household knew that a person afflicted with Isalkar resided in Villa number 12, which meant visitors were virtually non-existent. Few dared approach this place. He was particularly concerned that the jarring sound might disturb Shui Ruo's slumber. Chapter 4. The transaction. As the door swung open, a man of similar age and stature stood outside, exuding an extraordinary aura, adorned in garments that bespoke their fine quality. Upon his appearance, the other man instinctively took a step back, his face betraying a mix of excitement and anxiety. Who are you? Ling Chen inquired, casting a scrutinizing glance at him. He recognized this man from a fleeting encounter on a previous return with Shui Ruo. Though merely 16, Shui Ruo possessed an unparalleled beauty, drawing attention wherever she went, which had caused him to overlook the stranger at that time. Yet now, this man had come to seek him out inexplicably. Ling Chen, hello. Yunfeng stammered, almost wishing to slap himself for his lack of composure. Despite having encountered numerous influential figures, he had never faltered in the presence of even the highest officials of Huaxia. Yet here he was, rendered speechless before a peer. Suppressing his excitement, Yunfeng earnestly stated, "You likely do not know me. My visit is indeed quite presumptuous, but I have something of great importance to discuss. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yunfeng. May I come in?" Ling Chen fixed his gaze on Yunfeng for a brief moment and replied, devoid of expression, "My home is rife with the Isroka virus. Do you still wish to enter?" "It's all right. I received the vaccine just last month," Yunfeng quickly reassured him. Everyone understood that the current Isroka vaccine was far from perfect, failing to guarantee complete safety. "Are you certain you still wish to proceed?" Ling Chen pressed. "Absolutely. Without a shadow of a doubt," Yunfeng affirmed, his resolve unwavering. Ling Chen scrutinized him a moment longer, silence enveloping them for several seconds before he turned and walked back into the living room. "Come in then." Yunfeng entered with a heart full of joy, gently closing the door behind him. At that moment, he couldn't help but chuckle at himself for still feeling a rush of adrenaline when meeting someone he idolized. The living room was simply furnished yet remarkably tidy. Yunfeng tread cautiously, mirroring Ling Chen as he took a seat across from him. He initiated the conversation once more. "I shall introduce myself. I am Yunfeng, and I—" "What do you want from me?" Ling Chen interrupted bluntly, as he gazed into Ling Chen and Appo's eyes. Yunfeng's heartbeat quickened, affirming that this was indeed the person he sought. Ling Chen's gaze was the most piercing he had ever encountered, sharper than the finest blade. Under such a scrutinizing stare, Yunfeng felt a slight constriction in his chest and took a breath, stating, "I am here to propose a transaction. Please do not refuse. I am certain you will find it intriguing." "Transaction?" Ling Chen furrowed his brow. He had allowed this man entry due to a lack of perceived malice or danger. However, he rarely engaged in transactions, for, "Yes." Yunfeng nodded eagerly, continuing, "The day after tomorrow marks the opening of Divine Moon, an event you surely know of. I wish to invite you to join a gaming studio, or rather, a gaming guild, which is currently still quite small. Not interested. I have no time for such things. You may leave." Ling Chen decisively rejected him, displaying an unmistakable impatience. Yet he pondered why this individual would specifically seek him out with such an invitation. "Please, let me finish. Just hear me out," Yunfeng implored, waving his hands in urgency, then quickly regaining his composure. "Since it is a transaction, I assure you I will present conditions that will satisfy you. I am aware that you have a sister afflicted with his roca, and you have tirelessly sought a cure for her ailment. Therefore, there exists something that may pique your interest. His demeanor turned serious as he slowly pronounced, the 13223 serum. Ling Chen, previously as still as a frozen lake, suddenly felt as if pricked by a needle. Springing to his feet, his eyes fixed intently on Yunfeng. Repeat that. He had observed Ling Chen's affection for his sister, and this reaction was entirely anticipated. Standing firm, he met Ling Chen's gaze, articulating clearly, the 13223 serum. That is the condition for the transaction. That serum, there are only 13 bottles in existence worldwide. No. That was the initial count. 10 have been utilized. Thus, only 3 remain globally, and I happen to possess one of them. Yunfeng met Ling Chen and Appos' gaze unflinchingly, revealing eyes that harbored no deceit. Who are you? At this moment, Ling Chen began to truly assess the man before him. His body quivered slightly, and his hands trembled with intensity. Few things in this world could stir his emotions so profoundly, but the name 13223 serum struck like thunder in the depths of his being. It was the most potent treatment for the Asura virus, capable of putting the virus into a dormant state for a decade. During this period, the patient would remain unaffected, their immunity and vitality gradually restored, ultimately regaining health, until the virus reactivated after 10 years. Its significance transcended merely extending life by a decade. With the advancements in Earth's medical science, 10 years might suffice to discover a definitive cure for the Asura virus. Even in the event of reinfection, the outcome would not be so dire or terrifying. This serum, with its 13 bottles, was crafted by a doctor who was assassinated before he could produce a 14th. The components of the 13223 serum remained a mystery, and very few knew its name, Ling Chen being one of them. Over the years, he had relentlessly pursued the 13223 serum, yet his efforts yielded naught, for only 13 bottles existed in the world. I am Yunfeng, the first heir of the Yun Corporation. I wonder if my status grants me the right to one of those bottles of the 13223 serum, he declared earnestly. Ling Chen was momentarily speechless. My family endured tremendous hardship to procure that bottle of 13,223 serum to save my grandfather, who had suddenly fallen ill with his roca. Yet, when we finally obtained it, he had already passed away. In his grief, my father carelessly entrusted it to me, and now it rests in my possession. If you agree to my request, I will swiftly deliver the 13223 serum to you. I agree. Ling Chen, who had previously dismissed Yunfeng, now responded with resolute conviction. To save Shui Ruo, he would spare no effort or bear any cost. Upon receiving Ling Chen's affirmation, Yunfeng nearly leaped from his seat in excitement. He pressed his hand against his racing heart and exclaimed, "It is truly splendid that you can agree. However, I am sure you are curious as to why I approached you for this transaction, correct?" Ling Chen nodded slightly, though he maintained an outward calm. His heart was aflame with excitement. The 13,223 serum, the object of his fervent desire, had come to him unbidden. Yet, such a precious item. Could the terms of its transaction truly be so simple? Yunfeng stood tall, his gaze slightly lifted, and before him unfolded the unforgettable scenes from years past. He spoke slowly. 3 years ago, on Yunnan Mountain, you, me, and Eva? Ling Chen paused momentarily, and then, memories long buried within him resurfaced, revealing a profound astonishment upon his face. Are you the one who witnessed my fateful duel with Eva in that reincarnation of wind and snow? Indeed, it was I, Yunfeng exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he realized Ling Chen remembered his name from that time. You cannot fathom the impact of that battle, though I could not discern the victor. The sheer intensity of that clash haunted my nights for 3 days. It was truly an epic, mythic confrontation of the highest order. Before that moment, I never imagined that our great Huaxia still harbored someone capable of contending with Eva for such an extended period without defeat. Fortuitously, when Eva struck your mask away, I glimpsed your face. But fear not. Although I sought you afterward, I never divulged any details about you to anyone. I may have mentioned to a few friends that Huaxia produced someone who could match Eva's prowess, yet none believed me. Had I not been fortunate enough to witness it myself, I too would have found it hard to believe. Ling Chen returned to the sofa, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. He finally comprehended the fervent gaze Yunfeng had cast upon him. Who would have thought that the swordsman who had scaled Yuntan Mountain 3 years ago, stumbling upon his duel with Eva, would recognize him after all this time and seek him out, offering the very thing he had longed for in his dreams? Was this the hand of fate? Was the heavens retracting its cruelty, no longer permitting him to be separated from Shui Ruo? As long as you can procure the 13,223 potion, I shall agree to your terms. But first, you must divulge what precisely you wish me to do. Ling Chen stated. Rest assured, you are the only person I have ever admired in my life. I would never use the 13,223 potion as leverage to compel you into any malevolent act, Yunfeng replied, settling back before Ling Chen, exhaling softly. In truth, my motivations mirror yours, for I seek this for my sister. Chapter 5. Sisters with brothers are truly fortunate. Oh? A hint of intrigue flickered in Ling Chen and Appo's gaze. Yunfeng composed his expression and sighed softly. It is like this. I, like you, have a younger sister, 2 years my junior. You might think that we, from affluent families, live lives of luxury and abundance. Indeed, we can easily acquire things that others can only dream of, yet there are many things that others can easily obtain that we are destined to lack. For instance, our marriages. Under the myriad entanglements and interference of interests, it is nearly impossible for us to possess freedom in this regard. Ling Chen listened intently. My sister's name is Yun Mingxin. 3 years ago, she caught the eye of the eldest son of a powerful political family, who vowed before my father and his own that he would marry no one but her. That family wields immense influence, and if our family were to forge a union with them, it would greatly benefit us. At that moment, it was a tremendous surprise for my father and all the elders in our family. My father promised to marry Mingxin off when she turned 21. Thus, my sister's lifelong affair was decided without ever consulting her, nor was there a need to. Your sister is unwilling? Ling Chen inquired. The significance with which the Yun Corporation regarded this union, even to the point of being astonished, made him ponder just how powerful that family truly was. He silently considered the possibility of his own sister, Shui Ruo, being forcibly wed to another. A chill of indignation swept through him, and an icy glint flickered in his eyes. Yunfeng felt an unexplainable shiver run down his spine. He touched his forehead, dismissing it, and remarked, not only is she unwilling, she would rather die than comply. Her reaction back then was not as intense, but over the years, she has kept an eye on that person. In terms of appearance, family background, capability, and external character, he could almost be described as perfect. However, his cunning is excessive, and he resorts to unscrupulous means, displaying a ruthless nature. Moreover, he treats women as mere playthings. My sister would never willingly spend half her life with such a man, and she has always firmly resisted this marriage. Yet, my parents and all the elders in the family have deemed this union a certainty, completely disregarding her feelings. If it succeeds, it will bring immense benefits to the family for many years. If it fails, who knows what retribution may follow. In light of such stark contrasts, how could they possibly heed my sister's objections? Ultimately, they merely see her as a bargaining chip for substantial gains. What does this have to do with you wanting me to join the Shun Yu Gaming Guild? Ling Chen asked. It has a significant connection, Yunfeng replied hastily. Because that guild was established by my sister, it is her final hope to resist that marriage. However, before meeting you, it was merely a faint hope. You mean? My sister has always been headstrong. Under her increasingly intense resistance, a month ago, she made a wager with my father, a wager that is nearly impossible for her to win. This wager was set by my father. He stated that if my sister could amass wealth or prestige comparable to the entire Yun Corporation within 2 years, she would be granted the freedom and authority to determine her own fate and ideals, free from any interference. If she fails, she must obediently accept the family's arrangements and marry that man 2 years hence, with no further objections or grievances. The Yun Corporation has taken at least a century to reach its current stature. Your father expects a girl to achieve such heights within 2 years? How shameless is such a wager? Ling Chen scoffed. Indeed, not only that, but he also forbids anyone in the family, including me and all our economic and political associates, from providing her any financial or logistical assistance. She must rely solely on herself. My father has done this to ensure my sister gives up entirely. Yet, my stubborn sister still agreed. With all financial support cut off, her final choice, or perhaps the only choice, lies in the upcoming Shinyu world. As he spoke, a pained expression crossed Yunfeng and Appo's face. He could never forget the unwavering, stubborn gaze of his beloved sister, which concealed a deep-seated confusion and helplessness. You wish for me to assist your sister? By now, Ling Chen had comprehended Yunfeng's intentions in seeking him out. Yes, Yunfeng nodded earnestly. To achieve wealth and prestige equivalent to the Yun Corporation within 2 years, do you think I can accomplish that? Ling Chen replied with a stoic expression, I doubt it. I believe you can. If anyone in this world can do it, it must be you, Yunfeng stated with conviction. Do you place such trust in me? How well do you truly know me? Merely because of what you witnessed 3 years ago during my battle with Eva? I trust my judgment, and more importantly, my ability to discern character. In truth, my desire for you to join my sister's guild is also driven by a personal wish. I have longed to see you exhibit the prowess you displayed back then, to let everyone know that we have a superlative master in Huaxia who can rival Eva, so that Western players can no longer look down upon us." As he spoke, Yunfeng's eyes grew increasingly fervent. Ling Chen's keen hearing detected the slightly uneven breathing from the adjacent room. Realizing that Shuai had awoken from her slumber, he said, "I understand. When the time is right, take me to meet her. I will join her guild and assist her as you wish." "Yes." Yunfeng nodded vigorously, his palms slick with perspiration from excitement. He withdrew a meticulously sealed metallic box from his pocket and placed it before Ling Chen. "This contains the 13,223 potion. The code is 08177180. I swear upon my honor and dignity, it is absolutely genuine." Ling Chen grasped the metallic box, and Yunfeng distinctly observed his hands tremble with fervor, holding it as if it were fragile glass. His sister was indeed more precious to him than life itself. Though their father had passed, and she battled a terminal illness, with a brother like this by her side, she was still fortunate, Yunfeng silently mused. Ling Chen raised his gaze, the coldness in his eyes dissipated. He asked, "Are you not afraid of me having a change of heart? That I might prove to be a villain who repays kindness with malice?" Yunfeng laughed. "A supreme master capable of standing toe-to-toe with Eva. One who remains devoted to his sister suffering from Isoloka. Would such a person be untrustworthy and treacherous? I believe in you, and I trust my eyes and heart." Ling Chen stood, extending his hand to Yunfeng, offering a promise that would surely be fulfilled. "You will not regret any of the words you have spoken today." Yunfeng clasped his hand in agreement, his heart soaring with excitement. "I too believe I shall not regret this decision. However, before we proceed, I have 2 additional conditions," Ling Chen stated. Ling Chen's expression grew serious once more. "Firstly, while I will join your sister's guild, I will not meet her in reality. Nor will I reveal my true identity in the game. You must not disclose anything about me to anyone. I wish for my and my sister's peace to remain undisturbed." "That is absolutely fine," Yunfeng reassured, having anticipated such a request before coming here. He firmly believed that with his abilities, should he enter the world of Xunyu, he would undoubtedly gain renown in a short span of time. However, if he were to conceal his identity, his life would inevitably be fraught with unrest. While he might disregard such concerns, his profound care for his sister would not permit such occurrences. "Furthermore, my sister and I shall join that guild together," Ling Chen continued. "This certainly poses no issue." Yunfeng exhaled in relief. The 2 conditions proposed by Ling Chen were hardly conditions at all. Welcoming an additional member was a cause for his delight. "Please provide me with a strand of hair or something from you and your sister. This afternoon, I shall personally deliver the gaming equipment." He then inquired, "By the way, do you prefer necklaces or bracelets?" The gaming devices of Xunyu were available in both necklace and bracelet forms, designed to be worn elegantly around the neck or wrist, resembling delicate, exquisite ornaments. During gameplay, no wires were necessary, nor were cumbersome operations required. One simply needed to recline, close their eyes, and utter the command to enter the game. Moreover, the gaming devices did not require regular charging. Even with continuous use in the gaming realm, the inherent power could sustain them for over 50 years. "Bracelet," Ling Chen responded. "All right." Yunfeng snapped his fingers with enthusiasm. Initially, he felt a tinge of anxiety, but the process unfolded far more smoothly than he had anticipated. Not only had he secured Ling Chen's agreement, but he had also received a promise. A promise and an agreement are entirely distinct concepts. All of this stemmed from Ling Chen's profound love for his sister, as well as the unconditional trust he exhibited towards Ling Chen. "May I have your phone number?" "No." Well, I shall bring 2 additional phones this afternoon. Rest assured, they will be of the kind with negligible electromagnetic radiation." After taking the DNA sample from Ling Chen, Yunfeng glanced at the time, rising to say, "I shall begin my preparations now. I believe you can save my sister, and that the world will be moved by my Huaxia." Ling Chen smiled gently. "Go ahead." As he escorted Yunfeng out of the door, he carefully held the metallic box containing the 13,223 potion, as if fearing it would vanish if he let go. As he watched Yunfeng depart, just as he turned away, he noticed Yunfeng turning back and leisurely uttering, "Having a brother is truly a blessing." Ling Chen. Chapter 6. The Divine Moon. After Yunfeng departed, the tranquility enveloping Ling Chen shattered in an instant. He nearly stumbled as he hurried towards Shui Ruo's chamber, almost colliding with the door. Upon pushing it open, he beheld Ling Shui Ruo sitting up in bed, her countenance adorned with a pure and gentle smile. "Brother, who was that big brother just now? It seems he shared something extraordinary with you. It's such a rarity to see you so excited." Ling Chen could almost hear the rapid beating of his own heart, still engulfed in a surreal sensation. He approached Ling Shui Ruo. Carefully placing the box, he held onto her lap. This was no ordinary box. It contained the final hope for the one he cherished most in this life. A glimmer of salvation descending from despair. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming gratitude towards the heavens and to the person who had bestowed this upon him. Though Yunfeng had exchanged the 13223 potion for a price, if it truly saved Shui Ruo and Appo's life, he would forever remember this kindness and fulfill his promise. Nevertheless, the ambition to rival the Yun Corporation within 2 years felt insurmountable. Following the password given by Yunfeng, Ling Chen slowly opened the metallic box, revealing a slender brown vial, the thickness of a middle finger, within which a liquid swayed gently. Carefully extracting the vial, he twisted the cap open with the utmost delicacy. Instantly, a peculiar aroma wafted forth. His hand trembled slightly as he brought the vial to Shui Ruo's lips, softly urging, "Come, Ruo, quickly drink this." Her delicate hands cradled his, and he noticed that the once smiling Ling Shui Ruo now bore traces of tears on her face. She gently asked, "Is this what you traded for from that big brother? Will it allow me to live until the day I marry you?" With a firm nod, Ling Chen responded, then quickly shook his head. "Not only will it allow you to live until that day, but you will also recover completely and be able to stay by my side until we grow old together." "Yes," Ling Shui Ruo affirmed with conviction, lifting his hand to her lips, allowing the cool liquid to trickle into her mouth drop by drop. "If I drink this, I really won't die? I won't have to leave you, brother? Is it that even the heavens cannot bear to separate us? I am not afraid of dying, but I fear a world without you even more. I dread the thought of you feeling sadness and solitude after I depart." Over the past 3 years, her brother had devoted nearly all his time to her, sacrificing countless things. She had always known that he harbored many dreams and aspirations, yet he relinquished them all for her sake. The debt of gratitude she owed him was one she could never repay. If she truly recovered, then until her last breath, she would live solely for him, assisting him in all he wished to do. Even if her brother were to become a despised villain, she would stand by his side unwaveringly. "Brother, you are the reason I have persevered until now. From this moment forth, you shall remain my only reason for existence in this world." As the last drop of the icy liquid slipped past her lips, she closed her mouth, gently swallowing the bitter potion, then opened her eyes to reveal a radiant smile directed at Ling Chen. He remained transfixed, watching her consume every last drop of the potion. After removing the empty vial and box, he supported Ling Shui Ruo's shoulders, concernedly asking, "Ruo, do you feel anything unusual?" Ling Shui Ruo smiled softly, "Brother, this is no miraculous elixir. It won't take effect immediately. However, I do sense a slight warmth within me. Lie down now. You need rest more than anything. Perhaps when you awaken, you will be able to walk on your own," he said, gently easing her back and covering her with a blanket, smiling reassuringly. "It will happen," Ling Shui Ruo exclaimed, her laughter brightening the room. "That big brother named Yunfeng is a good person, isn't he?" Ling Chen paused for a moment before nodding. "I saw no deceit in his eyes. Otherwise, I wouldn't have felt at ease letting you drink that potion. Then, brother, you will also keep your promise and assist that sister in the game world, right?" Shui Ruo continued to inquire. "Yes, but I will never abandon you. No matter where I am, I will always be with you." Ling Shui Ruo shook her head. "Brother, I am not opposed to it. In fact, I have always longed for the virtual gaming world. In that realm, even those with severe illnesses or disabilities can possess complete bodies. I can run and shout like everyone else, journeying to any place I desire, and even battle adorable little monsters. And I can witness my brother at his most gallant. Hee, I only just learned today that you were once such a formidable player in that world. That big brother Yunfeng said you were the only one who could battle Eve for a long time without losing." "Brother, what a strange name. Who is she?" "Eve." Ling Chen murmured the name, memories flashing vividly in his mind. She was a terrifying figure, more daunting than the Isloker virus in many aspects. She was renowned among players as a deity. "A deity?" Shui Ruo blinked. "Did you manage to defeat her in the end?" Ling Chen shook his head. "No. There may be no one in this world who can conquer her. However, I did not suffer a defeat. 3 years ago, in the game and Appo's, Heaven and Appo's, Slaughter and Appo's, I challenged her, choosing a location on Cloud Dawn Mountain that ordinary players could never access. During our duel, unexpectedly, a player managed to climb up. It was Yunfeng, who had come to our home just now, known then by the game name Reincarnation of Wind and Snow. While I was engaged in combat with Eve, I could not afford to be distracted, nor could she, allowing him to witness our battle. During the encounter, Eve destroyed the mask I wore, revealing my face to her and Yunfeng. And then, I was so incensed that she shattered my mask that I playfully smacked her backside before fleeing. Remembering that moment brought a smirk to Ling Chen and Appo's face. Of course, Yunfeng did not witness that swift act of defiance. Otherwise, he might have admired him even more. There would be no second person in the world bold enough to do such a thing to Eve. Ling Shui Ruo stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. And then, Eve pursued me relentlessly, with Yunfeng trailing behind, desperately trying to keep up. However, he was far too slow and quickly fell behind. After running for about half an hour, I was eventually caught by Eve. The look in her eyes was one of sheer fury, almost as if she wished to slice me into 17 or 18 pieces. Just as I braced for another fight, Heaven's slaughter suddenly required maintenance, and we were both kicked offline. Since then, I have not encountered her again until today. However, Ling Chen's voice trailed off, a complex expression crossing his face. She is likely still searching for me. Ling Shui Ruo giggled. So Eve is a girl. Brother took advantage of her. It's only natural she would seek you out for retribution. Be careful in Divine Moon, okay? It has been far too long since I have laughed so effortlessly. For many years, the specter of Isloker loomed over their hearts like a dreadful nightmare. Yet today they can finally bid farewell to this haunting presence, albeit temporarily. Amidst their laughter, they relished the freshness of the air and the brilliance of the sun outside, silently sketching a beautiful and promising future in their hearts. As the afternoon approached dusk, Yunfeng arrived, drenched in sweat, bearing the gaming devices designated for Ling Chen and Ling Shui Ruo, along with communication tools for each of them, fully funded for usage. Ling Chen did not decline and accepted everything. Previously, to avoid exacerbating Shui Ruo's condition, he had refrained from using mobile phones, which emit relatively strong electromagnetic pollution. However, now, if the Isloker virus within Shui Ruo truly lay dormant, frequent usage would no longer pose a concern. Do not forget, the day after tomorrow at 9 in the morning, Yunfeng reminded him before departing. Although they could not yet enter the game, character creation was already possible, and he requested that Ling Chen inform him of the chosen names once created. The gaming devices were elegant little bracelets, red for Ling Chen and a serene blue for Ling Shui Ruo, also functioning as watches. Is character creation already possible? Ling Shui Ruo had quietly fallen asleep. Ling Chen, after toying with the gaming device for a while, finally reclined on the sofa, closed his eyes, and mentally commanded it to enter the game. In an instant, the gaming device on his wrist flickered with a radiant light, and his surroundings faded to a blank void. After a brief moment of disorientation, clarity washed over him, revealing a vibrant world of shifting colors. Within this kaleidoscopic realm, a petite figure soared toward him, a little sprite, palm-sized, adorned in colorful attire and wielding a magical wand, accompanied by a melodious, youthful voice. Greetings, Mr. Ling Chen. Welcome to the world of Shenyu. There are 39 hours and 42 minutes remaining until the world opens. Please be patient. Since this is your first time using the gaming device, would you like to proceed with character creation? Oh, how rude of me. I forgot to introduce myself. I am the 52000th reception sprite, the cleverest and most adorable of them all. Chapter 7. Ling Tian. Ling Chen replied. As the voice of the reception sprite resonated sweetly and charmingly, devoid of any electronic synthesis. Its exquisite appearance so flawless that Ling Chen almost felt compelled to capture her for a closer examination to ascertain her authenticity. The world of Shenyue is vast and beautiful, inhabited by kind-hearted residents, adorable creatures, and ferocious behemoths, along with countless mysteries waiting to be unearthed. I am confident that Mr. Ling Chen will come to love this realm. Now, let us commence the creation of Mr. Ling Chen's identity within the world of Shenyue. However, be mindful that once a character is established, alterations are irrevocably prohibited. So please proceed with caution. The official promotion of Shenyue clearly states that there is no opportunity for a fresh start in the world of Shenyue. To put it plainly, the option to delete and recreate characters, as seen in previous virtual games, does not exist. Whether it be a nickname, initial attributes, or profession, once chosen, they are forever unchangeable. Thus, prior to entering Shenyue, one must contemplate the desired career path, for there are no second chances to choose. Now, please create your nickname. As your gaming region is in Huaxia, it must be composed of Huaxia characters, with a minimum of 1 character and a maximum of 10. The reception sprite chirped in her melodious voice. Ling Tian. Wow, what a powerful name, Mr. Ling Chen. I adore your name. However, as Huaxia boasts the largest player base, nicknames are prone to duplication. Allow me a moment to check if this name has already been claimed. Hooray, Mr. Ling Chen, you are fortunate. This name is unoccupied. Your name in the world of Shenyue shall be Ling Tian. Is this correct? Confirmed. Ling Tian has been successfully registered. Next, we will determine your pain threshold. The pain threshold refers to the index of pain a player endures when harmed during combat. Note that this only applies in battle. Non-combat interactions with limbs or objects will not influence it, and it solely affects pain perception without interfering with other sensations. The range for the pain threshold is selectable between 10 and 100. A higher threshold is suited for players seeking excitement and realism. Yet it can be quite painful when struck. Those averse to pain should refrain from selecting this option. A lower threshold can diminish pain to a minimal level, though it has its downsides, such as reduced responsiveness when attacked. What is your choice? 10. Ling Chen answered without hesitation. He entered the game to fulfill a promise, not to subject himself to torment. Only someone unhinged would opt for a high pain threshold and then endure suffering in a combat-oriented game world. The pain threshold has been successfully set. Next, we shall proceed to the initial attribute selection. A broad attributes panel materialized before Ling Chen, labeled with the options of strength, constitution, agility, and spirit. Each player possesses a total of 25 initial attribute points, which can be freely allocated among the 4 fundamental attributes, with a minimum of 5 and a maximum of 10 for each. Strength influences physical attack power, constitution affects vitality and defensive capability, agility impacts accuracy and evasion, as well as the attack abilities of archers and assassins, while spirit pertains to magic attack power and mana. Each attribute influences different professions in distinct ways. Please choose wisely based on your desired career path. With only 5 points left to allocate after setting the minimum for each attribute, Ling Chen pondered deeply before stepping forward. He allocated 10 points to strength while leaving constitution, agility, and spirit at 5. In Tian 2, he had chosen the assassin class specializing in killers, which suited him well. Assassins possess what could be described as the strongest single-target combat capability, capable of delivering fatal strikes without leaving a trace. However, the drawbacks of being an assassin are apparent: fragile vitality and lackluster group combat capabilities. His chosen attributes dictated that he would pursue a warrior class path in Xinyue. For this entry was not merely a game, but a mission to support a guild established by a woman. Thus, peak single-target combat prowess seemed less fitting. Initial attribute allocation successful. Please proceed with the distribution of your talent attributes. Each player has a total of 10 talent points to allocate between luck and insight, with a minimum of 0 and a maximum of 10 for each. Talent attributes are precious. Their enhancement is achievable only through exceedingly rare items or special tasks, and cannot be improved via leveling or equipment enhancements. Luck pertains to the fortune one experiences within the world of Xinyue, encompassing aspects such as drop rates from defeated foes, critical hit rates, penetration rates, and the success rates of random events. Insight relates to one's comprehension abilities in Xinyue. Higher insight allows for quicker mastery of skills, including life skills. I reiterate, the elevation of talent attributes is exceedingly challenging, so please allocate them with care. Ling Chen contemplated for a moment before assigning 5 points each to luck and insight. Talent attribute allocation successful. Mr. Ling Chen, I truly appreciate your choices. Whether pursuing extreme insight or unparalleled luck, both are rather imprudent. With initial attributes assigned, we shall now proceed to your novice profession selection. In the world of Xinyue, there are 7 primary professions: warrior, shield bearer, archer, assassin, priest, mage, and summoner. Based on your previously allocated initial attributes, I recommend the profession that relies most heavily on strength and possesses formidable physical attack capabilities, the warrior. Please select apprentice warrior. Ling Chen responded directly. Novice profession selection successful. You have chosen the apprentice warrior profession, which boasts powerful physical attack capabilities, versatile attack methods, and relatively robust physical defense, serving as a critical melee damage dealer, albeit with weaker agility, accuracy, and evasion. After your first job transition, you may become a true warrior. The primary attributes for a warrior are strength, constitution, and a modest amount of agility. Each point added to strength enhances physical attack power by 2. Each point in constitution increases vitality by 10 and defensive capability by 1. Each point in agility adds 1 to evasion and 1 to accuracy. And each point in spirit boosts magic attack power by 2 and mana by 10. As the sprite's voice resonated, a beam of white light descended from above, enveloping Ling Chen. Excellent. You have successfully become an apprentice warrior. However, this is merely your novice profession, not your final role. Should you wish to transition into another profession after leaving the novice village, that is certainly possible. Having smoothly completed yet another reception, the little sprite let out a long sigh of relief, patting her small chest as she remarked, Mr. Ling Chen, your identity in the world of Xinyue has been successfully created. There remains 39 hours until the world of Xinyue opens. Please be patient. Now, I must gently usher you out." Before Ling Chen could utter a word, darkness suddenly enveloped him, and the kaleidoscopic world collapsed around him. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself staring at the ceiling of his home. Very well, Ling Chen sighed in resignation. Having intended to compliment the adorable sprite and perhaps glean some information about the game world from her, only to find her cheerful demeanor swiftly replaced by a decisive ejection. Without disturbing Shui Ruo's peaceful slumber, Ling Chen began to intentionally focus on gathering information about Shen Yue on his computer. However, after a whole afternoon, the information he obtained was dismally scant. The most frequently mentioned phrase in the official promotion was that countless mysteries await your personal exploration. "Eve, I hope to never encounter you again." With his eyes closed, Ling Chen whispered in his heart. The following day, Yunfeng personally delivered 2 of the most advanced life support devices, enabling one to remain in the game world for an entire month without logging off. Although such devices were largely unnecessary, Ling Chen did not decline them. He understood that for someone like Yunfeng, a scion of a wealthy family, these items were but trifles. Yet, it was evident that he genuinely cared about his sister's situation. "Have you created your character? What is its name?" "Ling Tian." Ling Chen replied without hesitation. "Quite imposing. Very well, we shall meet in the game tomorrow. I will contact you then. By the way, the 13,223 potion will take 4 to 5 days to manifest its effects, so do not be anxious, nor should you think I am deceiving you." Before departing, Yunfeng made sure to remind him. Shui Ruo's body remained frail, relying entirely on Ling Chen for every action. Ling Chen trusted that Yunfeng was truthful and awaited the day when Shui Ruo would fully recover. Nightfall. Each night, Shui Ruo could only find peace and sleep when nestled in his embrace. Once she succumbed to slumber, Ling Chen gently rose, pushed open the door, and stepped onto the balcony, tilting his head to gaze at the crescent moon hanging in the sky. A cold breeze brushed against his face as moonlight cascaded down, revealing a figure cloaked in black beside him. The shadow knelt on one knee, bowing its head in reverence. "Guaya, tomorrow, I shall enter Shinyu." The shadow shifted slightly. "Go ahead." The shadow rose, leaping from the balcony, vanishing into the inky darkness of the night without a trace. Their exchange was brief, consisting of only these 2 succinct sentences. Yet, it was more than sufficient. Amidst the anxious anticipation of countless players worldwide, the date of July 7th, 3100, finally arrived. The clock's hands gradually approached 9 a.m. At 9 o'clock, Shinyu would launch simultaneously across all nations of the world. Chapter 8. The opening of Shinyu. Ling Chen rose slightly earlier than usual today, preparing breakfast as he always did. He called Shui Ruo to wake up, assisting her with dressing, washing, combing her hair, and feeding her breakfast, tending to her with the meticulous care one would afford a newborn. Today, Shui Ruo appeared to have improved slightly in health and seemed more cheerful than yesterday. He reassured himself that this was not merely a figment of his imagination. As the clock edged closer to 9 in the morning, Ling Chen gently laid Shui Ruo back on the bed, covering her with the soft blanket that he changed almost daily. Shui Ruo clung to his neck, reluctant to let go, and whispered in his ear, "Brother, once I recover, let us go into the game world together and help that big sister named Yunmingxin, all right?" "Of course, that sounds delightful. So, you must rest well to recover quickly," Ling Chen replied with a smile. While immersed in a virtual gaming experience, the brain enters a semi-sleep state. And even prolonged engagement does not typically harm one's physical or mental well-being. However, Shui Ruo's current mental and physical vitality was exceedingly fragile, making her susceptible to fatigue within the game world. What she needed most was ample sleep. "Yes, I will get better soon." Shui Ruo nodded vigorously, her face radiating hope and longing. Once Shui Ruo drifted into slumber, the countdown to the opening of the Shinyu world began its final stages. Ling Chen glanced at the time, reclined on the sofa in the living room, closed his eyes, and issued the command to enter the game. Instantly, the vibrant world he had encountered before reappeared before him, and a small sprite approached him. "Hello, Mr. Ling Chen. Welcome. I am reception sprite number 96388. Your identity in the Shinyu world has been successfully created. There is 1 minute left until Shinyu opens. Please be patient. 30 seconds remaining. Please be patient. 20 seconds remaining. Please be patient. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Mr. Ling Chen, welcome to the Shinyu world. You have been assigned to Novice Village number 49554. Enjoy your game." As the reception sprite's voice faded, Ling Chen felt a dizzying whirl, and the scenery around him shifted rapidly. When his vision finally cleared, he found himself in the Novice Village, only to be met with a cacophony of noise that grated against his eardrums. Bright flashes of chaotic white light surrounded him as countless players were teleported to various spots around him. Everywhere he looked, there were players. The Huaxiao region had established 100,000 novice villages, the highest number of novice villages in the world. However, due to the vast population of Huaxiao, even 100,000 novice villages felt overcrowded. It was precisely 9 o'clock in the morning, and nearly all players were eager to enter. A well-known fact that dictated the rush to gain an advantage. Get out of my way. I swear I'll chop you up. Who the hell stepped on my foot? Cough, cough, miss, get out of the way. If you push me again, I'll make you regret it. I'm the son-in-law of the neighbor of the third gang leader of the Wild Dog Gang. Don't push, don't push. Let me out. Let me out. Join the first hall of the world. As long as you join us, we offer gold, beauties, and equipment galore, plus a free signed photo of our home master. Don't miss this opportunity. The chaotic sounds surrounding Ling Chen made him wish he could cover his ears immediately. Taking a deep breath, he pushed through the crowd and jogged towards the village. Once free from the throng, Ling Chen exhaled in relief. The air here was refreshingly pure, making each breath a delightful experience. Scanning the small village, he noticed only a handful of houses and a few NPCs outside. Though simple, it did not feel dilapidated. Rather, it exuded a refreshing charm. Finding a relatively quiet corner, Ling Chen began to assess his attire. As expected, at the game's starting point, every player donned nothing but tattered, rough clothing. He wore a coarse fabric shirt, rough trousers, and a pair of worn straw sandals. Novice cloth. Category: upper garment. Equipment requirement: none. Grade: pale. Attribute: defense 2. Novice trousers. Category: lower garment. Equipment requirement: none. Grade: pale. Attribute: defense 2. Novice straw sandals. Category: footwear. Equipment requirement: none. Grade: pale. Attribute: defense 1. Well, the total additional attributes only amounted to 5 points of defense. Ling Chen then inspected his backpack. At the game and Oppo's onset, players had only 50 storage slots, and currently, it contained 2 pieces of equipment, a slender sword and a plain, ordinary bracelet. Novice short sword. Category: one-handed sword. Equipment requirement: none. Grade: pale. Attribute: physical attack 5. It was perfectly normal to possess a novice weapon. However, a bracelet? Would Shin Yu be so generous as to grant players a piece of jewelry at the beginning? It is worth noting that in nearly all virtual games, the drop rate for accessories such as rings, bracelets, earrings, and necklaces is the lowest, making them quite precious. Many players may be equipped with excellent gear, but lack even a single accessory. Thus, encountering a bracelet as part of the starting equipment was an unprecedented experience for Ling Chen. He picked up the bracelet. Its texture suggested it was forged from ordinary iron, featuring 2 small holes the size of fingernails. After inspecting it for a while, Ling Chen turned his attention to its attributes. Iron bracelet. Category: Moon God Chain. Equipment requirement: none. Grade: pale. The lowest grade Moon God Chain forged from iron, capable of holding intermediate and below energy crystals, but not energy orbs. With a maximum capacity of 2. Ling Chen scrutinized the bracelet's description multiple times, feeling perplexed. Moon God Chain. What category of equipment is this? Why had he never heard of it before? Was it a newly introduced category in the years he had not engaged with virtual games? Or was it an exclusive item of the Shinyu world? His gaze fell on the 2 small holes, silently pondering if the term load in the description referred to placing items into these holes. After contemplating for a moment, Ling Chen decided not to waste any more time. He equipped both the novice short sword and the iron bracelet, then glanced at his initial attributes. Character: Ling Tian level, 0 occupation. Apprentice warrior affiliation, none reputation, 0. Gold, 0 basic attributes. Strength, 10. Constitution, 5. Agility, 5. Spirit, 5 talent attributes. Luck, 5. Comprehension, 5 health, 50 magic, 50 physical attack, 25 magical attack, 10 physical defense, 10 hit, 5. Evasion, 5 critical rate, 5. Break rate, 5 attack speed, 100. Movement speed, 100 elemental resistance. Water, 0. Fire, 0. Wind, 0. Thunder, 0. Earth, 0. Light, 0. Dark, 0. Skills. Detection. Current level, LV1. Cannot be upgraded. A universal skill for all professions, consuming 1 point of magic, capable of detecting the basic attributes of monsters no higher than 10 levels above oneself. Full power strike. Current level, LV1. Maximum level, LV5. Skill points required to reach LV2, 1. The novice warrior's elementary skill entails launching a full-force attack on a target ahead with their weapon, inflicting damage equivalent to 110 of a standard strike, at the cost of 3 magic points, with a cooldown period of merely 1 second. The attributes are average. All initial attribute points have been allocated to strength, resulting in a notably high attack power. There are 2 skills in total. One is a universally shared detection skill, while the other is a pitifully weak basic attack skill. The lackluster power is one thing, but the 1-second cooldown is quite another. Glancing up at the place where he first appeared, he noticed it had been inundated by an even more exaggerated throng. Most players there were immediately seeking the exit from the village, rushing towards the lowest-level novice training grounds, evidently eager to elevate their levels above others right from the onset. "Let me explore the novice village first," Ling Chen murmured, making his way towards a few modest huts. The elderly village chief stood in the center of the village, attending to one player after another. Ling Chen approached him and politely said, "Greetings, chief. Is there anything I can assist you with?" With the pinnacle of virtual gaming technology having arrived, the NPCs in the game world have become increasingly intelligent. Showing politeness to NPCs is one of the fundamental tenets of etiquette. The village chief stroked his grizzled beard and replied kindly, "Hello, warrior from another world. May the moon goddess bless you. Upon your arrival in this realm, you must be filled with confusion. Allow me to share some basic knowledge of this mysterious world with you." Ding. You have triggered the quest the chief's instruction. The chief will impart some fundamental knowledge about the world of moonlight. Quest attributes: ordinary. Quest difficulty: none. Quest duration: none. Quest rewards: 5 red potions, 1 skill point, and a random basic ability crystal. Do you accept? Is there even a need for consideration? Ling Chen promptly chose to accept. Excellent. The chief nodded in satisfaction and began his narration. The world of moonlight is an expansive and bountiful realm, its main continent resembling a crescent moon, dividing the world into land and water. Countless beings and endless resources thrive upon the land. Currently, the predominant races on the continent are the human and beast races. Humans are simple, kind-hearted, diligent, and wise, holding a dominant position on the land, while beasts may be either gentle or ferocious. Additionally, in mysterious locales, there exist other unique races. The divine race, established by the lineage of the moon goddess, governs the balance of the entire moonlight world, including its tranquility. The current leaders of the divine race are the 3 goddesses of order, freedom, and destiny, possessing powers beyond human aspiration. Yet, they are not without adversaries, namely the demonic race, which has been restlessly opposing the divine race since ancient times. Furthermore, there are the various factions of the, acting either for good or ill, the peaceful, most beautiful elves, and the undead lurking in the shadows. Beyond these, the world of moonlight surely conceals other mysterious races yet to be discovered by you. Chapter 9. The Moon Goddess Chain. It is said that the Moon Goddess clan has existed since the early days of human propagation, with the sacred mission of guarding the moon world through generations. On each continent of the moon world, there exists a guardian emissary from the divine clan, known as the Moon Goddess Emissary. All are female and possess immense power. However, the highest 3 goddesses of the divine clan will not intervene unless a continent faces catastrophic disaster or life and death moments. They are particularly disinclined to interfere in conflicts, whether among the same race or between different races. The place we currently inhabit is a realm outside the core continent, one of countless islands scattered across the endless ocean. The inhabitants here will never be able to leave, and once you depart, you shall never return. When your level reaches 10, seek me out, and I shall transport you to a continent known as Oblivion. There, the guardian moon goddess emissary is referred to as the goddess of Oblivion, if fortune favors you. Perhaps one day you may behold her with your own eyes. Ling Chen. This is some basic background of the moon world. To learn more, you must explore it yourself. Allow me to impart some essential knowledge necessary for your adventures. Let us begin with the fundamentals. The 4 primary attributes, strength, constitution, agility, and spirit, alongside the 2 innate attributes of luck and comprehension, have been thoroughly explained to you by the elven maidens. I shall not elaborate further on these basic terms of capability. First, let me explain the rules regarding the colors of damage that appear during combat. When damage is inflicted upon a target, or when one is harmed by others, the damage is typically displayed in red. If a critical hit is triggered, it results in double damage, indicated by yellow numbers. Should a breakthrough occur, the damage inflicted will ignore defense, appearing as blue numbers. Against high defense targets, the effect of a breakthrough is particularly significant. If both a critical hit and a breakthrough are triggered simultaneously, the damage will manifest as purple numbers. A breakthrough can often be a miraculous strike that turns the tide of battle. Additionally, there exists an extremely rare black damage number, which only appears when a fatal effect is triggered. However, such a devastating attribute is typically only found in terrifying undead beings. Elemental resistance refers to the ability to withstand corresponding elemental damage. The resistance value indicates the percentage of damage that can be mitigated. For instance, with a resistance of 50, one can negate 50 of the corresponding elemental damage. At 100 resistance, one becomes completely immune to that element's damage, although this scenario is virtually impossible for humans. If resistance exceeds 100, for example, reaching 125, the corresponding elemental attacks not only fail to inflict damage, but instead convert 25 of that damage into one's own vitality. Moreover, if one's attributes are countered by a particular element, negative resistance may arise. For example, if the fire resistance is 50, then when faced with a fire attack, one would suffer 150 damage. At 100, it would be 200. Attacking a target with a countering attribute yields amplified effects. The village chief paused for a moment, catching his breath before continuing. Do you have any questions regarding attributes? Ling Chen pondered for a moment, shook his head, and then raised his right hand, inquiring. Village chief, what kind of equipment is the moon goddess chain? The village chief smiled gently. This is precisely what I am about to explain. The moon goddess chain was invented by the moon goddess clan long ago, bestowing extraordinary power upon humanity. The moon goddess chain itself possesses no attributes, but can be embedded with energy crystals or energy orbs, imparting the power contained within them to its wielder. You see, your iron bracelet has two holes, designed for embedding energy crystals or energy orbs. Energy crystals are categorized into 5 tiers based on their potency: beginner, low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and super. Due to the low capabilities of this moon goddess chain, it can only accommodate mid-grade energy crystals at most, and a maximum of 2. In your future adventures, you will undoubtedly encounter more advanced moon goddess chains capable of housing more and higher-grade energy crystals or even energy orbs. It is rumored that a moon goddess chain with 7 embedding holes once appeared in the continent of Oblivion, but alas, I have never had the fortune to behold such a legendary artifact in my lifetime. What is an energy orb? Ling Chen interjected. The energy orb has properties similar to that of the energy crystal, but surpasses it in existence. Unlike energy crystals, which are merely fragments, energy orbs are complete entities. Energy orbs are graded from low to high: Spirit Pearl, Heavenly Absolute Seed, Divine Mysterious Pearl, and the Holy Annihilation Pearl, which exists only in distant legends. Energy orbs are exceedingly precious. For an ordinary person to possess even one is a matter of lifelong honor. However, even if one acquires an energy orb, it cannot be used indiscriminately, as only a moon goddess chain of spirit level or above can qualify for embedding energy orbs. Regarding tier rules, equipment in the moon world, including the moon goddess chain, is categorized from low to high as follows: pale artifacts, iron artifacts, bronze artifacts, silver artifacts, gold artifacts, spirit artifacts, heavenly absolute artifacts, divine mysterious artifacts, and holy annihilation artifacts. The more formidable the equipment, the rarer it is. Heavenly absolute and divine mysterious artifacts are as rare as phoenix feathers in the moon world, while holy annihilation artifacts are said to exist only in legends, possibly possessed solely by divine or demonic beings. The village chief's voice paused before he continued. Now, let me teach you how to use the moon goddess chain. I will now grant you a basic energy crystal. Your task is to embed it into the moon goddess chain you hold. As the village chief's voice fell, a prompt echoed in Ling Chen's ears. Ding. You have received a basic energy crystal with random attributes, number 49554. Granted by the village chief of the novice village. Please embed it into the moon goddess chain. Ling Chen opened his inventory and discovered a small red crystal within. Holding the crystal, he felt a surge of confusion. How could this thumb-sized crystal possibly fit into the tiny hole of the moon goddess chain? Beginner critical strike crystal. Category: energy crystal. Grade: beginner. Attribute: fire. Effect: 2 critical strike rate. Haha, it seems your luck is quite favorable, as you have obtained an energy crystal that enhances critical strike ability. Now, embed it into your moon goddess chain. Simply bring it close to the chain. The village chief chuckled. An increase of 2 in critical strike rate is indeed a considerable attribute. If such effects can be derived from the most basic energy crystals, what might higher grade crystals yield? And what of the even more powerful orbs? Ling Chen took the fiery red crystal and slowly approached the empty hole on his iron bracelet. Upon contact, a flash of crimson light surged, and he immediately heard the success prompt. The energy crystal in his hand vanished, and one of the previously vacant holes on the iron bracelet was filled with the red crystal. Opening his attribute panel, he noticed his critical strike rate had now risen to 7. You have done well. Low-grade energy crystals and moon goddess chains can be purchased at respective item shops. But higher-grade energy crystals, moon goddess chains, and energy orbs can only be obtained through other means, such as defeating powerful monsters. I believe that in your future adventures, you will discover even more formidable moon goddess chains and energy crystals, and perhaps even acquire the exceedingly rare energy orbs. Moreover, it is imperative to remember that within the same moon god chain, one cannot embed two gems or orbs of identical effects. For instance, if your current moon god chain already contains an energy crystal that enhances critical hit rate, then, regardless of the number of vacancies remaining on your moon god chain, you cannot load any additional energy crystals or orbs that also augment the critical hit rate. You should already be familiar with the usage of the moon god chain. Now, allow me to elucidate the skill rules of the divine moon world. The village chief continued, stating that you must certainly grasp the fundamental principles of skills. My focus will be solely on the rules governing skill upgrades and advancements. The greatest asset of humanity lies in its exceptional intellect and immense potential. As long as one possesses sufficient potential, it is possible to amplify the power of an identical skill. As a novice warrior, you undoubtedly possess the most basic skill, Full Force Strike, which is currently at level 1 and requires merely 1 skill point to ascend to level 2, thereby wielding greater power. Now, I shall bestow upon you a skill point granted by the moon goddess power. Please allocate it to your Full Force Strike. Upon finishing his words, the village chief waved his hands, and immediately, a beam of white light descended from the heavens, enveloping Ling Chen momentarily before vanishing. Ding! You have acquired 1 skill potential point. Please allocate it to the Full Force Strike skill. Ling Chen observed in addition to his attribute panel, skill potential points. 1. Without hesitation, he allocated the newly acquired potential point to the only skill available for upgrade, Full Force Strike. Instantly, a radiant white glow shimmered around him. Ding! Your skill Full Force Strike has successfully upgraded to level 2. Full Force Strike, current level, LV2, maximum level, LV5. Skill points required for advancement to LV3, 5. This is a primary skill of the novice warrior, enabling an all-out attack with the weapon held, inflicting damage equivalent to 120 of a normal attack on the target, consuming 4 mana points, with no cooldown time. Upon upgrading, the power of Full Force Strike has increased to 120, and the cooldown has been reduced to 0, with only a slight increase of 1 point in mana consumption. Such significant progress from a single upgrade is truly remarkable. Chapter 10. The Buck-Toothed Rabbit Splendid. Your skills have successfully ascended. Should you possess enough skill potential points, you may elevate them to even greater heights. When a skill reaches its pinnacle, if your perception is sufficient, you may very well comprehend a more formidable advanced skill. However, acquiring skill potential points is exceedingly arduous. Neither leveling up nor vanquishing ordinary monsters yields these points. They can only be obtained through undertaking special quests and defeating powerful creatures. Monsters are categorized from weak to strong. Ordinary monsters, 1-star elites, 2-star elites, 3-star elites, followed by the formidable lord monsters. Above the lords lie the exceedingly rare and nearly insurmountable celestial beasts, the heavenly annihilation beasts, the divine profound beasts, and the holy extinction beasts. By independently slaying a 1-star elite monster, you may earn corresponding skill potential points. For instance, defeating a level 1 1-star elite grants 1 skill potential point, while slaying a level 3 1-star elite bestows 3 points. Conquering a 2-star elite yields 2 potential points of its level, and a 3-star elite confers 3. Defeating a lord boss grants 10 skill potential points, and should you possess the capability to slay a celestial beast, you would earn 100 points. Slaying a heavenly annihilation beast would reward 1,000, and so forth. If a team collectively triumphs over a foe, the skill potential points will be evenly distributed among its members. After a lengthy discourse, the village elder has nearly elucidated the skill upgrade system. In the early stages of the game, most players strive to level up as swiftly as possible, aiming to stay far ahead of their peers, with few possessing the patience to endure the elder's extensive tutorial. Yet, Ling Chen attentively absorbed every word without missing a syllable. The requirement to obtain skill potential points solely through the defeat of elites and above is indeed rather stringent. This will inevitably lead to a consequence. The already fiercely contested elite and boss monsters in Divine Moon will be further embroiled in chaos and conflict. Advanced monsters signify superior equipment, but more crucially, they embody skills. It is foreseeable that regions where high-level bosses spawn will become battlegrounds of relentless competition among players. After a brief respite, the elder continued, Young one, it is rare to find someone so patient as you. Here, take this. It should aid you in your adventures. Ding. You have successfully completed the quest, the Elder's Teachings. Energy crystals and skill potential point rewards have been executed. You have received 5 red potions. Due to your attentive listening, an additional reward of a discovery scroll has been granted. An additional reward? The mere act of patiently listening to the tutorial yields an extra reward, and it is a scroll. It is known that scrolls are far rarer than equipment drops. Ling Chen felt as though a great fortune had descended from the heavens. Opening his bag, he indeed found 2 new items. Red Potion. The most basic life recovery potion restores 100 health upon consumption, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Discovery Scroll. A scroll endowed with the ability to unveil information, providing detailed insights on monsters not exceeding your level by 30. It turns out to be merely a scroll for discovering monster information. Ling Chen refocused his attention and politely addressed the Elder. Thank you, Elder. Is there anything else you require my assistance with? Indeed, the Elder nodded, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Recently, a peculiar group of rabbits has appeared on the outskirts of the village. They possess sharp teeth and often exhibit aggressive behavior towards people. Could you assist me in exterminating that group of rabbits and bringing back their teeth? Ding. You have triggered the quest, the Elder's Commission Eye. Quest details. Collect 10 buck-toothed rabbit teeth and return them to the Elder. Quest attributes. Normal. Quest duration. None. Quest rewards. 100 experience. 1 silver coin. Will you accept? Accept. Ling Chen promptly chose to accept. The Elder nodded in satisfaction. I shall await your good news here. By the way, it would be prudent for you to visit the item shop and the blacksmith. Old Wong at the item shop and Old Tai at the blacksmith may have tasks suited for you. And one crucial thing to note, do not approach that house. The Elder extended his hand, pointing behind him. Following his gesture, Ling Chen spotted a dilapidated thatched cottage, the most unremarkable and filthy structure within the village. Ling Chen withdrew his gaze, a look of confusion upon his face. Inside dwells a terrifying madman. Since the day I encountered him, he has been in a state of mental disarray. Fortunately, he generally remains indoors and is reluctant to venture out. However, should you ever see him emerge, do not approach him, the Elder said with grave seriousness. Understood. Thank you, Elder. After bidding farewell to the Elder, Ling Chen jogged to the center of the village and entered the item shop. He perused the various items for sale. Red Potion. Price, 1 copper coin. Orange Potion. A low-level life recovery potion. Restores 200 health upon consumption, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Price, 3 copper coins. Yellow Potion. A low-level life recovery potion. Restores 400 health upon consumption, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Price, 1 silver coin. Blue Potion. A low-level mana recovery potion. Restores 100 mana upon consumption, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Price, 2 copper coins. In the world of Divine Moon, 1 gold coin equals 10 silver coins and 100 copper coins. The prices of these recovery potions exhibit a considerable increase in accordance with their restorative abilities. These are still items that players can barely afford. Below them lies a plethora of items unattainable for the average player. Primary Strength Crystal. Category: Energy Crystal. Grade: Primary. Attribute: Fire. Effect: 3 physical attack power. Price: 20 gold coins. Primary Magic Crystal. Category: Energy Crystal. Grade: Primary. Attribute: Water. Effect: 3 magic attack power. Price: 20 gold coins. Primary Life Crystal. Category: Energy Crystal. Grade: Primary. Attribute: Water. Effect: 3 life. Price: 20 gold coins. Primary Evasion Crystal. Primary Breakthrough Crystal. As the Elder mentioned, the item shop does sell some low-level energy crystals, yet even the most basic crystals are priced at 20 gold coins. For players in the early game, 20 gold coins is an astronomical sum. If the initial crystals are priced so exorbitantly, what then would be the cost of the higher-grade ones? Regaining his composure, Ling Chen addressed the drowsy shopkeeper. Greetings, Old Wong. Is there anything you need assistance with? Oh, hello, brave one from another world, the shopkeeper replied somewhat absently. Indeed, I have a matter that requires your help. Just a few days ago, while gathering herbs in the thicket, I was ambushed by a group of wild boars, and in my hasty escape, I lost an important ring. Alas, I do not expect to retrieve that ring, but my ire towards those wild boars remains unquenched. Might you assist me in eliminating 30 forest wild boars to rid me of this vexation? Ding. You have triggered the quest Wang Ji's commission. Quest details. Eliminate 30 forest wild boars. Quest attributes. Normal. Quest duration. None. Quest rewards. 500 experience. 2 silver coins. 10 orange potions. 10 blue potions. Will you accept? Accept. Very well. However, The wild boar in the mountains is a level 5 creature, and with your current abilities, they pose no threat to you. It would be prudent to enhance your strength. I eagerly await your good news. After Mr. Wong finished speaking, he lazily closed his eyes once more. Exiting the item shop, Ling Chen proceeded to the blacksmith's workshop. He quickly scanned the assortment of basic equipment on display before addressing the diligent blacksmith. Greetings, Master Blacksmith. Is there any way I might assist you? The blacksmith paused his work, wiped the sweat from his brow, and replied with a warm smile. Hello, brave warrior from another realm. Indeed, I have a task that requires your aid. My supply of forging materials is dwindling. Could you collect 100 wolf fangs for me? The fangs of these savage wolves are sharp and sturdy, perfect for forging into lethal weapons. Ding. You have triggered the quest the blacksmith's request. Quest details. Return with 100 wolf fangs to the blacksmith. Quest attributes. Normal. Quest deadline. None. Quest rewards. 1,000 experience points, 3 silver coins, and a level 5 steel short sword. Do you accept? I accept. The wolves can be found on Wolf Cliff, located to the east of the novice village. Beneath the cliff lies an abyss of unfathomable depth, a perilous area indeed. Once you arrive, be sure to keep your distance from the edge. Falling would be disastrous. Additionally, the wolves are level 5 creatures, and with your current abilities, they cannot be threatened. Enhance your strength. I await your promising news. After the blacksmith concluded, he turned back to his forge and resumed his work. Ling Chen took a brief tour around the novice village, having received only 3 tasks, 2 of which involved facing level 5 creatures, clearly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary player at this stage. After exploring the village, with the exception of a small grass hut that the village chief warned against approaching, he finally grasped his novice sword and ventured into the wilderness. Upon exiting the novice village, he entered an expansive field. As far as the eye could see, throngs of players filled the area, with the occasional rabbit darting among them, only to be swiftly pursued and reduced to mere tufts of fur. At Ling Chen's feet, a white rabbit appeared, curiously surveying the world around it. Buck-toothed rabbit. Category, beast. Level, 1, health, 50. A rabbit with large, sharp teeth. When provoked, it can bite fiercely, and being bitten is quite painful. Utilizing his detection skill, Ling Chen gleaned the basic information about the buck-toothed rabbit. Just as he raised his novice sword, a barrage of arrows and elemental projectiles soared in from the distance, all striking the hapless rabbit. In an instant, all that remained before Ling Chen was a pile of rabbit fur. Chapter 11. Unscathed with a resigned smirk, Ling Chen ceased to linger and advanced deeper into the map. Just then, to his right, a notably larger than average buck-toothed rabbit emerged in the white light, balancing a large red carrot on its shoulder. The previously raucous crowd erupted in excitement. An elite. A 1-star elite monster. Wow, an elite monster. One that can grant skill points. In an instant, a throng of players surged towards the newly spawned elite buck-toothed rabbit, overwhelming it in a matter of moments. The unfortunate elite rabbit barely had time to swing its carrot before it met the same fate as its ordinary counterparts, leaving behind a tuft of rabbit fur and a half-eaten carrot. I got it. I got the kill. A player, having been deemed the slayer of the elite buck-toothed rabbit, danced with glee as if he had just won a lottery worth 5 million. How audacious! The players exclaimed, "Get him! Loot the spoils!" In a frenzy, the crowd charged forward, only to hear a scream as the jubilant player who had just celebrated his victory collapsed to the ground, swiftly transformed into a wisp of white light that returned him to the novice village. With such chaos, the quest to gather buck-toothed rabbit teeth seemed an endless endeavor. Ling Chen chose not to linger and pressed onward. Beyond the realm of the buck-toothed rabbits lay the territory of the level 2 blackhorn sheep, equally crowded with players. Further ahead was the domain of the level 3 raccoons, where the number of players had noticeably diminished. Leveling in Divine Moon was a formidable challenge. Transitioning from level 0 to level 1 required a considerable investment of time, often taking hours. Ling Chen paused to examine the attributes of these raccoons. Furious raccoon. Type. Beast. Level 3. Health. 100. Even raccoons can become enraged. Caution is advised to avoid bites or scratches. Ling Chen observed that most players venturing here were doing so out of necessity, as the throngs at the buck-toothed rabbits and blackhorn sheep were overwhelming. Most players moved in groups, leaving Ling Chen as the sole solitary fighter. He brandished his novice sword and lunged at the nearest raccoon with fierce intent. In a whirlwind of motion, the raccoon was struck. 18. The raccoon, instantly incensed, charged at Ling Chen with a peculiar screech, its sharp claws aimed at him. Ling Chen deftly sidestepped, evading the attack as his sword sliced through the air once more. A full force strike. 23. Ling Chen's singular attack skill connected. pushing the raccoon back momentarily. The enraged creature lunged again, claws poised to strike. Ling Chen effortlessly evaded yet again, delivering another blow that sent the raccoon crashing to the ground mid-leap. Stepping forward, he unleashed a series of strikes upon the incapacitated raccoon. 19, 20, miss, 19, miss, 18. Finally, the raccoon lay still, its tail flicking one last time before silence enveloped it. A copper coin tumbled from its body, landing at Ling Chen's feet. He scooped it up, noting his slightly increased experience points, and proceeded towards the next raccoon, his novice sword slicing down decisively. With 7 strikes, accompanied by 7 rapid, dazzling movements, the second raccoon fell as well. Though he was engaged in combat, a nearby player attempting the same task could hardly compare. Ling Chen's movements were extraordinarily swift. His wrist barely flicked, yet his novice sword struck with a resounding impact. The speed at which he sheathed his sword was astonishing. Before damage numbers had a chance to materialize, he had already withdrawn, seamlessly evading the raccoon's next attack, as if he had foreseen its move. In mere minutes, a small area around him lay scattered with the bodies of raccoons. How lacking in challenge, he muttered to himself, smirking as he caught sight of 3 individuals gaping at him, their disbelief evident as they beheld the small pile of raccoon corpses beneath him. It was hard to believe that a single player could achieve such a feat, especially given that all players globally were likely still at level 0. While it was feasible for a group to take on level 3 raccoons, it was astonishing for one player to have dispatched so many in such a brief span. What astonished them even more was the manner in which he dispatched the raccoons. Monsters they had to approach with utmost caution were felled with ease at his hands. They struggled to comprehend the fluidity of his sword movements and the speed at which he maneuvered, a speed that seemed to transcend mere mobility. Ling Chen, glancing at them without uttering a word, collected the copper coin, sheathed his novice sword, and ventured deeper into the map, leaving the trio in stunned silence. The raccoons were 2 levels beneath him, posing no challenge whatsoever. Moreover, there were no vendors selling masks in the novice village, and he preferred to remain inconspicuous. While he had no fear for himself, he could not allow any potential disturbance to Ling Shui's peaceful existence. That movement, that positioning, that awareness, and the way he looked at us earlier, he must be a master. No, a master among masters. Do you think he could be someone from our esteemed list of masters in Huaxiao? Surely not. We are well acquainted with the names of the top 30 masters, and he doesn't seem to be one of them. As they cautiously discussed Ling Chen's departure, the path ahead led to level 4 foxes, where the number of players had dwindled to a scarce few. Ling Chen continued his journey, traversing beyond the fields and into a dimly lit thicket. The thicket exuded a subtle yet palpable aura of danger, and apart from Ling Chen, there was not a single player in sight. After taking a few steps inside, he suddenly halted as the bushes to his right began to stir. Abruptly, 2 wild beasts burst forth, emanating a fierce energy, their long tusks resembling sharp daggers. Forest wild boar, type, beast, level, 5, health, 180. A wild boar that dwells in the forest, known for its aggressive nature, it will attack any intruders. For a level 1 player, equipped entirely with novice gear, to challenge a level 5 monster would seem like an act of folly to any ordinary player. What's more, Ling Chen now faced the simultaneous assault of 2 level 5 forest wild boars. The wild boars charged with remarkable speed, and even from a distance, Ling Chen could feel the rush of wind they generated. Rather than retreating, he narrowed his eyes, silently observing their approach. Just as the sharp tusks of the wild boars neared his chest, he executed a breathtaking sidestep, a movement so astonishing that anyone witnessing it would be left in utter disbelief at his explosive speed. The sharp tusks of the wild boar grazed perilously close to his chest. In that fleeting moment, Ling Chen seized the opportunity, raising his hand to deliver a powerful strike to the creature's back. The wild boar's defense was not overly formidable. Even Ling Chen's initial level 0 attributes were sufficient to breach its defenses. At that moment, a second beast charged towards him. Ling Chen did not withdraw his sword, but instead moved forward in harmony with the blade's trajectory, fortuitously allowing the second wild boar to miss its charge. The faster one runs, the longer the time required to halt. Ling Chen darted behind the first wild boar, executing 3 consecutive powerful slashes against its back. However, with only a 5 accuracy and the constraints of his level, most of his attacks resulted in misses. He remained unfazed, having anticipated such outcomes. The 2 bewildered wild boars finally regained their senses. This time, they did not charge one after the other, but instead lunged at Ling Chen from both sides simultaneously, stirring up a cloud of dust with their short legs. Ling Chen took a small step back, then suddenly halted, charging forward to meet the sharp tusks of the 2 wild boars. Like a wraith, he slipped through the narrow gap between them, delivering a fierce slash to the first boar that registered a damage score of 7, before swiftly pivoting and landing 3 more strikes on the creature, eliciting a chorus of anguished howls. Miss, miss, 7. The 2 wild boars, now enraged, retaliated. One of them, after turning, leaped off the ground, soaring more than half a meter high, and lunged towards Ling Chen. Ling Chen could only respond with a moment of bewilderment as he casually stepped back. With a thud, the wild boar crashed to the ground, its short legs sprawled out, unable to rise for a while. Ling Chen wasted no time in launching a series of attacks, muttering, "If you can't jump, then don't. You are a wild boar, not a leopard. Do you not possess self-awareness?" Enduring a barrage of attacks from Ling Chen, most of which were misses, the first wild boar's health nonetheless diminished by nearly a quarter. Finally managing to rise, it let out a bizarre howl and charged at Ling Chen with all its might, desperate to hurl him into the sky. However, its assault failed to even graze the hem of his garment. Any other players witnessing this scene would undoubtedly be rendered speechless. The 2 wild boars moved with remarkable agility, their strikes swift and fierce, making it nearly impossible for ordinary players to evade. Yet, Ling Chen navigated effortlessly around the 2 beasts, never once touched by their frenzied charges. His novice sword, devoid of any ostentatious brilliance, struck with precision during the brief moments of evasion, gradually whittling away at their life and provoking their cries. 3 minutes later, after a flurry of calculated strikes from Ling Chen, the first wild boar finally collapsed in a wail, dropping 2 copper coins and a vial of red potion. With only 1 boar remaining, the situation was considerably simpler. Ling Chen transformed his defense into offense, boldly confronting the creature. He deftly evaded its relentless attacks, his unadorned novice sword striking from various angles, and within 2 minutes, the second wild boar too succumbed to the ground. In just 5 minutes, Ling Chen, at level 0 and clad entirely in novice gear, had felled 2 level 5 monsters, a feat that would be hard for anyone to believe. Even more astonishing was the fact that he emerged completely unscathed throughout the entire encounter. Chapter 12. 2-star Elite, a level 0 player. Even if they relentlessly hacked away at a stationary level 5 monster, would require half a day to achieve any tangible progress. Engaging in battles against monsters of a higher level during the novice phase not only proved to be inefficient, but also posed an extreme risk of being swiftly eliminated. Among the entire novice village of 49,554, only Ling Chen dared to venture into the territory of wild boars at level 0. Ling Chen opted to remain, actively seeking out solitary wild boars. His primary motivation was to fulfill the task assigned by the item shop owner, but more importantly, the locale offered tranquility, free from disturbances. After more than an hour of effort, during which he methodically struck down the 30th wild boar with his novice sword, a white halo materialized above his head. Congratulations, you have leveled up. You are now level 1, with 10 health, 10 mana, and have gained 5 attribute points. Finally, he had ascended to level 1. Ling Chen exhaled a sigh of relief. It took the slaughter of 30 level 5 monsters to achieve this modest advancement, marking his first step in this world. The upgrade system in the realm of Divine Moon proved to be exasperatingly punishing. Even more disheartening was the fact that after defeating 30 wild boars, he had only amassed a handful of copper coins and a few red potions without encountering even a single piece of basic equipment. Ding! You have successfully slain 30 wild boars, fulfilling the conditions for Wang Ji's commission. You may now return to the novice village item shop to submit your quest. While he had leveled up and completed a task simultaneously, Ling Chen chose not to depart immediately. Instead, he continued his search for the next wild boar. The rewards for the wild boar quest included an array of potions, but he wasn't particularly in urgent need of those. What he truly required was a swift elevation in levels. 17, miss, 18. Without hesitation, he allocated all his newfound attribute points into strength, causing the effective damage he dealt to the wild boars to double. However, with only a fragile 60 health points. Being attacked by multiple wild boars simultaneously would lead to his demise, sending him back to the novice village. Few would dare pursue such extreme offensive capabilities at this early stage of the game, save for those lacking in common sense. No matter how powerful his attack might be, if he couldn't withstand even a couple of hits from the monsters, it would all be for naught. It is essential to understand that a warrior is a melee class, fundamentally different from archers and elementalists who can kite from a distance. A holistic development in offense, defense, and agility was vital. With the effective damage against wild boars now doubled and the level suppression on accuracy slightly diminished, Ling Chen's efficiency in dispatching wild boars increased significantly. After another hour, the 100th wild boar fell before him, and his experience points surged to 70 of level 1. As the 100th wild boar succumbed, a dull, grayish-white piece of equipment dropped beside it. Ling Chen stepped forward and picked it up. Refined cloth pants. Category: lower garment. Grade: pale. Equipment requirement: level 5 or above for any class. These pants, crafted from exquisite fabric, offer a modicum of defense. Attributes: defense 5. After 2 hours of slaying 100 wild boars of a higher level, he finally obtained an item, albeit a pair of basic pants that could only be worn at level 5. Ling Chen was at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Was it possible that his initial luck stat was simply too low? He glanced at his 5 luck points in silent contemplation. Noticing the time, he realized it was almost noon. Ling Chen decided against pursuing more wild boars and instead closed his eyes, issuing a command to log out of the game. With a flash of light, he vanished from the world of Divine Moon. Upon reopening his eyes, Ling Chen found himself staring at the crystal chandelier on his ceiling, accompanied by 2 pairs of eyes that sparkled even more brilliantly than the crystals. Ling Shui Ruo sat beside him, her hands resting on her cheeks, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she gazed at him, her eyes unwavering with fascination, as if she had been entranced for quite some time. Seeing him awaken, Shui Ruo beamed. "Brother, you're awake." Though he was deeply familiar with Shui Ruo, being so close to her beauty still left Ling Chen momentarily awestruck. He often marveled whether the heavens had poured all their artistry into sculpting Shui Ruo's visage and form, for both were near ethereal in their perfection. Ling Chen sat up from the sofa, both affectionate and reproachful as he said, "Ruo, why did you move around again? You need to rest the most. But I really enjoy watching you when you're quiet." Shui Ruo replied playfully, sticking out her pink tongue. "Brother, did you have fun in the game?" "Yes." Ling Chen gently lifted Shui Ruo from her wheelchair and placed her where he had just been lying. He tenderly caressed her cheek. "Are you hungry? What do you want for lunch?" I'd like some mushroom soup." "Brother, can you play the piano for me first?" Shui Ruo's eyes sparkled with desire and joy. "Of course," Ling Chen smiled, carefully placing Shui Ruo's body down before making his way to the piano in the corner of the living room. Seated at the piano, his long fingers danced across the keys, and as the first note resonated, his fingers began to glide gracefully, producing melodious tones that nourished Shui Ruo's heart like dew. In the warm and soothing embrace of the music, Shui Ruo gently closed her eyes. Shui Ruo would never forget that it was she who had taught her brother to play the piano, guiding him hand in hand. He learned so swiftly that within just a few months, his music captivated her and her parents, rendering them entranced, leaving her, who had practiced since childhood, in awe. Later, as she succumbed to Isalka and her parents departed, it was he who, with the gentlest of melodies, helped her slowly emerge from the bleakest of worlds. As the music lingered, enveloping her in warmth and gentleness, Shui Ruo felt as if she could hear a man proclaiming eternal vows of love, declaring how he could not bear to be apart from her, and how he longed to share his life with her. When the final note faded, Ling Chen heard Shui Ruo's even breathing. Rising from the piano, he returned to the bedroom, retrieved a soft blanket, and gently draped it over the smiling Shui Ruo as she slept. He placed a tender kiss upon her forehead before tiptoeing toward the kitchen. The kitchen door was securely closed to avoid disturbing the peacefully slumbering Shui Ruo. At that moment, Shui Ruo slightly opened her eyes. Before she and her parents fell victim to Isalka, Ling Chen had been utterly inept at cooking or doing laundry. Yet, in the brief time following, for her sake, he had learned all those tasks and endeavored to excel at them. A commitment he had maintained to this day. Perhaps I am a pitiable girl, afflicted with the most dreadful Isalka. Yet, more often than not, I feel I possess enough to inspire envy and jealousy in all other girls. For I have the best brother. In the afternoon, he stayed with Shui Ruo until she drifted into sleep. Ling Chen re-entered the world of Divine Moon, logging in at the very spot he had logged out earlier. Upon logging in, his communicator buzzed to life. The player's communicator, a delicate wristband, not only allowed for communication but also displayed the time and could capture photos or videos. When not in use, it could be removed and stowed away, rendering him unreachable. The person initiating the call bore the nickname Phantom. Ling Chen hesitated momentarily before answering, and a man's voice eagerly greeted him. "Finally, you're online. It's me, Yin Feng." "Indeed." Ling Chen replied. "Guarantee you present this morning?" The name illusion seems quite different from the style of the past reincarnation, wind and snow. "Oh, I was entirely preoccupied with matters concerning my sister. I recently assisted her in acquiring a new property to serve as her studio's office. We just finalized everything this morning. The house is quite spacious, though the personnel situation is somewhat. Sigh. Let's discuss this further once we exit the novice village and reach the main city." By the way, which novice village are you in? For 9554. I am in 99999. ISNT, that a splendid number? He chuckled. With 100,000 novice villages, it is indeed nearly impossible to end up in the same one. We shall meet again in the main city. By the way, what level are you currently? Yun Feng inquired with keen anticipation. Level 1. Yun Feng momentarily froze. Players at level 3 are already ubiquitous, and many are striving for level 4. The super expert he envisioned remains at level 1. He hastily replied, I am also only level 1, so I won't disturb your leveling. If you need anything, just reach out to me. After ending the call, a wild forest boar charged toward him. Ling Chen deftly sidestepped, summoned his novice sword, and resumed his relentless assault on these tough-skinned creatures, which, despite their robust exterior, were evidently lacking in intelligence. With his initial attributes, Ling Chen's efficiency in slaying monsters was inherently low. Additionally, he had his sister to care for, and having spent a considerable amount of time away from the game during lunch, his leveling speed could not compete with those fervent players with dedicated teams. However, he remained unperturbed. In the realm of virtual gaming, one's strength is not solely determined by level. After more than half an hour, Ling Chen's experience bar had reached 99.7 of level 1. Defeating one more wild forest boar would elevate him to level 2. At that moment, a flash of white light appeared less than 5 meters to his right, revealing a large wild boar, which was twice the size of a regular one. Aside from its size, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the ordinary wild forest boar. 2 faint golden stars floated above its head. An elite monster. A 2-star elite. Ling Chen's blood surged with excitement. Chapter 13, The Lost Amethyst Ring, Wild Boar Chief. Category, Beast, Level 5. Rank, 2-star elite. Health, 750. The leader of the forest wild boar pack, possessing a larger physique and greater force than ordinary forest wild boars. Its sharp tusks have a probability of inflicting a brief bleeding effect upon striking a target. Newly spawned, the wild boar chief vigorously scraped the ground with its front hooves, lifting its head to emit an unpleasant howl. Ling Chen charged forward, delivering a series of slashes with his novice sword upon it. He held in disdain these minor bosses that commenced with a few showy gestures, as such foolish behavior only hastened their demise. Miss, 9-8. 4 attacks resulted in a mere 17 points of health being depleted from the wild boar chief. Only then did its display conclude, before it lunged towards Ling Chen with a monstrous roar. Although its running speed was akin to that of an ordinary boar, the imposing weight of its larger frame brought forth a significant pressure. The damage inflicted by the wild boar chief caused Ling Chen to frown slightly. Faced with its brute force, he hesitated for half a second before turning to flee. The wild boar chief pursued relentlessly behind him. After a few strides, Ling Chen set his sights on a tree, half a meter in diameter, and charged towards it without losing momentum. Bang! It was not Ling Chen who collided with the tree, but rather the wild boar chief. As it neared the tree, Ling Chen leapt forward slightly, executing a splendid backflip off the trunk, soaring over the wild boar chief's head. The wild boar chief, lacking the wit to change direction, crashed headfirst into the tree. Its entire body toppled to the ground, stars representing its dizzy state swirling above its head as it was rendered unconscious. In this state of confusion, it was incapable of evading any attacks. Yet, instead of seizing the opportunity to strike, Ling Chen swiftly retreated, distancing himself from the wild boar chief's aggro before it could recover from its stupor. Soon, an ordinary forest wild boar appeared within his line of sight. He dashed forward, delivering a strike with his sword. Ling Chen had become adept at dealing with this group of forest wild boars, as their only attack method was a body charge. If he were to be struck by such an attack, he would feel utterly ashamed to exist in this world. With a casual engagement lasting a minute, he delivered another thrust with his novice sword, and the dizzy forest wild boar, much like its kin, collapsed to the ground. Instantly, Ling Chen's experience bar filled to capacity, and the glow of level up encircled his head. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 2, health 10, magic 10, and gained 5 free attribute points. Having finally ascended to level 2, Ling Chen unhesitatingly allocated all his attribute points to strength, resulting in an immediate increase of 10 points in attack power. He then promptly turned and rushed back to the spot where the wild boar chief had been. The wild boar chief remained beneath the tree, boredly scratching the ground. Upon noticing Ling Chen's approach, it charged with a furious howl, as if it had spotted an enemy. Ling Chen, unfazed, surveyed his surroundings, grinning mischievously as he sprinted towards another tree. Bang! Another backflip, and Ling Chen landed behind the wild boar chief, which again collided forcefully with the sturdy trunk, succumbing to dizziness once more. Apart from the different tree, The entire process mirrored its initial encounter. Ling Chen swiftly closed in, delivering a powerful strike with his novice sword without restraint. 22, 21, 42. As the wild boar chief remained dazed, all of Ling Chen's attacks landed successfully, the third strike even resulting in a magnificent critical hit. 3 strikes had drained more than 1/10 of the wild boar chief's health. At last, the wild boar chief regained its senses, seething with rage, and charged once more at Ling Chen. However, the moment it recovered from its stupor, Ling Chen had already started to flee. The wild boar's running speed surpassed the maximum mobility of the player in their initial state, and with the wild boar chief exerting itself to the fullest in pursuit, it drew increasingly closer. Then, bang! It crashed into the very tree it had first collided with. This time, the wild boar chief was sent tumbling, legs in the air, onto the ground. Ling Chen approached leisurely, launching 3 consecutive attacks that again depleted 1/10 of its health, before immediately turning and sprinting back towards the previous tree. 7 seconds later, the forest wild boar again succumbed to dizziness at the base of that tree. Had the wild boar chief possessed even a modicum of intelligence, it would not have been so easily manipulated by Ling Chen. However, if it had sufficient intelligence, it could hardly be called a pig. In a brief span, the wild boar chief had been led in circles between 2 trees, crashing into them 8 times with impeccable precision. In the final encounter, Ling Chen unleashed a flurry of 4 strikes, finally emptying its health. Ding! You have successfully slain the level 5 2-star elite wild boar chief, earning 10 reputation points and 10 skill potential points. A shining silver coin fell from the wild boar chief's carcass. Ling Chen picked it up and then, with a kick, sent the corpse aside. As the body shifted, 2 pieces of gleaming blue equipment appeared before him. Steel equipment, 2 pieces to be precise. Ling Chen swiftly gathered them up. One of the items was a steel-made bracer, while the other, astonishingly, was a ring. Steel bracer. Category: Gauntlet. Rank: Steel. Equipment requirement: Level 5 or higher. Any profession: a sturdy bracer forged from steel. Attributes: Defense 5, Accuracy 2. The additional 2 points in accuracy are quite commendable. If Ling Chen could possess these 2 accuracy points, he would not miss so frequently while hunting forest wild boars. Alas, it could only be equipped at level 5. Amethyst ring. Category: Ring. Rank: Steel. Equipment requirement: None. A ring adorned with a beautiful amethyst, possessing high aesthetic value. It appears to have been lost by Wang Ji, the proprietor of the village's item shop, and was acquired by the wild boar chief, only dropping upon its first defeat. Attributes: Health 100. Ling Chen. The ring, a rare accessory-type equipment, is exceedingly scarce during the novice phase. This ring is of steel rank, bestowing an impressive 100 health points, and requires no prerequisites for equipping. In the novice village stage, such attributes are akin to divine gifts. Should Ling Chen don this ring, his health would more than double. However, the description of the ring explicitly stated that it likely belonged to the item shop owner. When the owner assigned him the task of hunting forest wild boars, he mentioned the lost ring, expressing little hope of its recovery. Holding the ring, Ling Chen found himself in a quandary. Should he return it to the item shop owner? Retaining this ring would significantly enhance his safety when hunting monsters, and even selling it would fetch a handsome price. Yet, if he were to return it, a reward was certain, though whether its value would surpass that of the ring remained uncertain. After a brief contemplation, Ling Chen stowed the ring away and set off towards the novice village. The village lacked return scrolls, necessitating travel on foot. The territories of monsters below level 4 were still densely populated, and the novice village buzzed with excitement. Ling Chen made a beeline for the item shop, presenting the task completion to the shop owner. Upon seeing his return, the shop owner expressed astonishment. "Oh, to my astonishment, you swiftly eradicated 30 wild boars, which is truly remarkable. I am grateful for your assistance in alleviating my pent-up resentment. Here, accept this reward." Ding! You have successfully completed the quest Wang Ji's commission, earning 500 experience points, 2 silver coins, and 10 bottles of orange potion, along with 10 bottles of blue potion. With the rewards in hand, Ling Chen did not take his leave, but instead produced a purple crystal ring, placing it before Wang Ji. "Boss Wang, do you recognize this ring?" Upon seeing the soft lavender glow emanating from the ring in Ling Chen's hand, Wang Ji's eyes widened in disbelief, and his expression became animated. This is the purple crystal ring I lost a few days ago while being pursued by those wretched wild boars. Young warrior, where did you acquire it? It dropped from the chief of a wild boar. Ling Chen replied directly. Indeed, that is the very ring I lost. It was a birthday gift from my wife, and I accidentally misplaced it. I was at a loss about how to explain this to her. Young warrior, could you return it to me? I promise to reward you handsomely. Wang Ji gazed intently at the necklace in Ling Chen's possession, his voice brimming with excitement. Without hesitation, Ling Chen returned the purple crystal ring to him. Wang Ji carefully took the ring and stowed it away, then looked back at Ling Chen, nodding slightly. The purple crystal ring possesses excellent attributes, which should be immensely appealing to adventurers like you who are just entering the world of Shenyu. It is rare to encounter such a kind-hearted young person willing to return it rather than keep it for themselves. Here, take this. In the Forgotten Continent. It is a treasure beyond price, but in this isolated realm, its value pales in comparison to my purple crystal ring. I hope it aids you in your future adventures. Ding. You have completed the unique hidden quest The Lost Purple Crystal Ring, gaining 10 reputation points, and receiving the quest reward Crimson Blood Fruit. Wang Ji presented Ling Chen with a small fruit. No larger than a fingernail, its surface a vivid crimson. Ling Chen took it carefully, and upon examining its attributes, his hand trembled slightly. Crimson Blood Fruit, a fruit that grows on the lava blood tree, exceedingly precious. Consuming it permanently increases health by 100. Chapter 14, The Wolf Cliff Illusion. It must be an illusion. Holding the small crimson fruit, Ling Chen even raised his hand to rub his eyes. No, it was not a mere 1 point, nor 10 points, but a permanent addition of a full 100 health points. A permanent addition. To permanently augment one's health by 100 points is a property that could incite blood-curdling excitement even in the mid-game. In the novice village stage, such an item is nothing short of a celestial phenomenon, capable of propelling an individual's overall strength far beyond that of their peers. And here it was. This remarkable item, manifesting right before Ling Chen, and it rightfully belonged to him. Suppressing the overwhelming urge to swallow the blood fruit in one gulp, Ling Chen clutched it tightly in his palm. Indeed, good deeds are rewarded. It was fortunate that he had not greedily kept the amethyst ring. Though it too offered an additional 100 health points, the distinction between a ring's augmentation and a personal permanent enhancement is a matter of two entirely different realms of significance. Thank you, Boss Wang. I believe it will be incredibly beneficial to me, Ling Chen said, stifling his excitement. Haha, that's wonderful, Boss Wang chuckled, then continued. It is rare to meet such a kind-hearted young man like you. I feel compelled to present to you my most prized creations of these past years. You are worthy of acquiring them. Upon finishing his words, Boss Wang brought forth a glass cabinet from behind him, placing it before Ling Chen, filled with an array of colorful vials. At the edge, a blue pendant rested. Ding. You have unlocked the hidden event hidden goods at the item shop. You may purchase corresponding hidden items from the shopkeeper, Wang Ji. Hidden goods? Ling Chen stepped closer, gazing at the assorted bottles. Wang Ji's special strength potion grants 20 physical attack power for 1 hour. Effects do not stack. Price, 10 gold coins. Up to 10 bottles can be purchased. Wang Ji's special magic potion grants 20 magic attack power for 1 hour. Effects do not stack. Price, 10 gold coins. A maximum of 10 bottles can be purchased. Wang Ji's special accuracy potion grants 20 accuracy for 1 hour. Effects do not stack. Price, 20 gold coins. Maximum purchase of 10 bottles. Wang Ji's special speed potion grants 20 movement speed for 1 hour. Effects do not stack. Price, 20 gold coins. Maximum purchase of 10 bottles. Wang Ji's special life potion restores 200 health points for 1 hour. Effects do not stack. Price, 10 gold coins. A maximum of 10 bottles can be purchased. Blessed Sapphire Necklace. Category, necklace. Rank, none. Wear requirement, none. Originally an ordinary sapphire necklace, it has been infused with the blessing of the Fate Goddess from the Moon God clan. When worn, it allows for a one-time revival upon death, fully restored, after activation. The necklace shatters completely and cannot be used again. Price, 2,000 gold coins. Ling Chen. Truly, these hidden items are remarkable, and the effects of these special potions are astonishing. In the novice village stage, a single bottle could enable a player to easily dominate ordinary players of the same level. The sapphire necklace possesses the extraordinary ability of revival upon death. Though powerful, the prices are equally daunting. Strength, magic, and life potions cost 10 gold coins each, while accuracy and speed potions are priced at 20 gold coins. Gold coins. In this phase before currency exchange has been enabled, a single gold coin represents a fortune. Ling Chen rummaged through his backpack. He had amassed a total of 3 gold coins and 7 silver coins, all accumulated without purchasing even a single potion. Yet, he could not afford a single hidden potion. Moreover, possessing 3 gold coins would place him among the wealthier players. An ordinary player would likely struggle to afford even a mere potion. As for the sapphire necklace, it seemed a far-fetched dream. At the current rate of saving in the novice village, he would be lucky to afford it by next year. Noticing Ling Chen's gloomy demeanor, Wang Ji, well aware of his thoughts, smiled and said, I understand that these items are indeed somewhat pricey, but they are the fruits of my labor over the years, and their effects are undeniably excellent. In comparison to their utility, this price is hardly excessive. If you cannot afford them at the moment, I still hope to assist a kind and powerful warrior. Here's a proposition. In the eastern outskirts of a novice village, there lies a place known as the Wolf Cliff, where ferocious wolves roam and often attack humans. My young son was once bitten there, and had it not been for luck, he might have perished in their jaws. Young warrior, if you can hunt down 1,000 of those wolves and bring back their teeth, I shall gift you 1 bottle each of these special potions. Ding! You have triggered the quest Wang Ji's Commission 2. Quest attributes. Hidden. Quest deadline. 3 days. Quest content. Within 3 days, travel to the Wolf Cliff, hunt 1,000 wolves, and bring back 1,000 wolf teeth. Quest rewards. 1 bottle each of Wang Ji's special strength, magic, accuracy, speed, and life potions. Do you accept? Alright, no need to think twice. Ling Chen responded immediately, accepting the quest. This was the first hidden quest he had encountered, and its requirements were indeed beyond the ordinary, demanding the slaughter of a full 1,000 level 5 monsters. However, the reward of 5 special potions, valued at a total of 70 gold coins, was too enticing to ignore. Besides, he had already accepted a task to collect wolf teeth at the blacksmith's, making it convenient to fulfill both. My son collects herbs near the Wolf Cliff every afternoon. If you happen to see him, please send him back early. Those wolves seem more ferocious than usual lately, and I fear he may encounter danger, Wang Ji called out just as Ling Chen was about to leave. Ling Chen journeyed eastward, traversing a vast expanse of fields and a small valley, reaching the edge of the Wolf Cliff in less than half an hour. Yet he had not encountered Wang Ji's son along the way. The Wolf Cliff marked the easternmost edge of Novice Village for 9554, beyond which lay an unfathomable abyss. The atmosphere here was particularly eerie. The wind howled mournfully, and the distant sounds of wolves sent shivers down one's spine. Upon glancing around, Ling Chen noted the rocky heights, where packs of wolves roamed, occasionally howling in unison. Scanning the surroundings, Ling Chen found himself utterly alone. No other players were present. Any player with even a modicum of experience in virtual games would understand that wolves are notoriously troublesome creatures. It is not that they are stronger than monsters of the same level, but rather, they are creatures that prefer to act in packs. Anger 1. And a chorus of howls will summon the entire nearby pack to attack. A sufficiently powerful team might manage to cope, but for an individual or a small group, it is far safer to steer clear. Previously, after defeating the 2-star Elite Boar Chief, he had earned 10 skill potential points. Ling Chen opened his skill panel and allocated 5 points to his soul attack skill, instantly igniting a glow of skill upgrade. Ding! Your skill, Full Power Strike, has successfully upgraded to LV3. Full Power Strike, current level, LV3, maximum level, LV5. Required skill points for LV4, 20. A beginner skill for apprentice warriors, delivering a full force attack with the weapon in hand, dealing 130 of normal attack damage to the target, consuming 5 magic points. With no cooldown time. The points needed for upgrading apprentice skills are relatively few, allowing him to progress from LV1 to LV3 in less than a day. However, it is all too evident that given the exaggerated settings of God Moon, the skill points required for upgrading powerful skills would undoubtedly be astronomical, enough to terrify anyone. The numbers loomed like a spell, compelling seasoned players to relentlessly seek, await, and seize various lowly or formidable bosses. Grasping the extraordinarily rare Crimson Blood Fruit, Ling Chen hesitated for a moment, casting a reluctant glance before consuming it. Instantly, a searing sensation spread within his mouth, cascading down his throat and enveloping his entire being. Ding! You have utilized the special item Crimson Blood Fruit. Your life force has permanently increased by 100. In an instant, Ling Chen's life force surged from 70 to 170. The potency of his full force strike was once again amplified, with his life force more than doubling. Ling Chen drew his novice sword, stepping fearlessly into the perilous domain of the vicious wolves, casting a quick glance at his current attributes. Level 2. Class, Apprentice Warrior. Faction, None. Reputation, 20. Wealth, 3 gold, 7 silver. Skill potential points, 5. Basic attributes, Strength, 20. Constitution, 5. Agility, 5. Spirit, 5. Talent attributes, Luck, 5. Comprehension, 5. Life force, 170. Magic power, 70. Physical attack power, 45. Magic attack power, 10. Physical defense, 10. accuracy, 5, evasion, 5, critical hit rate, 7, break rate, 5, attack speed, 100, movement speed, 100, elemental resistance, water, 0, fire, 0, wind, 0, thunder, 0, earth, 0, light, 0, dark, 0. All free points acquired through leveling up had been allocated to strength, bringing Ling Chen's attack power to 45, the utmost limit achievable for an apprentice warrior under initial conditions. As he stepped within 5 meters of a ferocious wolf, the prowling beast pivoted, its eyes gleaming with murderous intent, and charged toward him with a frenzied aura. Vicious wolf, category, beast, level, 5, life, 170. A particularly savage breed of wolf, known for its pack mentality, it will aggressively attack any intruding beings that come too close. Chapter 15. The elite of the 3 stars. The speed of the ferocious wolf evidently surpassed that of the forest boar, and even before it approached, a menacing aura enveloped the air. As it neared Ling Chen, the wolf's velocity suddenly surged, lunging towards his chest. Whoosh! With a slight sidestep, the violent gust brushed closely against his face, causing a twinge of pain on one side. Ling Chen squinted, and as he shifted his body, his right foot quickly retreated half a step before launching forward, the novice sword thrusting out to strike the wolf twice. 38 miss. The wolf exemplified a creature with high attack power but low defense, its resilience somewhat inferior to that of the forest boar. Yet, it was common knowledge that a wolf's bite would be far more painful than a boar's charge. The wounded wolf let out a pained howl, swiftly turning around but refraining from attacking. Instead, it raised its head to emit a deep wolf howl. Instantly, within a 30-meter radius, all the wolves ceased their actions, howling back in unison, then collectively turned towards Ling Chen's direction. Ling Chen glanced around and counted the wolves advancing towards him. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. Including the one before him, there were a total of 8. In this moment, he was the sole player present. There were no other adventurers to distract the pack. Thus, upon that single howl, all 8 wolves charged at him without hesitation. Faced with such a daunting scenario, even a level 5 player, or even a group of 5 or 6 level 3 players, would undoubtedly flee in terror, never naively believing they could withstand the concentrated assault of 8 wolves. Ling Chen's gaze swept over their positions, yet instead of fleeing from the wolves' territory, he boldly advanced towards the first wolf. Miss. The wolves' evasion capabilities were evidently superior to those of the forest boar and compounded by the level disparity. Out of Ling Chen's 5 attacks, at least 3 were misses. The injured wolf lunged at him with its claws, but it only managed to swipe at thin air. Anticipating its movements with remarkable accuracy, Ling Chen deftly sidestepped, and as the wolf's attack left a fleeting opening, he struck with a flurry of 3 normal attacks. 37 miss. 90. Following a significant miss, a purple damage indicator elegantly floated above the wolf's head. Critical hit. The probability of simultaneously triggering both a critical hit and a breakthrough was minuscule, merely 3 in 1,000. Given Ling Chen's current rates of 5 for breakthroughs and 7 for critical hits. However, when such a phenomenon did occur, the resultant damage was undeniably substantial. Under the force of Ling Chen's attack, the wolf's health plummeted by over half, and coupled with the previous 2 strikes, it was now in a critically wounded state. At that moment, the remaining 7 wolves surged forward from various directions, roaring in frenzy as they lunged towards Ling Chen. The sounds of 7 distinct winds rushed past his ears, and though he could only focus ahead, the images of the 8 wolves vividly materialized in his mind. Wolves possessed tremendous explosive power. Evading a single wolf's frontal assault was a formidable challenge, let alone 7, with one poised to strike from behind. Ling Chen's concentration sharpened, his expression shifting to one of caution. This was the first time he had genuinely focused since entering God Moon. With his heightened perception, far surpassing human limits, he discerned the movements, directions, and trajectories of the 7 wolves as they prepared to pounce. He crouched low, pushing off the ground with his right foot, using an incredible angle to propel himself forward. In that instant, 2 blood-scented gusts whizzed past his back. He lightly touched the ground with his left hand, rolling effortlessly as the 3 wolves attacking from the left missed entirely, while the last 2 collided with each other in a resounding crash. With a swift dash and a roll, Ling Chen stabilized himself at a low stance, perfectly positioned beside the first wolf he had been targeting, and struck out with precision. Miss. The wolf, startled by Ling Chen's sudden appearance at its flank, quickly pivoted. Its jaws gaped wide, sharp fangs aimed at his neck. Yet, Ling Chen's response was far swifter. His sword sliced through the air after the miss, seamlessly transitioning into a backward slash, piercing through the wolf's body. 38. The wolf, already battered by the previous explosive strike, collapsed, its health bar vanishing entirely. It let out a final mournful cry before falling to the ground, dropping a pristine white wolf fang and 2 copper coins. Grabbing the fang, he sensed 3 winds approaching from behind. Ling Chen did not look back. Instead, he immediately reclined into a crouch and swung his right hand upward in a powerful strike. Swish! 3 gray wolf shadows lunged over his body, one of which he struck in the abdomen with all his might. Yet regrettably, it was another significant miss. Ling Chen swiftly rose, evading the attacks of the remaining wolves in the process, and seized an opportunity to thrust forward. The pack of wolves erupted into a frenzy, stirring up clouds of dust amidst their terrifying howls. Ling Chen moved like a phantom, weaving through the dense shadows of the 7 wolves, shifting left and right, at times daringly charging towards the assembled pack he had deliberately enticed together. His movements appeared chaotic, seemingly devoid of strategy. Yet any player witnessing this spectacle would be left aghast, as if observing an otherworldly being. Each of his steps led him to the next fleeting gap, and as he vacated one space, it was quickly filled by a frenzied wolf. Beneath his calm exterior, his mind raced, intertwining countless images in the blink of an eye. A feat beyond imagination. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the span of a second, he had spun through 4 positions as if performing a magic trick. As his toes touched down, he found himself facing a gaping opening within the wolf pack, and he surged towards the fierce wolf he had been targeting, unleashing 2 powerful thrusts. Miss. 58. A blue breakthrough damage indicator floated above the wolf, and amidst its howls, the second wolf fell to the ground, dropping another wolf fang and a red potion. Surrounded by the pack, to an outsider, each of Ling Chen's evasions appeared perilously close to disaster, with the slightest miscalculation potentially leading to his demise beneath the wolf's claws. Yet, within this dense throng of foes, his frequency of attacks remained impressively high, averaging a strike every 3 seconds. Each fleeting moment of opportunity became his precise moment to strike, targeting the same foe until it succumbed. He not only evaded the wolves' assaults, but also exploited their attacks to create openings, skillfully manipulating their positions. Among those he knew, only 2 could achieve such proficiency: Eva and the presumably deceased Hell, the Hell Instructor. As the second wolf fell, Ling Chen found himself navigating the chaos with increasing ease. Though the wolves' attacks grew more ferocious, their explosive power could not touch him. Instead, they became disoriented under his deft control, often striking their own companions in the tumult. Bang! 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 With the final strike delivered with utmost force, the last malevolent wolf fell at Ling Chen's feet. The entire ordeal took less than 5 minutes. Ling Chen retrieved the 8th wolf's tooth and placed it into his backpack, his expression devoid of emotion as he advanced towards the more densely populated area of the wolf pack atop the wolf cliff. He had come to a clear understanding of the drawbacks of engaging in combat beyond his level, particularly the alarming frequency of misses. On average, 3 out of 5 attacks resulted in failure to hit. If only his accuracy could be sufficiently elevated, his efficiency in vanquishing these ferocious wolves would undoubtedly improve significantly. However, he was reluctant to allocate his free attribute points to agility. His current aspiration was to swiftly attain level 5, thereby widening the gap between his level and that of the wolves, and subsequently equip the iron bracers that would enhance his accuracy by 2 points. The efficiency of slaying these wolves would then multiply exponentially. Throughout the afternoon, Ling Chen remained atop the wolf cliff, relentlessly exterminating the wolves. Completing the blacksmith's task required 100 wolf teeth, whereas Wang Ji's task demanded a staggering 1,000. In total, he needed 1,100 wolf teeth. Given his current pace of elimination and the time he could dedicate to the game each day, he estimated that it would take until the following evening to fulfill both tasks. Ding! Congratulations! Your level has increased. You are now level 3. With health at 10, magic at 10, and you have gained 5 free attribute points. After an entire afternoon of slaying wolves, dusk approached, and at last, Ling Chen reached level 3. He finally paused his onslaught, sitting upon a rock at the highest point of the wolf cliff, exhaling in relief. He then casually opened his attribute panel. Instantly, his eyes widened in shock, nearly causing him to tumble into the chasm behind him. The experience required to ascend from level 3 to level 4 was astonishingly more than 5 times that required to progress from level 2 to level 3. This is outrageous. After a brief moment of hesitation, Ling Chen resolved to allocate all his free attribute points to strength. He then assessed the number of wolf teeth in his inventory and glanced at the time before sprinting down the cliff, intent on completing the blacksmith's task before logging off to attend to Shui Ruo. At that moment, a desolate, resonating howl echoed from behind him. Ling Chen halted abruptly, swiftly turning around to discover, in the very spot where he had just stood, a colossal wolf towering over 2 meters tall, its head thrown back in a mighty howl. 3 golden stars gleaming atop its head. A 3-star elite. Chapter 16. The mysterious old man of the novice village, the evil wolf leader. Type: Beast. Level: 5. Grade: 3-star elite. Health: 1250. The leader of the evil wolf pack possesses a physique larger than that of ordinary evil wolves and exhibits a formidable biting power. Its temperament is irritable, and it will initiate attacks on any nearby foreign beings, yet it remains arrogant and unwilling to rely on the strength of its companions. A 1-star elite is generally a stronger version of an ordinary monster. A 2-star typically denotes a chief, and a 3-star usually refers to a leader. Only beyond this level can one encounter true boss-level lords. Originally intending to retreat, Ling Chen halted upon reading the final line of the evil wolf leader's description and turned back towards it. Although this creature presented an enticing challenge as a 3-star elite, Ling Chen had not planned to engage it just yet, as he was nearing the usual dinner hour he shared with Shui Ruo. Should he attack now? A single howl could summon a horde of evil wolves, entangled in their ranks. He could lose an inordinate amount of time, leaving Shui Ruo in a state of hunger. However, if it were the only one, the circumstances would be entirely different. As he stepped into the evil wolf leader's aggro range, a pair of menacing wolf eyes locked onto him. With a howl, the evil wolf leader charged forward, its enormous form moving slightly faster than that of ordinary evil wolves. A wave of tremendous pressure washed over him, if struck by this level 5 3-star elite. Even with the additional 100 health from the blood fruit, he would likely lose at least a third of his life. Glancing at his position relative to the evil wolf leader and thoughtfully surveying the ground, Ling Chen suddenly pivoted and sprinted towards the cliff's edge. The evil wolf leader relentlessly pursued its fleeing target, its speed reaching its utmost limit. Ling Chen's pace was no match for even a common savage creature, let alone the evil wolf leader, which quickly closed the distance behind him. He soon heard a thunderous roar as a massive paw, the size of his head, lunged toward him, glinting ominously in the light. With a swift movement, Ling Chen narrowly evaded the attack, his body sliding to the ground. The evil wolf leader, propelled by its momentum, crashed down just as Ling Chen spotted a flash of light in its eyes. From his prone position, he kicked out his right foot with force, striking the front paw of the evil wolf leader just as it landed. This kick felt akin to striking steel, causing Ling Chen to grimace in pain. Although the force was insignificant to the evil wolf leader, the combination of running swiftly down the sloped terrain and attempting to pounce would impede its ability to stop in time. Consequently, the front half of its body lost balance and tumbled violently to the ground, rolling down the inclined cliffside with a cacophony of furious howls. Ling Chen quickly regained his footing and dashed towards the cliff's base. When the evil wolf leader finally came to a halt, dazed and surrounded by little stars, it was evident that it had succumbed to confusion. Leaping down from the cliff, Ling Chen delivered a powerful strike to the incapacitated evil wolf leader. The evil wolf leader's defensive capabilities were only marginally superior to those of ordinary evil wolves, allowing Ling Chen to relentlessly diminish its health with each calculated blow. 52, 51, 52, 104. With a roar of fury, the evil wolf leader rose, its sharp claws slashing towards Ling Chen. Undeterred, Ling Chen pressed forward, evading the claws and lunging to strike its neck. As the claws came again, he ducked low, slipping beneath its massive form and delivering 2 successive strikes to its legs. Despite the relentless assault, the evil wolf leader grew disoriented, unable to locate Ling Chen amidst its rage. As it turned, Ling Chen swiftly repositioned himself behind the colossal beast, striking once more with a decisive blow that elicited another furious howl. The evil wolf leader, a towering figure nearly 4 meters long and over 2 meters high, became a shield for Ling Chen, enabling him to deftly maneuver around it. Each time it attempted to retaliate, Ling Chen would vanish from sight, reappearing from behind or beneath its bulk, striking with precision while evading its grasp. The creature's roars grew more furious, its movements increasingly erratic, yet it remained unable to land a single hit on Ling Chen. Although his attacks often missed, the spectral nature of his movements gradually whittled away at the evil wolf leader's life, reducing it from full health to half, then to a quarter. After 5 minutes, amidst a sorrowful howl, the newly born 3-star elite succumbed, collapsing in defeat. In its final moments, it had not laid a single claw upon Ling Chen. Ding! You have successfully slain the 3-star elite evil wolf leader, earning 15 reputation and 15 skill potential points. 5 silver coins fell from the evil wolf leader, accompanied by a pair of yellow glowing shoes. Could these be bronze equipment? Ling Chen swiftly collected them. Wolfskin shoes. Type: footwear, grade, bronze. Equipment requirement: level 5 or above for any profession. Rough shoes crafted from wolfskin. Attributes: defense 8, constitution 2, agility 2. Indeed, they were bronze equipment. This was Ling Chen's first piece of bronze gear in the world of Shenyu, and it was fittingly impressive, bestowing an additional 4 attribute points at level 5. Unfortunately, like the steel bracers, they could only be equipped at level 5. This miserly 3-star elite dropped only this item, along with several remarkably large white fangs, far exceeding those of ordinary savage wolves. Sharp wolf fangs. Teeth from the evil wolf leader, as tough as steel and exceptionally sharp. The evil wolf leader yielded a total of 9 such fangs, which Ling Chen collected diligently. Departing the evil wolf cliff, he set his course towards the novice village. Upon his return, he hurried directly to the blacksmith shop. Just as he was about to enter, he caught sight of a disheveled, filthy figure seated against the dilapidated wall of the village, a frail old man, his attire in tatters, with hair and beard resembling a tangled nest. He sat hunched over, hands clasped in front of him, motionless in the corner, and even from a distance, Ling Chen could faintly detect an unpleasant odor wafting toward him. Glancing at the ramshackle hut beside the old man, Ling Chen pondered. Could this be the madman the village chief warned him to avoid? The chief's warnings had likely been relayed to every player he had spoken with, yet that did not guarantee compliance. In fact, the more the chief warned against approaching, the more some players would be tempted. This peculiar old man might very well conceal an extraordinary hidden quest of monumental proportions. Thus, a player cautiously approached. As he drew near, his expression contorted momentarily, clearly on the verge of fainting from the foul stench. He managed to compose himself and, with a face full of eagerness, addressed the old man. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" The old man remained oblivious, not even twitching an eyebrow. "Excuse me, good sir. Do you require any assistance?" Yet the old man remained unresponsive, sitting there like a weathered statue. "Perhaps I could help you back to your dwelling. The sun is quite harsh outside, and prolonged exposure is detrimental." Still, there was no reaction from the old man. With a determined grit, the player ventured forth, attempting to lift the odoriferous old man. "Get lost." The once silent elder finally erupted with a hoarse roar, his frail hand suddenly swinging out, striking the player with a forceful slap. With a resounding thud, amidst the cries of distress, the player was hurled away like a withered leaf caught in a tempest. Soaring from the westernmost edge of the village to the easternmost, a damage number slowly faded in the air, 90,000. Ling Chen's eyes widened in shock, his throat constricting as he inhaled sharply. If his mind was not playing tricks on him, nor were his eyes deceiving him, the old man's casual slap had inflicted a staggering 5-digit damage. The players who had gathered to witness the spectacle were left dumbfounded. Some so startled they collapsed to the ground, their faces drained of color. A 5-digit figure, or rather, it was perilously close to 6 digits, a truly terrifying amount of damage. The disheveled old man retracted his hand, resuming his prior pose, utterly motionless. The spectators instinctively began to retreat, none daring to step closer. Minutes later, a post detailing the mysterious elder of the novice village, numbered 49554, who had dealt a staggering 90,000 damage with a single slap, flooded the Shenhua International Forum's Huaxiao section. Chapter 17. The Rescue of Wang Xiaoming Master Tai. Here are the 100 wolf fangs you requested. Upon entering the blacksmith shop, Ling Chen handed over the 100 fangs to the blacksmith. "Oh, you actually completed the task so quickly," the blacksmith remarked, astonished as he glanced at Ling Chen. He could tell at a glance that Ling Chen was only at level 3. The speed at which he completed the task at this level truly surprised him. "By the way, Master Tai, would these fangs from the wolves be more suitable as forging materials?" Ling Chen presented the 9 sharp fangs extracted from the wolf leader before the blacksmith. These are the razor-sharp fangs that only the leader of the wolves possesses. If used for forging, they could certainly yield even sharper weapons. Young warrior, you actually managed to slay the wolf leader. That is quite remarkable, the blacksmith exclaimed, his expression one of astonishment. He scrutinized Ling Chen once more and continued. To have killed at least 100 wolves in your current state, along with the leader, it seems you are a true warrior. I initially planned to reward you with a steel short sword, but such an ordinary weapon hardly suits you. If you are willing to part with these sharp fangs from the wolf leader, I can forge a far superior weapon for you. Ding. Would you like to give the 9 sharp wolf fangs to the blacksmith, allowing him to forge an unknown weapon for you? Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Chen immediately agreed and handed over all the fangs to the blacksmith. The blacksmith nodded. Excellent. I will need some time to forge it, but it won't take long. Come back in 2 hours. and I hope to present you with a surprise." With that, the blacksmith turned back to his work at the forge. "By the way, Master Tai, what is the story of the old man living at the back? Do you know his origins?" Ling Chen inquired, recalling the terrifying scene of the old man inflicting dreadful damage with a single slap. That moment had shocked many players, including himself. The blacksmith did not turn around but replied calmly, "I don't know. All I know is that he is a madman, and the villagers know nothing about him. When he goes insane, it is quite frightening. Do not attempt to approach him." Having obtained no useful information, Ling Chen could only give up. He glanced at the time and logged off from the blacksmith shop. As usual, he prepared dinner, fed Shui Ruo after she finished eating, and spent over an hour playing video games with her. He cared for her as if she were his beloved daughter, showering her with meticulous attention every day. When night fully enveloped the world, he gently cradled the soft form of Ling Shui Ruo, watching as she drifted into a peaceful slumber. 3 years prior, she had contracted Asloka. 2 years ago, her parents, also infected with the Asloka virus, had passed away one after the other. Those were the darkest and most despairing years of Shui Ruo's life. During that time, she could only sleep nestled in Ling Chen's arms. Gradually, this had become an unbreakable habit for her. For the past 2 years, every day had unfolded in this manner. Lying beside Shui Ruo, Ling Chen closed his eyes, not to sleep, but to re-enter the world of Shunyu. To complete the shopkeeper's quest, he needed 1,000 wolf fangs, which meant he would have to battle at the wolf cliff for an extended period. However, with the average player level nearing 4, it would not be long before the wolf cliff became crowded with many players leveling up or completing quests. At that time, it would no longer be a territory solely belonging to him, and the speed of collecting wolf fangs would slow considerably. Thus, after much contemplation, he decided to fight through the night. In a flash of white light, he appeared in the blacksmith shop where he had logged off. Upon seeing him, the blacksmith paused his work, wiped the sweat from his brow, and cheerfully said, "Young warrior, you arrived just in time. Your weapon has just been forged. Here, take this. I believe it will satisfy you." With that, the blacksmith handed him a short sword gleaming with a cold, icy light. Ding! A notification rang in Ling Chen's ears as the blacksmith completed the task, and he received a special reward. Ling Chen took the glimmering short sword and examined its attributes. Wolf Fang Sword. Category: one-handed sword. Grade: bronze. Equipment requirement: level 5 or above for any profession. A short sword crafted from sharp wolf fangs and fine steel, incredibly sharp. Attributes: attack 18, strength 3, critical rate 1. A bronze level weapon. Ling Chen felt a surge of delight. It is worth noting that with Shun Yu's meager drop rate, obtaining a steel equipment on the very first day of the game was already a matter of pride. Possessing a bronze piece would invite envy and jealousy wherever one went. As for silver equipment, its appearance during the novice village phase was so rare that it could almost be disregarded. Now, Ling Chen had 2 bronze pieces, but regrettably, both required level 5 to equip. Thanking the blacksmith, he exited the shop and made his way towards the wolf cliff. He understood his own constitution. Just 2 to 3 hours of sleep each day sufficed. Moreover, during gameplay, his mind was in a semi-sleep state, and even an ordinary person could endure several days without logging off without severe consequences. Therefore, although it was already nighttime, the online player count in Shun Yu had not noticeably declined. Wherever Ling Chen went, the crowds remained thick, at least more so than the number of monsters. During the day, he cared for Shui Ruo, and he had resolved to focus his gaming time primarily in the evenings. He and Shui Ruo slept together. If she needed him, she only had to gently nudge him, and he would sense it, logging off immediately. Reaching the eastern outskirts of the novice village, Ling Chen found that players had become scarce, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He hastened towards the wolf cliff. Upon arrival, however, he discovered that not a single wolf was present at the edge. Before he could ponder this, a panicked cry pierced the air. "Help! Help me!" Ling Chen looked up towards the cliff top. A boy, dressed in coarse cloth and appearing no older than 15 or 16, was scrambling away in terror, pursued by 5 ferocious wolves. With his escape route blocked, he could only run desperately towards the cliff top, where more wolves awaited. If he was forced to the edge, it would surely be a dead end. Wait, that SA player. No, it appears not. Ah, warrior, warrior, please save me, and I will repay you. The boy spotted Ling Chen and shouted hoarsely. A notification chimed in Ling Chen's ears. Ding. You have triggered the quest Rescue Wang Xiaoming. Quest attributes: random, quest deadline, none, quest content. Rescue NPC Wang Xiaoming from danger and escort him back to the novice village item shop. Quest reward: unknown. Hello, Xiaoming. Random quests are a type of ordinary task distinct from regular quests. They appear without fixed locations or patterns, arising based on immediate circumstances, and are not always available for acceptance. They may disappear within a short, unpredictable time frame. For instance, the quest to rescue Wang Xiaoming would only exist until he was bitten by the wolves. If no one intervened before that, the quest would naturally vanish. If the person were bitten, the quest could not possibly remain. Thud. In his frantic escape, Wang Xiaoming stumbled over a rock and fell to the ground, looking back in horror at the approaching wolves. Given the distance between Ling Chen and him, there was no way he could reach him in time. Ling Chen swiftly advanced, his gaze scanning the surroundings with alacrity. With a sudden pivot, he seized 5 fragments of stone at his feet and, while in motion, hurled them forcefully ahead. The 5 stones traced unique trajectories, each seemingly guided by an unseen force as they accurately struck an approaching wolf. Hitting a target with a single stone is a modest feat. Achieving the same with 2 stones aimed at different targets is quite impressive. But to launch 5 stones while in rapid motion and hit 5 swiftly moving targets can only be described as extraordinary. In unison, the 5 struck wolves whirled around, their collective hatred converging upon Ling Chen, who faced them resolutely. Despite their number, they posed no threat. He engaged them with his novice sword, dispatching them one by one. Within 2 minutes, all 5 wolves lay defeated at his feet. Gathering the wolf fangs and copper coins from the ground, Ling Chen approached the still trembling NPC and inquired, "Are you all right?" Wang Xiaoming rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothes, his face pale as he replied, "I'm fine, I'm fine." Phew, that was truly terrifying. I thought I was going to be devoured by those wolves. I only intended to gather a few rare herbs near the cliff, but unexpectedly, 2 wolves ventured out of their territory to attack me. Thankfully, I managed to flee quickly. Brave warrior, I cannot express my gratitude enough for saving me. My heart is still racing, and I am hesitant to traverse those monsters' domain alone. Could you escort me home? My house is in the item shop in the village. Oh, so this is the shopkeeper's young son who often collects herbs near the wolf cliff. Ling Chen promptly agreed and escorted Wang Xiaoming back to the novice village. Safely returned to the item shop, Wang Xiaoming rushed to his father, Wang Ji, nearly bursting into tears from his lingering fear. "Father, it's so good to see you. I almost thought I'd never see you again." What happened?" Wang Ji exclaimed, startled. "I was gathering herbs near the wolf cliff when I was attacked by wolves. I nearly lost my life to them. But this brave warrior appeared just in time to save me and brought me back safely. Without him, I would truly have been lost forever." Wang Xiaoming recounted the harrowing experience, his emotions evident. Upon learning of the events, Wang Ji was drenched in cold sweat from the fright. He turned to Ling Chen, gratitude radiating from his countenance. "Thank you, young warrior. Thank you for saving my son. As a token of my appreciation, I wish to gift you my collection amassed over the years. It rightfully belongs to a valiant soul such as yourself." With that, Wang Ji produced the hidden items he had previously shown Ling Chen and transferred them all to him. Ding! You have successfully completed the quest rescue Wang Xiaoming. As Wang Xiaoming sustained no injuries throughout the ordeal, the quest completion is deemed perfect. You will receive the utmost rewards: 10 reputation points, 20 gold coins, 900 experience points, and 10 each of Wang Ji's special strength potion, Wang Ji's special magic potion, Wang Ji's special accuracy potion, Wang Ji's special speed potion, and Wang Ji's special life potion, alongside a unique equipment piece, Blessed Sapphire Necklace. Ding! The quest Wang Ji's commission too has been automatically cancelled. Chapter 18. The Golden Werewolf, having acquired a total of 50 potions and a necklace imbued with resurrection capabilities. Even the steadfast Ling Chen found himself momentarily speechless, struggling to believe the reality of his fortune. Previously, he had unhesitatingly accepted the arduous task of collecting 1,000 wolf fangs for a mere 5 potions. Yet now, he had attained an astonishing 50 potions along with a necklace valued at 2,000 gold coins. It was simply overwhelming. However, to speak candidly, the seemingly fortuitous task Ling Chen had stumbled upon was, in fact, exceedingly difficult. Had it been any other player, or even a large team in his place, they would not have been able to attract the ire of 5 ferocious wolves simultaneously in such a critical moment to save Wang Xiaoming, all while ensuring that Wang Xiaoming remained unscathed. Thus, such extravagant rewards were not entirely unwarranted. Though each potion was limited to 10, their efficacy in critical moments would be formidable. After securing the potions and the sapphire necklace, Ling Chen expressed his gratitude to the shopkeeper and returned to the wolf cliff, weaving through the pack of wolves and ruthlessly slaying them. As he repeated his actions of wolf slaying, his experience steadily grew, inching him closer to level 4. While the night enveloped Huaxia, the sun blazed brightly on the opposite side of the earth. At the headquarters of the Tianyi Group, the world's largest virtual gaming company and the publisher of Divine Moon, A voice echoed. What do you still want? Release my granddaughter. I have complied with everything you asked. Oh, dear Mr. Smith, please do not be agitated. Your granddaughter has been kept perfectly safe. She is enjoying herself immensely in the world of Divine Moon and is reluctant to leave. Rest assured, we shall not harm you or your family. As long as you comply with our requests. You have performed admirably thus far, but to exercise caution, we must monitor you closely. Of course, it is merely supervision. As long as you do not engage in actions we disapprove of, we will not interfere. Should you have any requests, we shall assist you. You madman. Tell me what conspiracy lies within Divine Moon. Conspiracy? Oh no. There is no conspiracy within. In fact, we do not even know what it holds. Just like now. We remain in the dark. You are treating humanity as guinea pigs. Dear Mr. Smith, please remain calm. Creating a virtual world that impacts all of humanity has not always been your greatest aspiration. Look at Divine Moon now. Its first-day player count has already surpassed any peak in virtual gaming history. With our assistance, you have realized your dream, have you not? Guinea pigs. Perhaps. You lunatics. Thank you for your praise, but I suggest you remain silent. Otherwise, your lovely granddaughter may find herself trapped within the world of Divine Moon forever. With a mere press of this button, a significant portion of America could vanish from the earth. Do you believe that? Ding. Congratulations. Your level has increased. You are now level 4, with 10 health, 10 magic, and have gained 5 free attribute points. Ding. You have mastered the Apprentice Warrior skill, Small Arc Slash. After battling through the night without a moment's respite, Ling Chen finally reached level 4. He allocated all his free attribute points to strength. With this level increase, the oppressive force of the wolves diminished significantly, enhancing his attack accuracy against them and naturally boosting his efficiency. Opening his attributes panel, Ling Chen examined the newly learned apprentice skill. Small Arc Slash, current level, LV1. Maximum level, LV5. Required skill points to level up to LV2, 5. An apprentice warrior's basic skill that executes a horizontal slash with the weapon, creating a small arc that inflicts 90 of normal attack damage to up to 3 targets within a 2-meter range. Consumes 5 magic points and has no cooldown. The second skill of an apprentice warrior is a group attack skill. Although it can only target 3 foes, it proves immensely beneficial against multiple adversaries. Without hesitation, Ling Chen spent his remaining 5 skill potential points on Small Arc Slash, and with a flash of brilliance, the skill leveled up to 2. Small Arc Slash, current level, LV2, maximum level, LV5. Required skill points to level up to LV3, 25. An apprentice warrior's basic skill that executes a horizontal slash with the weapon, creating a small arc that inflicts 100 of normal attack damage to up to 3 targets within a 3-meter range. Consumes 6 magic points and has no cooldown. With the upgrade, the power of Small Arc Slash increased, and its range expanded from 2 meters to 3, significantly enhancing its practicality. Ling Chen promptly turned and charged at 2 wolves standing together, executing a Small Arc Slash that enveloped both. 55, 54. Both wolves were struck simultaneously, losing nearly a third of their health. As they turned to attack, Ling Chen unleashed another Small Arc Slash. After reaching level 4, his attack accuracy against the wolves improved noticeably. With a series of Small Arc Slashes, combined with a powerful strike, the 2 wolves fell within mere seconds. Having reached level 4, and with the addition of Small Arc Slash, his efficiency in exterminating wolves surged, though the consumption of magic points also escalated significantly. He had to return to the novice village to replenish his blue potions before continuing his pursuit of level 5 at the Wolf Cliff, all while keeping an eye on the commotion in the west. It was only a matter of time before other players would flood into this area. After 4 hours of relentless combat at the Wolf Cliff, dawn was approaching, and it was nearly 6 o'clock. Just an hour left to prepare breakfast for Shui Ra and take her out to enjoy the morning breeze. Ling Chen glanced at his experience. Already at 50 of level 4, and he was not far from level 5. Still, no other players had arrived. Ling Chen walked to a safe zone, sheathed his weapon, and prepared to log off. Though his constitution was extraordinary, a brief rest would still be prudent. An hour's sleep was sufficient for him. Just as Ling Chen was about to issue the command to log off, an incredibly loud and prolonged wolf howl resonated throughout the Wolf Cliff. This howl was unlike that of ordinary wolves. It surpassed even the howls of the 3-star elite wolf leader he had previously slain in both volume and authority. Ling Chen looked up at the Wolf Cliff. At the summit, on a rock, stood a colossal wolf nearly 3 meters tall, its head raised to the sky, exuding the proud demeanor of a ruler gazing down upon its domain. Its fur was not gray, but instead bore a faint golden sheen. Surrounding it, The previously roaming wolves all prostrated themselves before it, their bodies trembling in fear. Golden Warwolf. Type: Beast. Level 7. Rank: Lord. Health: 6,000. The King of the Wolf Cliff. The supreme lord among the pack, radiating golden light, possessing teeth and claws capable of effortlessly tearing apart living beings. Its authoritative howl can slay all nearby targets and induce dizziness. Gazing at the majestic golden warwolf atop the cliff, revered by the pack like the sun surrounded by stars, Ling Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. A lord boss. It was indeed a lord boss. The elites from 1 to 3 stars were merely that, elites. Only upon reaching the rank of lord did one truly become a boss in the fullest sense. Its capabilities, be it life, defense, attack, or speed, overwhelmingly surpass those of a 3-star elite. What is truly terrifying, however, is that a lord boss typically possesses diverse and sophisticated attack skills, coupled with a degree of intelligence. A lord boss is far more formidable than 10 3-star elites of the same level. The level 7 lord boss Ling Chen did not advance. He cast a glance at his own equipment, hesitating whether to attempt a challenge. For even he harbored considerable doubts about overcoming such a powerful lord boss, especially given that his current equipment was woefully inadequate and his attributes were excessively extreme. While he might manage against lesser elites devoid of skills and intellect, facing a lord boss, particularly one 3 levels above him, with his current gear, instilled little confidence. It is worth noting that taking on a similarly leveled lord boss typically requires the concerted efforts of dozens, if not more, players. Yet, the allure of the lord boss was undeniably enticing. Ling Chen was acutely aware of the minuscule probability of a lord boss appearing. The Golden War Wolf before him might well be the first lord boss spawned in the Novice Village 49554. If word of its emergence were to spread, the treacherous Wolf Cliff would soon be inundated with players. Should he choose to forego this opportunity, it would not be long before others arrived to discover it, leaving him with no chance to strike. Missing this one would render the prospect of encountering another lord boss a distant hope. After half a minute of silence, Ling Chen summoned his novice sword once more and calmly approached the Wolf Cliff. He had resolved to challenge this Golden War Wolf, which even dozens of level 7 players might struggle to defeat, armed solely with his level 4 physique and novice sword. Should he choose to engage, victory was imperative, for he could never afford to suffer defeat. Chapter 19. Into the Abyss step by step. Inching closer, Ling Chen approached the Golden War Wolf, which remained oblivious to his presence, gazing haughtily at the sky, perhaps deeming a feeble human beneath its notice. Ling Chen halted, picked up a stone from the ground, and hurled it at the Golden War Wolf, striking its head. Enraged, the wolf let out a furious howl and leaped from the rocks, launching itself directly toward Ling Chen's position. The sheer force of its leap took Ling Chen by surprise. The Golden War Wolf, without a running start, soared nearly 10 meters straight up, descending upon him with an overwhelming sense of pressure that momentarily stole his breath away. Such explosive power and agility. Its speed was at least double that of an ordinary wolf. Creatures with such rapid movement posed the gravest challenge for Ling Chen, as they severely restricted his own mobility and maneuverability. As the Golden War Wolf lunged at him, Ling Chen pushed off the ground with all his might, executing a swift leap backward. Almost simultaneously, the wolf crashed down where he had just stood, sending dust billowing around them. Yet, after landing, the Golden War Wolf paused only for a heartbeat before pivoting and charging once more toward Ling Chen. What remarkable agility! Ling Chen felt a shiver run down his spine, leaving him no time for contemplation. Reacting like lightning, he spun on his left foot and crouched low. The rush of wind grazed his face, stinging painfully. Gritting his teeth, as the Golden War Wolf narrowly brushed past him, he unleashed a flurry of 3 quick strikes with his novice sword before it could land. Miss, 32. Of the 3 attacks, 2 missed, and the single hit was mitigated by the wolf's formidable defenses. Without a moment's pause, Ling Chen swiftly turned and darted behind the wolf, delivering a powerful thrust. Miss. Retrieving his novice sword, just as he prepared to strike again, an acute sense of danger surged through him. Without hesitation, he fell to the ground, pressing himself flat. A golden wolf tail, over 2 meters long, swept perilously close above his head. Had his reaction been even a fraction slower, he would have been sent sprawling by that tail. It could even attack with its tail, with gritted teeth. Ling Chen realized that his strategy of circling the Golden War Wolf was utterly futile. Thus, he found himself entirely on the defensive as the wolf launched relentless assaults, its explosive power and agility forcing Ling Chen into a perilous situation where evasion was his only recourse. Another terrifying lunge, Ling Chen narrowly evaded, glancing back to assess the terrain for potential escape routes. In that moment, however, he noticed the golden werewolf had stopped, tilting its head back, its golden aura intensifying. With a resonant howl, it unleashed a powerful roar. This is bad. Panic surged through Ling Chen as he turned and fled with all his might. A deep, resounding howl reverberated through the entire wolf cliff, and as the howl echoed, a circle of golden light radiated from the wolf, extending outward until it reached a distance of 5 meters before dissipating. Though Ling Chen had managed to retreat in time, he was still caught at the very edge of the area of effect. 108. A 3-digit damage notification floated above Ling Chen's head, causing his health to plummet by more than half. Had he not consumed a blood fruit, this blow would have surely been fatal. As his health dwindled, his mind jolted, his consciousness fragmenting rapidly. This was the stunning effect of the golden werewolf's sonic attack. After the howl, the wolf disdainfully regarded the now-dazed Ling Chen, leaping forward to claw at his motionless form. The sharp wind sliced toward Ling Chen's body, and just as the wolf's golden claw was about to pierce his chest, his once dazed eyes suddenly regained clarity. His body shot backward like an arrow released from a bow, narrowly avoiding the wolf's lethal strike. And he quickly retrieved a red potion to restore his health. Ordinary players would be stunned for at least 3 seconds after being hit by the wolf's sonic attack. Yet Ling Chen recovered in less than 2 seconds, reacting with blinding speed the moment the dizziness faded. The golden werewolf momentarily hesitated before charging again with a fierce roar. Sweat pouring down his back, Ling Chen could only retreat, losing all opportunity to counterattack. Under the relentless pursuit of the golden werewolf, he was gradually forced toward the summit of Wolf Cliff. After another leap back, Ling Chen's back collided with a hard rock, and he found himself at the very peak of the cliff. Glancing behind him, he executed a swift maneuver, taking refuge behind the boulder, eyeing the golden werewolf with steely determination. "You are finished." Pressing his hand against the boulder, which was over 2 meters wide and more than a meter high, Ling Chen squinted at the golden werewolf, slowly raising his novice sword. Suddenly, a booming shout echoed from below the cliff. The boss has appeared. We found it. Quickly, notify the guild leader. Tell them we discovered the boss. Gather everyone." Unbeknownst to him, a team of over 30 players had arrived at the edge of Wolf Cliff. The leader, clad in shimmering blue light armor and wielding a wooden longbow, stared wide-eyed at the colossal golden wolf, his voice trembling with excitement. What did the appearance of the boss signify? It meant a wealth of skill points, prestige, experience, and coveted high-tier equipment and items. However, the likelihood of encountering a boss was exceedingly rare. Since the game's inception, the Novice Village 49554 had never reported such an occurrence. Their unexpected encounter felt akin to a fortuitous windfall from the heavens, igniting their enthusiasm. At last, players had arrived. Ling Chen's brow furrowed in alarm. "There's someone above." "Forget him, he's as good as dead," foolishly attempting to challenge the boss. The audacity. "Archers, mages, everyone, focus your attacks on the boss. And take out that pesky one nearby." The leader barked orders, pointing upward. Instantly, a dozen archers and mages surged forward, racing toward the cliff summit. With their current numbers, they stood no chance against the boss. Their only option was to engage in hit-and-run tactics while awaiting reinforcements. A long howl erupted from the golden werewolf, echoing across the cliff, but this howl was different from the previous sonic attack. Just as Ling Chen prepared to strike during the wolf's vocalization, a cacophony of howls erupted around him. In response to the golden werewolf's call, every wolf on the cliff turned and charged toward Ling Chen's position, a tide of wolves surging forth. Ling Chen. Confronting a solitary golden werewolf is already an arduous endeavor. Now, an inevitable player team has emerged, poised to strike at the creature. What was even more unexpected was that a single howl from the golden werewolf summoned all the ferocious wolves. Though Ling Chen was reluctant to accept it, he had to recognize that vanquishing this golden werewolf today was an unattainable goal. Such is the formidable power of a lord boss. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 feral wolves had encroached upon him, lunging with vicious intent. Reluctantly abandoning hope, Ling Chen swiftly redirected his thoughts, searching for an opportunity to escape the encirclement of wolves and flee from the precipice of the wolf cliff. As 2 wolves lunged towards him simultaneously, he swiftly crouched, pressing his body against the rocky surface, executing a rapid maneuver that allowed him to evade both attacks. However, the moment he stabilized, a palpable sense of danger surged toward him. Within his constricted pupils, he beheld a chaotic flurry of arrows and elemental projectiles hurtling directly at him. Such assaults would surely strike him, regardless of whether he remained still or attempted to move forward, left, or right. Only retreating offered a chance to evade. Yet retreating would thrust him directly into the clutches of the golden werewolf and the surrounding feral wolves. More wolves were already converging upon his location, making any subsequent escape exceedingly difficult. At this juncture, he found himself devoid of choices. His body, still unsteady, executed a distorted leap backward. The players, fearful of approaching, had positioned themselves just within range to strike at the wolf pack, and Ling Chen's backward leap fortuitously carried him beyond the reach of the arrows and elemental attacks, narrowly escaping. However, in his hasty evasion, he stumbled upon landing, careening backward until he reached the edge of the cliff, perilously close to plunging into the unfathomable abyss behind him. Yet, coming to a halt did not equate to safety. Before he could rise, a piercing wolf howl echoed in his ears. The howl resonated as a golden light surged toward him. With the abyss at his back, retreat was impossible. Ling Chen could only watch helplessly as the sonic wave from the golden warwolf struck him once more. 105. His consciousness fragmented again. Yet under the strain of his indomitable will, he rapidly regained clarity. However, the moment his mind cleared, a ferocious wolf pounced upon him. Bang! The impact sent him staggering backward, his footing lost, and he plummeted into the howling winds below. As he fell into the abyss, his icy gaze discerned the name of the player group leader, Black Flame Mad Bao. Chapter 20. The Depths of the Abyss. As Ling Chen plummeted from the wolf's abyss, the golden warwolf and its pack of vicious wolves swiftly shifted their focus, turning to face the group of players below. With a formidable howl from the golden warwolf, all the malevolent wolves charged at those players who had driven Ling Chen into the abyss. Facing just a single ferocious wolf was already daunting. Now, over 100 savage wolves surged forth, led by a fearsome boss. The archers and mages at the forefront were instantly paralyzed with fear, ceasing their attacks and fleeing in panic. Fortunately, they had maintained their distance well, and before being overtaken, they all managed to escape to a safe zone. However, before they could catch their breath, they were horrified to see the golden giant wolf burst forth from the confines of the wolf's abyss, entering the safe zone with an imposing air and lunging towards them. Quick, retreat! The startled players were thrown into disarray, but the golden warwolf was incredibly swift. The mage at the back of the group, just as he prepared to run, was caught by the golden warwolf, which pounced ferociously upon him, killing him instantly. Then, with a long leap, it landed in the midst of the fleeing players, raising its wolf head to howl, unleashing a sound wave that enveloped 8 players attempting to escape. Howl, whimper. 101, 99, 85, 100. 3 apprentice elementalists and 2 apprentice archers were directly slain, while the lone surviving apprentice warrior and 2 apprentice shield bearers were left with critically low health and stunned by the sonic attack. With a swift lash of its tail, the golden warwolf knocked the 2 shield bearers to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the golden warwolf had swept away 9 players like leaves in the wind. Black Flame, the archer, was sweating profusely as he shouted, "All shield bearers, hold it off." The last 4 shield bearers gritted their teeth and charged forward, using their wooden shields to confront the golden warwolf. As the most resilient and defensive class, they played a pivotal role in fending off powerful monsters. However, it was utterly unrealistic for 4 level 4 shield bearers to withstand a level 7 boss. The golden warwolf's first pounce sent all 4 shield bearers tumbling to the ground, and with 2 merciless stomps, they succumbed to the beast's relentless assaults. Thanks to the sacrifice of these 4 expendable shields, the remaining players finally managed to flee. The golden warwolf glanced at them, but chose not to pursue, returning to the peak of the wolf's abyss, where it stood proudly, surveying the players who dared not approach. Minutes later, waves of players arrived at the base of the wolf's abyss. For reasons unknown, news of the boss's appearance had spread, and as the allure became irresistible, countless players surged towards the scene. In the blink of an eye, the area beneath the abyss was filled with a throng of eager players. This boss was discovered by our Black Flame Guild first. Please show some courtesy and refrain from attacking. We can discuss it amicably in the future. As the crowd grew, Black Flame's expression darkened. He realized that his hopes of claiming the boss for himself were fading. Among the throng, he recognized the names of numerous formidable guilds within the virtual gaming world of China. What is wrong with the Black Flame Guild? This boss isn't yours to claim. Whoever seizes it first owns it. A voice boomed from the crowd. Heh, the boss is indeed up for grabs for anyone with the ability to claim it, isn't it? A nonchalant voice echoed nearby. Black Flame shot a glare at the speaker, his expression freezing as he recognized the figure. The Yanwang Alliance had also arrived. As more and more players gathered, greedy gazes fixated on the shimmering golden wolf, yet none dared to step forward. For the first to act would not only become fodder but also the target of collective ire. The atmosphere before the wolf's abyss grew increasingly tense, heralding a brutal melee between players and monsters, and among players themselves. instigated by the presence of the boss. Ling Chen's restless heart had finally settled, for he had been in free fall for a full minute. The howling wind drowned out his hearing, and as he descended into the abyss, his heart brimmed with resentment. Though he knew he could not defeat the Golden War Wolf, he was determined to escape. Even a horde of wolves would not impede him. Yet, just as he calculated his escape route, a barrage of arrows and elemental projectiles rained down upon him, forcing him backward into what felt like an endless chasm. Black Flame. He recalled the name that had echoed throughout the virtual gaming world of China 3 years prior. A guild with enough prowess to rank among the top 30 guilds in the country. I, Ling Chen, have reached a day where I could be driven to death. He muttered, the name Black Flame reverberating in his mind, his eyes gleaming with resolve. Having plummeted to an unknown depth, darkness enveloped him. His descent had reached its zenith. At such an altitude, he could have died countless times over. What manner of abyss was this, so terrifyingly profound? The Divine Moon continent was divided into land and water, and at this depth, he should have long since reached the water's surface. The village chief had once mentioned that novice villages were scattered islands amidst an endless sea, and the edges of these villages were surrounded by vast oceans. The existence of this abyss defied all logic. Regardless, at such a height, death was inevitable. Suddenly, a flicker of faint light caught Ling Chen's eye. He froze momentarily. At this depth, light from above could not penetrate. Why then was there a glimmer? Could it be? Ling Chen swiftly glanced downward, and a radiant white expanse came into view. This illumination emanated from below. Simultaneously, the surrounding air currents began to shift noticeably. He was nearing the bottom of the abyss. All of Ling Chen's thoughts converged as he took a deep breath, resolutely closed his eyes, and focused on the changes in the air around him. Sensing his approach to the bottom, closer and closer. Bang! 2,600. Ling Chen's body crashed violently against the unyielding ground. He felt as if his entire being had shattered, his organs twisting violently, and his health plummeted to zero in an instant. Ding! You have died. The notification echoed as a blue light accompanied by a faint shattering sound emanated from his chest. It was the glow of the sapphire necklace. Ding! Blessed sapphire necklace activated. You have been resurrected, and your health has been fully restored. Ding! Blessed sapphire necklace has been destroyed, irreparable. His health, which had been completely drained, was instantly replenished. Ling Chen removed the sapphire necklace from around his neck, discovering it was riddled with fine cracks. The once radiant blue gem had dimmed completely. Ling Chen, who should have faced certain death, had narrowly escaped thanks to the sapphire necklace. The sensation of weakness dissipated rapidly, and his dazed mind finally cleared. Ling Chen stood up and surveyed his surroundings. He had reached the bottom of the abyss, where no external light could penetrate. Yet, a peculiar white glow enveloped the area, allowing him to see several meters around him. After observing for a while, he confirmed that the source of the light was the ground itself, which seemed to be a special kind of stone radiating a faint luminescence. Behind Ling Chen stood an insurmountable wall, his palm pressed against its icy surface. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck him. He recalled that after a fatal fall, he could choose to return to the city immediately, thus finding his way back to the novice village. However, due to the blessing of the sapphire necklace, he had not perished. Moreover, the novice village lacked any scrolls for returning to the city. How, then, was he to find his way back? Above him loomed a stone wall so high that its height eluded calculation. The descent had taken over a minute, and the prospect of climbing back up seemed utterly impossible. Cold sweat began to bead on Ling Chen's forehead. In this dire circumstance, death appeared to be the sole means of escape. Yet, in the realm of Divine Moon, there existed no mechanism for self-destruction. Was he destined to remain trapped here for eternity? Chapter 21. The Cave of Oblivion. Upon departing from the world of Divine Moon, Ling Chen's mind remained somewhat disoriented. After all, if he could not discover another means to escape the abyss, he would truly be trapped there forever. This was no trivial matter. In the realm of Divine Moon, there was no opportunity for a fresh start. He could not simply erase his current character to begin anew. The design of Divine Moon was quite fair, yet at times, it proved to be exceedingly cruel. He urged Shui Ruo outside to enjoy the morning breeze. While feeding her breakfast, Ling Chen found himself lost in thought multiple times. After lulling Shui Ruo to sleep, he re-entered the world of Divine Moon. Today marked the second day since its inception. Ding! Welcome to the world of Divine Moon, and may you enjoy your game. Ling Chen reappeared at the bottom of that despair-inducing abyss. He surveyed his surroundings. The space stretched several dozen meters in length, and in every direction, towering stone walls loomed, devoid of any visible crevices. Looking up, the height obscured even the faintest glimmer of light, leaving only a grayish haze. Ling Chen stood still, contemplating for quite some time, before proceeding towards the wall, moving slowly while striking the stone with his novice sword twice with each step. Bang, 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 bang. Ling Chen furrowed his brow, his footsteps steady and deliberate. He could not resign himself to being trapped here, although he harbored little hope. He was at least unwilling to relinquish his final attempt. Bang, bang, dong dong. Suddenly, Ling Chen halted, turning his body to glance at the stone wall before continuing forward. Dong dong, dong dong, bang. Ling Chen took a step back, steadying himself as he scrutinized the wall before him. The hollow sound echoed as if he were striking a fragile wooden board, revealing to him that this stone wall was remarkably thin, almost as delicate as a sheet of paper. He extended his hand, cautiously probing the wall. Just as he had anticipated, the wall was indeed incredibly thin. It was more akin to a thick layer of dust accumulated over time rather than a proper wall. The moment his hand made contact and he exerted slight pressure, the wall before him crumbled amidst a cloud of dust. Ling Chen. Before him lay a pitch-black, unknown space. It was as if there existed a hidden world. What exactly was this place? Gazing into the emerging space, Ling Chen refrained from advancing, his face betraying deep confusion and a hint of astonishment. His surprise was not solely due to the sudden collapse of the wall, but rather, the resulting opening was an exceptionally standard square gap. Its edges were remarkably smooth, perfectly square, and orderly. This was a door, a genuine door. Such a meticulously crafted entrance could not have been formed by nature. It must have been created by either humans or other highly intelligent beings. The previous stone wall had not been a mere wall, and the dust that had just been disturbed was not simply dust. The debris at Ling Chen's feet revealed that this was unmistakably a wooden door, decayed from prolonged existence and obscured by layers of dust due to its long period of silence, blending seamlessly with the surrounding walls. However, having completely rotted, it fell with just a gentle push. It seemed that living beings had once inhabited this place, and it appeared that no one had set foot here for an exceedingly long time. Perhaps the creature that once resided here had long since perished. Dim light emanated from the newly revealed space, and Ling Chen cautiously stepped inside. Ding! You have discovered a mysterious, unknown area. Reputation 100, experience 1000. The unknown area has been temporarily named Cave of Oblivion. The system has recorded Cave of Oblivion and has activated automatic exploration. As you are the first player to discover the Cave of Oblivion, the system will promptly relay any information acquired during exploration to you. Ling Chen. This area. Even the system was unaware of it. This is simply unscientific. Without further contemplation, he crossed the square stone door and entered the space ahead. Ding! You have entered the first level of the Cave of Oblivion. Here, a multitude of cursed white ants roam. Please prepare for battle. Cursed white ants? There are monsters lurking within? Before Ling Chen could fully process this revelation, he beheld a vast mass of writhing white figures ahead. They were enormous ants, each entirely white and measuring over a meter in length. Cursed white ant. Category: Monster. Level: 3. Health: 100. Originally a swarm of ordinary white ants, they were transformed by an unknown malevolent aura over time, acquiring massive bodies and a faint magical attribute. Their temperament has also turned savage, prompting them to attack any intruding creatures. Beware of the dark effects accompanying their attacks. These ants were undoubtedly the largest he had ever encountered in his life. They were also the first magical attribute monsters Ling Chen had seen in this world. The cursed white ants retain the habits of ordinary white ants, always moving in swarms and never alone. Their speed was astonishing, and in an instant, they swarmed towards Ling Chen. Even a level 10 player would find their overwhelming numbers daunting. However, Ling Chen, who had previously single-handedly taken down a group of 5-level wolves at level 2, was certainly not intimidated by this horde of ants that were of a lower level than himself. He stepped forward to face the swarm, executing a small arc slash that struck the first 3 white ants. 59, 59, 120. One white ant was instantaneously killed by a critical hit, while the other 2 suffered substantial damage. Ling Chen swiftly executed another small arc slash, bringing down 2 more white ants. As he attacked, he continuously repositioned himself, ensuring that the ant swarm had no chance to encircle him. With each shift, 2 more ants fell beneath the blade of his novice sword. In no time, the relatively small space was littered with the corpses of white ants, yet new ones emerged from seemingly nowhere, rushing towards him in dense numbers. Ding! The system detects a passage leading to the second area of the Cave of Oblivion ahead. Eliminate 1,000 cursed white ants to unlock the passage. The system notification prompted Ling Chen, who had been repeating his movement and slashing actions, to quicken his pace and increase his assault frequency. Although the white ants were numerous and always attacked in unison, They had encountered Ling Chen, whose prowess in movement and judgment was unparalleled. They fell one by one, never once managing to surround him. On the contrary, their excessive density allowed Ling Chen's small arc slash to reach its maximum effectiveness, resulting in the highest efficiency in exterminating them. 100, 200, 300, 600, 800, 900. As Ling Chen continued his rhythmic movements and strikes, he silently counted their numbers. Less than an hour later, with a simple attack, the 1000th white ant succumbed at his feet. Following this ant, no new ones appeared, and silence enveloped the area, leaving only the remains of the white ants. Boom. A dull sound echoed by his ear as a wall ahead, glowing softly, suddenly shifted, slowly revealing the shape of a door before coming to a laborious halt. The door was narrow, barely allowing passage for a single individual. Ding! You have successfully slain 1,000 cursed white ants, and the door to the second area of the Cave of Oblivion has opened. Another door. What secrets lie concealed within? What awaits at the end? The previous white ants had been corrupted by a malevolent aura. Could it be that a demon once resided here? In contemplation, Ling Chen advanced forward and stepped through the door. At that moment, a notification echoed in his ear. Ding! A more formidable guardian roams in the second area of the Forgotten Cavern. Please prepare for battle. Upon fully entering, a dull thud resonated behind him. The stone door he had just passed through unexpectedly closed without warning, severing his retreat. Furrowing his brow, Ling Chen turned back and tentatively pushed against the stone door. But it remained unyielding. Why had the door suddenly shut? Was he truly left with no option but to move forward? His moment for speculation was fleeting. As a menacing presence loomed ahead, at least a dozen dangerous auras approached. As he peered into the dim light, he beheld creatures the size of full-grown crocodiles. Scorpions. Cursed Overlord Scorpion. Category: Monster. Level: 5. Rank: 1-star Elite. Health: 410. Originally a group of ordinary Overlord Scorpions, they had been tainted by an unknown malevolent force over time, transforming them into fearsome entities with considerable size and a trace of magical attributes. Their temperament had turned savage, and they would aggressively attack any intruder, their sharp, hooked pincers capable of inflicting poison and potentially triggering a terrifying instant death effect. Ling Chen counted 1, 2, 3, 10, 20, a total of 20 cursed Overlord Scorpions. His grip on the novice sword tightened, and his heart raced, for these were not merely level 20 monsters. They were a full 21-star elites. 1-star elites are more than twice as formidable as their ordinary counterparts of the same level. Though that is the extent of their superiority, nonetheless, they are rare encounters. Typically, players must assist countless elderly ladies to stumble upon a single elite monster during their hunts. Yet here, before him, stood 20 at once. Ling Chen's exhilaration stemmed not from fear of confronting 21-star elites, but rather from the realization that 20 such creatures represented a staggering 100 skill potential points. The thought nearly made him drool. Ordinary players facing a 1-star elite of the same level might take on one solo, attempt a duel with 2, but would flee upon encountering 3. Few in all of China would dare to confront 21-star elites, each exceeding his own level, and regard them purely as a bounty of coveted skill points. Chapter 22. The luxurious elite lineup, 20 formidable level 5 1-star elites, did not instill any sense of trepidation in him, but rather an exhilarating thrill. With 100 skill potential points at his disposal, he was poised to elevate both his full strike and arc slash by 1 level simultaneously. Taking the initiative, he charged forward, cleaving at the first Scorpion King with its venomous tail. Full strike. A slight shift in his body caused the Scorpion King's lethal sting to miss its mark. In that fleeting moment, 2 full strikes struck true against its form. Miss, 62. Surrounding him, 5 more Scorpion Kings encircled, their 6 venomous stingers darting towards him, blocking every avenue of escape. The sting was their sole means of attack. Yet this single method was dreadfully formidable, with a 100 chance of inflicting poison and a certain probability of an instant death effect, meaning once triggered, no matter how much health remained, death was inevitable. Yet, with unyielding courage, Ling Chen leapt high, effortlessly evading all the stingers, landing squarely on the back of the first Scorpion King. Without a glance, he executed a swift arc slash, cleaving through 3 of the Scorpion Kings. Previously, when beset by 7 or 8 level 5 wolves, he had emerged unscathed. Thus, he regarded these comparatively less agile scorpions with disdain. Their concentrated assault was not a cause for concern, but rather a welcome sight, as it would hasten their demise under his arc slash. Dodge, dodge, dodge. All 20 Scorpion Kings had surrounded Ling Chen, Yet their limited attack range meant only a few could reach him, while the rest swirled helplessly around him. He did not attempt to break free from their encirclement. Rather, he continued to attack, shift positions, strike, and reposition amidst the swarm of scorpions. If they had been wolves, he would have thought twice, but these scorpions, though terrifying in their attacks, were sluggish and predictable, their low attack frequency rendering them trivial threats in his eyes. Their advantages were nullified against him, as even the most potent attack could not land. Dodge, reposition, block, attack, all unfolded with an effortless grace, as if he were dancing in the air. His keen perception seemed to allow him to foresee the next movements of the Scorpion Kings, accurately predicting the imminent openings in their attacks. While it is not uncommon to encounter individuals with strong judgment to perform such swift and precise assessments under these circumstances, it bordered on the extraordinary, as if he possessed a premonitory ability beyond the realm of ordinary mortals. These one-star elites, which would intimidate typical players, became mere playthings in his hands. Before long, they were disoriented, their already low attack frequency plummeting further as their targets vanished repeatedly, until the first Scorpion King fell, never once having landed a blow on him. Ding! You have successfully slain the one-star elite cursed Scorpion King, gaining 5 reputation and 5 skill potential points. Ding! You have successfully slain the one-star elite cursed Scorpion King, gaining 5 reputation and 5 skill potential points. Ding! You have successfully slain the one-star elite cursed Scorpion King. 1, 2, 3, 10, 15. Another arc slash swept through, and the final 2 Scorpion Kings collapsed at his feet. Ding! You have successfully slain the one-star elite cursed Scorpion King, gaining 5 reputation and 5 skill potential points. Current skill potential points, 115. Ding! You have eradicated all cursed Scorpion Kings, unlocking the gateway to the 3rd area of the Forgotten Cave. As the notification echoed, a deep rumbling sound resonated from ahead, and the smooth stone wall shifted abruptly, revealing a semicircular, pitch-black entrance. Kill all monsters, and the door ahead will open. Is this the case for all areas here? What lies hidden at the end? Without a doubt, the enemies in the next area would be even more formidable. Ling Chen did not advance immediately, but instead opened his skill panel, allocating the newly acquired skill potential points to elevate both Full Strike and Arc Slash. Full Strike, current level, LV4, maximum level, LV5. Points required to reach LV5, 100. An apprentice warrior's basic skill, delivering a full force attack with the weapon, inflicting damage equivalent to 140 of a normal attack on the target, consuming 5 mana points, with no cooldown period. Arc Slash, current level, LV3, maximum level, LV5. Points required to reach LV4, 80. An apprentice warrior's basic skill, executing a horizontal slash with the weapon to create a small sword arc, inflicting damage equivalent to 110 of a normal attack on up to 3 targets within a 3-meter range, consuming 6 mana points, with no cooldown period. The upgraded skill saw a slight increase in power, yet no further changes. Ling Chen checked his backpack, noting over 200 blue potions. Previously, he had spent nearly all his gold acquiring blue potions to remain in the Wolf Cliff for an extended period, a decision that now proved exceedingly wise. In this area, devoid of any supplies aside from potions dropped by monsters, every single blue potion was invaluable, especially with the uncertainty of encountering more powerful foes ahead. The red potions, collecting enough from monster drops would suffice. After upgrading the 2 skills, he had 70 skill potential points remaining. At level 4, he could elevate both skills to levels 4 and 3 respectively, leading him to believe he might be the only player in Novice Village 49554. As elite and boss monsters were indeed rare. Restoring his mana, Ling Chen took a step forward, eager to uncover the secrets concealed in the depths of this abyssal cave. Upon crossing the stone door, a heavy sound echoed behind him. Ling Chen glanced back, noticing that the stone door had firmly sealed shut, leaving no trace of a gap. The path behind him was utterly blocked, signifying that he had only a forward route, with no means of retreat. The further he advanced, the more inescapable his path became. Ding! You have entered the 3rd area of the Forgotten Cave. Slaying all cursed earth dragons here will unlock the door to the 4th area. Before Ling Chen lay a writhing mass of dark, 3 to 4 meter long serpents. No. Colossal worms indeed. 10 of them, each exceeding 3 meters in length, squirmed restlessly. Cursed earth dragon. Type: magic beast. Level: 5. Health: 1200. Grade: 3-star elite. Originally a group of ordinary giant earth dragons, they have been corrupted by an unknown malevolent force, resulting in their increased size and faint magical attributes, rendering them irritable. Their seemingly soft bodies can unleash astonishing strength. Once ensnared, escape is nearly impossible. His entrance appeared to have gone unnoticed by these giant worms, as they did not launch an attack like the previous termites and scorpion kings, continuing to undulate in place. Ling Chen remained still, taken aback by the sight of 10 level 5 3-star elites. To encounter such a formidable lineup of 10 3-star elites was nearly inconceivable in ordinary maps. Should a guild discover such a gathering, they would be ecstatic, yet for a solitary individual, the only option would be to flee. To challenge 10 3-star elites alone? Did one think themselves to be Eve? Ling Chen's eyes gradually narrowed, leaving only a slender slit. The soft-bodied monsters exhibited the lowest defensive capabilities among all creatures, with relatively feeble vitality, appearing to be the easiest to vanquish. However, they posed a greater challenge to Ling Chen than the more agile beasts. Lacking limbs, every part of their bodies could twist and act independently, enabling them to perform contortions and attack from angles that ordinary monsters could not, making evasion and defense exceedingly difficult. Should their bodies ensnare him, it would be tantamount to certain death. Facing one might be manageable, but if 10 were to converge, even he would have no choice but to flee. The relentless assault of 10 colossal earthworms from various angles would be inescapable, even for a deity. These worms, it seemed, would not initiate an attack. Thus, Ling Chen bent down, gently grasping a fragment of stone from the ground. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled it with great force towards the nearest giant earthworm. Thud! The struck worm emitted an ear-piercing, grotesque sound, writhing even more violently before abruptly halting. In the next moment, it shot towards Ling Chen like an arrow released from a bow. Ling Chen swiftly dodged, simultaneously raising his right hand to deliver a powerful, precise strike upon the soaring giant worm. The damage inflicted was substantial, revealing the worm's dismal defenses. Ling Chen immediately turned his gaze to the other colossal earthworms, noting that they continued to thrash about in place, showing no signs of abnormal reaction. Excellent. Ling Chen's heart eased completely. If these 10 3-star elites had charged at him en masse like the previous termites and the tyrant scorpion, he would indeed have chosen to flee. However, with only one, it was merely an opportunity for him to inflict punishment. Thus, he resolved to take them down one by one. This horde of giant earthworms, which would typically induce a headache, now appeared to him as a bounty of skill potential points and high-level equipment. The prospect of 10 3-star elites promised a thrilling windfall. Chapter 23. The Hell Spider before a solitary giant earthworm. Ling Chen felt no pressure. However, this did not imply that he would approach the encounter with complacency. On the contrary, his gaze was steely, and every nerve in his body was taut with focus. He advanced a step, his right hand slicing through the air in a swift arc, cleaving the massive worm's body before retreating rapidly, evading any opportunity for the creature to retaliate. In confronting the giant earthworm, Ling Chen refrained from utilizing the method of rapid repositioning around it, an approach that could yield the highest frequency of attacks. For the behemoth worm, it mattered little whether he was positioned in front of, behind, or beside it. It could launch strikes from various angles without the need to turn. Hence, after pinpointing an opening for attack, the best evasive maneuver for Ling Chen was to retreat backward. Although the giant earthworm was colossal in size, its speed was comparable to his own, and its explosive projectile attacks required approximately a second of stillness for charging, allowing him to dodge effortlessly at close range. This tactic demanded minimal thought and effort on his part. Thus, he would attack and then withdraw, swiftly advancing during the intervals after the earthworm-esque strikes, executing a hit before immediately jumping away. When retreating became impossible or when there was a risk of alarming other giant earthworms, he would abandon his offensive during the openings of incoming attacks, slipping past the giant worm's side and launching his assault while simultaneously retreating from another angle. The mindless earthworm followed closely behind, consuming dust as Ling Chen led it from one end of the space to the other, repetitively. Players of equal level can effortlessly vanquish ordinary monsters of the same rank and attribute, primarily due to the creature's lack of human-like intelligence. Although the giant earthworm possessed abysmal defensive capabilities, its agility was commendable. Ling Chen's attacks, on average, landed only once out of 3 attempts. Yet the earthworm's health continued to plummet at an accelerated rate. A single strike from Ling Chen could deplete over 1/5 of its life. 5 minutes later, the first giant earthworm collapsed to the ground with a deafening screech. Ding! You have successfully slain the 3-star elite cursed giant earth dragon. Reputation, 15. Skill potential points, 15. Without exerting significant effort or facing any peril, the first giant earth dragon fell, yielding 15 skill potential points and 15 reputation points. Beside the carcass, a flicker of blue light glimmered. Ling Chen took a breath and approached to collect it. Earth Rock Blade. Category: Dagger. Grade: Steel. Equipment requirements: Level 5 or above for Assassin class. A sharp dagger forged from steel, possessing a faint earth attribute power. Attributes: Attack 12, Attack Speed 30. Additional 5 earth attribute damage upon attack. Daggers are the fastest weapons in terms of attack speed, each one offering varying degrees of swiftness. However, this particular dagger held no utility for Ling Chen. After stowing it away, he replicated his earlier tactic, picking up a fragment of stone and hurling it at another giant earthworm. The second earthworm was instantly drawn in. Ling Chen pivoted and retreated, guiding it to his desired position before commencing the same tactical approach of containment. Under his relentless back-and-forth strategy, averaging one giant earth dragon defeated every 5 minutes, he consistently transformed its life force into experience and reputation points, occasionally receiving level 5 equipment as a reward. Ding! You have successfully slain the 3-star elite cursed giant earth dragon. Reputation: 15, skill potential points, 15. Ding! You have successfully slain the 3-star elite cursed giant earth dragon. Reputation: 15, skill potential points, 15. Ling Chen continued to draw in giant earthworms, systematically eliminating them one by one. Time drifted slowly in this dim space, and the hissing sounds diminished gradually. Finally, after an hour, the 10th giant earthworm succumbed with a final, pitiful hiss. 2 silver coins and a glimmering crimson light fell from its remains. Ding! You have successfully slain the 3-star elite cursed giant earth dragon. Reputation: 15. Skill potential points: 15. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased. You are now level 5, life 10, magic 10, and you have gained 5 free attribute points. Defeating elite monsters not only grants skill points and reputation, but also substantial experience. Upon slaying the last giant earthworm, Ling Chen's experience bar, previously at level 4, was instantly filled, propelling him to level 5. Ding! You have successfully exterminated all cursed giant earth dragons. The gate to the 4th area of the Forgotten Cave has now opened. The resounding rumble of the stone door echoed once more, as a concealed stone portal on the wall ahead slowly creaked open, approaching the corpse of the last giant earthworm. Ling Chen collected the silver coins and the object emanating red light. As he anticipated, it was an energy crystal. Primary power crystal. Category: Energy crystal. Grade: Primary. Attribute: Fire. Effect: Physical attack power 3. This was the first energy crystal Ling Chen had acquired from a monster, albeit the most basic one. Highlighting the rarity of energy crystals, he wondered how precious a jewel of a higher grade would be. Ling Chen turned his wrist, directing the power crystal toward the vacant slot in the moon god chain. A faint red glow flickered, accompanied by the success notification. As the primary power crystal seamlessly embedded itself into the moon god chain, enhancing his attack power by 3. From 10 giant earthworms, he had obtained 1 primary crystal and 5 pieces of equipment: a steel-grade earth rock blade, a steel-grade iron shield, and 3 items he could immediately equip. Beast skin armor. Category: Upper body. Grade: Bronze. Equipment requirements: Level 5 or above for any class. A coarse armor crafted from beast skin, shimmering with a faint, earthy glow. Attributes: Defense 12, Constitution 3, Earth Resistance 3. Beast skin pants. Category: Lower body. Grade: Bronze. Equipment requirements: Level 5 or above for any class. Coarse trousers made from beast skin, glimmering with a faint, earthy glow. Attributes: Defense 10, Life 20, Earth Resistance 3. Agility ring. Category: Ring. Grade: Steel. Equipment requirements: None. A ring imbued with a touch of ethereal power. Attributes: Agility 2, Accuracy 2. From 10 3-star elites, he had acquired 5 pieces of equipment, and fortuitously, a power crystal along with a rare accessory, the agility ring. For Ling Chen, reaching level 5 was not merely a single level increase. It marked a transformation as he could now utilize equipment that significantly enhanced his overall attributes. Equipping the beast skin armor, beast skin pants, and agility ring, he discarded the novice sword and donned the wolf fang sword crafted specifically for him by the blacksmith of the novice village. He also equipped steel bracers and wolf skin shoes, replacing all novice gear. Apart from headgear and accessory slots, every part of his body was now adorned with at least steel-grade equipment, leading to a substantial boost in his overall attributes. Level: 5. Class: Apprentice Warrior. Affiliation: None. Reputation: 485. Money: 3 gold coins. Skill potential points: 220. Basic attributes: Strength: 38. Constitution: 10. Agility: 9. Spirit: 5. Talent attributes: Luck, 5. Comprehension, 5. Life points, 270. Magic points, 100. Physical attack power, 92. Magic attack power, 10. Physical defense, 25. Accuracy, 13. Evasion, 9. Critical rate, 7. Break rate, 6. Attack speed, 100. Movement speed, 100. Elemental resistance: water, 0. Fire, 0. Wind, 0. Thunder, 0. Earth, 6. Light, 0. Dark, 0. With the new equipment donned, Ling Chen's overall attributes surged dramatically. Observing his current attributes, Ling Chen was certain that if he were to confront the colossal earthworm in his present state, his efficiency would at least double. Not only had his attributes surged, but he had also accumulated a total of 220 skill points. Opening the skill panel, Ling Chen allocated his skill points to the 2 skills he possessed, and instantly, amidst a radiant white glow, both Full Power Strike and Small Arc Slash were upgraded once more. Full Power Strike, current level, LV5, maximum level, LV5, has reached its peak. A primary skill for novice warriors, it allows the wielder to unleash a full force attack on a target ahead, inflicting damage equivalent to 150 of a normal attack. With a 2 chance to stun the target for 23 seconds. It consumes 5 magic points and has no cooldown time. Small Arc Slash, current level, LV4, maximum level, LV5. Skill points required for upgrade to LV5, 150. A primary skill for novice warriors, it enables the wielder to execute a horizontal slash with their weapon, creating a small arc of energy that inflicts damage equivalent to 120 of a normal attack on up to 4 targets within a 4-meter radius. It consumes 7 magic points and has no cooldown time. Full Power Strike reached its maximum level, its power at its zenith, while also possessing a certain probability of inflicting a stun. Meanwhile, Small Arc Slash saw enhancements in its power, attack range, and the number of targets it could affect. After allocating the 2 skills, 40 skill points remained. Should he acquire another 110 skill points, both of his novice skills would be upgraded to their pinnacle by the time he reached level 5, achieving a status that even an ordinary player at level 10 might not attain. His current state was incomparable to just a few minutes prior. Ling Chen glanced at the time and approached the open stone door. The third area was guarded by 10 3-star elite monsters. Thus, it was highly probable that a Lord-type boss awaited him ahead. Had it been at level 4, he would have spent considerable time contemplating the potential scenarios and various countermeasures before entering. However, now, even if 2 level 5 Lord bosses were lying in wait, he would not feel intimidated. Ding! You have entered the 4th area of the Forgotten Cave. The 4th area is guarded by hell spiders. Please prepare for battle. Rumbling. As before, the stone door behind him closed automatically at the moment he stepped inside, severing his retreat. Before him stood a shadow over a meter tall, seemingly poised in anticipation. As Ling Chen laid eyes upon it, 2 piercing emerald glimmers locked onto his form. It was a colossal black spider. Chapter 24, The Blade of the Mind, Hell Spider. Type, Monster. Level, 5. Rank, Lord. Health, 3800. A terrifyingly massive man-eating spider. Every part of its body coated with venom capable of easily bringing a person to their demise. Its appearance heralds dreadful calamities, rendering it a target for human eradication. And it has vanished from land for millennia. A level 5 Lord boss. Glancing once more at his current attributes, Ling Chen grasped his Wolf-Fang sword, took a deep breath, and charged towards the Hell Spider. Simultaneously, the Hell Spider lunged toward him, its dread-inducing form having haunted the nightmares of countless souls. Its venom does not require deliberate release. Merely touching its body guarantees contamination with insidious poison. As man and spider closed in, the distance diminished rapidly, until their bodies collided. Swoosh. The sound of impact was absent. Ling Chen's form slipped past the side of the Hell Spider, a damage number ascending above its head. 204. The initial strike not only landed but also delivered a splendid critical hit. With all his might and augmented attributes, Ling Chen effortlessly inflicted over 100 points of damage upon this level 5 Lord boss. Without pausing after his first attack, he swiftly dodged, striking thrice more before the Hell Spider could react. Miss, 103 miss. The Hell Spider's fearsome counterattack was imminent. Propelled by its 8 legs, it surged forward, ready to crash into Ling Chen. A mere brush from its body could cost him half his health. Suddenly accelerating, Ling Chen narrowly evaded its sweep, retreating quickly and executing a difficult roll to escape the Hell Spider's onslaught. The creature, unable to control its 8 legs, crashed into the stone wall ahead. Shaking its head, it pivoted rapidly, flinging a torrent of green liquid in Ling Chen's direction. The Lord Boss possessed a myriad of attack patterns, making this a perilous moment until all its methods were discerned. At the instant the green liquid erupted, Ling Chen discerned that it could spray up to 12 meters, covering an arc of 90 degrees. He leapt back, stepping onto a nearby stone for leverage, executing a side leap, and rolling out of the toxic spray's reach. He meticulously noted the angle and range of the toxin's trajectory, as well as its brief preparatory movement. Hiss! A piercing sound sliced through the air ahead. A minuscule white dot rushed towards Ling Chen, who instinctively dropped to the ground. A thin white thread whizzed past his face. Spider silk. The strand he evaded adhered to the edge of the space, firmly anchoring itself to the wall, creating a taut connection between the wall and the hell spider. Hiss! Ling Chen had scarcely steadied himself when a second venomous strand shot forth. Striking the ground with his right hand, he executed a challenging roll to his left, leveraging the motion to spring up and narrowly avoiding a third swiftly fired silk. After stumbling a few steps, he regained his footing. The second and third strands likewise stuck to the locations he had just vacated, their other ends tethered to the hell spider. These threads were not mere white. They shimmered with a faint green hue, indicating they too were laced with venom. If ensnared, he would be not only bound but also swiftly drained of life by the poison. While standing, Ling Chen found it effortlessly simple to dodge these threads, seamlessly shifting and sidestepping as they zipped past him. Yet, his brow furrowed tighter. Such a colossal spider would undoubtedly produce an overwhelming number of threads. Evading indefinitely would afford him no opportunity to counterattack. Most alarming was that the threads did not dissipate after being shot. They clung to walls or the ground, gradually weaving an ever-expanding web. With each narrow escape, the web grew larger, leaving him with diminishing space to maneuver. Ultimately, he would be ensnared, completely trapped within the spider's web. This Lord Boss was increasingly troublesome. Gritting his teeth, Ling Chen looked up at the hell spider, which continued to launch its threads, finally fixing his gaze upon the creature's abdomen, the source of the silk. There, a faint red light flickered. With determination, he sprang forth, dodging yet another strand, racing toward the hell spider like an arrow released from a bow. Hiss! Hiss! The closer he drew, the more challenging it became to evade. The speed at which the silk was shot was astonishing, with minimal intervals between each launch. For an ordinary player, avoiding them at such close range was nearly impossible, let alone while on the move. Ling Chen surged ahead at breakneck speed, his gaze sharp as a blade. As the white dot appeared on the hell spider, he instinctively reacted. He sidestepped twice, flawlessly dodging 2 strands, then dropped low in a roll, artfully avoiding the third. He found himself directly in front of the hell spider, delivering a powerful strike to the abdomen from which the silk emanated. Bang! No damage numbers appeared, yet the blow sent the hell spider reeling backward, its body vibrating before it collapsed to the ground, its 8 legs twitching in agony. No further silk was released, and the crimson light on the struck area intensified. A golden opportunity. Ling Chen rushed forward, attacking the temporarily incapacitated hell spider with utmost speed. His strikes landed precisely where the red glow pulsed on the creature's abdomen. Bang! 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 3 hits, yet no damage registered. The hell spider's health remained unchanged. As it struggled to rise, Ling Chen's 4th blow once again struck its abdomen. Poof! Ling Chen felt as though he had shattered something. The newly risen hell spider collapsed once more, motionless as if suddenly lifeless, the red glow extinguished entirely. Ding! You have successfully shattered the hell spider's venom sac. The hell spider has entered a state of immobility for at least 5 seconds, with defense reduced to 0 and evasion to 0. A new venom sac will regenerate after 5 seconds. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Chen swung his wolf fang sword with all his might against the now vulnerable hell spider. 138, 136, 274, 132, 135. The advantages of his extreme strength attributes were starkly evident. In the hell spider's state of unavoidable vulnerability, Ling Chen's 5 strikes depleted 1/5 of its health. After the 5th strike, the crimson light reappeared on the hell spider's abdomen. A new venom sac had formed, restoring the creature's ability to act. However, having revealed its weakness, its demise was now inevitable. Once restored, the hell spider whipped its head, unleashing a furious attack, spraying a deluge of venom forward. Ling Chen's lips twitched. How dare it use this move so close, as though eager for its own demise. The venom sprayed directly ahead, and after releasing, the hell spider would experience a brief period of rigidity lasting approximately 2 seconds. With a simple displacement, Ling Chen maneuvered to the rear of the hell spider, deftly avoiding all venomous attacks. He unleashed a series of strikes upon the crimson target on its abdomen. The freshly spawned spider core appeared particularly fragile. perhaps due to Ling Chen's extreme enhancement of his attack power. After merely 3 strikes, he was once again greeted by the sound of something shattering. The Hell Spider fell to the ground, its defenses and evasion reduced to nil. This time, Ling Chen wasted not a moment, his assaults raining down upon the creature with the ferocity of a tempest. The damage was staggering: 133, 135, 135, 139, 134, 270. 6 consecutive blows reduced the Hell Spider's health by nearly a quarter, leaving it with but half its vitality. Each time the spider core regenerated, it seemed to grow increasingly delicate. In a mere 2 strikes, before the Hell Spider had the chance to retaliate, Ling Chen shattered the core once more, leading to another round of merciless onslaught. In the realm of virtual gaming, certain bosses possess distinct vulnerabilities, and discovering these weaknesses can significantly simplify the path to victory. However, such bosses are a rarity, and even when they do exist, uncovering their weaknesses is no easy feat after the 5th destruction of the Hell Spider's core. A final attack from Ling Chen extinguished its life force. The 8 arachnid legs retracted helplessly, its grayish aura dissipating like mist, while its emerald eyes lost their luster. Ding! You have successfully slain the level 5 Lord Boss Hell Spider, earning 50 reputation points and 50 skill potential points. Ding! You have eradicated the Hell Spider. The gateway to the 5th area of the Forgotten Cavern has now opened. The same stone door slowly creaked open before Ling Chen. The demise of a Lord Boss is always accompanied by a grand explosion, and the Hell Spider was no exception, its carcass surrounded by a plethora of items. Ling Chen eagerly collected them: 5 gold coins, 3 silver coins, 4 red potions, 2 orange potions, and 3 blue potions. Among the loot were 2 pieces of equipment, 1 bronze, and the other radiating a silvery glow. Could it possibly be silver equipment? A wave of excitement surged within Ling Chen. In the novice village phase, the likelihood of encountering silver equipment is virtually negligible, and should it appear, it would undoubtedly be of extraordinary caliber. Blade of Mindset. Category: 2-handed sword. Grade: silver. Equipment requirements: strength greater than or equal to 35. Level greater than or equal to 5. Warrior class. This lightweight long sword, forged from silver, emanates a gentle silvery light that instills tranquility in its wielder. Attributes: attack 22, strength 4, accuracy 4, immunity to confusion. Indeed, it is a silver artifact. Ling Chen felt a surge of delight. The attributes of the Blade of Mindset far surpassed those of the same level bronze Wolf Fang sword, and its length also exceeded that of the Wolf Fang sword, allowing for attacks from a greater distance. Replacing the Wolf Fang sword, Ling Chen's attributes were once again elevated. He felt a renewed sense of gratitude for his extreme allocation of points. Had he not devoted all his initial attributes to strength and subsequently all his acquired points to strength, the 35-point strength requirement would have rendered him unable to equip it. Not only did the Blade of Mindset provide superior attack and attribute points, but it also possessed an immunity to confusion. However, he did not place much emphasis on this attribute at present, as confusion is virtually non-existent in the novice village phase. Yet, he could not have anticipated that during the countless harrowing battles on the brink of death in the 5th area, this very attribute would become a lifeline he desperately clung to. Chapter 25. Ominous Signs upon equipping the Mindset Blade. Ling Chen's fundamental attack prowess soared to an impressive 98, while his accuracy reached a commendable 17. Such formidable capabilities, in the realm of novice warriors of the same rank, were undeniably extraordinary. Should Ling Chen brandish the Mindset Blade in a public arena, the silvery luminescence it emanated would likely incite a frenzy among players, akin to ravenous wolves. The other piece of equipment was a pair of bronze-grade lightweight leg bindings for novice assassins, which held no value for Ling Chen. He merely cast a cursory glance before stowing it away. His curiosity then piqued as he examined a few other items. Toxic Appendage. The venomous appendages of a Hell Spider. Usable in forging to imbue weapons with a poisonous attribute. A total of 8 such appendages were at his disposal. The final item resembled a translucent bubble, within which swirled a viscous green liquid that undulated gently with his movements. Hell Spider Venom. The source of the Hell Spider's lethal toxin, possessing a chilling potency. Should one come into contact with it, unless their abilities surpassed that of the celestial spirits, they would instantly lose at least 30 of their vitality. Once extracted from the body of the Hell Spider, the venom gradually dissipated, losing its potency entirely within a day. Ling Chen's hand trembled slightly, nearly causing him to discard this fragile bubble. However, he quickly regained composure and grasped it with utmost care. The deep green liquid swirling within was the venom, and even he felt a shiver of trepidation at its presence. Yet, He recognized the horror it represented. If cast upon a boss of no greater stature than celestial spirit, it could siphon away a staggering 30 of their life force. Such a remarkable effect, however, was fleeting. The longer one delayed its use, the more its efficacy diminished, becoming entirely useless by the same time the following day. With caution, he secured it away, instinctively shaking his hand to avoid any contamination. He then proceeded towards the entrance of the fifth zone. With his retreat completely obstructed, he had no choice but to advance. Approaching the stone door, he was but a step away from crossing into the fifth zone when an inexplicable tremor coursed through his body, halting his right foot in midair, rendering him motionless as if frozen in time. Gradually, Ling Chen retracted his foot, stepping back instead, fixating on the ominously dark stone door, remaining still for an extended moment. At that very instant, just as he was about to step through, an overwhelming sense of peril washed over him. This sensation was no mere illusion. Throughout his life, this instinct had preserved him from danger on numerous occasions, never once failing him. It warned him of an immensely powerful creature lurking beyond, one capable of crushing him effortlessly, leaving him without the strength to resist or escape. As time ticked by, 10 full minutes elapsed, yet Ling Chen remained rooted in place. He attempted to step forward several times, but each effort was met with the same terrifying sense of danger, preventing him from taking that crucial step. What lay hidden behind that door? Was it a level 10 boss, or perhaps something even more formidable? The potent warning urged him to refrain from entering, lest he face certain death, perhaps even a fate worse than death. Yet, with no path of retreat, he had no option but to forge ahead. Half an hour passed, and Ling Chen still stood there. The stone door loomed dark and foreboding, akin to an abyss that threatened to swallow him whole, promising only death should he dare to enter. As the tranquility approached noon, Ling Chen ultimately chose not to proceed. Instead, he glanced at the time, stepped back a few paces, and exited the game. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the enchanting visage of Ling Rua, whose beauty could render the stars envious. Noticing him awaken, she smiled sweetly, her chin resting on her hand. "Brother." Ling Chen rose, lifting Rua from her wheelchair and placing her gently upon his lap, chiding her softly. "Why do you keep moving around? What if you fall?" "Hee, I wouldn't. I just wanted to see you more," she replied, nestling against his shoulder. "You look so serious and captivating in the game." Ling Rua embraced his neck, gently swaying in his arms. Adorning her delicate wrist was a gaming device. And each day she awaited the moment she could recover and join Ling Chen in the virtual realm, secretly assisting him. Since consuming the 23113 potion, Rua's smile had become radiant and beautiful. Previously, she had languished in despair, trapped in a colorless existence devoid of hope. Ling Chen was her sole motivation to fight against the darkness. And though she was willing to expend everything for him, she understood that her time was limited. The thought of a future without him, of Ling Chen facing solitude after her departure, caused her heart to ache painfully each day. Yet now, heaven had bestowed upon her the hope of rebirth. She believed in Ling Chen, in the potion that could restore her completely, dispelling all shadows and revealing a heart as clear and pure as the vast sky. She knew what she must do with her renewed life. To accompany the man who had steadfastly stood by her side during her darkest days. No matter what the world might say or think. Ling Chen wrapped one arm around her waist, gently holding her wrist adorned with the gaming device, smiling as he said, "In a few days, when Rua's health is fully restored, we can venture into the game world together. I am certain you will find it delightful. Yes, that day will come soon. Oh, brother, don't forget what we talked about this afternoon," she said, leaning affectionately against his shoulder, her voice soft. A faint blush graced her cheeks. "Of course, I won't forget," he replied, laughter dancing in his eyes. Ling Rua, though fragile and limited in her movements, would often remind him not to neglect her care. Each week, he would perform stretching exercises and massages to ensure her body remained supple, dedicating entire afternoons to a unique form of therapy that left her skin as tender and flawless as that of an infant, despite spending 3 years largely confined to bed. After each session, Ling Chen would emerge drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted. Although Rua felt a pang of concern for him, she never suggested he cease his efforts. Rather, she would gently remind him every week, for she wished for nothing less than perfection in her own body to match his. As the afternoon sun filtered through the soft blue curtains, casting a warm glow upon the two of them, Ling Chen laid Rua on the plush bed. Reclining beside her, he reached out, delicately unfastening the buttons of her dress, slowly peeling away the outer layer of her white gown. In the sweltering heat of summer, she wore only a simple dress at home, her long, porcelain-like legs and slender arms exposed to the air. leaving her clad in nothing but a barely concealing pink undergarment that could not hide the alluring curves of her form. Her alabaster skin was impeccably smooth and delicate, devoid of any blemish, possessing a pearly luminescence that transcended the pallor of illness, resembling instead the creamy opulence of fresh milk. Her exquisitely slender legs were profoundly alluring, the tender flesh of her inner thighs possessing an almost translucent quality, seamlessly merging with the gentle curvature of her lithe waist. Ling Chen's hand delicately traversed her leg, struggling to resist the urge to trace a path along its length, down to her exquisitely fragile ankle. Every inch of her captivated with a disarming allure, particularly her exquisitely formed breasts, which were full, smooth, and firm, straining against the confines of her bodice. At 16, she was in the throes of rapid maturation, necessitating frequent replacements of the brasiers Ling Chen procured for her. I must acquire new undergarments for Shui Ruo, Ling Chen mused, as he deftly unfastened the cord at her back, liberating a cascade of dazzling white flesh, the rosy peaks of her nipples quivering delicately, captivating his gaze. Shui Ruo's form remained the most exquisite vista he had ever beheld. The bodice cascaded down her silken skin, revealing a pair of immaculate breasts, akin to nascent floral buds, swaying amidst a sea of crystalline flesh. Her slender waist evoked a desire to embrace and cherish her. Her ethereal form was unveiled before him, bathed in gentle sunlight, painting a scene of otherworldly beauty. "Brother, is it pleasing to your eyes?" Ling Shui Ruo murmured, her eyes half closed. She made no attempt to conceal her body, but rather extended her arms, allowing Ling Chen an unobstructed view. She was cognizant of her allure, recalling the first time she had revealed herself to him, when his composure had shattered, resulting in a nosebleed. It remained his most cherished embarrassment. Her voice lingered in the air, but Ling Chen remained silent, his gaze enraptured. Shui Ruo chuckled softly, a hint of enchanting allure gracing her pure visage. She leaned in, her lips parting, and gently traced his ear with her tongue. A jolt coursed through Ling Chen's frame. His vision was consumed by the sight of Shui Ruo's sublime form, her breasts proud and erect, her waist slender and pliant, her hips smooth and rounded, her abdomen soft and supple, her legs exquisitely sculpted, her face both innocent and captivating, and her ethereal aura. Every aspect of her was enchanting, every detail a source of fascination. Ling Chen inhaled deeply, shutting his eyes with great effort. "Shui Ruo, desist from teasing, lest I consume you." "Silly. I have no fear, for I belong to you, and you alone," Shui Ruo retorted, entwining her arms around his neck, her laughter ringing in the air. Each week, this moment represented Ling Chen's greatest trial, a formidable test of his resolve. Had Shui Ruo been in robust health, he would have claimed her entirely. However, her delicate constitution could not withstand such an encounter. Each time, he was compelled to close his eyes, banishing all impure thoughts, and instead, with his hands, caress every inch of her body. Chapter 26. The behemoth beneath the abyss, with both hands pressed onto the supple skin of Shui Ruo, his fingers gently curled. An invisible force permeated downwards like a current, soothing every inch of her body from the outside in. Finally, as he completed his task, the light outside had dimmed, signaling the approach of evening. Ling Chen's clothes were thoroughly soaked with sweat as he withdrew his hands, exhaling deeply. Before him, Shui Ruo had fallen into a deep slumber, a smile gracing her lips, her tranquil sleeping pose radiating an exquisite beauty. He draped a blanket over her and, treading lightly, opened the door to step outside. Once the door was closed, Ling Chen began to breathe heavily, leaning against the wall, overwhelmed by a profound sense of exhaustion. Each time he completed his ministrations for Shui Ruo, he felt this way. It was no mere massage. Her perseverance over the past 3 years was significantly attributed to his technique. Extending his hands, he gazed at his reddened palms, squinting as he murmured to himself, "Hell, back then I loathed you to the core, yearning to inflict 1,000 cuts upon you. Yet now, it seems I owe you my gratitude, for without you, I would have perished long ago, perished in Ilokar." After several hours of restorative slumber, Ling Chen awoke and hurriedly procured some late-night sustenance, anxious not to let Shui Ruo go hungry. After a flurry of activity both inside and outside, night had fully descended. After giving Shui Ruo a bath, he carried her back to bed, and soon she drifted off into a sweet smile-filled sleep, her cheeks reflecting dreams brimming with hope for the future. Once Shui Ruo was asleep, Ling Chen adjusted his position and entered the world of Shunyu. "Welcome to the Shunyu world. We wish you a pleasant gaming experience." Ling Chen found himself in the 4th region of the Forgotten Cave, facing the gaping entrance to the 5th region. Taking a step forward, he felt a sudden surge of danger, reminiscent of prior warnings. Gritting his teeth, he assessed his current state and the items in his backpack before stepping boldly into the unknown. There was no retreat. Hesitation would only squander precious time. Regardless of what lay ahead, he could only choose to confront it head-on. Boom! As he entered the fifth region, the stone door behind him sealed shut. An oppressive sense of danger enveloping both his body and mind. He focused ahead, revealing a circular space, approximately 50 meters in diameter, similar in size to the previous regions. However, at its center stood an irregular, towering object, around 7 or 8 meters high, cloaked in a ghastly shade of greenish-black. Goo! Goo! The moment the stone door closed, it was as if something had been roused, a strange and terrifying sound echoing in Ling Chen's ears, emanating from the immense object ahead. Goo! 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 Amidst the resonant calls, the greenish-black entity began to writhe, suddenly leaping into the air. Instinctively, Ling Chen stepped back, tilting his head upward, his pupils narrowing as he fixated on the colossal creature above him. He beheld two enormous claws emerging, covered in grotesque bulges that sent shivers down his spine at just a glance. As it twisted in the air, an incredibly hideous figure descended before him, two massive eyes radiating a chilling light and an oppressive aura of dread. Before him stood a toad, a gigantic greenish-black toad, looming like a small mountain. Greedy giant toad. Category: Beast, Level 10, Grade: Celestial Spirit, Life. A colossal toad of unknown origin. With the use of his detection skill, the basic attributes of this enormous toad materialized in his mind, causing him to gasp in shock. This massive toad was, astonishingly, a level 10 celestial spirit beast. No wonder he had felt such an intense warning before entering here. He could never have anticipated that a level 10 celestial spirit beast would guard this place. Celestial spirits exist one tier above a lord boss. Although they are only one tier apart, their strengths are worlds apart. While a lord boss can be defeated with sufficient manpower and coordination, a celestial spirit boss is nearly insurmountable for players of the same level. Defeating a level 10 celestial spirit beast would be impossible, even with 1,000 level 10 players joining forces. A level 50 celestial spirit boss would require a considerable number of level 100 players to even have a chance at victory. As for a solo challenge, that was utterly preposterous, especially for novice players who lacked complete classes, skills, and attributes. Moreover, celestial spirit bosses typically do not appear in novice villages. Yet, before Ling Chen stood a genuine celestial spirit boss. Stepping back, Ling Chen realized that the only thing he could see was the insurmountable notion of defeat. A level 10 celestial beast. How could a celestial level boss possibly appear in a novice village? This was utterly irrational. Even with extreme strength enhancements and wielding silver weaponry, he would have little hope of breaching its defenses. Given his accuracy, even if he could breach its defenses, landing a hit would be nearly impossible. The attack patterns of a celestial boss were vastly more diverse and powerful than those of a lord boss. He could not approach this celestial beast as he would a typical monster or a lord. Goo! 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 With each resounding call, Ling Chen's heart raced. Finally, the greedy giant toad ceased its stillness, erupting into a wild leap towards him. Despite its massive size, its jumping ability was astonishing, propelling it over 20 meters directly from the center of the space towards Ling Chen. Its enormous form descended like a mountain. Ling Chen's pupils constricted as he sprinted sideways at top speed. If this were a creature of comparable size, he could evade it by shifting his position slightly before it landed. However, this greedy giant toad, measuring 7 to 8 meters wide, necessitated several meters of distance to fully evade, should he come into even the slightest contact with it. Given the power of a celestial boss, he would undoubtedly be obliterated without any chance of survival. Ling Chen pushed his speed to the limit, darting away as the greedy giant toad descended. Despite his best efforts, the creature was drawing ever closer, the looming shadow at the corner of his eye indicating that even though he was dodging in time, he would still be struck the moment it landed. Its area of impact was simply too vast. There was no choice left. In a split second, he downed a potion. Congratulations, you have used Wang Ji's special speed potion, increasing your movement speed by 20, effect lasting 1 hour. Boom. The greedy giant toad crashed heavily to the ground, shaking the earth and nearly causing Ling Chen to stumble. He had no time for hesitation, nor could he afford to linger. He steadied himself and sprinted as fast as possible away from the greedy giant toad. He distinctly felt that when the toad landed, its massive claws were mere inches from his back. Had he not consumed the speed potion, he would have been crushed beneath its weight. Having fled to the farthest reaches of space, away from the grasp of the greedy giant toad, Ling Chen gasped for breath. cold sweat beading on his forehead as he gripped the blade of mind with all his might. Faced with this celestial spirit boss, what was he to do? Escape? There was no path forward, no door to retreat. Where could he flee? Defeat it? As a mere level 5 player with only an apprentice class, what could he possibly use to vanquish a level 10 celestial spirit boss? Surrender? To be slain and return to the novice village? Yet, Isloker did not claim my life. In that place more terrifying than hell, they fell one by one, and I alone survived. Even there, my life was spared, my will remained unbroken, my spirit unwarped. Even that man, deemed the most fearsome in the world, met his end at my hands. What, then, could possibly compel me to yield and perish? Ling Chen's gaze gradually turned icy as he faced the greedy giant toad, slowly raising the blade of mind. No matter the depth of despair, none have succeeded in claiming my life. A grotesque toad has no right to bring about my demise. He produced a white scroll, the one given to him by the village chief, meant to unveil the intricate details of monsters, and shattered it before the greedy giant toad. Greedy giant toad. Type: beast. Level: 10. Grade: celestial spirit. Health: 80,000. A descendant of the ancient and colossal toad race, it ought to have perished long ago. Unbeknownst to when it emerged from the abyss below, it has never left since, seemingly guarding something. Its massive form harbors an insatiable greed, possessing formidable defenses and earth-based attack capabilities. Innate attributes: 60 earth resistance, remarkably high physical defense, immunity to confusion, poison, and petrification states. Attack methods: leap attack, leaps high into the air to pounce upon foes, causing a minor area of ground tremors upon descent, which can disrupt and even stun nearby targets. Frequency of use: high. Tongue strike, unleashes its massive tongue to strike all targets within a 121 range ahead, executed with incredible speed and without warning, making it exceedingly difficult to evade. Frequency of use: relatively high. Stone impact, conjures a massive stone from earth elements to strike the target. Upon landing, it shatters, enveloping a 55 area with debris that possesses attack properties. Frequency of use: medium. Rock rain, jumps high to create tremors, causing all targets within a 20-meter radius to lose balance, then summons a rain of flying stones within a 20-meter area, which can stun upon impact. The density of falling stones is high, making evasion challenging. After this, the user enters a 3-second state of rigidity, with a frequency of use relatively low. Greedy sound wave, emits a perilous infrasound wave that disrupts the mental state of all targets within a 50-meter radius, guaranteeing at least 5 seconds of confusion. Frequency of use: low. Earthquake, unreservedly unleashes all elemental earth power to strike the ground, causing a rampage of earth elements within a 30-meter radius, indiscriminately attacking all targets and including a stun effect. There is no opportunity for evasion within the affected area, and following this attack, the user enters an 8-second state of rigidity, experiencing a defense drop to 0 for 30 seconds and being unable to use earth elemental powers during this time. Frequency of use: activated when health is below 10, with a maximum of once per day. Weakness: 30 wind resistance, relatively low head defense. Chapter 27. A glimmer of hope beneath the insight scroll. All attributes of the greedy giant toad were laid bare before him, revealing the formidable strength of the celestial spirit boss. This was merely a level 10 lord boss, yet it possessed 6 terrifying attack methods, each more fearsome than the last. The seemingly unremarkable effect of the insight scroll proved to be pivotal at this moment. Had he not relied on it to discern the toad's attack patterns, attributes, and weaknesses, he would have succumbed to its claws long ago. Ding. You have consumed the Wang Ji's special power potion, increasing physical attack by 20 for 1 hour. Ding. You have consumed the Wang Ji's special accuracy potion, enhancing accuracy by 20 for 1 hour. Confronted with this creature, which offered no glimmer of victory, Ling Chen could no longer afford to hold back. He swallowed both the precious power potion and accuracy potion simultaneously. The magic potion held no value for him, and the life potion would be futile against such a terrifying celestial beast. An additional 200 health points would still lead to his instant demise. Thus, using it would be a complete waste. With the effects of the speed, power, and accuracy potions, Ling Chen's attack power surged to 118, accuracy reached 37, and movement speed soared to 120. This represented the pinnacle of his capabilities. Gripping his weapon tightly, he raised his gaze forward. The greedy giant toad leapt, crashing heavily to the ground mere meters away from him. Taking a deep breath, Ling Chen slowly retrieved a verdant object, the hell spider's venom. The greedy giant toad's innate attribute indicated its immunity to poison, as toads naturally harbor toad venom, granting them considerable resistance. However, the hell spider's venom was the very essence of all poisons, transcending the mere classification of toxin. Its description stated that it could forcibly deprive any living being, whose power did not exceed that of a celestial spirit, of at least 30 of their life force. This was a mandatory life theft, rather than a mere poisoning effect, which implied that the hell spider's venom should prove equally effective against a toad that was immune to poison. Yet, the longer he delayed, the weaker the life theft effect of the venom would become. Had he not been preoccupied with concerns for Ling Ruo when he first acquired the hell spider's venom, he would have undoubtedly ventured into the fifth zone, confronting the formidable foe to maximize the venom's effect. Ultimately, however, he chose to prioritize Ruo, knowing that defeating a powerful enemy would consume significant time and prevent him from logging off to care for her. Now, the venom's efficacy had likely diminished, possibly not exceeding a life theft of 30. To ensure that it achieved its utmost impact, immediate application was the wisest choice. But was it truly so? Gulp. The greedy giant toad soared into the air, pouncing down upon Ling Chen like a small mountain. Adequately prepared, Ling Chen dashed to the side, easily evading with his speed of 120, then rolled upon landing, perfectly avoiding the ground's shockwave. He clutched the hell spider's venom but did not discard it. Instead, after stabilizing himself, he stowed it in his backpack. He certainly recalled that the toad's most terrifying skill was Earth Shatter, an indiscriminate attack encompassing a 30-meter radius. This space spanned merely 50 meters. Should the greedy giant toad unleash it from a central position, it would engulf the entire area, leaving him with no possibility of escape. In such a scenario, his only fate would be death. However, this skill would only activate when its health dipped below 10. Thus, if he could extinguish its life before it reached that threshold, it would never have the chance to unleash this devastating ability. Hope. Could he truly reach that moment? Hope that the hell spider's venom would still possess the capacity to deprive more than 10 of its life. Let us fight. He wagered his dignity, staked everything, giving it his all. Even if the enemy before him was tenfold stronger, he would not concede without battle. He could not afford to die. Ahead, the massive shadow descended once more. Before pouncing, the greedy giant toad distinctly propelled itself off the ground with its hind legs. At this moment, Ling Chen began to retreat. With his current speed of 120, as long as he maintained unwavering concentration, he could easily evade. But should he falter even slightly, he would meet his end beneath the greedy giant toad. Boom! The toad's descent stirred the ground violently. This time, Ling Chen did not flee far. Instead, he quickly returned, delivering 3 powerful strikes upon the greedy giant toad. 1-1 miss. Ling Chen. His accuracy had increased by 20 points, and given the toad's bulky physique, its evasion ability was relatively low, allowing 2 of his 3 strikes to connect. Yet, the damage inflicted amounted to merely 1 point, the minimum force damage that could not breach its defenses. With a full 5 levels in strength and wielding the silver 2-handed sword of the mind's blade, he had consumed a special potion to augment his physical attack by 20. Yet he still could not penetrate the greedy giant toad's defenses. What could he use to overcome it if he could not breach its defenses? Ling Chen's heart sank. After those 3 attacks, he swiftly retreated, creating a safe distance from the greedy giant toad, preparing for its next onslaught. His gaze fixated upon its hind legs. The toad's most frequently utilized attack method was the pounce. However, this time, he did not observe any movement from its hind legs. Ling Chen's brow furrowed as he suddenly noticed the toad's enormous mouth slightly ajar. Without a second thought, he pushed off the ground, executing a sideways roll. Whoosh! A white tongue, longer than the greedy giant toad's body, shot from its mouth like an arrow, barely grazing Ling Chen as it passed through the spot where he had just stood. That tongue extended over several meters, measuring more than a meter in width. After a brief pause upon striking the ground, it was swiftly retracted, but that moment had nearly sent a chill down Ling Chen's spine. Had he not been forewarned about the toad's tongue strike ability, he would have undoubtedly been struck by that sudden assault. With the tongue strike missing, the greedy giant toad propelled itself once more, launching another attack toward Ling Chen. He swiftly evaded, then turned to retaliate, landing 3 more strikes on the beast. 1-1. Miss. There was no luck involved. His attacks could not penetrate the greedy giant toad's defenses, unless he could land a critical hit with a mere 5 probability. Even if he connected, he would forever inflict only 1 point of force damage. The description of the greedy giant toad's weakness mentioned its fear of wind attribute attacks. Yet Ling Chen was not an elemental mage and could not conjure anything related to wind. Its other weakness was its relatively low defense at the head. The greedy giant toad stood at least 7 to 8 meters high, while a player's maximum initial jump height was only 1 meter. Ling Chen could never hope to reach such heights to deliver an attack. What was he to do? Was he left with no choice but to rely on that 5 chance of a critical hit? Even if he could persevere relying on that slim margin, how long would it take to whittle down its staggering 80,000 health points? Though his perception, reflexes, judgment, and agility were all exceptional, facing the greedy giant toad required him to maintain absolute concentration every second. A moment's distraction or misjudgment would lead to his demise. In such a state, he bore immense mental strain each moment, rendering prolonged endurance impossible. Mental exhaustion is far more terrifying than physical fatigue. While physical fatigue can be swiftly restored, mental exhaustion requires a much longer time to recuperate. The gaping maw of the greedy giant toad exhibited a subtle writhing, prompting Ling Chen's taut body to react instantaneously. He swiftly rolled aside, and with a swift whoosh, a massive white tongue shot downwards from the toad's mouth, barely grazing Ling Chen's form before striking the ground where he had previously stood, only to retract rapidly. In that fleeting moment, Ling Chen's gaze swept across the ground where the tongue had made contact. When the greedy giant toad retracted its tongue, it did not adhere to the debris and dust on the ground. This enormous amphibian seemed to possess a tongue unlike that of ordinary frogs, devoid of any stickiness. Goo! Goo! Suddenly, the greedy giant toad raised its 2 forelimbs, and amidst a burst of dark yellow light, it clasped a massive boulder measuring 2 meters in length, which it then hurled toward Ling Chen with a peculiar shriek. With a deft leap backward, Ling Chen narrowly avoided the boulder as it crashed to the ground before him, shattering into a multitude of fragments, 3 of which soared toward him just as his feet touched the ground. Had he not anticipated the boulder's explosive effect, he would have been caught off guard. However, forearmed with knowledge, he accurately tracked the trajectory of the incoming debris, lightly pushing off the ground with his feet to execute 2 seamless flips, evading all 3 fragments. Goo! Goo! Whoosh! The giant tongue shot forth once more from the greedy giant toad's mouth, almost without warning. The speed of this tongue, surpassing that of a released arrow, would haunt all its adversaries, and few among the global player base could evade such a strike as Ling Chen had. Once again, the gigantic tongue failed to hit Ling Chen, merely brushing against the frigid ground. As he narrowly evaded, a glimmer of insight sparked in Ling Chen's eyes, and in that instant, he surged forward, leaping onto the broad surface of the retracting tongue. Whoosh! The long tongue was swiftly drawn back, propelling Ling Chen toward the toad's mouth. Just as he was about to plummet into the gaping maw of the greedy giant toad, he harnessed the momentum to leap high, narrowly landing atop its mouth, where he swiftly unleashed a strike with his mental blade upon its head. Miss. 34. A tremendous force surged from beneath him, violently flinging Ling Chen toward the ground. As he soared through the air, he fixated on the fading damage numbers above the greedy giant toad's head, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Though it was a meager damage figure, it illuminated a glimmer of hope within him. Chapter 28. Faith. Having been cast down to the ground, Ling Chen lost a small amount of vitality, but quickly rolled upon landing, stabilizing his form. Clenching the blade of his heart's realm tightly in both hands, he noted that the strike to the head had inflicted 34 points of damage. The greedy giant toad's head, while possessing relatively low defense compared to its body, still mitigated almost 3/4 of his attack, which was a mere 34 points against Ling Chen's base attack power of 118. However, as long as he could breach its defenses, hope remained. The sole opportunity to conquer it lay in evading its tongue strike, and then, in the fleeting moment thereafter, leaping onto the massive tongue, allowing it to propel his form towards its head for an assault. This was the only possibility, a feat unattainable by an ordinary player. Dodging the tongue strike was already a monumental challenge. To then leap onto the tongue's surface and ascend to its head before it could retract was a perilous endeavor. A single misstep would result in being swallowed whole or trampled by the greedy giant toad. Yet, this seemingly impossible maneuver became Ling Chen's only glimmer of hope. With a swift motion, the dreadful tongue shot forth like an arrow. Ling Chen narrowed his eyes into a thin slit. Perceiving the incoming strike as if it had slowed dramatically, the trajectory vividly etched in his sight. A nimble sidestep allowed the tongue to strike the ground mere inches from his feet. In that brief pause, he propelled himself forward, landing firmly upon the tongue's surface, mastering his balance as he surged towards the toad's head. With only a step remaining to the gaping maw, Ling Chen launched himself with all his might, landing directly above the greedy giant toad's mouth. Yet, instead of attacking immediately as before, he advanced further to the space between its eyes, raising his blade of the heart's realm for a decisive strike. 51 miss. Positioned between the toad's eyes, he was hindered by their presence. and it was only after 3 attempts that the greedy giant toad cast him aside. Once again, he lost a fraction of his vitality upon landing. Steadying himself, he raised his head, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Just a little more, and I shall send you to hell. My body, my spirit, my will, must endure. I cannot perish here. Though the damage from his 2 attacks barely tickled the beast, it ignited its fury. The enormous azure eyes glinted with a more ferocious light, and its powerful hind legs thrust against the ground. Instinctively, Ling Chen evaded, yet in the next moment, the greedy giant toad soared upwards instead of crashing down upon him, only to plunge heavily back to the earth. Ling Chen's eyes widened in alarm. Fixated on the descending shadow of the toad, his mind racing with the recollection of its fearsome skill, rock rain. Just as the greedy giant toad was about to touch down, Ling Chen leapt into the air. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated through the space, causing the entire area to tremble violently, debris cascading from the rocky walls. As Ling Chen landed, the ground continued to shake, nearly unbalancing him. Had he not jumped at that instant, he would have surely lost his footing or even been knocked unconscious. Straining to maintain his balance, he retreated with all his might. The greedy giant toad shimmered with a dense yellow light amidst the ongoing tremors. Countless stones seemed to materialize from nowhere, crashing down mercilessly, creating a torrential meteor shower of debris. The cacophony of impacts reverberated as disaster rained down, enveloping Ling Chen entirely. He did not look up, for the time spent doing so would allow several falling stones to strike him. Instead, he closed his eyes, attuning himself to every whisper of the approaching winds, contorting his body into impossible angles, twisting and turning, creating an indistinct blur of motion. In the span of 2 seconds, he executed 8 rapid displacements, emerging unscathed from the dense shower of falling stones, pressing himself against the outer wall. The greedy giant toad had a total of 80,000 life points, and thus far, he had inflicted less than 150 points of damage. Throughout this ordeal, he had brushed perilously close to death on several occasions. Nevertheless, he remained resolute, for the words give up held no place in his lexicon. After unleashing rock rain, the greedy giant toad would enter a state of rigidity for at least 3 seconds. However, even if this duration were to extend tenfold, it would avail Ling Chen nothing, as he could not penetrate the creature's defenses. Instead, he used this fleeting moment to recalibrate his mental state, allowing his taut nerves a brief respite. As the greedy giant toad recovered from its rigid state, it lunged toward Ling Chen's position, crashing against the wall he clung to. Ling Chen deftly evaded the assault and the subsequent tremors, swiftly retreating until he stood a mere 10 meters from the creature. He surmised that at this distance, the greedy giant toad would be inclined to unleash its tongue strike. As anticipated, the toad's tongue shot forth, propelled by a fierce wind. Prepared, Ling Chen dodged and leapt once more onto the massive tongue, propelled by its motion towards the toad's head, executing 3 powerful strikes. Miss, 177. The first 2 strikes missed, but the third landed with a blinding blue damage indicator, exceeding the total damage of all his previous assaults combined. Against the greedy giant toad's formidable defenses, the impact of his decisive blow far surpassed that of any critical hit. After 3 attempts, Ling Chen was violently cast aside once more. He quickly distanced himself from the creature, consuming a red potion to restore his vitality. With a furrowed brow, he dashed around the toad's vicinity, awaiting the next tongue strike. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of crashing and lunging reverberated through the air as he navigated the onslaught of attacks capable of obliterating him in an instant. Though his breath grew heavier, his spirit remained unyielding. His dignity and will would not allow him to falter here. Yet, a chilling realization dawned upon him. The greedy giant toad appeared to have grown wise. 2 whole minutes passed without it unleashing another tongue strike. The celestial bosses had begun to exhibit a certain level of intelligence. Could this monstrous toad have realized that Ling Chen could only harm it during its tongue assaults? If that were the case, hope would be utterly extinguished. As anxiety began to grip him, the colossal tongue suddenly shot towards him. The sudden strike that could plunge ordinary beings into despair invigorated Ling Chen, nearly causing him to stumble as he ran. This tongue strike was not merely a simple attack. It indicated that the intellect of the greedy giant toad was not particularly developed, employing a nearly mechanical style of combat. Ling Chen narrowly evaded the strike and leaped once more, aiming for the creature's head. 50. Miss. The greedy giant toad most frequently unleashed pounces, followed by tongue strikes. However, its limited intelligence significantly reduced the frequency of its tongue attacks. At times, it would strike 2 or 3 times in a minute, while at other moments, it would refrain from using it for several minutes. Ling Chen devoted all his focus to the greedy giant toad, seizing each precious opportunity with unerring accuracy, landing 3 fierce blows upon its head. 50, 50 miss. Miss, miss, 49. 102 miss, 52. Once, twice, thrice, 10 times, 20 times. All of the pounces were deftly evaded by Ling Chen. Not a single boulder or scattered debris grazed his form. The frequency of the rockfalls was quite low, occurring only once every 10 minutes on average. Each time, he traversed the precipice of death, yet none succeeded in claiming his life. The tongue strikes, which initially occurred multiple times within a minute, dwindled to an average of 3 every 2 minutes by the end. Each opportunity was seized with miraculous precision, terrifyingly without a single misstep. Simultaneously, each trio of strikes inflicted approximately 100 points of damage. Under such circumstances, the greedy giant toad's life points dwindled at an exceedingly slow pace. After half an hour, it had lost 4,000 life points, and another half hour later, its health plummeted to 72,000. Ling Chen, aside from the life lost from being flung to the ground, had not been touched once by the greedy giant toad's body or its attacks. In 1 hour, he had chipped away 8,000 of its life points. If he could sustain this for 10 hours, if he could endure for just 9 more hours, perhaps he could truly vanquish it. Once again, he narrowly escaped the rain of falling rocks, sweat pouring down his brow. He crouched on the ground, gasping for air during the greedy giant toad's brief moment of rigidity. For an hour, his nerves had been taut, on the verge of snapping. Such mental strain exceeded the limits of an ordinary person. His ability to persevere thus far was astonishing. Most people would feel dizzy, fatigued, and desperate for sleep after just 10 minutes of such intense tension. Ling Chen, too, was mentally exhausted and yearned for slumber. Yet, if he truly wished to triumph over the greedy giant toad, he had to endure for another 9 hours without encountering any unforeseen variables. In those 9 hours, the slightest lapse in concentration would lead him to death. 9 hours. Could he truly endure? Ling Chen lowered his head, silently clenching his palm. Yu, grant me faith and strength. In this relentless struggle at the precipice of death, overcoming the grim reaper time and time again, what does this fleeting mental fatigue signify? Chapter 29. The edge of collapse. Ling Chen possessed a physique and mental fortitude far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Yet even after more than an hour of intense concentration, he was nearing his limits. The life of the greedy giant toad had diminished by only a tenth. What could possibly sustain him, allowing him to endure approximately 9 more hours without missing any opportunities to strike? It could only be faith. The greedy giant toad had recovered from its state of rigidity, its terrifying dark green eyes locking onto him. Ling Chen wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, his gaze turning resolute. He straightened his posture, grasping the heart's blade, whispering to himself, "Come on, I will not die." With a guttural sound, a long-distance attack surged towards him from over 20 meters away. The greater the distance of the attack, the more time it afforded the opponent to react, thus posing less danger to Ling Chen. He held his breath, evading with a leap as he had done before, positioning himself 10 meters behind the greedy giant toad. This distance was precisely calculated to be optimal. At this range, he had ample reaction time against both the onslaught and the boulders, and he could swiftly escape the rain of falling stones. Most critically, this distance was the maximum reach of the toad's tongue, allowing him to jump back to evade and then swiftly leap onto the giant tongue to counterattack. With a strange croak, the greedy giant toad suddenly raised its head high, a first for such a movement. Ling Chen paused momentarily, observing as the toad's massive jaws gaped wide, releasing an incredibly terrifying sound that echoed throughout the space. The shrill noise pierced through his ears, causing him to instinctively cover them, as if his eardrums had been punctured in an instant, his consciousness plunging into utter emptiness. Simultaneously, the heart's blade in Ling Chen's hand flickered with a brief silver light, and in that instant, his disoriented mind regained clarity. He noticed the greedy giant toad's hind legs making a powerful leap, propelling it upwards. Boom! The ground trembled violently, and as with countless times before, the greedy giant toad once again missed its target. Confused, it croaked twice, its sluggish mind unable to comprehend why this human could still deftly evade its attack after unleashing its sonic wave. Ling Chen increasingly recognized the immense fortune of possessing the heart's blade. The recent sonic assault was a manifestation of the toad's greedy sound wave, capable of enveloping a radius of 50 meters, ensnaring all living beings within that space. Within the sound wave, there existed a 100 chance of succumbing to at least 5 seconds of disorientation, during which bodily movements would be entirely ungoverned by the mind. Even a fleeting moment of confusion would suffice for the greedy giant toad to eliminate Ling Chen in an instant. Yet, a passive attribute of the Heart's Blade granted immunity to disorientation. This attribute, which he had previously deemed insignificant, now emerged as his salvation in the face of the greedy giant toad. As long as he wielded the Heart's Blade, the greedy sound wave would merely cause discomfort in his ears, possessing no other detrimental effects on him. The greedy sound wave was the most horrifying skill of the greedy giant toad, second only to the earth-shattering force it could unleash. Covering a vast area with a 100 probability of causing disorientation for at least 5 seconds. The mere thought was chilling, yet the Heart's Blade nullified this terrifying ability. The Heart's Blade, a gift from the Hell Spider, had appeared at an astoundingly fortuitous moment, as though preordained. With the blade positioned before him, Ling Chen's eyes sparkled like cold stars. If even the heavens are aiding me, then you must perish. With a powerful shout that invigorated his weary spirit, he charged forward, meeting the greedy giant toad and Appos, as tongue attack head-on instead of retreating. He leapt high, landing upon the very surface of the tongue that had just swept past his feet. I shall not die. I shall not fail. Ding. Congratulations. Your level has increased to 6. Health, 10. Magic, 10. And you have gained 5 free attribute points. Phew. Yunfeng exhaled deeply, gathering his spoils and jogging to a safe area. With a sense of delight, he allocated all his free attribute points and sat down for a brief respite. Finally at level 6. This leveling system is utterly absurd. At this rate, reaching level 10 to transition to a formal class will take at least another week. Yunfeng muttered in dissatisfaction, then opened his skill panel, glancing at it before his expression fell. Sigh, both skills are only at level 3, and the points required to reach level 4 are maddening. I might as well be dead. I refuse to believe anyone can max out all their novice skills before reaching level 10. Killing elite monsters and bosses is the only way to gain skill points. Who set this rule? Have they been consuming too much brainless entertainment? The probability of encountering an elite monster is akin to a collision between Mars and Earth. And don't even get me started on bosses. The Lord Boss at Evil Wolf Cliff appears as if it were a world war. After venting for a brief moment, Yunfeng opened his friend's panel, only to be taken aback. He was still at level 5. Perhaps he doesn't prioritize levels? Should I greet him? After a moment's thought, he decided against it. Based on his initial impression of Ling Chen's personality, he surmised that Ling Chen was the sort who preferred solitude. His gaze fell upon a name, and the displayed level made his eyes widen in surprise. Level 7. He quickly initiated a call, and as soon as it connected, he exclaimed, You are already level 7. We entered the game together, and I've been online around the clock for 2 days. Yet I'm still at level 6 while you've reached level 7. Come on, don't push yourself so hard. This relentless pace will eventually wear you down. Do not burden yourself too much, and certainly don't pressure yourself. Trust me, the person I found for you will not disappoint. I can only keep his identity a secret for now. He does not wish for many to know of him. But as your brother, I assure you, he will absolutely not let you down. He is the only person I have genuinely admired in my life. In her dreams, Shui Ruo slowly opened her eyes. Instinctively, she leaned closer to Ling Chen, seeking the warmth of his body. The gentle moonlight filtered through the window, casting a soft glow on the wall's clock. It was precisely 2 a.m. She gazed at the man beside her, and in the dim light, she noticed Ling Chen's brow slightly furrowed, his features reflecting a hint of distress, as if his teeth were clenched together. Was he facing a formidable enemy or a challenge in the game? She pondered silently. Then with great effort, she propped herself up and leaned down, planting a gentle kiss on Ling Chen's forehead. Brother, you can do it. You are the strongest in the world. No matter how fearsome the enemies or obstacles, you will overcome them. With her gaze resting on the gaming device on her wrist, Shui Ruo closed her eyes. Once I can enter the game like my brother, what profession should I choose to assist him? 102 miss. Gurgle. With an enraged croak from the greedy giant toad, Ling Chen was once again flung far from its head, landing unsteadily and staggering backward, retreating 7 or 8 steps before finally coming to a halt. He raised his head, his eyes wide as he gazed at the gluttonous giant toad before him. His breaths were heavy and labored, his face flushed with a deep crimson hue. The hands gripping the blade of his resolve trembled slightly, his body unable to maintain stillness. Swaying subtly, yet, his eyes remained as cold and clear as ice. The life force of the gluttonous giant toad stood at 39,980 out of 80,000. The clock pointed to 2 in the morning. 5 full hours had passed since he first encountered the gluttonous giant toad. Remarkably, despite the passage of time, Ling Chen had not succumbed. Instead, he had managed to whittle down the creature's life force by half. At last, had he truly diminished it by 50%? His body felt as soft as cotton, his spirit weakened to the brink of losing control over his movements. His vision began to blur frequently, and he longed to collapse onto the ground and surrender to sleep. His mental fortitude had reached its zenith. No, it had surpassed it. He was now existing in a state of exhaustion sustained solely by life and belief. After today, he might require several days and nights of uninterrupted slumber to recuperate. Or perhaps he would fall gravely ill. Yet, the gluttonous giant toad still had half of its life remaining. Was it truly impossible to persist any longer? But he had come this far. How could he possibly resign himself to defeat? Ling Chen bit down hard on his tongue, the sharp pain jolting his fading consciousness back to clarity. Through the agony, his wavering vision sharpened. He beheld a massive boulder appearing between the claws of the gluttonous giant toad, hurtling toward him with a fierce wind. From the depths of his drained body, an unexpected surge of strength erupted, propelling him backward just in time to evade the crashing stone. He landed, prone on the ground, narrowly avoiding the scattered debris. As he rose to his feet, his body trembled violently. Whoosh! A familiar giant tongue shot forth. The moment the gluttonous giant toad stirred its colossal maw, Ling Chen instinctively leaped, narrowly escaping the attack. However, upon landing, he lost his balance and fell to the ground, helplessly watching as the toad retracted its tongue. This was the first time he had faltered in seizing such a rare opportunity for attack. After 5 hours of relentless tension, even a god would be on the brink of utter collapse. Yet, the gluttonous giant toad still had half of its life left to contend with. Chapter 30. The fury of wrath. Ling Chen sprang to his feet with the utmost speed, resisting the languor that threatened to overtake his body, striving to maintain his balance. In the face of the greedy giant toad, being off-kilter would spell peril. Goo, goo, goo. In the next moment, rather than receiving the anticipated onslaught from the greedy giant toad, it lifted its head and began emitting a cacophony of croaks, the volume rising to a deafening crescendo. What is this? Greedy sound wave? No, that is not it. This sound. What manner of attack is this? Aside from the earth-shattering move it unleashes when its health dips below 10, Ling Chen was well acquainted with all of the greedy giant toad's other assault techniques. Yet this motion and sound did not herald any attack he had previously encountered. Wait, could it be a hidden skill? Super bosses above the Lord level often possess one or more hidden abilities. The activation of these hidden skills requires specific conditions, and they evade detection by conventional means. Even detection scrolls are ineffective. Just as Ling Chen made this realization, a warning echoed in his ears from the system. Ding! Warning! The greedy giant toad has unleashed an unknown hidden summoning technique, which triggers only when its life falls below 50. This summoning occurs once every half hour after its health drops below that threshold. Exercise caution. A summoning technique? To Ling Chen's astonishment, 5 dark blue beams of light suddenly descended from the heavens, illuminating the space around the greedy giant toad and revealing 5 shadowy figures. These were 5 enormous toads, each towering over a human. Man-eating giant toad. Type: Beast. Level: 10. Rank: 2-star elite. Health: 1600. Summoned by the greedy giant toad, these monstrous toads possess a dangerous aggressiveness, capable of easily swallowing an adult whole. Beware their lunging attacks and tongue strikes. 5 man-eating giant toads. 5 level 10 2-star elites. The summoned toads leapt toward him with remarkable agility, covering 4 to 5 meters in a single bound, swiftly closing in from both sides. At the same time, a massive boulder was hurled from the claws of the greedy giant toad. Bang! Ling Chen executed 2 rolls backward, narrowly avoiding the impact of the boulder and the ensuing shrapnel. However, before he could steady himself, 3 dark blue shadows lunged at him. Exhausted beyond measure, Ling Chen had no means of evasion and was struck simultaneously by the 3 man-eating giant toads. 78, 76, 80. Ling Chen's health, initially at 270, plummeted into a critical state. Had he not consumed the crimson blood fruit earlier, he would have been instantly slain. Staggering backward from the trio of attacks, his back collided with the stone wall behind him. Grasping the wall tightly, he nearly collapsed to the ground. Should he fall, a subsequent assault from these man-eating giant toads would surely spell his doom. Regaining his footing, Ling Chen deftly maneuvered past the attacks of the remaining 2 toads and swiftly fled, achieving a distance with a movement speed of 120. He quickly consumed an orange potion and a life potion crafted by Wang Ji. Ding! You have consumed Wang Ji's life potion, raising your health cap to 200. With an effect lasting 1 hour. What he initially deemed unnecessary, the special life potion, had now become essential. Previously, facing a single greedy giant toad had left him on edge. Yet, the solace of having only one adversary had been shattered by the emergence of 5. He needed to eliminate these smaller toads first, Otherwise, he could not hope to continue. Boom. The greedy giant toad launched a fierce attack, which Ling Chen barely evaded. Yet, his reflexes had slowed significantly, and he nearly succumbed to the tremors of the ground that followed. With a steely gaze, he seized the moment after the greedy giant toad strike to charge at the 5 man-eating giant toads that had congregated to attack him, executing a sweeping arc slash. Swish, 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 swish. Ling Chen evaded all 5 toad strikes by angling his body, and as he surged forward, his arc slash cleaved through the nearest 3 man-eating giant toads. 110, 108, 111. The defensive capabilities and evasion skills of the man-eating giant toads paled in comparison to those of the greedy giant toad. Under the influence of the potion and strength enhancers, his strikes landed with devastating effect, each inflicting over 100 points of damage. Having dashed past the man-eating giant toads, Ling Chen executed a swift counterattack with another arc slash. 204, 100, 101. Once again, all strikes were successful. Yet, in that moment, the greedy giant toad's attack arrived, its terrifying tongue strike lunging toward him from behind. The imminent danger did not compel Ling Chen to turn back. Instead, he performed a grand backward somersault, narrowly evading the trajectory of the tongue strike, landing upon its surface, and then leaping onto its head to deliver 3 merciless blows with all his might. 50 miss, 51. Though his spirit was stretched to its limits, and his body felt as though it might collapse, the proximity of death still ignited a rapid response within him, and his body unleashed a terrifying burst of energy. No one could fathom what sustained his spirit and body, compelling him to endure without yielding. What was the true extent of his limits? Or did he possess any at all? Goo. Following his 3 strikes, Ling Chen was flung away, landing precisely where the 5 man-eating giant toads awaited. As he descended, they all opened their gaping maws, their tongues, each over a meter long, launching toward him in unison. Ling Chen's pupils constricted violently. Gritting his teeth, he hastily swallowed an orange potion whose cooldown had just expired, restoring his health to 436. And then faced the oncoming attack of the man-eating giant toads with a sweeping arc slash. 76, 80, 82, 77, 79, 110, 141, 108. Ling Chen's strike and the tongues of the 5 man-eating giant toads collided almost simultaneously. His recently restored health plummeted to near depletion. Upon landing, he was left with but a few points of health. Without hesitation, he sprinted forward at breakneck speed. The cooldown for recovery potions was 5 seconds, and during that time, he could not use any similar potions. With his health so critically low, he could not withstand even a single attack from a man-eating giant toad. He had to forego offense entirely to focus on recovery. Simultaneously, he realized that until he vanquished the 5 man-eating giant toads, no matter how opportune the moment, he could not afford to attack the greedy giant toad. The longer the man-eating toads remained, the greater the danger. 20 seconds later, through sheer effort in running and dodging, he managed to restore his health with a red potion that recovered 100 health points. He possessed only a handful of orange potions that could restore 200 health, which he had to reserve for critical moments. He could not afford to waste them. With his health restored, Ling Chen's eyes gleamed with determination as he braved the combined assaults of the greedy giant toad and the man-eating giant toads, charging toward the latter. 106, 112, 107, 110, 141, 108, 111, 103, 220. The assault from a single greedy giant toad was already formidable, now compounded by 5 man-eating giant toads. Ling Chen felt the weight of immense pressure. He had to prioritize evading the lethal strike of the greedy giant toad. While his weary body endured repeated attacks from the man-eating giant toads, his own strikes landing on the greedy giant toad whenever he found the opportunity. 109, 112, 100. Goo. At long last, after a series of consecutive small arc slashes, 3 man-eating giant toads fell lifeless beneath Ling Chen's blade of tranquility. Ding. You have successfully slain 3 level 10 2-star elite man-eating giant toads, earning 60 reputation points and 60 skill potential points. Remaining skill potential points, 150. With the extermination of the 3 toads, Ling Chen felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders. He refrained from further attacks, evading the greedy toad's tongue thrust, and swiftly retreated. He then promptly opened his skill panel and allocated the 150 skill points to enhance his small arc slash. It required precisely 150 skill potential points to elevate the small arc slash to its pinnacle. In a fleeting flash of brilliance, the small arc slash leveled up once more. Small arc slash, current level, LV5, at its peak. A primary apprentice skill for novice warriors, it executes a horizontal slash with the wielded weapon. creating a small sword arc that inflicts 120 of normal attack damage to up to 5 targets within a 4-meter radius, with a 20 chance to push the target back 1 position, consuming 7 mana points, and possessing no cooldown time. Ding! Your apprentice skills full power strike and small arc slash have both reached their zenith, unlocking the advanced apprentice skill Fury of Fire. Ling Chen was momentarily taken aback, then quickly turned his attention to the newly unlocked apprentice skill. Fury of Fire, current level, LV1, maximum level, LV5, skill potential points required to advance to LV2, 40. An advanced apprentice skill for novice warriors. It can only be unlocked after all primary apprentice skills reach their peak. Upon activation, it sacrifices life and defense to gain enhanced defensive capabilities. Effect: life 10, defense 10, physical attack 10, duration 10 seconds, mana cost 5, cooldown time 1 minute. The ultimate technique of the novice class, it is a berserk skill that augments physical attack power. However, due to its stringent prerequisites, the number of novice warrior players capable of unlocking this skill is exceedingly limited. Sacrificing life and defense for an additional 10 points in attack power is undoubtedly advantageous for Ling Chen at present, yet the duration is alarmingly brief, and the cooldown period excessively long. Most astonishing is the number of skill points required for its upgrade. Full Power Strike requires just 1 skill potential point to advance from LV1 to LV2. Small Arc / needs 5 points. While Fury of Fire demands a staggering 40 points to progress from LV1 to LV2. Chapter 31. Desperation, the Fiery Wrath. With a soft utterance, Ling Chen activated the skill he had just unlocked. A faint crimson aura enveloped his body, diminishing both his defense and health, while simultaneously augmenting his attack power by 10 points. Bathed in this subtle red glow, Ling Chen swiftly turned and charged towards the last 2 man-eating giant toads. 123, 125, 124. Under the influence of the Fiery Wrath, Ling Chen's damage against the man-eating giant toads significantly increased. With a series of swift slashes, the final 2 toads finally succumbed. Ding! You have successfully slain 2 level 10 2-star elite man-eating giant toads, earning 40 reputation and 40 skill potential points. Remaining skill potential points, 40. With 40 skill points at his disposal, he promptly allocated them all to Fiery Wrath, elevating it from level 1 to level 2. Fiery Wrath, current level, LV2, maximum level, LV5. Skill potential points required to reach LV3, 90. This advanced apprentice skill for novice warriors can only be unlocked once all basic apprentice skills reach their peak. Upon activation, it sacrifices life and defense in exchange for enhanced attack capability. Effects: health -20, defense -20, physical attack power 20, duration 20 seconds, magic cost 10, skill cooldown 1 minute. After the upgrade, the effects of Fiery Wrath multiplied. Not only did the attack power increase by 20, but its duration extended to a full 20 seconds. However, the consumption of health, defense, and magic doubled. Finally, having cleared all the man-eating giant toads, Ling Chen felt a slight relaxation wash over him. But this moment of reprieve nearly caused him to collapse. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to regain his composure and advanced forward, maintaining a distance of precisely 10 meters from the greedy giant toad. He widened his eyes, drawing upon every ounce of willpower to support his body and mind. After all the effort he had put in, he could not afford to falter. Whoosh! Fortunately, the greedy giant toad unleashed its tongue stab once more. Ling Chen's weary body erupted with an unfathomable strength, evading an attack that would typically be nearly impossible to dodge even at the peak of mental acuity. He landed deftly on the tongue, releasing Fiery Wrath in tandem. As the retracted giant tongue landed on the greedy giant toad's head, he executed a fierce triple strike. 83, miss, 81. The amplified attack from Fiery Wrath significantly increased the damage he inflicted upon the greedy giant toad. If he could remain undefeated and maintain the same efficiency in his attacks, the time required to deplete the greedy giant toad's entire health would be drastically shortened. But could Ling Chen, in his current state, continue to evade all of the greedy giant toad's attacks? Even if he could sustain his invincibility, would his attack efficiency remain comparable to before? Only 5 special potions remained, and in just a few minutes, the ones consumed earlier would reach their effect duration, leaving him with merely 4. Though the special potions may suffice, his blue potions were steadily depleting. After using Fiery Wrath, the rate of consumption would inevitably accelerate. Additionally, the red and orange potions, which he had initially deemed unnecessary, were now being consumed due to the presence of the man-eating giant toads and Fiery Wrath. Should the potions for restoring magic and health run dry, he would find himself teetering precariously on the edge of death. Ling Rua opened her eyes. Bathed in the dim light, she noticed the wall clock had just struck 6 in the morning. A faint white hue appeared outside the window, heralding the arrival of a new day. Typically, at this hour, she would be deeply asleep, as sleep was what she needed most. Yet, she had awakened 3 times throughout the night, her heart inexplicably agitated. She turned to glance at Ling Chen. His brow was furrowed even more deeply than before, lips tightly pressed, and his complexion bore an even more severe distortion, with beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. His expression was one of intense struggle, as if enduring some great torment. "Brother," Ling Rua softly murmured, gently wiping the sweat from his brow with her delicate hand. She finally comprehended why she had woken so frequently that night. It was because he was enduring some form of suffering, undergoing immense trials, and she could not find peace in his pain. After all, to her, his well-being was more important than her own. "Brother, you can do it. There is nothing that can bring you down." At 6 in the morning, it had been a full 9 hours since Ling Chen had entered the 5th zone. The cacophony of sounds persisted in the 5th zone, refusing to quiet. For Ling Chen had yet to perish. Bang, 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 bang. With his final small arc slash, for man-eating giant toads simultaneously fell, their life forces extinguished before him. Though he, too, was struck by the tongue stab of 2 toads and was sent sprawling. Ding. You have successfully slain 4 level 10 2-star elite man-eating giant toads, earning 80 reputation and 80 skill potential points. Remaining skill potential points, 300. In 4 hours, he had faced 9 waves of man-eating giant toads, each wave comprising 5. The time from their emergence to their demise was the most grueling for Ling Chen to endure. The thrill and terror of that period were known only to him. He had no idea how many times he had teetered on the brink of death, yet he had never fallen. A total of 45 man-eating giant toads had met their demise under his unwavering resolve. The experience gained from the 45 man-eating giant toads brought him tantalizingly close to filling his level 5 experience bar. Furthermore, he had amassed a remarkable 900 skill potential points. 45 level 10 2-star elites, a combination impossible to encounter elsewhere. These skill potential points also allowed him to elevate his final apprentice skill, Fiery Wrath, to level 5. All of his apprentice skills had reached their pinnacle by the time he attained level 5. Such an achievement would be met with disbelief if spoken aloud. Greedy Giant Toad's health, 10, 89780,000. With the high-level Fiery Wrath, Ling Chen's damage output against the greedy giant toad was significantly enhanced. Previously, he had spent 5 hours depleting nearly 40,000 of the greedy giant toad's health, but with Fiery Wrath, it took him 4 hours to eliminate less than 30,000 health. Although his damage increased with each strike, the waning strength of his mental fortitude made evading the tongue stabs increasingly perilous. Mere evasion had become a daunting challenge, and opportunities to counterattack diminished. Initially, he could attack once or twice in a minute, but now, it sometimes took several minutes just to seize a single chance to strike. Yet, despite these challenges, he continued to persevere under an apparently endless reservoir of willpower. A few hours prior, he had been on the brink of collapse, and now, even under the relentless assault of this formidable boss, he remained alive, having reduced its health to below 20. However, even the strongest willpower has its limits. After being struck by the man-eating giant toad, Ling Chen lay on the ground, his vision completely blurred. For a full 3 seconds, he could not rise. Both his body and eyelids felt so heavy that he could barely move. In the realm of gaming, physical stamina does not deplete, for the human body does not truly enter this virtual world. However, the exhaustion of one's spirit is profoundly real. It is the spirit that traverses this game world, perceiving all and controlling its avatar and actions within. The severe depletion of mental energy has rendered him nearly incapable of maintaining control over his body. He struggles to keep his eyes from closing, fearing that should they shut, he would succumb to a prolonged slumber. With only 96 points of health and 25 points of mana remaining, all specialized potions, health and mana restoratives, have been utterly exhausted. At this moment, both his mental fortitude and supplies have reached a state of complete depletion. Perhaps it is time to surrender to sleep, a soft voice echoed in his mind. For a mere boss in this game world is not worth such mental exhaustion. Continuing further may well lead to a serious illness. Yet beneath the abyss, he had acquired a silver sword and amassed considerable skill potential points, elevating all his abilities to their zenith, a monumental achievement beyond the wildest dreams of ordinary players. This was more than sufficient. But soon, this gentle voice was pierced by a sharper one. You cannot perish. Having persevered until now, how can you resign yourself to death? Countless have sought to claim your life and failed, Countless torments have not shattered your will. Even that most terrifying of foes fell by your hand. Throughout your journey in this game, you have never once tasted death. How can you accept dying at the hands of a mere level 10 creature? In his hazy state, he perceived an unusual shift in the air behind him. Clenching his teeth, he channeled the strength born from his unwavering belief into his right foot and forcefully propelled himself against the stone wall at his side. With a swift motion, his body slid away just as a long, serpentine tongue struck the spot he had occupied mere moments before. He narrowly evaded death once more. Even in such dire circumstances, he continued to struggle, unwilling to embrace his end. With the last vestiges of life and magic dwindling, only a thread separated him from complete collapse. Now, Ling Chen possessed no power to attack. Even the strength for his final struggle had waned to a mere whisper, utterly ensnared in despair. Before him loomed the greedy giant toad, with over 10,000 health points remaining. Chapter 32, A Strike of Belief with a Resounding Thud. The greedy giant toad leapt high into the air. Feeling the gust generated by its bound, Ling Chen bit down hard on the edge of his tongue. Though he exerted considerable force, the pain was barely perceptible. His consciousness flickered back to life momentarily, and as the toad descended, he made a feeble jump, barely managing to evade the violent tremors of the ground. Gritting his teeth, he squeezed out the last remnants of his mental energy and charged forward without hesitation. Above him, countless fragments of rock fell, accompanied by the sharp sound of slicing air. Ling Chen did not dare to look back. He ran with all his might. In his current state, relying on his senses to navigate through the dense rain of falling stones was impossible. His only option was to flee desperately, hoping to escape the impending deluge before it struck him. Each descending stone cast a shadow of death, if even one made contact. All of his perseverance and effort over the past 9 hours would be in vain. Ling Chen felt as though he had shed the weight of his body, running for his life. Yet, the approach of death was far swifter than his flight. With a guttural roar, Ling Chen leapt into the air, then closed his eyes, allowing his body to crash heavily onto the ground. In that fleeting moment before he landed, innumerable stones fell behind him, mercilessly striking the cold, hard earth. Listening to the cacophony of falling rocks, Ling Chen realized he was still alive. Grasping the icy stone wall, he made several attempts to rise, but found himself utterly unable to control his hands. He surrendered, focusing on his ragged breaths to find a semblance of calm. Taking advantage of the greedy giant toad's brief moment of rigidity, he sought to restore a sliver of his mental strength. This time, he truly could not rise. The prospect of attacking or evading the creature was utterly beyond him. Yet, to have survived this long against a level 5 celestial spirit boss was no small feat. Ling Chen's lips twitched slightly, and his trembling right hand extended. Within his palm lay a verdant object, hell spider venom. Now, all hope rested upon you. This was his last flicker of hope. More than 10 hours had passed since he acquired the hell spider venom, and its efficacy had undoubtedly diminished by more than half. The greedy giant toad still possessed nearly 13 of its health. Ling Chen was uncertain if the venom could extinguish its final life force. If he succeeded, all his toil would finally bear fruit, and exhaustion would be drowned in relief and exhilaration. If he failed, then there would be no hope left, not a shred. As the greedy giant toad regained its composure after unleashing the rain of stones, its emerald eyes locked onto Ling Chen once more. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his teeth, extracting the last vestiges of his mental energy. With all his strength, he hurled the hell spider venom towards the creature. The greedy giant toad still had one skill left unutilized, a devastating area attack. Once unleashed, even in peak condition, Ling Chen would be annihilated without question. He had refrained from using the venom earlier, hoping to strike when the toad's health was close to 10. To obliterate its life force entirely and deny it the opportunity to unleash its ultimate move. Otherwise, all preceding efforts would be rendered futile. At nearly 13 health, there was still a significant gap to 10, but he had no means left to deplete the toad's vitality further. With his final strength, he cast this last glimmer of hope. The hell spider venom soared in a perfect arc, traveling over 20 meters before landing on the leaping greedy giant toad. With a resounding boom, the venom erupted upon contact, splattering its verdant liquid across the creature's form, rapidly seeping into its body. The toad's impending jump was abruptly halted, and it emitted a cry of anguish. The toad's pained wail signified that the hell spider venom was indeed having an effect. Ling Chen's eyes widened in fervent anticipation as he fixated on the area tainted by the venom, his hands gradually tightening into fists. It must succeed. It must. As he watched with bated breath, a 5-digit number materialized above the greedy giant toad. Ling Chen's vision blurred, but he discerned that it was a 5-digit figure. His heart raced with exhilaration. Prior to this, the toad had 10,897 health points. With the damage inflicted by the venom, it had to. His eyes widened once more, his focus sharpening as he finally discerned the fading 5-digit damage. When the 5 blood-red digits came into view, his pupils constricted to pinpricks. 10,482. It was merely a paltry 5-digit damage, insufficient to deplete the greedy giant toad's health. Remaining health of the greedy giant toad, 415,80,000. Only 415 points of life remained. Ling Chen's eyes dimmed instantly. He had painstakingly whittled down the toad's health from 80,000 to this last vestige of life over 9 arduous hours, sacrificing all his mental fortitude, only to find himself facing an insurmountable chasm of despair. With a furious roar, the greedy giant toad, now with less than 1 health, raised its massive head, its dark eyes radiating a terrifying ferocity. A brilliant yellow light erupted from its body, illuminating the space with a growing intensity. The ground began to tremble violently, and the air was thick with the aura of impending destruction. Ling Chen recognized this as the precursor to the toad's strongest ability, Earth Shatter, which would activate once its health fell below 10. 9 hours of relentless effort had culminated in a mere 415 health points, only to witness it all slip away. He was unwilling to accept this fate. How could he possibly concede? Yet, with only 415 health points left, what could he do to extinguish this final flicker of life? He could not breach the greedy giant toad's defenses. To strike at its head, he would need to rely on his tongue's thrust. Even if he could act freely, the window of opportunity had vanished, for the final skill he feared most was already beginning to be unleashed. Could this truly be the end? His hazy consciousness conjured the image of Ling Ruo's smiling face, the girl who, despite her frail constitution and the severity of the Isolock virus, had fought valiantly to keep her promise to him, surviving for 2 years after their parents' demise. I will not perish. I cannot die without fulfilling my promise to my brother. For his sake, I will never relinquish even the tiniest glimmer of hope. Brother, grant me your strength. Let us be resilient together. Slowly, Ling Chen rose from the ground. Despite his eyelids feeling heavy and nearly impossible to lift, he summoned an inexplicable strength to stand upright, gradually raising the heart's blade in his hand. Ruo, this is the power you have bestowed upon me. Always by my side. Your relentless struggle was solely for the faint hope of reaching the age of 21, a hope that seemed almost unattainable. Finally, the tenacity you refused to abandon has yielded a miracle. No, this is not merely a miracle, but rather the reward for your unwavering efforts. Indeed, you have always been stronger than I, far surpassing my own resolve. Thus, let me, like you, cling to that elusive hope and persevere until the very last vestige of willpower remains. In this moment, I still possess the ability to unleash one final attack. All I can hold on to is that last, almost imperceptible glimmer of hope. Ruo, bless me. Raising the heart's blade, he charged towards the greedy giant toad. Thoughts of Ruo rekindled his faith, which had been on the brink of collapse, warming his spirit and providing him with the strength to deliver this final strike. Raging fire. A crimson light enveloped Ling Chen's body, and his already waning life force diminished by 50, along with a reduction of 50 in defense and 20 in magical energy, leaving him with a mere 5 points, just enough to execute a full force attack. Raging fire. Current level, LV5, at its peak. An advanced apprentice skill for novice warriors. Unlocked only after all primary apprentice skills have reached their maximum potential. Upon activation, it exchanges a portion of life and defense for enhanced attack capability. Effect, life minus 50. Defense minus 50. Physical attack 50. Duration 30 seconds. Magic cost, 20. Skill cooldown, 1 minute. At the request of Feng Tianshuiyu, the upgrade points are as follows. LV1-40, LV2-90, LV3-160, LV4-250, LV5, totaling 540 points. The fully upgraded Raging Fire amplifies physical attack power by 50 points, a staggering enhancement at the Novice Village stage. Conversely, how many novice warriors throughout the entirety of China could activate the Raging Fire skill? And among those who have, how many could elevate it to its highest level? If such feats were attainable, then the skill's effects would hardly seem exaggerated. With the potency of Wang Ji's specially crafted power potion and a basic strength crystal, alongside the simultaneous effect of Raging Fire, Ling Chen's base attack capability soared to 169. His demeanor was devoid of hesitation or resentment. Within his pupils, only the colossal, dark blue form of the greedy giant toad remained. He scarcely noticed that his running speed was astonishingly swift. Though his mental energy was depleted and his body struggled to remain upright, his speed had reached its utmost limit. The ground trembled violently, the air thick with the essence of destruction, as the enormous shadow loomed ever closer. Ling Chen leaped, raising the heart's blade high, and struck down towards the greedy giant toad. With all his might, his final belief and spirit, coupled with the last 5 points of magical energy, propelled his ultimate strike. Swish! He heard the sound of tearing. A blow that should have been insufficient to breach the greedy giant toad's defenses instead pierced deeply into its flesh. The earth beneath the greedy giant toad ruptured, the yellow light gathering power just moments away from explosion. Yet, in that fleeting instant, a swift figure ignited a silver gleam, slicing into its body. The scene froze at that moment. The swelling yellow light failed to detonate, and the massive form of the greedy giant toad became eerily still, as if suspended in time. Where the heart's blade met its flesh, a purple numeral slowly ascended. 507. A critical hit with only a 3,000th probability. A devastating strike. Chapter 33. A remarkable ascent. The life force of the greedy giant toad. 80,000. With the final strike delivered, Ling Chen's spirit finally shattered completely. He could scarcely feel his body, surrendering to the sensation of collapsing forward like a wisp of cotton. Through his blurred vision, he caught a glimpse of purple. A smile crept across his face as he fell heavily to the ground. Though he could no longer discern the magnitude of the damage inflicted, the sight of that purple hue was indeed sufficient. Success. In that fleeting moment, supported by the last vestige of his faith, he triggered the slim chance of hope, a mere 0.3%. No, it could only be deemed a miracle. The health bar of the greedy giant toad had entirely turned black, frozen in the pose of an impending eruption that would rend the earth asunder. Its dark green eyes gradually dulled, and its enormous mouth gaped wide. Then, with a final, despairing cry, it slowly toppled backward, crashing to the ground with a thunderous boom, sending dust swirling into the air, no longer able to move. In that instant, its colossal eyes lost all color. The greedy giant toad was dead. Ding! You have successfully slain the level 10 spirit boss greedy giant toad, earning 1,000 reputation points and 1,000 skill potential points. Ding! You are the first player in the Shunyu world to slay a spirit boss. Receiving rewards: 1,000 reputation points, 1,000 gold coins, 1,000 skill potential points, and the unique item Linksy badge. Current remaining skill potential points: 2,300. Ding! Congratulations! Your level has increased to level 6, with life 10, magic 10, and you have gained 5 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations! Your level has increased to level 7. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased to level 8. Ding! Congratulations! Your level has increased to level 9. Life 10, magic 10, and you have gained 5 free attribute points. Ding! In a state of desperation, you sacrificed your spirit and soul, tenaciously overcoming an adversary deemed insurmountable, ultimately creating a miracle by defeating a level 10 spirit boss at level 5, thus achieving the miracle condition in the Shunyu world, earning the unique skill, Soul Sacrifice. Ding! You have successfully slain the greedy giant toad, and the gateway to the 6th area of the Forgotten Caves has been opened. The notification sound lingered in his ears for quite some time. The experience points granted by the spirit boss were substantial. His level ascended 4 times in rapid succession, finally coming to a halt at 50 of level 9. Undoubtedly, in that fleeting moment, he transcended from obscurity to the pinnacle of all of Huaxia. Level 9, a level unattainable by ordinary players at this time. 9 hours of relentless struggle. Despite the mental exhaustion, he exhibited unwavering dedication and persistence. This was indeed a miracle that only he could conceive. The rewards he received were the fruits of his tireless efforts and willpower, rightfully earned. His extreme power allocation, the Blade of Mindset, the special elixir acquired from the item shop, the Hell Spider's venom, the fury ignited during the battle with the greedy giant toad, and that miraculous final strike. Each of these elements was indispensable. Without even one, the ultimate miracle would not have manifested. Without that blessed sapphire necklace, he might not even be present here. True miracles are forever a confluence of luck, effort, and steadfastness. The demise of the spirit boss was undoubtedly accompanied by a spectacular explosion. Ling Chen hazily observed as the greedy giant toad fell, a multitude of colorful items cascading from its form. With his spirit entirely relaxed, he succumbed to a weariness he could not resist. He could no longer discern what treasures lay before him, nor had he the strength to collect them. His eyes closed, and he drifted into a deep slumber, the continuous notification sound still resonating in his ears. Ding! Your mental power has diminished to a dangerously low state. To safeguard your well-being, you will be forcibly logged out. As the notification faded, Ling Chen was abruptly ejected in a flash of white light, leaving the now tranquil fifth area. The once sleeping behemoth lay there, legs in the air, utterly silent. The ground around it was strewn with items radiating various brilliant hues. The spoils of ordinary monsters, including those from the Lord Boss, would vanish if left unattended for too long. However, the items dropped by spirit level and higher bosses would remain eternally, even their corpses. It was precisely for this reason that Ling Chen had felt so reassured in his slumber. He believed that no other beings would intrude upon this area, at least not in the short term, ensuring that no one would claim his hard-earned treasures. In this deep slumber, Ling Chen found himself enveloped in a profound tranquility. The extent of his mental exhaustion was more harrowing than 10 days and nights without sleep. For an ordinary person, such a level of fatigue could spell disaster, requiring weeks to fully recover. Yet, before the afternoon had even arrived, Ling Chen jolted awake. Sitting up abruptly in bed, his head pounding, eyelids heavy as if weighed down by lead. He struggled to focus his gaze on the clock hanging on the wall. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Brother, you're awake. Have a little drink first. After that, you can sleep some more, okay? A gentle voice drew him from his stupor, and he beheld Ling Shuiruo's eyes. After a brief moment of surprise, he hurriedly supported her frail shoulders, anxiously saying, Ruo, are you hungry? Did you skip breakfast and lunch? He tapped his forehead in frustration. The reason for his rapid awakening lay in his subconscious concern for Ling Shuiruo. She could not even walk without him and was incapable of looking after herself. However, it was already afternoon, which meant that Shuiruo had been unattended all day. Guilt washed over him, and he felt an urge to bang his head against the wall. Ling Shuiruo smiled softly, gently shaking her head. Of course not. I can take care of myself just fine. If you don't believe me, look, I had a big piece of bread for breakfast, along with a warm glass of milk. That's proof. For lunch, I drank a whole bottle of juice and ate all the fruits you prepared. See, evidence right here. Dinner is ready too, and I've made some for you as well. Brother, look. But I still need you to wash the cups and plates. The bedside table was cluttered with crumpled bread wrappers, a glass cup stained with milk, an empty juice bottle, and a small plate of fruit peels. There were also 2 steaming cups of milk. Ling Chen chuckled softly, his nose tinged with a bittersweet sensation. As if something were on the verge of spilling from his eyes, he envisioned the delicate girl before him struggling to dress herself, maneuvering her wheelchair to find breakfast and lunch, and then deliberately leaving evidence of her meals in his sight, all to spare him worry and guilt. You haven't eaten all day, brother. Please, drink this cup of milk quickly, or you can't sleep any longer. Ling Shuiruo held the milk cup in both hands, offering it before him, and Ling Chen promptly grasped her delicate hands. He understood better than anyone the significance of that small cup's weight to her. Wait until my brother has rested before you tell me. For now, just drink the milk obediently. It's been so long since I've made you warm milk. Ling Shuiruo's eyes sparkled as she spoke softly. Ling Chen chose not to continue, offering a gentle smile as he tilted his head back to gulp down the milk. After a night of toil and an entire day without sustenance, he truly felt ravenous. Ling Shuiruo gazed at him with a gentle, watery softness in her eyes. Suddenly, her brow arched and she broke into an exuberant smile, exclaiming, Brother, do you know? At noon, I walked from one end of the living room to the other without the aid of my wheelchair, and then I walked back, only stumbling once in between. And I didn't lean on anything at all. Ling Chen was taken aback. Previously, with his assistance, Ling Shuiruo could manage to walk only 7 or 8 steps. Without support, she could scarcely stand. Shuiruo had never deceived him. She truly walked back and forth in the living room all by herself. Was it the effects of the 23113 serum? His heart raced with a joy more intense than the moment he vanquished the greedy giant toad. He set down his empty cup, suppressing the exhilaration surging within him, and spoke with a slightly trembling voice. Shuiruo, tomorrow, we shall visit the hospital again. Yes, she replied eagerly. In the past, the hospital had always been her greatest fear, her face paling at the mere thought of it. But this time, she responded with such confidence and excitement. She could feel the changes within her body and had a clearer vision of her future with her brother. I will rest for a while and then prepare dinner. Cradling Shuiruo back to bed, Ling Chen leapt down and accurately landed in his slippers. This momentous news swept away his fatigue. Yet, he noticed his brother appeared weary and ought to rest more. I've already slept for a day and night. If I sleep more, I will turn into a little pig. Ling Chen chuckled as he exited the room, heading straight for the kitchen. That evening's dinner was exceptionally delectable, and both Ling Chen and Shuiruo indulged heartily. As night fell, Ling Chen gently embraced Shui Ruo's soft form and drifted into a peaceful slumber, not venturing into the dream moon realm, for he was truly exhausted. Even with his extraordinary constitution, he needed to rest well. In another location, beside the immense carcass of a toad, a multitude of shimmering artifacts lay quietly on the ground, awaiting someone to claim them. Chapter 34. The Sword of Yellow Sand. It cannot be possible. There must be some mistake. The middle-aged female doctor, clad in a heavy white isolation gown, removed her glasses and rubbed her eyes, unable to believe the results recorded on the test report before her. "Doctor, what is the result?" Ling Chen asked calmly. To her astonishment, a significant portion of the Isloker virus was found to be in an inactive state, while the remaining active portion had also markedly diminished. "This is utterly impossible. Xiao Chui, immediately check the instruments and draw blood for retesting. There must be an error in this result." The middle-aged doctor instructed the nurse beside her, who was equally well protected. "No need. This result is already sufficient," Ling Chen replied nonchalantly, sharing a smile with Ling Shui Ruo. He waved his hand dismissively at the doctor and, pushing the wheelchair, turned away towards the exit. "Doctor, I believe we want to be returning here again. Auntie, thank you for your care during this time. Goodbye." Ling Shui Ruo glanced back, waving and smiling at the middle-aged doctor before departing with her brother, disappearing from the doctor's stunned gaze. Could they truly believe this test result? The doctor once again scrutinized the report and the imaging, still shaking her head in disbelief. The Isloker virus losing its activity, though not dead, was akin to hibernation. While it was not uncommon for the Isloker virus to perish, such a widespread loss of activity was simply unheard of. Surely, something must be amiss. If they were to believe this, perhaps it would bring some joy to that girl in her final moments. Walking down the sun-drenched street, Ling Shui Ruo requested a large bucket of ice cream, savoring it slowly, feeling the coolness spread from her tongue throughout her body. Before long, her lips and cheeks were dotted with remnants of the icy cream or chocolate. As they passed by, many people paused, gazing at her ice cream indulgence as if witnessing a pure fairy who had accidentally descended to the mortal realm, left awestruck and spellbound. Occasionally, a passerby would whisper something in hushed tones, causing their expressions to shift from amazement to pity. Though merely 16, Ling Shui Ruo possessed a breathtaking beauty that compelled those who encountered her to inquire her name. Consequently, more and more people became aware of her plight with the Isloker virus. Thus, as they strolled, they attracted countless glances, yet none dared to approach. This resulted in a serene world for the two, free from the intrusion of third parties. Otherwise, with Ling Shui Ruo's enchanting visage, tranquility would be unattainable. "Brother, once I fully recover, can we return to Zhongzhou? It is so quiet there, our hometown, the place where I was born and raised, where I first met you." Ling Shui Ruo closed her eyes, quietly reminiscing about those indelible moments. Indeed, Ling Chen smiled in agreement. His sole purpose in bringing Ling Shui Ruo to Jinghua was to seek hope for treating the Isloker virus, as Jinghua, being the capital of Huaxia, boasted the most advanced medical facilities. If Shui Ruo were to recover completely, there would be no reason to remain here. This place was overly bustling and concealed too many dark corners, unsuitable for their lives. Having spent 2 years in Jinghua, he yearned to return to that modest yet warm home. As they passed the distribution point for the Shunyu gaming devices, Ling Chen glanced over. Although it was already the 4th day since Shunyu commenced, a long queue still formed at the distribution point. It was here that Yun Feng had first discovered him and had proactively gifted him the 23,113 potion. Perhaps it was indeed fate at play. "I, Ling Chen, have never wished to owe anyone. What you have given me is the greatest kindness I have ever received. Thus, regarding your sister's matter, I trust you shall not be disappointed. What sort of girl is that one named Yun Mingxin? What progress has she made in establishing her guild? To what scale has it developed now?" Upon returning home, it was already 10 in the morning. After a tiring round trip to the hospital, Shui Ruo quickly fell asleep after Ling Chen carried her to bed. Ling Chen reclined back on the sofa, his mind still heavy, yet he did not rest. Instead, he swiftly entered the gaming world. He could not forget the spoils from that arduous battle he had yet to collect. "Ding! Welcome to the world of Xinyu, wishing you an enjoyable gaming experience." Reappearing at the spot where he had logged off yesterday morning, his eyes immediately fell upon the colossal corpse of the greedy giant toad. The bodies of fairy spirits and monsters of fairy spirit level or higher, along with the items they dropped upon death, do not disappear. This is a fundamental principle of the virtual gaming world. The array of items scattered around the enormous corpse dazzled his eyes. As expected, the treasures dropped by the fairy spirit boss were astonishing in scale. At his feet lay a substantial pile of gold coins and potions, over 100 coins, and the potions, All were advanced potions not sold in the Novice Village's item shop. Green potion, intermediate life recovery potion, restores 800 life instantly upon use, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Deep blue potion, intermediate magic recovery potion, restores 200 magic instantly upon use, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. 10 bottles of both the green and deep blue potions dropped, which could prove life-saving in critical moments. Ling Chen collected them all, preferring to savor the surprises later. He first deliberately gathered all the potions and coins before turning his attention to other items. At his feet were 2 pieces of armor radiating a silver glow, a silver helmet and a pair of silver gauntlets. 2 pieces of silver equipment. Silver helmet. Category: headgear. Grade: silver. Equipment requirement: level 10 or above of any class. A helmet forged from silver, shimmering with a mysterious silver light. Attributes: defense 13, strength 5, constitution 5, water element resistance 3. Silver gauntlets. Category: gauntlets. Grade: silver. Equipment requirement: level 10 or above of any class. Gauntlets forged from silver, shimmering with a mysterious silver light. Attributes: defense 10, attack 8, accuracy 6, critical hit rate 2. Previously, he was elated to acquire a single silver weapon, the Mindset Blade. Now, he had obtained 2 silver pieces simultaneously. Truly, silver equipment offers attributes that are incomparable to iron or bronze gear. While silver gear may become common in the mid to late game, it is not considered top-tier equipment. However, during the early stages with low base attributes, the bonuses provided by silver gear could significantly outpace other players. Take the silver helmet, for example. 5 points of strength and 5 points of constitution, equivalent to an extra 10 basic attribute points that would only be granted upon leveling up twice. It essentially allows a player to surpass others by 2 levels. And this is merely a helmet. If his entire set were silver, the disparity is unimaginable. Yet, due to this, the probability of silver equipment appearing in the novice stage is exceedingly low. Possessing a single bronze item is already a source of pride. In this manner, he would soon don 3 pieces of silver equipment. Glancing at his current gear, Ling Chen looked ahead, where 2 flickering golden lights caught his eye. Ling Chen's heart raced suddenly. Could the golden glow signify golden equipment? Ling Chen swiftly stepped forward and collected everything. Sword of yellow sand. Category: two-handed sword. Grade: golden. Equipment requirement: level 10 or higher warrior class, including apprentices. Its hue resembles yellow sand, embodying the profound power of earth elements within this enigmatic sword. Attributes: attack 35, strength 10, agility 5, with a 3 chance to inflict a petrification state for 5 seconds upon attack. Sword of yellow sand. Category: two-handed sword. Grade: golden. Equipment requirement: level 10 or higher warrior class, including apprentices. Its hue resembles yellow sand, embodying the profound power of earth elements within this enigmatic sword. Attributes: attack 35, strength 10, agility 5, with a 3 chance to inflict a petrification state for 5 seconds upon attack. Ling Chen. Indeed, it is golden equipment, a rarity that is many times less likely to appear than silver equipment. Furthermore, it is fortuitously a two-handed sword that he can wield immediately. After examining the attributes of the first piece of golden equipment, Ling Chen could no longer contain his excitement and laughed aloud. He had never anticipated acquiring a piece of golden equipment during the novice phase. However, upon discerning the attributes of the second piece of golden equipment, he was momentarily stunned. The Sword of Yellow Sand. The same name, the same attributes. Astonishingly, 2 identical pieces of equipment. This, a single monster dropping 2 identical high-grade items, is something he had never heard of. Regardless, he now possessed 2 pieces of golden equipment that ordinary players, even advanced players, would scarcely dare to dream of. The only regret was that he was still 1 step away from level 10 and could not equip them yet. Nevertheless, it appeared that there was not merely a pair of golden items. Beneath his feet, where the 2 swords of yellow sand had previously existed, another golden glow flickered. However, this golden light was considerably smaller, previously overshadowed by the swords of yellow sand, which prevented Ling Chen from noticing it at first. Ling Chen bent down to retrieve it. It was a chain composed of golden beads, presumably a bracelet, with a total of 8 golden beads, 4 of which were aligned side by side, each featuring an identical sized hollow. Could this be? Chapter 35. Ling Xiao Golden Pattern Chain. Category: Moon God Chain. Grade: gold. Equipment requirement: none. Forged from the golden pearl. This advanced Moon God Chain can accommodate energy crystals of any level, yet cannot house energy pearls, with a maximum capacity of 4. To think that this is a gold-grade Moon God Chain. This is his first encounter with such equipment since entering the Divine Moon world. Yet he is utterly convinced that the rarity of a moon god chain of the same grade far surpasses that of other equipment, including accessories. The absence of level requirements for equipping the moon god chain, combined with its universal applicability across all professions, inherently determines the scarcity of advanced moon god chains. The chain's purpose is to augment attributes through energy crystals or energy pearls, providing entirely supplementary enhancements that scale proportionately. Thus, in the later stages, the enhancement effects become increasingly formidable. If a player were to lose the added properties of the moon god chain, they would undoubtedly be left far behind by others. The golden pattern chain, being a gold-level equipment, can be fitted with 4 energy crystals of any level, rendering his current iron bracelet almost laughably inadequate by comparison. The disparity between a moon god chain that can embed 2 crystals and one that can incorporate 4 is akin to lacking 2 pieces of equipment altogether. The golden pattern chain, like the yellow sand sword, is of gold grade, yet its value is, without exaggeration, inferior to that of 100 yellow sand swords. He even believes that, even if the average player reaches level 100, those possessing a gold-grade moon god chain would still be exceedingly rare. Carefully stowing away this golden pattern chain, to describe it as priceless is no exaggeration. Should this chain appear in public, it would undoubtedly incite tremendous uproar. 2 pieces of white equipment and 3 pieces of gold equipment. Ling Chen rubbed his hands together in excitement. To transcend levels and independently vanquish a celestial spirit boss is indeed a defiance of the heavens, and the rewards are equally extraordinary. He swiftly approached, circling the gargantuan body of the greedy giant frog, gathering the last 3 spoils, a cyan scroll, a rag-like object less than a meter in size, and a gem radiating a crimson glow. Power scroll, greedy sound wave, an interference scroll that, upon use, unleashes perilous infrasound waves that disrupt the target's psyche, ensnaring all targets within a 50-meter radius in a state of confusion for at least 10 seconds. The scroll dissipates upon use. The greedy sound wave is a terrifying skill belonging to the greedy giant frog, its effects surpassing even the original. It can plunge all enemies within a 50-meter area into chaos for a duration of 10 seconds. Imagine the devastation it could wreak in a group battle. 10 seconds of disarray is ample time to shatter a formidable team. Ink Hidden Cloak, a special item that, when donned, renders the wearer invisible, undetectable by beings of celestial spirit or lower power, and with a certain probability of evading the senses of beings above celestial spirit level. During invisibility, the wearer cannot attack, and the effect automatically ends upon removal, lasting a total of 300 seconds, with a remaining effect time of 300 seconds. Ling Chen, a cloak that grants 300 seconds of invisibility. Though not an official cloak equipment, its effects are far superior to those of ordinary gear. Heartless Pearl, category, Energy Pearl, grade, Celestial Spirit. Attribute, Fire, effect, critical hit rate 15. Ling Chen's hand trembled as he nearly dropped this dazzling gem. This is an Energy Pearl, a rarity so scarce that the village chief had spoken of it as something one may never encounter in a lifetime. Its effect is an increase of a full 15 in critical hit rate. Such an extraordinary attribute is simply unbelievable. The village chief had mentioned that the power contained within energy pearls far exceeds that of energy crystals. At this moment, Ling Chen truly felt the might of the energy pearl. A 15 boost to critical hit rate. He found himself doubting the authenticity of what he saw, reading it over and over again. Currently, his critical hit rate stands at 7, and with this pearl embedded in the moon god chain, it would soar to 22. Consequently, on average, 1 in every 5 attacks would be a critical hit. This is merely the initial stage. Once he matures his equipment and focuses on enhancing critical hit attributes, he could strike a critical hit every 4 or even 3 attacks. It is a terrifying prospect indeed. This is just the celestial spirit level, the most basic energy pearl. What then of the Tianjue, Xinxian, and the seemingly non-existent sacred annihilation pearls? How extraordinary must their effects be? Unfortunately, not all moon god chains are eligible to embed energy pearls. His current iron bracelet cannot. The newly acquired gold-grade moon god chain also cannot. Holding the pearl for a time, he found it challenging to suppress his exhilaration. Today marks the 4th day since he entered the game. Yet he has already obtained such an astonishing item. He increasingly feels that although the process of slaying the greedy giant frog was immensely arduous, the rewards were equally commensurate. The Heartless Pearl is not something that should appear at this stage. However, on the other hand, is a level 10 celestial spirit boss something that players at this stage can realistically defeat? Not to mention slaying it. Who can even fall into the abyss and survive? The village chief had stated that only celestial spirits and moon god chains of celestial spirit level or higher can accommodate energy pearls. It seems he must seek a moon god chain surpassing the gold grade. Otherwise, this heartless pearl that stirs his inner fervor will become a mere ornamental trinket. Once more, he reviewed all the spoils. Over 300 gold coins, 20 medium potions, 2 pieces of silver equipment, and 3 pieces of gold equipment, including 1 invaluable gold moon god chain, a scroll, an auxiliary item, and an energy pearl. It is a staggering and formidable haul. Ling Chen circled the corpse of the greedy giant frog again, finding nothing further. Just as he was about to proceed toward the entrance to the 6th area, he suddenly caught something out of the corner of his eye and halted. After a moment of silence, he approached the left side of the greedy giant frog's corpse, raised his foot, and kicked forcefully. To the vast body of the greedy giant frog, his kick was akin to a mere tickle, failing to shift the creature's mass. However, the greedy giant frog's body was evidently in a rather precarious state, and with this kick, its corpse surprisingly tilted to the right, resting in a more balanced position. The space it vacated revealed a dazzling silver gleam. It was a nearly 2-meter-long, silver-white spear. Ling Chen felt a surge of relief as he left. He had suddenly considered that the greedy giant frog's immense size might have trapped some of the dropped items beneath it during its fall. After all, items drop at the moment of death, and there was a brief interval between the greedy giant frog's demise and its complete collapse. Items may burst forth before the body lands. And given its colossal size, such a possibility existed. Upon testing this theory, he truly discovered another piece of equipment beneath the greedy giant frog's body. The spear, also usable by novice warriors, boasts an attack power that surpasses that of a two-handed sword of the same level and grade, while offering a broader attack range. However, the spear's attack speed is the slowest among all weapons. Aside from exceptional or anomalous spears, ordinary long spears typically carry a property that reduces attack speed. He stepped forward, grasping the silver spear in his hand. In that very instant, a system notification resounded in his ear. Ding. You have acquired the Celestial Spirit Artifact Ling Xiao. And you are the first player in the world to obtain a Celestial Spirit Artifact. The Huaxiao region has become the first battleground globally to witness the emergence of a Celestial Spirit Artifact, and this event has been recorded in the World Honor Roll. The equipment ranking for the Huaxiao region has been activated, with your Ling Xiao proudly ranking first. The system will issue a global and regional announcement. Do you wish to conceal your personal information? Celestial Spirit Artifact? The action of picking up the spear seemed to freeze in time. Even with a mind as steadfast as Ling Chen's, he stood there in stunned silence. The system notification echoed in his ears twice more. He had not misheard. What the system referred to was indeed a Celestial Spirit Artifact. A spear named Ling Xiao, which he had nearly overlooked, was now firmly in his grasp, a silver spear that was, astonishingly, a Celestial Spirit spear, surpassing silver, transcending gold, and even in later stages. Such celestial equipment was as rare as a phoenix feather. Ding. The system will issue a global and regional announcement. Do you wish to conceal your personal information? After a prolonged silence from him, the system was compelled to remind him once more. No need to conceal. Gripping the spear named Ling Xiao, Ling Chen straightened up and responded. Instantly, a resounding notification reverberated throughout the entire Shenyue world. Ding. World announcement. Attention, all players. Huaxiao region player Ling Tian has acquired the first Celestial Spirit Artifact of the entire battleground at 10:09 a.m. today. This event has been recorded in the World Honor Roll, and the equipment ranking for the Huaxiao region has been activated. Player Ling Tian has received system rewards: Gold, 500, Prestige, 500, Skill Potential Points, 200. Players are encouraged to strive for even greater achievements. Ding. World announcement. Ding. World announcement. Ding. Huaxiao region announcement. Player Ling Tian has been awarded the first celestial equipment in the Huaxiao region, triggering the conditions for the equipment ranking to be activated. The equipment ranking for the Huaxiao region is now accessible to all players. When the first notification echoed throughout the entire battleground, the Shenyue world fell into a profound silence, only to erupt moments later into a cacophony of excitement. A Celestial Spirit Artifact? Someone has actually unearthed a Celestial Spirit Artifact at this moment? What a preposterous joke. Chapter 36. Renowned across the world, the equipment rankings for the Huaxiao region. First place, Ling Xiao, category, spear, grade, Celestial Spirit, owner, Ling Tian. At this moment, the newly unveiled equipment rankings displayed only the solitary name of Ling Xiao. Only Celestial Spirit grade equipment or higher could grace the ranks. Anything below that was deemed unworthy of mention. This lone name, however, captivated the attention of players across Huaxiao and even the entire world. In stark contrast, other nations had no such rankings in their respective battle zones. Celestial Spirit equipment. Could it be true? How is this even possible? I can't believe it. It's celestial spirit equipment. I haven't even touched a bronze item, and yet someone has managed to obtain a celestial spirit artifact. Who is this Ling Chen? Why have I never heard of this name before? It's not listed on either the heavenly list or the earthly list. Surely, such equipment can only drop from a super boss of at least celestial spirit level. Could it be that this Ling Chen has vanquished a celestial spirit boss? How could that be conceivable? Let alone defeating one. Every novice village has seen fewer than 2 lord bosses on average. The appearance of a celestial spirit boss is simply out of the question. Celestial spirit equipment. This is utterly outrageous. How are we supposed to survive this? Did you hear that? There are skill point rewards to 200 points in total. I'm practically drooling at the thought. In an instant, the Huaxiao region was engulfed in fervent discussions. The names Ling Xiao and Ling Chen became widely known. At this stage, even possessing a bronze item was a source of pride. Owning a silver item could incite envy and jealousy among players, and if a golden item existed, it would be nothing short of miraculous, dazzling players with its brilliance. And now, the emergence of a celestial spirit artifact sent shockwaves through their spirits, as if the very ground beneath them had trembled. Even now, countless players found themselves questioning the reliability of their ears or whether the game system had malfunctioned. Celestial spirit equipment at this juncture represented more than mere items. Possessing such an artifact would place one leagues ahead of other players at the starting line. Moreover, the individual who claimed this celestial spirit item must possess either formidable strength or extraordinary luck. We must promptly investigate all details regarding this Ling Chen and present him with 3 options. Either join our guild, surrender his Ling Xiao, or prepare to be eliminated. Individuals on the heavenly and earthly lists seldom change their names, so this Ling Chen. We shall uncover the truth behind him. Either we recruit him, or if that fails, we shall incapacitate him and seize Ling Xiao. With Ling Xiao in my possession, I am assured of maintaining the top spot on the rankings. Move swiftly. How intriguing. It appears this individual is not from the heavenly or earthly lists, emerging instead as a dark horse from an unknown source. I hope your success is not merely a stroke of luck. Having more qualified competitors would be a delightful challenge, provided you are indeed qualified. The appearance of celestial spirit equipment defies all logic. Yuan Fong, what are your thoughts on this matter? Yuan Fong sensed that there was something amiss. It is reasonable to conclude that this Ling Xiao must indeed be an artifact. The young master, upon mere mention of Ling Xiao, discerned it to be an artifact. How astute he is. In the 6th region of the Forgotten Cavern, Ling Chen had unwittingly become the center of attention, a fact he was acutely aware of. At this juncture, a silver artifact is highly coveted not only by ordinary players, but even by seasoned experts and guild leaders, let alone a celestial spirit artifact. The emergence of such an item would undoubtedly stir unrest in the Huaxiao region for a considerable time, significantly amplifying the desire of those elite players and guild leaders to seize it. They are all too aware of what it means to possess such a celestial spirit artifact. If I were to walk down the street with Ling Xiao in hand, I would likely attract a throng of would-be thieves. Ling Chen, you have obtained the celestial spirit artifact. Is that Ling Xiao truly yours? The voice of Yun Feng erupted from Ling Chen's communicator, his excitement palpable. He repeatedly confirmed the name of the artifact's owner on the equipment rankings. Yes, it is Ling Chen, the name he bears in this world. Indeed, it is in my possession. Ling Chen replied nonchalantly. What? You. Yun Feng struggled to contain himself, finally exclaiming. Incredible. Absolutely remarkable. No wonder you are my one true idol. You've acquired a celestial spirit artifact. Ordinary players wouldn't even dare to dream of such a thing. I knew it. You may have been silent, but when you speak, it's a revelation. Ha! Yun Feng laughed jubilantly, as if he himself had obtained the celestial spirit artifact. Ling Chen, just based on your ability to acquire a celestial spirit artifact, I have every reason to believe you surpassed the current top player, Sword Emperor. By the way, how did you come by it? Celestial spirit artifacts can only drop from super bosses of at least celestial spirit rank. You didn't. Ling Chen. Ahem, let us not discuss what is inconvenient to share. Seeing Ling Chen's prolonged silence, Yun Feng quickly added, then hesitated, questioning. Ling Chen, you previously mentioned not wanting to reveal any information about yourself for fear it might affect your life. Why then did you allow your name to be displayed on the equipment rankings? I recall names can be concealed. You must know that once your name is revealed, the entire world will remember it, and you'll never find peace again. Ling Chen smiled faintly. I have no intention of allowing anyone to discover my true identity in the real world or to obscure the name Ling Chen. However, I will ensure that the name Ling Chen becomes etched in the minds of countless individuals, until the day they draw their last breath. On the other end of the communicator, Yunfeng suddenly felt a wave of suffocation wash over him. 3 years ago, in Sky Slayer, he first encountered Ling Chen. Had it not been for a chance visit to Yuntan Mountain, he would have remained oblivious to the existence of someone capable of rivaling Eve within the Huaxiao region. Back then, Ling Chen seemed to play solely for the sake of playing. Perhaps only 2 individuals knew of his true strength, Eve and himself. And now, Ling Chen. The words he spoke indicated that he would no longer remain as low-key as he had once been. Entering the realm of Shenyu, he was driven not only by promises, but seemingly by his own ambitions as well. Rest assured about your sister. Ah, yes. If I had any lingering anxieties before, they have now dissipated entirely. Additionally, thank you. The 13223 potion has taken effect. Ling Chen rarely expressed gratitude, and his appreciation was particularly sincere, for it was his intervention that offered Shui Ruo a chance at rebirth, saving the most important person in his life. Though it may only extend her life by 10 years, he believed he would surely discover a complete solution to the Isolock virus within that time frame. It is all for my sister, so there is no need for thanks. Besides, it seems I have gained quite a significant advantage. Let us meet in the main city then. Ling Chen agreed and ended the call. Just before disconnecting, he heard an exaggerated shout from the other end. What? You're level 9 now. Ling Xiao. Category: Long Spear. Grade: Celestial Spirit. Equipment requirement: Level 10 and above for warrior classes, including apprentices, strength value greater than 50. This ethereal spear, as light as a swan's feather, dazzles adversaries with a cascade of silver light when wielded. Attributes: Attack 70, Strength 15, Agility 15, Critical hit rate 3, with a 3 chance of inflicting a 5-second blindness effect upon attack. Additional attribute: Block Judgment. 8. Note: Block Judgment only appears on Celestial Spirit and higher grade equipment. Weapons with Block Judgment can block melee attacks with a certain probability when controlled by the wielder, limited to close-range attacks. Mastery of the Block Judgment point allows for a perfect block. Generally, the longer the weapon, the lower the Block Judgment. Conversely, shorter weapons possess a higher average Block Judgment, 12 for daggers, up to 10 for spears. However, even with the highest Block Judgment, achieving a flawless block remains an arduous task, as grasping that fleeting point in the heat of battle is nearly impossible. Thus, blocks are often viewed as fortuitous events, triggered with low probability. Additional skill: Ling Xiao's flight. Exerting all might to hurl Ling Xiao, it will soar like a meteor, piercing through all enemies in a linear range ahead, with a certain chance of inflicting fatal damage. The thrown Ling Xiao does not return autonomously. Effect: Linear attack within a 15-meter range, guaranteed hit, dealing 300 of normal attack damage, with a 1 chance of instant death, costing 50 health and 50 mana. With a cooldown of 100 seconds. Holding the long spear, Ling Chen exclaimed in awe. Truly a celestial spirit artifact, at merely level 10. Its additional attack power is already a staggering 70 points. This is double that of the golden artifact, the yellow sand sword, of the same level. The additional attribute points total a remarkable 30. The 3 critical hit rate and the 3 chance of inflicting blindness are formidable attributes that evoke an unsettling sense of power. Moreover, it possesses an additional skill. A skill of such might that it surpasses all his apprentice skills. Not only does it boast a damage output of 300, but it also performs a long-range multi-target attack, ensuring a guaranteed hit. Even more terrifying is the 1 probability of triggering the most horrifying instant death effect. In comparison, the previously admired yellow sand sword pales in insignificance. What delights Ling Chen the most is the spear's extraordinary lightness, despite its length. It does not incur any decrease in attack speed. Such spears are exceedingly rare, a pinnacle among the finest. This exemplifies the might of the celestial spirit artifacts. It is no wonder that the attributes of a celestial spirit artifact can incite a sensation throughout the entire Huaxiao battle zone. With this in hand, Ling Chen could discard all other equipment, and its comprehensive attributes would allow him to outpace other players by several streets. At the novice village stage, the existence of a celestial spirit artifact is indeed unprecedented, as its emergence would inevitably disrupt the delicate balance. Chapter 37. Soul Sacrifice. Ling Chen currently possesses 50 experience at level 9, tantalizingly close to reaching level 10, at which point he will be able to wield the formidable Ling Xiao. When that moment comes, his overall strength will surge dramatically. After toying with the unusually agile spear in his hands for a while, Ling Chen reluctantly stowed it away. Just as he was about to turn away, a sudden impulse caused his brows to furrow. He crouched down to examine the corpse of the greedy giant toad and the area where it lay against the ground. As he nearly pressed his head to the earth, he finally spotted a palm-sized black object, mostly exposed. with a small portion trapped beneath the toad's carcass. This object emitted no light and was of a color closely resembling the ground, compounded by the dim lighting of the surroundings. Without Ling Chen's keen eyesight, it would have been nearly impossible to notice. What is this? He reached out to grasp one end of it, finding it warm to the touch. Evidently not crafted from metal, but rather resembling a hardwood in texture. After several attempts to pull it free, he gritted his teeth and, summoning all his strength, yanked it out, nearly losing his balance in the process. It was a square black plaque, unremarkable at first glance, with a smooth front. Flipping it over, he discovered an inscription of a dimly colored character. Command. Slowly, Ling Chen tightened his grip around it, a strange light flickering in his eyes. 2 pieces of silver equipment, 3 pieces of gold, an energy orb, and now this unexpected gift. Casting a glance at the massive toad that had driven him to the brink of despair countless times, he suddenly found its grotesque form oddly endearing. For the next 5 minutes, Ling Chen busied himself with the corpse of the greedy giant toad, pushing and kicking, ensuring there were no other treasures to be found before finally turning towards the now open door leading to the 6th area. The 5th area was guarded by a level 10 celestial beast. If the 6th area had a guardian as well, it would undoubtedly surpass the greedy giant toad in strength. Upon reaching the entrance to the 6th area, he sensed no immediate threat, yet he refrained from advancing recklessly. All of his special potions had been exhausted, and he possessed only the 20 bottles of health and mana recovery potions dropped by the greedy giant toad, leaving him with no further supplies. Ling Chen furrowed his brow, contemplating the myriad possibilities and strategies he might encounter within. Suddenly, a twitch at the corner of his mouth nearly compelled him to strike his own head. Since logging in, he had felt as though he had forgotten something crucial. It dawned on him that after vanquishing the greedy giant toad, the system had awarded him a unique piece of equipment and a singular skill. Ling Chen immediately dismissed thoughts of the impending 6th area and summoned his backpack. Indeed, in the corner, he discovered a silver emblem the size of a ping-pong ball. Spirit Insight Emblem. Type: Emblem. Grade: None. Equipment requirement: exclusive to Ling Tian, non-tradable. A mysterious emblem of unknown origin, awarded only to the first player to independently slay a celestial beast. It possesses no inherent attributes, but is said to date back to ancient times, capable of unlocking a sealed ancient ruin. Ling Chen. Emblems are among the rarest and most coveted items in any virtual game world. It is not merely the strength of their attributes that makes them valuable, but also a unique characteristic. Emblems do not have a limit on how many can be equipped simultaneously. This means that if one possesses the capability to acquire numerous emblems, all can be worn at once, with their attributes cumulatively enhancing one's power, assuming, of course, one can obtain many emblems. However, this unique property also renders emblems exceedingly rare, as they cannot be acquired from monsters but must be earned through exceptionally unique tasks or monumental achievements. Ling Chen was left speechless, realizing that the emblem he had obtained bore no attributes whatsoever. The potential to unlock an ancient ruin. This one phrase determined the emblem's value. Yet it remained vague and elusive, offering no further information about the so-called ancient ruin. With a sigh of resignation, Ling Chen tucked it away and opened his skill panel, eagerly anticipating the mysterious skill he had gained. Soul Sacrifice. Current level: LV1. Maximum level: LV4. Skill potential points required to upgrade to LV2. 2000. A desperate technique that sacrifices life and soul to attain the utmost offensive capability, only accessible to those with formidable will and spirit. Upon activation, health drops to 1. Physical attack power increases by 100, magical attack power increases by 100, and the use of any skill incurs no cost, including health and mana, lasting for 10 seconds, during which it cannot be interrupted, and health cannot be restored by any means. Cooldown time: 300 seconds. Ling Chen. An attack power increase of a full 100. How could such a terrifying enhancement skill exist? Soul Sacrifice, aptly named as a technique of desperation, allows one to teeter on the brink of death in exchange for an explosive surge in attack power for a final struggle. The 100 increase in attack power is utterly formidable, yet during this enhancement, life remains at a precarious 1 point and cannot be restored. A single hit from any attack during this time would spell certain death. Indeed, it is a technique that should only be employed in moments of absolute despair. Though the costs and risks of its release are tremendous, the sheer amplification of attack power is enough to leave any player in awe. The skill points required to elevate Soul Sacrifice from level 1 to level 2 are equally daunting, capable of driving an average player to madness. A staggering 2,000 skill potential points. After confirming the 3 zeros following the 2 3 times, Ling Chen's mouth twitched several times. After a desperate battle to slay a celestial boss, he had earned only 1,000 skill points, and the first upgrade of this skill demanded 2,000. Could it be any more ruthless? He glanced at his remaining skill potential points, 2,500. 300 points came from the man-eating giant toad, 1,000 from the greedy giant toad. Another 1,000 from the monumental reward for being the first to independently defeat a celestial boss, and 200 points from the first acquisition of a celestial artifact. This 2,500 skill potential points were undeniably a tremendous fortune, something the average player could scarcely dream of. He even believed that with these points, upon transitioning to a formal class, he could fully allocate certain skills. Yet, these skill points were barely sufficient to elevate Soul Sacrifice to level 2. Should he invest in Soul Sacrifice? It is an exceptionally extreme skill, powerful yet perilously dangerous. To call it a suicidal skill would not be an exaggeration. Even if it were freely given to ordinary players, they would likely lack the courage to wield it. However, for Ling Chen, this skill represented a true terror. He was eager to discover how much stronger it would become upon reaching level 2. After much hesitation, Ling Chen finally gritted his teeth and allocated 2,000 skill potential points to Soul Sacrifice, instantly elevating its level to 2 with the system's notification chime. Soul Sacrifice, current level, LV2, maximum level, LV4, skill potential points required to upgrade to LV3, 5,000. A desperate technique that sacrifices life and soul to attain the utmost offensive capability, only accessible to those with formidable will and spirit. Upon activation, the health points plunged to 1, with physical and magical attack power soaring to 200. The use of any skill incurs no cost whatsoever, including the consumption of life and magic, and this state endures for a total of 15 seconds, uninterrupted and impervious to any means of health recovery. The cooldown period for this skill amounts to 300 seconds. Gazing at the upgraded attributes of the Soul Sacrifice, Ling Chen nearly gasped in astonishment. The elevation to the first level not only extended the duration to 15 seconds, but also doubled both physical and magical attack power to an astounding 200. Upon activating Soul Sacrifice, his attack power would surge to 3 times its original value. What a terrifying prospect. Ling Chen suddenly felt that the expenditure of 2,000 skill potential points was hardly unjustified. Ascending to level 3, however, would require a staggering 5,000 skill potential points. Ling Chen cast a glance at that number, quickly losing the courage to look again. The 2,000 points he possessed were acquired from vanquishing the immortal spirit boss alongside system rewards, and accumulating enough skill points for the future. Through routine slaughters of elites and bosses, seemed an endeavor that would stretch into the distant future. Moreover, the myriad of professional skills acquired after job transition would all demand skill points. The prospect of upgrading Soul Sacrifice again seemed a distant dream. Standing once more at the entrance to the 6th region, Ling Chen took one last look at the corpse of the giant toad before stepping forward. Reflecting on his recent experiences with a hint of melancholy in his stride. Great sacrifices yield monumental rewards. This was a belief he had long held. Having slain the greedy giant toad, he had achieved what many deemed impossible, thus reaping extraordinary rewards. Yet, what mysteries lay ahead? With a resounding thud, as he took his first step inside, the stone door behind him sealed shut, blocking any retreat. Ling Chen lifted his gaze towards the front, momentarily taken aback. Before him lay not a vast expanse but a narrow passageway. A passageway? Ling Chen pondered in silence for a moment, then tread lightly towards the front. The passage measured over 2 meters in width and height, remarkably elongated. After a full 3 minutes of walking, he finally reached its end. Was this the 6th region? Ling Chen softened his steps to the utmost, advancing silently and slowly. As he rounded the final corner of the passage, a vast space suddenly unfolded before him. Simultaneously, an overwhelming sense of impending danger surged towards him from ahead, causing his body to freeze, breath held tight, as if petrified in place. According to precise calculations, 300 seconds seems to equate to 5 minutes. Chapter 38. The glutton before him lay in expansive space, measuring over 100 meters in length and width. This vast area was largely unoccupied, save for the still presence of a colossal azure beast that lay at its center. Its immense body covered nearly half of the ground, dwarfing even the gluttonous giant to an unfathomable degree. The sheer magnitude of the creature left Ling Chen breathless. This beast, grotesque and fearsome in appearance, was unmistakably in a state of slumber. Its gargantuan head bore a menacing shape, evoking trepidation with just a glance. Its mouth, astonishingly large, gaped wide, revealing rows of terrifying, serrated teeth. The bridge of its nose jutted out dramatically, crowned by a curved horn. Flanking its head were two fleshy appendages resembling ears. Strangely, the creature had no eyes. Its head featured only a horned snout and an enormous maw that could easily devour mountains, along with its ear-like flesh wings. Its body and tail bore resemblance to a common cow, yet it was magnitudes larger. From either side, two enormous claws extended, reminiscent of human hands. An indescribable aura of power emanated from this beast, one that far surpassed the warnings posed by the gluttonous giant, magnified by countless times. Cold sweat instantly soaked Ling Chen's garments as he stood transfixed, daring neither to advance nor retreat, his very breath stifled. He understood the perilous sensation enveloping him. It was akin to an ant confronting a towering mountain. Should this beast awaken, it could obliterate him in an instant, leaving no trace and affording him not a single opportunity to struggle. The mightiest of creatures possess heightened senses. This beast, having slumbered for an eternity in the depths of the abyss, was evidently at its lowest alertness, which explained why he had not been detected upon entry. Yet, any movement from Ling Chen would increase the likelihood of his discovery. However, the path behind him was blocked, and death was the only alternative to advance. Reluctantly, he chose to forge ahead, yet engaging this beast would be tantamount to courting death. Ling Chen shifted his gaze, scanning every corner of the space not obscured by the beast's imposing form. After standing motionless for half a minute, as if frozen in ice, he summoned the ink-shrouded cloak with the gentlest of motions, draping it over himself. Ding! You have activated the special item ink-shrouded cloak. You have now entered an invisible state. In this state, you cannot attack. Removing the cloak will dispel invisibility. The cloak's concealment could elude the awareness of any being beneath the celestial level, granting a slim chance of escaping detection from those of divine prowess. Yet, Ling Chen understood that this probability was exceedingly low. Still, he had no choice but to take this gamble, hoping that the beast's prolonged slumber had dulled its vigilance, and that the path ahead remained unblocked. Under the cloak's effects, Ling Chen's form vanished completely from the air. Even he could only perceive a vague shadow of himself. In his invisible state, he took cautious steps, balancing his movements to achieve an almost silent advance. 1 step, 2 steps, 10 steps, 20 steps. The slumbering giant remained undisturbed, and Ling Chen felt a slight easing of tension. Before today, it had likely been countless years since any foreign entity had dared to enter this abyss. Thus, the beast had presumably lost its alertness, sleeping deeply. Otherwise, even in invisibility, he would have been detected immediately. As he approached within 10 meters of the beast, he could no longer resist the urge to cast a probing spell upon it. Glutton. Category: Ancient Divine Beast. Rank: Divine Level. Other information undisclosed. Ling Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Divine. Divine rank? Aside from the legendary saintly destruction strength, the divine rank represented the pinnacle of power in the entire Shenhua world. Be it man or beast, possessing divine level strength conferred the ability to look down upon the world. For players, while there was a possibility of overcoming celestial bosses, and with sufficient strength and numbers, one might defeat the heavenly bosses in the later stages, the divine bosses were insurmountable. No matter the level or the scale of the players, they were merely marching toward death. 4 divine-level beings were mythic bosses, to be revered but never conquered. How could a being of the lowest tier ever hope to challenge the divine? Beasts of divine power were exceedingly rare throughout the Forgotten Continent, each one renowned and feared by mankind, worshipped by countless creatures. Currently, Ling Chen found himself within the novice village area, and within this very novice village lay a creature of divine stature. The name of this divine beast, Glutton. Ling Chen was certainly aware of the name Glutton. In Chinese mythology, it was said to have been formed from the severed head of the demon Qiyu, embodying insatiable greed and terrifying power. Legends claimed its colossal maw could devour heaven and earth, leaving nothing unconsumed. In previous virtual games, the name Glutton frequently appeared as an unbeatable ultimate boss. Yet, the Glutton of Shenhua had manifested within the novice village area. Such ultimate bosses were unique. Once slain, they would not respawn unless revived, differing from ordinary bosses that could reappear after a period. This Glutton was the only one in the Shenhua world, and rather than being hidden in the most treacherous and feared ultimate realm, it had appeared here. What on earth was happening? His mind was flooded with shock and confusion, but now was not the time to ponder. The Glutton, regardless of the game world, was always a malevolent beast. Should he awaken it, his fate was sealed. He pressed his lips tightly together, suppressing his increasingly erratic heartbeat and breath, maintaining his previous pace as he advanced step by step. 30 steps, 50 steps, 100 steps. A passageway of the same size as the one he had entered appeared before him. and it bore no stone door. This was undoubtedly a tremendous surprise for Ling Chen. He refrained from rushing in his excitement, maintaining the faintest and slowest of movements as he progressed, ultimately stepping into the passage. Had he truly passed through safely? As he rounded the corner of the passage and vanished entirely from the glutton's line of sight, Ling Chen finally exhaled slowly. Yet the feeling of heart-pounding anxiety lingered, unable to dissipate in the short term. He was still reeling from the shock of encountering such an ultimate boss in the novice village. It defied all logic and reason. Were he to disclose this event, no one would believe him. Gazing forward, he felt a profound sense of relief. He realized that once more, fate had favored him. The sixth area remained unsealed, and this passage lacked the stone door that had impeded him earlier. Otherwise, even if he had managed to evade the slumbering gluttoness awareness, it would have been futile. Ding. You are approaching the seventh area of the Forgotten Cave. Ding. The seventh area marks the end of the Forgotten Cave. Unknown dangers may lie within. Proceed with caution. The next area was the end? Ling Chen maintained his cloaked invisibility, advancing with the lightest of steps. After traversing 100 meters within the passage, he finally removed the cloak. At this moment, less than 100 seconds remained of its 300-second duration. He quickened his pace, hastening forward. Beneath the easternmost precipice of the 4955 novice village, at the bottom of an abyss, lay an extraordinary cave, inhabited by corrupted beings and guarded by an ancient divine beast. His curiosity grew increasingly urgent. What secrets lay hidden at the end of this forgotten cave? Could it be the ultimate hidden quest concealed within the 4955 novice village? This passage extended even longer than the previous one. After 5 minutes of walking, Ling Chen noticed a shift in the light ahead. He understood that he was nearing the end, the termination of the passage, and likewise, the conclusion of this forgotten cave. He softened his footsteps, inhaling deeply, and activated the camera function on his wrist communicator. Holding his breath, he cautiously advanced, step by step. The sixth region was under the watchful eye of an ancient divine beast. Even a fool would comprehend that anything guarded by such a creature was far from ordinary. Perhaps this was a mysterious ancient relic, concealing countless artifacts and treasures, which was precisely what Ling Chen yearned to discover. Alternatively, it might harbor a reclusive powerhouse indifferent to worldly affairs, though this possibility seemed minuscule, for had there been anyone within, they would have detected his presence long before. As he progressed, the light became increasingly pronounced, yet no sense of danger emerged, allowing Ling Chen's taut nerves to gradually relax. Continuing onward, the illumination intensified, reaching a brilliance unmatched by anything he had encountered here. Ling Chen paused momentarily. Was the space at the end flooded with light? Or did this conclusion lead to the outside world? Upon fully stepping out of the passage, the absence of danger persisted, signifying that no living beings resided here. Ling Chen emerged from the passage, standing still as he gazed into the shimmering space before him, filled with a chaotic array of luminous colors. Chapter 39. The Black Remnant Moon. This space is not particularly large, with similar walls and flooring, yet it is strikingly different from all the previous areas. Countless wisps of delicate green light float in the air, illuminating the surroundings. Ling Chen attempted to grasp one of these wisps, only to discover they possessed no tangible form, resembling instead luminous air. These ethereal particles contributed to the extraordinary brightness of the space. There was no sign of life here. It felt as though no creature had ever existed in this realm. At first glance, it appeared to be a grand hall, spacious and devoid of decoration, save for a modest stone platform positioned at its center. The platform stood less than half a meter high, and as Ling Chen gazed upon it, a fleeting beam of light seemed to reflect from its center. What is this place? There are no lavish treasures, no beings, and nothing particularly noteworthy. Only an empty hall and the solitary stone platform, a far cry from what Ling Chen had anticipated. How could a location guarded by ancient divine beasts be reduced to merely this? After a moment of silence, he stepped forward, approaching the central stone platform. Suddenly, something beneath his feet caught his attention, causing him to halt. The ground was uneven, and he discerned the faint outline of a sword hilt emerging from the soil. Could it be? Ling Chen crouched down, clearing away the surrounding debris, and soon a complete sword hilt revealed itself before him. The hilt was pitch black, adorned with intricate crimson patterns. Measuring over 30 centimeters in length and significantly thicker than an ordinary sword hilt, its form was rather conventional. As Ling Chen stepped upon it, he noticed that a substantial portion was buried within the earth, explaining why he had overlooked it during his earlier survey. Is this a hidden sword? Ling Chen's heart raced. A weapon concealed in such a manner could only be extraordinary. He reached out to grip the hilt, lifting it with a casual motion, only to freeze in place. The hilt remained immovable, as if it were embedded in the ground. Furrowing his brow, he adjusted his grip, both hands clasping the hilt. Gritting his teeth, he exerted all his strength to pull it upward. With a tremendous effort, the dark hilt finally broke free from the earth. But its suspension lasted a mere 2 seconds before crashing back down, creating a deep indentation in the hardened ground. It felt less like lifting a mere sword hilt and more akin to dragging a colossal boulder. How heavy? What sort of sword could possibly be so unwieldy? Ling Chen wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. In that fleeting moment when he had managed to lift it, he realized it was merely a hilt, devoid of any blade. Despite its larger-than-average size, it was hard to fathom why it weighed so much. What material was it fashioned from? Moreover, why was there only a hilt present? Surely, a hilt implied the existence of a blade. Could it be a fragment of a sword that had broken? Ling Chen crouched again, focusing on its attributes. Fragment of the Shura King's sword. A millennium ago, the legendary Qi Xian Sword Emperor fell into the Shura path due to his obsessions, transforming into a Shura. His weapon, the Qi Xian sword, became the Shura King's sword after countless battles. The Qi Xian Sword Emperor, now devoid of his original nature, subsisted solely through slaughter, wreaking havoc upon countless lives. Ultimately, he drew the wrath of the heavens, facing the divine judgment of the sacred annihilation beast, the Tai Su dragon god, and the 3 goddesses of fate, order, and freedom, leading to his demise at their hands. Unable to obliterate the Shura King's sword entirely, the 3 goddesses shattered it into 5 fragments, scattering them in different directions to ensure they would never reunite. Ling Chen was left speechless. The Shura King's sword. This hilt is one of the 5 shattered fragments of the Shura King's sword? He knew not who the Qi Xian Sword Emperor was, nor did he fully grasp the concept of Shura, save for its connotations of pride, ruthlessness, and bloodlust. The fact that the Qi Xian Sword Emperor, transformed into a Shura, required the combined forces of a sacred annihilation beast and 3 goddesses for judgment spoke volumes of his power. The Qi Xian Sword Emperor had undoubtedly become a distant legend. Perhaps a millennium had passed, and the inhabitants of the Forgotten Continent had long since forgotten his name. Yet, Ling Chen placed his hand upon the weighty hilt. The sword wielded by the Qi Xian Sword Emperor must be unimaginably formidable. The Shura King's sword is likely a celestial weapon, perhaps even a divine artifact. Its very name exudes an aura of dominion and intimidation. With a determined effort, he hoisted it once more, and in that instant, he stowed it in his backpack. This is one of the 5 fragments of the Shura King's sword. If, by chance, he were to collect all 5 fragments, might he not have the opportunity to reforge the Shura King's sword? The strength that required the simultaneous intervention of a sacred beast and 3 goddesses. The allure of the Shura King's sword was irresistible to Ling Chen. Even though he understood that this sword was no benevolent weapon, but rather one steeped in bloodshed and malevolence, he could not deny its pull. Having successfully secured the fragment of the Shura King's sword in his backpack, Ling Chen continued onward. He had previously noticed something at the center of the stone platform that had reflected a glimmer of light in his eyes. The sound of his footsteps, unconsciously subdued, echoed unnaturally in the overly quiet space as he approached the stone platform, coming to a halt before it. The platform, smooth and seemingly ancient, bore no trace of dust, shining as if polished. At its center stood a black circular ring. What is this? Ling Chen did not hastily reach out to touch it. Instead, he bent down to observe it from a closer distance. He soon realized that this was not a standard ring. It was significantly larger than the iron bracelet he wore, with one end measuring a thickness of 1 centimeter, tapering evenly towards the thinner edges, where it became nearly invisible, resembling a void. From a cross-section, it appeared like a crescent moon at its new phase, a black crescent moon. Changing his angle of vision, he inspected the side. The ring had a width of nearly 2 centimeters, with 3 evenly spaced hollow cavities at its thickest point. On either side, there were evenly distributed holes tapering towards the thinner ends. Ling Chen counted 6 holes on each side, plus the 3 at the thickest point. A total of 15 holes. This reminded Ling Chen of the moon goddess chain, which was riddled with similar apertures. The black crescent moon-shaped ring could indeed serve as a bracelet. However, he dismissed the thought. He certainly did not believe it to be the moon goddess chain. The village chief had mentioned that the most powerful moon goddess chains found in the Forgotten Continent possessed 7 embedded holes, suggesting that 7 was the limit. There was no way this black crescent moon with its 15 holes could be related to the moon goddess chain. Yet, being in this space, it must be something extraordinary. What could it be? Ling Chen focused intently, lowering his gaze to inspect its attributes. The information that flooded his mind left Ling Chen momentarily stunned. The obsidian crescent lay before him, yet he was unable to discern any of its attributes. What could account for this? Did it possess an enigmatic quality that only its bearer could perceive? In that moment, Ling Chen extended his hand, reaching for the black crescent-shaped ring, his fingers grazing its edge in a slow, deliberate motion. As soon as his fingers made contact with the crescent ring, an unfathomable darkness erupted forth, enveloping him as if night had suddenly fallen, completely obscuring the light that illuminated both his immediate surroundings and the entire space around him. Ling Chen's pupils dilated in astonishment. It felt as if the world had undergone a swift transformation, where the once bright realm had succumbed to an utter blackness. This darkness was devoid of any impurities, untainted by even the faintest glimmer of light, rendering it profoundly terrifying. Throughout his life, he had encountered countless shadows, innumerable realms devoid of light, yet he had never fathomed that blackness could be so profound, so absolute. What transpired? What was happening? The crescent ring he had touched vanished, and he felt it float upwards along the sensory trail of his right hand, swiftly passing through his palm and binding itself tightly around his wrist. Ding! Your Moon God chain iron bracelet has been utterly destroyed by an unknown force, completely vanishing. Ding! Your energy crystal beginner critical strike crystal has been utterly destroyed by an unknown force, completely vanishing. Ding! Your energy crystal beginner power crystal has been utterly destroyed by an unknown force, completely vanishing. Ling Chen, what is happening? Can anyone explain this to me? Quickly, Ling Chen grasped his right wrist with his left hand, and to his astonishment, the iron bracelet that had once adorned it, embedded with 2 energy crystals, had indeed vanished. What now encircled his right wrist was another ring-like object, its form unmistakably that of the black crescent-shaped ring. Simultaneously, an excruciating sensation akin to being sliced by 1,000 blades surged from the depths of his consciousness, causing his entire body to seize up, and he emitted a heart-wrenching scream of agony. Chapter 40. The devouring of the mind. The sudden onslaught of agony plunged Ling Chen into a hellish abyss. The physical pain, regardless of its intensity, was bearable. He could stifle any sound that might escape his lips. However, the torment enveloping him originated from his very psyche. It felt as if countless needles and daggers were mercilessly piercing and slicing through his soul, a torment infinitely more brutal than dismemberment or being drawn and quartered. Ling Chen pressed his hands against his head, howling in anguish, his body gradually collapsing onto the stone platform, rendered incapable of standing amidst the overwhelming suffering. What is happening? Someone, please tell me what is going on. Why is my mind in such excruciating pain? A pain that threatens to tear me apart, to shatter me. What on earth is transpiring? The anguish persisted, intensifying with each passing second, causing Ling Chen's cries of torment to grow increasingly desperate. This was ostensibly a virtual realm, a game world where physical sensations were dulled to their bare minimum, and all perceptions were adjusted to the most comforting state. Why then? Was there such overwhelming suffering? What was inflicting this pain upon me? What seeks to obliterate my very spirit? How delightful. After years of silence, someone has finally ventured into this place. It seems they have been slumbering for quite some time. Oh, how curious that it is a young lad, devoid of any formidable aura. Amidst the pinnacle of his torment, Ling Chen's beleaguered spirit suddenly caught the sound of a voice, a woman's voice. This voice floated ethereally, akin to a whisper carried from the heavens, and upon reaching his ears, it sent a shiver down his spine, rendering him momentarily weak, as though his very bones had softened. The enchanting quality of her voice was undeniable. It was a siren's call that could effortlessly ensnare the souls of men and women alike, igniting a fervor within them. Struggling to turn his face towards the source of the voice, Ling Chen fought to control his nearly fracturing mind. The world around him was engulfed in darkness, an abyss devoid of any impurities. In such obscurity, he should have seen nothing. Yet, a woman's silhouette emerged distinctly before him, allowing him to discern her form and features, as if she were entirely isolated from the surrounding gloom. In that fleeting moment of recognition, Ling Chen's pain-ridden eyes widened in a daze. She was indeed a woman, appearing to be in her 20s, yet possessing the innocence of youth. She floated amidst the shadows, gazing down at him with an intriguing demeanor. Ling Chen's gaze fell upon a visage so breathtakingly exquisite that it could bring nations to their knees. Her beauty was unparalleled, her skin as fair as snow, with delicate pink lips that resembled fresh petals. Her elegantly arched brows and captivating eyes radiated an allure that stirred an inexorable desire within him, leaving him spellbound. Draped in a black garment that clung to her form like the night, it accentuated her voluptuous curves, her proud bosom and shapely hips, an enchanting hourglass silhouette. A slender black ribbon cinched her waist, highlighting her delicate figure. Every inch of her was a testament to perfection. a vision so captivating that anyone who beheld her would find themselves utterly entranced. This woman embodied an ethereal enchantress, exuding an otherworldly charm that could drive any man to madness. Even in his state of despair, Ling Chen's spirit stirred uncontrollably upon witnessing her, unable to fathom that such a mesmerizing creature could exist in this world. "Who are you?" He gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of willpower to suppress his cries of agony, forcing out those 3 words through clenched teeth. Before entering this realm, he was certain no living being inhabited it. Who was this woman? Had she always existed here? Upon hearing his inquiry, the woman's lips curled into a subtle smile, transforming her already enchanting visage into one of irresistible allure. "Oh, how surprising that you can still speak amidst the spiritual devouring of the punishing moon. Such a handsome young lad. It pains me to see you destined to become a sacrifice. However, having touched the punishing moon, there's little I can do to save you. I can only watch as you become its offering." Her voice, neither youthful nor naive, resonated with a rich, languorous quality, laced with an innate pride and seduction that ensnared Ling Chen's senses, drawing him closer to the brink of surrender. If this woman were to exist amidst chaos, she would undoubtedly possess the power to dismantle kingdoms with a mere glance or smile. Who is this woman? He was at a loss. The punishing moon. Could it be the black crescent that now tightly bound his wrist? Was the mental anguish he endured a consequence of its consuming nature? Did it seek to obliterate his spirit, to render him a mere offering? What has happened? This is a game world. Why does the sensation of mental dismemberment feel so vividly real and intense? If his spirit were to be destroyed, he would either be enslaved to another's will, forever a puppet, or lose all consciousness, becoming a lifeless shell devoid of awareness. The devouring sensation he experienced was not illusory. The players who entered this world were, in essence, their very minds. This entity, known as the punishing moon, genuinely aimed to engulf his spirit. With all his will and conviction unleashed, Ling Chen's struggles intensified in an instant. Beads of sweat streamed down his forehead, saturating his body as if he had just emerged from a tempest. Oh, the sudden surge of Ling Chen's mental resistance caught the woman by surprise, yet she merely smiled, her enchanting eyes shimmering with intrigue. "Dear boy, such defiance will only incur the punishing moon's more dreadful wrath." A scream of despair erupted from Ling Chen's lips, resonating with the anguish of the damned. His body could no longer maintain even a crouched position, and he writhed on the ground, clutching his head as he rolled in torment, sweat soaking the earth beneath him. His cries grew ever more harrowing, each echoing scream more heart-wrenching than the last, rendering even the most hardened soul unable to bear witness to his suffering. The sheer horror of his agony twisted his features into a grotesque mask, his voice growing hoarse amidst the relentless torment. The woman gazed upon him with a smile, her exquisite countenance devoid of pity, as if she were an audience enthralled by a captivating spectacle. "My dear boy, the consequences of your struggles are dire. Close your eyes, relax your mind, and succumb to slumber, and the pain will cease. Obey, and you shall find peace, free from suffering." Yet, the heart-wrenching cries of anguish persisted, a sorrowful harmony that made the very air tremble. "Simply relax the mind, and succumb to slumber. The anguish shall cease. Liberation shall be attained. If only I could drift into sleep, I would no longer bear this torment, a suffering infinitely more dreadful than death itself. No, if my mind shatters and is consumed, I shall become a mere puppet, a living corpse. Who then will care for Ruruo? She has but me by her side, so frail is her body. How could she survive without me? I refuse to surrender to sleep. No one shall break my spirit. No one shall." A full minute has elapsed, and Ling Chen's anguished cries have grown hoarse to a terrifying degree. He is bereft of the strength to writhe, his body convulsing in agony upon the ground. Yet the cries of torment persist unyieldingly. He is enveloped in a shroud of black mist, yet it has been unable to infiltrate his mind or body. The faint smile on the black-clad woman's face has finally stiffened, her seductive eyes narrowing, a flicker of barely perceptible shock flashing within their depths. Such torment, in mere seconds, could utterly dismantle a normal individual. The intensity of such pain has transcended the limits of human endurance. Even if one's will were to soar to extraordinary heights, the mind would remain incapable of withstanding it, destined for instantaneous collapse. Yet, after a full minute, he continues to struggle, to resist. The sole force of the celestial punishment moon has failed to penetrate even the slightest. How could any human possess such formidable mental strength? This individual. Her crimson lips part, and her sultry voice emerges slowly. "Little brother, this is not good for you. No matter how tenacious you are, you cannot triumph over the celestial punishment moon. All this will bring you is greater suffering. At the moment her voice fell, she suddenly witnessed the convulsing Ling Chen cease his wails. He slowly opened his sweat-drenched eyes. The gaze of the black-clad woman trembled abruptly. The pain and torment I have endured, you could never begin to fathom. None of that suffering has ever managed to shatter my body and spirit. What is this mere pain in comparison? Ugh. In the darkened world, a subtle tremor suddenly unfolded, and the expression on the black-clad woman's face shifted dramatically. At that moment, Ling Chen's eyes bizarrely transformed to a deep crimson black, his thoughts, amid the tumultuous darkness, returning to a past he had desperately sought to forget. Chapter 41. Paradise, an unknown independent island, a place referred to as paradise. Oh, dearest Hell, welcome to paradise. I trust you shall once again surprise me. A gaunt, stooped elder clad in a white coat, adorned with white-framed spectacles, turned to face me. The phrase skin and bones could not be more aptly applied to him, particularly his head, which resembled nothing less than a skull. Yet, from behind those spectacles, his aged eyes radiated a terrifying glimmer akin to that of a venomous serpent. Behind him stood a series of cylindrical glass vessels, each over a meter wide and several meters tall, filled with liquids of green, purple, blood red, and deep blue hues. Countless pipes and wires intertwined among them, and within each glass vessel, the silhouette of a human form could be discerned. Indeed, it was a human. Each figure appeared to be a child, their bodies still in the throes of incomplete development. This was indeed a surprise. A tall man dressed in black cast a ragged young boy onto the ground. The boy, seemingly no more than years old, bore a pallid complexion and lay motionless, his breath nearly imperceptible, resembling that of the deceased. How astonishing, a host of the Asloka virus. The stooped elder casually glanced at the boy's current state. Oh, hatred. I sense a profound hatred emanating from him. Such a young age, yet exuding such bitter animosity. Dearest Hell, you have indeed surprised me, for this is precisely what I desire. Hatred and cold-bloodedness are essential traits for a supreme killing machine. However, mere hatred is insufficient. Among the 1,352 children you have delivered over the years, 1,309 have perished in my experiments. How long can this one endure? A waste, unworthy of becoming my grand creation. Humph. He has been buried alive by his family due to his sloka. 2 days later, I unearthed him, and he remains alive. His willpower, I believe, shall not disappoint you. The tall man scoffed. First, cure his Asloka. Chattering, how foolish humanity is, incapable of resolving even a trivial Asloka virus. The stooped elder approached and seized the boy's arm, carelessly tossing him into a massive container filled with green liquid, not sparing him a glance. In 3 minutes, all the Asloka virus within him shall perish. This insignificant virus is as fragile as the life of an ant. Humans are foolish creatures? Are you not human yourself? The tall man replied coldly. Oh, dear Hell, please do not equate me with those foolish humans. It is a grave insult. How could those insignificant beings compare to me, the soon-to-be creator? Ah, of course, those foolish humans do not include you, for you are a god among men, rendering humanity as inconsequential as ants in your eyes. The stooped elder adjusted his white-framed spectacles, casting a glance at the boy submerged in the green liquid, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. Those 1,352 children were all chosen geniuses from around the world. They are indeed geniuses. Yet, fewer than 200 have withstood the threefold psychological impact without succumbing to brain death, and only 43 have endured the current fivefold impact. I wonder what surprises this remaining 43. Oh no, now 44 will bring me. Thus, the child you have brought today shall commence with a fivefold impact. Fivefold? You must be mad. The tall man furrowed his brow. You gradually increased the psychological impact, and these 43 were able to adapt to this point. Starting with a fivefold impact is utterly unmanageable. No, dear Hell. You must understand, I require true geniuses. To become my creation, they must endure tenfold psychological impact and suffering without succumbing to madness or death. I do not need the useless. Suit yourself. The tall man ceased further discourse and turned to depart, loathing the atmosphere here. Or perhaps, he detested everything about this place. Dearest Hell, paradise is ever welcoming of your return. Ugh. He remains conscious, astonishingly. After directly enduring a fivefold psychological impact, he still retains awareness. A genius. This is the prodigy I have longed for. Ha. Excellent. He shall join my other surviving geniuses in enduring even greater psychological challenges. To fully savor the wonders and pleasures of paradise. Ha. Should he ever qualify as my creation, it shall be his utmost honor. Ha. Dearest Hell, welcome to paradise. Oh, How disappointing it is that you return empty-handed this time. Did you truly believe finding geniuses would be so effortless? To meet even the most basic of your requirements is a rarity among thousands. I have come here to ascertain how many remain alive. I do not wish for my years of effort to culminate in a mere pile of corpses. Chattering, dear hell, you have arrived at a most opportune moment. For now, only 2 remain alive. 2. When the psychological impact escalated to 6-fold, only 7 test subjects remained. Upon reaching 7-fold, chattering, astonishingly, 2 still live. Ha ha ha. I had anticipated their complete mental collapse, to be reduced to mere pulp, yet 2 endure. Hell, my dear friend, this is your doing. You have gifted me 2 true geniuses. Which 2? They are Subject 17 and Subject 1353. Those 2. They are 2 exceedingly rare specimens, nearly impossible to find in a millennium. I cannot bear to see them perish. No, I shall not only ensure their survival, but will employ every method to keep them alive. Then, I will gradually intensify the psychological impact, allowing them to fully adapt to the 7-fold impact before increasing it further, all the way to the critical point of total collapse, subjecting them to psychological torment until they evolve, then progressing from 7-fold to 8-fold, from 8-fold to 9-fold, and from 9-fold to 10-fold. Chattering, just like that. I shall transform them into monsters among humans. They shall become my finest creations. Chattering, you truly are a madman. Surely, you know better than anyone the extent of the torment they will endure throughout this process. Thank you for your commendation, my dear friend. Rest assured, I will not forget the promise made long ago. After all, I may stimulate their minds with waves, enhance their bodies with drugs, but only you can impart to them the most terrifying of killing techniques. 3 years hence, I shall return. Dearest hell, paradise shall always welcome your arrival. I trust that when you return next, you will witness 2 remarkable creations. In the foreboding hall, 2 colossal glass vessels stood, filled to the brim with green liquid. 2 tender bodies floated within, their forms obscured by the liquid, revealing only vague silhouettes, and countless tubes of varying thickness inserted into their bodies. Dearest hell, welcome to paradise. After 3 years apart, the scent of blood upon you remains intoxicating. Now, let me speculate how much human blood you have spilled in these 3 years. Do not waste words, you know my purpose here. What of your creations? Chattering, believe me, you shall receive a most satisfactory answer. Under my influence, their bodies have transformed into something more terrifying than monsters. Their minds, chattering incessantly, have now withstood the impact of mental strain at 15 times the normal capacity. Ha ha ha. You heard me correctly, 15 times. Even I, the mad scientist, tremble at the realization of this outcome. Indeed, upon witnessing these results, my body quakes, and I find myself engulfed by a sensation of fear. This mad doctor has been frightened by his own creation. Their mental fortitude is now formidable. Should they receive your monstrous tutelage, they will evolve into the most fearsome killing machines the world has ever known. The most terrifying of creatures. I cannot fathom the horrific nightmare that awaits their adversaries. I am convinced that once they depart from this place, the entire world will tremble in fear of them. And they are all my creations, chattering away. Humph. Are you not concerned that these killing machines may one day turn against their creator? Chatter, dear hell, rest assured on this matter. I, the mad doctor, would never commit such a foolish error, unless they possess the ability to endure 20 times the mental strain without succumbing. The mental control I have imposed upon them is an unbreakable bond. They will forever obey my every command, betraying me only in death. Dear hell, do you truly believe their minds could withstand such an immense burden? 20 times. Humph. Even a deity could not achieve that. Indeed. Hence, they shall remain under my dominion, never engaging in actions you would find undesirable. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Bring them forth to meet me. The appointed time has arrived. Chatter, dear hell. You are the one who knows me best, and should understand that I never betray my friends. Now, number 19, number 1353. Come forth to behold your new companions, or rather, your old acquaintance, the one who has brought you to this magnificent paradise. But from this day forth, you shall depart from paradise, chattering away, prepare to weep, plead, and struggle, for the destination to which he shall escort you is true hell. Do numbers 19 and 1353 possess formal names? Names. Chatter, what a splendid suggestion. How could my greatest creations be without names? They are the lives I have forged, the pinnacle of my impending divinity as a creator. Their names are Adam and Eve. Chapter 42, The Rebound of the Spirit, Part 1. The anguish screams reverberated through the dark expanse, growing ever more piercing. With each roar from Ling Chen, the obsidian space quaked violently. The expression of the woman in black shifted from astonishment to one tinged with fear. The celestial punishment moon trembled. Its soul force could neither shatter nor invade his spirit. This human's psyche not only resisted, but now seemed to counterattack the very essence of its soul. Impossible. How could this happen? How could there exist a being in this world capable of withstanding the power of the celestial punishment moon? It was a malevolent entity feared even by demon gods. Once more, the black void convulsed with unprecedented intensity as a sliver of light seeped through, akin to a slender crack in the darkness. The soul force of the celestial punishment moon was retreating. The woman in black could scarcely believe her senses. The young man before her, seemingly frail and vulnerable, was someone the celestial punishment moon would have dismissed had it not been the sole intruder in this realm for countless years. Yet, this seemingly powerless human, subjected to excruciating torment, had never surrendered, never faltered, nor displayed even a hint of retreat. His struggle and defiance only grew stronger. Such an occurrence had never transpired before. A being that the celestial punishment moon sought to dominate, even gods and demons, could not resist. Why was this human different? Even if the celestial punishment moon had diminished in power due to the scattering of the 3 sacred pearls and 12 divine pearls, its soul force was still beyond what any human could withstand. The woman in black was acutely aware of the dire consequences of failing to consume a human spirit. If it could not vanquish its target's psyche, its own soul force would be repelled, leading to its subjugation by this human. In that moment, a fleeting terror flickered across the woman's face, and she began to truly assess the young man before her, whose visage was contorted in agony. In his 20s, he bore a resolute face and eyes like cold stars. Yet apart from that, there was little else in his appearance that commanded her respect. His aura of power was so weak that it barely registered, and his attire was utterly unremarkable. How could such an inconspicuous, seemingly insignificant human possess such formidable spirit power, capable of contending with the celestial punishment moon? Who was this man? Was he truly just an ordinary human? Or was everything merely a fade? The dark space trembled violently once more, as more light penetrated its depths. The woman in black turned her gaze to the celestial punishment moon. Its dark radiance was quivering, gradually waning. The celestial punishment moon was defeated. It was trembling and retreating. Such a thing could not be allowed to occur. A captivating fragrance wafted towards Ling Chen, and the woman in black stepped closer, merely 5 paces away. She parted her crimson lips, and a languorous melody floated from her mouth. Little brother, do you truly wish to resist? Why not obediently close your eyes and sleep, in slumber? All your pain shall vanish. Her voice was indeed a terrifying weapon. Ordinary men would easily succumb to her enchanting tone, willingly becoming her subservients, ready to die countless deaths for her. Yet, her words had no effect on Ling Chen. With another hoarse cry of agony, the light of the celestial punishment moon dimmed further. The woman's gaze shifted, a moment of shock crossing her features, yet soon after, a soft smile graced her lips. Little brother, look here, gaze into your sister's eyes. Her voice was laced with an alluring charm, and despite his intense mental anguish and struggle, Ling Chen instinctively lifted his head to meet the gaze of the dark-clad enchantress. As she drew nearer, he beheld her beauty more clearly, and for a fleeting moment, his expression faltered. Her visage was breathtaking, surpassing even the youthful allure of Shui Ruo. From her features emanated an innate seductiveness, one that could not be feigned or concealed, a bewitching charm that could enthrall souls and ignite uncontrollable desires. Such beauty was not uncommon. Yet one with such an innate allure was unprecedented in Ling Chen's experience. She was a true enchantress, capable of bringing nations to ruin. Noticing the brief daze on Ling Chen's face, the enchantress smiled sweetly, her eyes shimmering with mischief, her lips slightly parted as she bit down gently. Little brother, tell me, do you think your sister is beautiful? Her voice possessed a mesmerizing quality, and her figure was no less enchanting. Among all the women Ling Chen had encountered, none could rival her devilish curves. The black fabric of her attire strained against her ample bosom, hinting at the magnificent treasures concealed beneath. Her rounded hips suggested a softness and elasticity that was almost unimaginable. Yet, her waist was cinched by a slender ribbon, accentuating her delicate figure. The combination was a temptation potent enough to ensnare even the most formidable of beings. The dark enchantress drew closer, halting just half a step away, her alluring form captivating Ling Chen's gaze. At that moment, the waning light of the celestial punishment moon suddenly intensified. The woman's smile widened, her eyes glistening with a bewitching allure. Little brother, tell me, do you think I am beautiful? This was a woman with a voice like a siren and a body that could mesmerize. Ling Chen's anguish should have rendered him incapable of focusing on anything else. Yet his eyes were irresistibly drawn to the woman in black, unable to look away. His will, spirit, and conviction began to weaken under her enchantment. Even as the light of the celestial punishment moon grew stronger, the torment persisted unabated. Merely enduring the pain brought him to the brink of collapse. And now he faced a trial of temptation. The juxtaposition of excruciating agony and seductive allure intensified the pressure on his already fragile psyche. He screamed in anguish, desperately trying to shut his eyes. No one shall destroy my spirit. With a resounding crash, the light of the celestial punishment moon dimmed significantly, as if something within the space had shattered. The woman in black's eyes flickered once more. The resilience of this young man's spirit had once again surpassed her expectations, and with uncertainty flickering in her gaze, she bit her lip lightly. As the sound of fabric tearing echoed, the black cloak worn by the woman in dark attire slowly cascaded down her silhouette, ultimately resting at her feet. She was left adorned only in a delicate, semi-transparent black veil, which clung to her form, accentuating her alluring curves. Even the vivid hue of her bosom and the subtle shade between her thighs were tantalizingly visible. In that fleeting moment of seduction, any man could easily succumb to madness. Ling Chen's eyes widened in shock. His mind, caught off guard, felt as though it had been struck by a hammer, eliciting a pained cry from his lips. The enchanting figure before him, her perfect body partially veiled, chuckled softly, her beguiling laughter resonating like a haunting nightmare, gnawing at his struggling psyche. She shielded her bosom with her hands, gradually lowering herself to squat directly in front of him, her ample form mere inches from his face. With a gentle smile, she suddenly released her grip, her hands parting to reveal her curves. With another sound of tearing fabric, the thin black veil was completely shredded, unveiling two magnificent orbs that sprang forth, their pristine skin suddenly exposed to Ling Chen's gaze. Her bosoms were not only voluptuous but possessed a flawless, round silhouette, resembling two immaculate moons resting upon her chest, a vision of breathtaking beauty. At that moment, as her body was laid bare, the delicate, smooth skin glimmered softly, enhancing the lustrous quality of her complexion. Just as his mental defenses crumbled under the weight of temptation, Ling Chen's mind erupted in chaos. The allure before him was exquisite, so captivating that no man could resist, yet to him, it was more terrifying than the most dreadful of demons. In that instant of surrender, he felt as if his very spirit had been struck by two immense hammers, leaving him in utter disarray. Little brother, do you find your sister's body beautiful? Would you like to gently touch it? Chapter 43. The Rebound of the Spirit. Part 2. The enchanting woman leaned closer, her fragrant lips whispering soft, lover-like murmurs beside his ear. As she spoke, her delicate hands, akin to jade, clasped one of Ling Chen's hands, guiding it slowly towards her bosom. Yet, within the depths of her alluring gaze, a fleeting glimmer of coldness flashed. In the moment she tore away the last layer of clothing, she felt his spirit momentarily falter. Now, if only he could touch her skin, his spirit would undoubtedly shatter completely. As his hands were ensnared by her soft, snowy grip, they inched closer to her exquisite form, and Ling Chen could almost hear the crumbling of his own soul. The woman's smile grew ever more seductive, suddenly. Her hands broke free from his, reaching for her own chest. In an instant, Ling Chen seized one of her ample breasts, squeezing with such fervor that the luscious flesh overflowed between his fingers. No single hand could encompass its entirety, and in the frenzy, both hands indulged in the smooth, soft contours, reveling in the breathtaking perfection of her form. Her body was exceedingly sensitive, and coupled with her relative weakness, his vigorous ministrations drained her strength in an instant. She gritted her teeth, enduring the delightful yet painful sensations, and a soft whimper escaped her lips. Realizing this, she quickly covered her mouth, stifling a moan that threatened to escape. The sensation of being touched by a man was entirely different from that of her own hand. She did not remove Ling Chen's hands, instead biting her lip in submission, her sultry smile unwavering. Little brother, do you think my breasts are beautiful? Her words were abruptly interrupted by a gasp as she arched her elegantly long neck, trembling all over, her long legs quivering. Ling Chen's hands suddenly tightened, transforming from a gentle caress to a vice-like grip, pinching the two delicate pink buds between his fingers. Please, be gentler. It hurts. The woman's body was too sensitive. The simultaneous sensations of pain and pleasure made her tremble with high-pitched cries. Her cheeks flushed like a drunkard, her long lashes quivering violently, her legs lightly rubbing together in a helpless dance. She grasped at his wrists, attempting to pry his hands away, but her strength was insufficient to budge his firm grip. Lifting her gaze, she met his fearsome eyes. Ling Chen's once dazed gaze now radiated a primal ferocity. A chill ran through her heart. He had not been ensnared by her charms. not even for a moment. A desperate howl erupted from Ling Chen, reverberating through the dark space, shattering the silence like thunder. With each cry, the darkness around them fractured, allowing streams of light to flood in. His hands, still gripping her chest, tightened further, igniting an almost unbearable pain that brought her to the brink of tears. She noticed the once bright black glow of the heaven's punishment moon on his wrist dimming like a waning star. Minutes had passed since the attempt to consume Ling Chen's spirit began. The limits of the heaven's punishment moon were being tested. Despite her seductive interference, she had still failed. And this human remained lucid. How terrifying. Is he truly human? Or a divine being? Or an ancient entity beyond gods and demons? Release me. The heaven's punishment moon will soon alleviate your suffering, and it will never again consume your spirit. Please, let me go. Overwhelmed by despair, the woman surrendered to the pain gripping her chest, her voice trembling with allure as she pleaded with him. If this continued, the heaven's punishment moon would be controlled by this human. The only response was Ling Chen's furious roar. What had begun as an attempt to seduce him had turned into a humiliating plea for mercy, her voluptuous form ensnared in his grasp. The once feared heaven's punishment moon now lay entirely at the mercy of a mere human. But what choice did she have? The sole power of the heaven's punishment moon had reached its zenith. It could no longer consume his spirit. She had to plead for mercy to avert the most dreadful outcome. She could not allow the heaven and Apos, as punishment moon in herself to fall under the dominion of a human. I beg you, release me. I am willing to fulfill all your desires. I would help you become the most powerful human in the world. I would be your servant. Please, do not continue. Despite her desperate pleas, there was no sign of turmoil in Ling Chen's cold gaze. The light of the heaven's punishment moon grew dimmer, trembling on the brink of extinction. With a final, anguished roar, all darkness collapsed as if drawn away by some colossal force, vanishing into the void. The woman's seductive allure dimmed as her efforts and pleas bore no fruit. The outcome she dreaded had finally arrived. Suddenly, two crimson beams of light flickered before her, awakening her senses. She gazed into the source of the red light, and found herself staring into Ling Chen's eyes, now ablaze with a blood-like hue. The destructive, killing eyes. You are. With another resounding crash, all darkness dissipated, and everything returned to the state it had been when Ling Chen first entered. The air was still filled with countless wisps of shimmering blue-white light, illuminating the space. The ground bore the remnants of Ling Chen's tumultuous struggle, yet there was no other sign of disturbance, as if nothing had ever occurred. At last, Ling Chen's hands released their grip on the woman's chest, and his eyes slowly closed. He fell backward, collapsing heavily onto the ground, devoid of consciousness. A black circular ring now bound tightly around his left wrist, devoid of any radiance. The woman stepped back, gasping for breath, her ample bosom swaying with each labored inhalation, leaving tantalizing trails of red and blue fingerprints across her skin. She raised her hand, adjusting her attire to restore her alluring appearance, then silently observed Ling Chen on the ground, her expression filled with complexity. The heaven's punishment moon now bound to his wrist could not be severed. It was destined to remain until its conqueror met their end. This man, is he a monster? How could a human possess such formidable mental prowess? How could such destructive killing eyes manifest in a human? As she massaged her aching chest, the woman murmured to herself. Legends spoke of gods or demons whose mental power reached such heights that they could annihilate countless lives with their gaze. Those eyes were known as the fearsome, destructive killing eyes. Yet, these had only surfaced in the distant epics of divine beings, never to be seen again. After millennia of decline, the gods and demons had withered, rendering the emergence of the destructive killing eyes even more impossible. Yet the eyes of this individual moments ago, could it have been merely an illusion, or was that truly not the eyes of destruction? Regardless, the Moon of Divine Retribution failed to render him a mere puppet. Instead, it was subdued by his unparalleled mental fortitude, becoming a possession of his own. Henceforth, the Moon of Divine Retribution could only cling to him, yielding to his dominion and manipulation, incapable of resistance. The pain in his chest gradually dissipated as the enchantress approached Ling Chen, gazing intently at his visage and form. After a prolonged silence, she softly murmured, "There are no other choices remaining. I hope he can bring forth surprises, brother. Why are you always reluctant to share your past with me? I truly yearn to know everything about you. Because I was once a villain." "A villain? What kind of villain?" "Very wicked, the worst kind." "Huh. I refuse to believe that. You are undoubtedly the finest person in the world. What if I truly am a despicable person that everyone loathes? Would Roro despise me? Not in the slightest. I could never hate you, brother. If you truly were a villain, then I would become a villain alongside you. So I could still be with you and never part ways. Even if you committed grievous wrongs and faced punishment, I would accompany you in bearing it. Ruo Ling Chen opened his eyes, and before his vision could fully clear, he sat up abruptly. After a brief moment of confusion, the events leading to his unconsciousness replayed swiftly in his mind. My young master, you have finally awakened. A voice, seductive to the core, wafted into his ears, rendering Ling Chen's already weakened body even more feeble. Instantly, he furrowed his brow, leaping to his feet and casting a cold glare at the enchantress. You. As he spoke, he raised his left hand, revealing a crescent moon of deep black encircling his wrist, with 15 holes arranged in 3 vertical and 12 horizontal rows. Yet now, it brought him no pain. Instead, it rested quietly upon his wrist, and Ling Chen could vaguely sense his control over it. This terrifying entity that once sought to consume my spirit, is it now mine? Chapter 44. The Month of Divine Retribution, Part 1. Confronted by Ling Chen's frigid visage. The enchanting woman pouted her petal-like lips ever so slightly, a delicate gesture that evoked an irresistible sense of profound grievance. Everyone calls you little master, yet you remain so fierce towards me. If you cannot forgive my earlier transgressions, then perhaps I shall allow you to gently spank me. Her voice was alluringly soft, reminiscent of a playful young girl, and as she spoke, she swayed her hips, subtly arching her moon-like figure in a manner that sent pulses racing. Such a voice, such expressions, such postures. Even the most stoic of hearts would be stirred. Ling Chen's gaze uncontrollably lingered upon her curvaceous form, only reluctantly diverting his eyes after an extended moment, chastising himself for his thoughts. She was undoubtedly a woman who would ensnare men, leaving them aware of their impending doom, yet powerless to resist. The slight embarrassment that colored Ling Chen's face elicited a faint smile from the enchantress. She glided gracefully towards him, her movements fluid, and cooed, "Little master, why the silence? If you choose not to speak, I shall take it as your forgiveness." Now in close proximity, Ling Chen could almost detect the intoxicating fragrance emanating from her lips, a heat rising from within him, spreading throughout his entire being. Gritting his teeth, he summoned immense willpower to suppress the sensation and coldly inquired, "Who are you? And why do you call me master?" "Because you have conquered me," she replied, her tone dripping with seduction. "Now I can only obediently serve you, treating you as my little master." Ling Chen remained silent, his mind still reeling with a dull ache and overwhelming fatigue. The events that had transpired replayed rapidly in his thoughts. If not for the lingering concern for Shui Ruo that fortified him, he would have succumbed to the mental torment of the Month of Divine Retribution and the enchantress's overwhelming allure. Ultimately, however, his formidable mental strength prevailed, repelling the force that sought to consume him, and the source of that soul force, the so-called Month of Divine Retribution, was seized by his will, brought under his control. This sensation of mastery was undeniably genuine. Ling Chen extended his right hand to press against the inky crescent moon on his left wrist. Was this truly the Month of Divine Retribution? What was its nature, and why was it named thus? As the enchantress suddenly addressed him as Little Master, he pondered whether it was due to this very connection. "Tell me first, who are you? Why do you call me master?" Ling Chen asked again, his head lowered. He felt hesitant to meet her gaze, yet he sensed no hostility or danger from her. "Quite simply, it is because you have conquered the Month of Divine Retribution, and I exist as a manifestation of it. You have subdued it, thus you have also subdued me. You are its master, and therefore my master as well." The enchantress's words flowed from her lips like honey, sending shivers through Ling Chen's very soul. He understood that her allure was not a mere act, but an intrinsic quality. Such captivating charm could not be feigned to this extent. Ling Chen struggled to regulate his breath, gradually dispelling the strange sensations coursing through him. Merely her voice was enough to incite primal desires within him. It was nearly inconceivable for an ordinary person to maintain their composure in the face of such enchantment. "Are you its spirit?" Ling Chen ventured. In certain realms, powerful artifacts might give rise to spirits, entities born of consciousness. When such awareness matured, it could manifest as a corporeal form. The enchantress claimed to be tethered to the Month of Divine Retribution. Could she truly be the fabled spirit of an artifact? Moreover, he had once felt the softness of her form against him before losing consciousness, a sensation that lingered vividly in his memory. A spirit? Yes. You may consider it that way, little master. Rest assured, I shall obediently heed your every command, she replied, her eyes shimmering with an ethereal light. Her voice imbued with an innate charm that rendered him weak at the knees. Ling Chen inhaled deeply, his countenance icy as he retorted, "Cease your pretenses. Your display of subservience stems from your defeat. You sought to consume my spirit and failed, only to be ensnared by my will. Had I faltered, my spirit would have been shattered, and you would have completely controlled my body, turning me into a mere puppet. I shall not forget the immense suffering I endured. The enchantress fell silent. The memories of the torment he had experienced were stark and vivid, awakening recollections he wished to bury. He was certain that without his struggle, his spirit would have been irrevocably destroyed. Now that he had regained his composure, he found himself astonished and skeptical. How could such palpable destruction of spirit exist in what was ostensibly a virtual game world? Ling Chen was far from virtuous. Rather, he was a man who harbored grudges. The month of divine retribution had inflicted upon him a profound enmity, and this enchantress was an accomplice. Such hatred, given his disposition, would undoubtedly seek vengeance 100-fold. Yet, having reclaimed control over the month of divine retribution, he found himself unable to exact his revenge. This artifact was no ordinary trinket. It had birthed a corporeal spirit, its essence possibly divine or even sacred. Even if she begged for her life, he would never destroy it. As for this enchantress, the woman whose allure could easily ensnare one's very soul, he acknowledged that he found it difficult, if not impossible, to bring harm to her, especially since she was merely the spirit of the month of divine retribution. Pouting her lips in a manner reminiscent of a wronged maiden, she implored, "Little master, I truly made a mistake earlier. If you are still upset, then please punish me, but do not be so harsh with me. I promise to obey you from now on. Whatever you command, I shall comply, even if it means shedding my garments to accompany you in slumber." "You. What is your name?" Ling Chen interrupted, a prickle of anxiety racing through him. He feared that should she continue, his willpower would eventually crumble. "Then, little master, are you still angry with me?" The enchantress blinked her entrancing eyes, her voice a pitiful whisper. "If you tell me your name, I shall no longer be angry." Ling Chen found himself momentarily taken aback. He realized that the anger and resentment he had harbored towards her had dissipated entirely. The pain of his soul being seized was fresh in his mind, yet he could not summon any ire towards this enchantress. Instead, he felt waves of suppressed desire rising within him. This formidable woman, as the spirit of the month of divine retribution. Did it mean he would have to carry her with him always? This thought sparked a flicker of turmoil within him. He was uncertain whether he could withstand the allure of a woman whose seductive power over men was terrifying, especially if he were to be with her for an extended period. Concerning this formidable woman, he realized he possessed no confidence whatsoever. "I am Chiua. The name signifies beauty and the waning moon. My little master must remember this." Upon uttering her name, this previously pitiful expression vanished, replaced by an enchanting smile that could rival the beauty of the heavens. "Now that I have revealed my name, my little master must keep his promise and no longer harbor any anger towards me." Ling Chen exhaled deeply, striving to avoid direct eye contact with the. He raised his left wrist and inquired, "Pray tell, what is this heaven's punishment moon?" Chiua gracefully advanced 2 steps, a captivating fragrance wafting through the air that tantalized Ling Chen's senses and soul. With a sultry glance directed at her little master, her delicate lips parted slightly as she spoke in a voice as soft as smoke. "My little master is now the master of the heaven's punishment moon. If you wish to know what it is quite within your reach." Previously, when Ling Chen sought information about it, he was met with a plethora of confusion. Listening to Chiua's words, clarity dawned upon him. He held his left wrist before his eyes and delved into the knowledge once more. Instantly, the essence of the black waning moon flooded his mind. Heaven's punishment moon. Category: Lunar God Chain. Grade: Unknown. Equipment requirement: exclusive to Ling Tian. Cannot be removed, cannot be lost, cannot be discarded, cannot be traded, cannot be stolen. An ancient malevolent artifact, forged from the remnants of the fallen deities, demons, humans, spirits, and beasts from the cataclysmic wars of yore. It embodies the lingering energies of death, resentment, hatred, and bloodshed, meticulously crafted over millennia, amalgamating countless sins, bloodlust, malice, and cruelty into a singular entity of endless negativity. On the day of its creation, the skies darkened and ominous clouds enveloped the forgotten continent. The supreme lunar deity sought to purify its powers and wield them, only to be devoured, leading to the shattering of body and soul, resulting in its demise. The nature of the heaven's punishment moon renders it the most malevolent and ominous entity in existence. An object the lunar clan seeks to annihilate at all costs. Its existence is perpetually under the weight of divine retribution until one day when its pillars of power disband, fading into obscurity. In the ages that followed, the forgotten continent, too, forgot the legends surrounding it. Ling Chen, I see many discussing the gender issue of this Mars. Yuan Fong, what are your thoughts on this matter? Chapter 45. The Month of Divine Retribution, Part 2. The information emanating from the Month of Divine Retribution caused a profound stir within Ling Chen, his expression shifting dramatically. The deathly energies, resentments, and bloodlust of the gods, demons, humans, monsters, beasts, and spirits extinguished in the cataclysmic war of deities coalesced into a dark and sinister entity, embodying a myriad of evils, bloodshed, hatred, and brutality, a veritable amalgamation of endless negativity. This crescent-shaped obsidian ring bore a terrifying origin that intertwined with the ancient era of the Forgotten Continent, crafted by the revered moon god clan as highest deity, rendering it an object of great malice. His heart raced. The significance of its background was inconsequential to him, as was its auspiciousness or ominousness. What truly captivated him was the formidable attributes of this moon god chain, a relic of astonishing heritage forged by deities themselves. Indeed, it was a moon god chain. Its grade was deemed unknown. Could it possibly be of such exalted rank that the system could not ascertain its value? Month of Divine Retribution. It could accommodate up to 15 energy crystals or orbs. The 12 slots could hold energy crystals or orbs of any level, while the central 3 slots were reserved for exclusive sacred orbs. First slot, empty, can hold energy crystals or orbs of any level. Exclusive sacred orb, Aries orb. Second slot, empty, can hold energy crystals or orbs of any level. Exclusive sacred orb, Taurus orb. Third slot, empty, can hold energy crystals or orbs of any level. Exclusive sacred orb, Gemini orb. Fourth slot, empty, can hold energy crystals or orbs of any level. Exclusive sacred orb, Cancer orb. Fifth slot, empty, can hold energy crystals or orbs of any level. Exclusive sacred orb, Leo orb. Sixth slot, empty, can hold energy crystals or orbs of any level. Exclusive sacred orb, Virgo orb. Seventh slot, empty, can hold energy crystals or orbs of any level. Exclusive sacred orb, Libra orb. Eighth slot, empty, can hold energy crystals or orbs of any level. Exclusive sacred orb, Scorpio orb. Ninth slot, empty, can hold energy crystals or orbs of any level. Exclusive sacred orb, Sagittarius orb. 10th slot, empty, can hold energy crystals or orbs of any level. Exclusive sacred orb, Capricorn orb. 11th slot, empty, can hold energy crystals or orbs of any level. Exclusive sacred orb, Aquarius orb. 12th slot, empty, can hold energy crystals or orbs of any level. Exclusive sacred orb, Pisces orb. Left central slot, empty, can only hold star god orb. Central slot, empty, can only hold moon god orb. Right central slot, empty, can only hold sun god orb. Ling Chen. After absorbing the information regarding the origin of the Month of Divine Retribution, he was staggered by its attributes as a moon god chain. The revelation left him in a state of shock, his mind swirling in disbelief at the magnitude of what he had just encountered. Indeed, this was a moon god chain, crafted by the highest deity of yore, and it could simultaneously house a staggering 15 energy crystals or orbs. The 12 slots allowed for any level of crystal or orb to be embedded within them. The village chief had once recounted tales of the most formidable moon god chain known in the Forgotten Continent, which could accommodate 7 energy crystals and orbs. A legendary artifact in its own right. Yet, the moon god chain now in his possession could hold an astonishing 15. It was more than double the capacity of the finest moon god chain the chief had described. Each additional slot for embedding a gem represented an enhancement of attributes, akin to donning an additional piece of equipment. Thus, even a single slot could drastically alter the value of the moon god chain. The distinction between a 2-slot and 3-slot chain was monumental, as was the difference between a 3-slot and 4-slot chain. A 7-slot moon god chain was revered as an unattainable myth, while a 15-slot chain would leave even the mightiest warriors utterly astounded, an utterly extraordinary artifact. One could only fathom the terrifying magnitude of power one might wield were all 15 slots filled. Furthermore, each of these energy slots was equipped with its exclusive sacred orb, 12 sacred orbs of divine essence, and 3 sacred obliteration orbs. Were these the pillars of power alluded to in the origins of the Month of Divine Retribution? Ling Chen's wrist trembled slightly. He had surmised that the Month of Divine Retribution was far from ordinary, yet he could hardly have anticipated its extraordinary nature. The moon god chain, with its 15 potential slots for embedding, was a marvel that, had he not witnessed its attributes firsthand, he would have deemed its existence implausible. In a state of profound exhilaration, Ling Chen turned his attention to its additional attributes. Heaven's jealousy. The experience points required for your level advancement are 200 of the normal amount. The skill points required for skill level advancements are also 200 of the normal amount. Upon death, your level will revert to 0. Effect locked and cannot be cancelled or negated. Heaven's Retribution. The path of the Asura, irrevocable and solitary, will inevitably invoke divine retribution. Ling Chen, Ling Chen, Ling Chen I? He swiftly summoned his attribute panel, only to discover that his previously 50 experience bar at level 9 had plummeted to 25. His lips twitched in disbelief as he hurriedly opened the skill panel to examine his soul sacrifice skill. The points required to elevate it from level 2 to level 3 were 10. 000. Ling Chen, oh. Upon catching sight of the additional attributes, his excitement escalated further. The village chief had never mentioned the existence of moon god chains with additional attributes. Yet, upon scrutinizing the two attributes, it felt as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him, extinguishing his hopes and diminishing his earlier exhilaration. The implications of Heaven's Retribution were bewildering, but Heaven's jealousy was undoubtedly the most merciless negative skill Ling Chen had ever encountered. The requirement for experience to level up had become 200 of the norm, signifying that his leveling would be twice as arduous as that of other players. If he could endure this, the skill leveling requirement transforming to 200 was a bitter pill to swallow. His temper nearly frayed to the breaking point. This meant that the advancement speed of his skills would only be half that of other players. Gazing at the 10,000 skill points required to elevate soul sacrifice from level 2 to level 3, he felt an overwhelming urge to despair. After laboriously defeating a level 10 spirit boss to obtain 1,000 skill points, he was left questioning when he might ever accumulate the requisite 10,000 points. It was not merely this skill. All his skills now required double the normal points for upgrades, with his level progression lagging behind other players, and his skill advancement speed likewise halved. The Moon God Chain's attributes were extraordinarily fearsome, yet equipping it would severely hinder his growth rate, even with its capacity to accommodate up to 15 energy crystals and orbs. However, at this nascent stage, all he could procure were merely the most rudimentary energy crystals. With a solitary energy orb acquired from the avaricious giant clam, the Heartless Pearl. Beyond this, he was acutely aware that obtaining another orb or a more advanced energy crystal would prove exceedingly arduous. As for the exclusive divine orbs and sacred jewels of the celestial retribution moon, their whereabouts remained an enigma, and their very existence was uncertain. As a being destined for annihilation by the divine, it was plausible that its exclusive divine orbs and sacred jewels had long been obliterated. Consequently, at least for the moment, the negative repercussions bestowed upon him by the celestial retribution moon far outweighed any potential benefits. Such a brutal negative impact was insufferable for any player to endure. Ling Chen promptly endeavored to remove the celestial retribution moon. Yet, without any stroke of fortune, the chime of a notification echoed in his ears. Celestial retribution moon forcibly equipped, cannot be removed. The attributes of the celestial retribution moon clearly indicated its indelible nature. It was the first time Ling Chen had encountered equipment with such a characteristic. How could it be taken off? Ling Chen raised his gaze, fixating on the enchanting woman beside him. If it could be removed, he vowed never to don this burdensome item until he acquired sufficient advanced energy crystals or orbs to negate its detrimental effects. Chiyue arched her delicate brows and replied with a radiant smile. Once the celestial retribution moon is conquered, it will forcibly adhere, as it currently exists in attachment to you. Should it be detached from you, it would face and oppose, death, and oppose. Therefore, unless all of its exclusive orbs are recovered, there is no means of removing it. However, why would the young master desire to remove it? Was it due to disdain or a lack of beauty? Is there truly no way to take it off? Ling Chen persisted, unwilling to relent. Chiyue pressed her lips together, a gentle smile gracing her face. As I mentioned earlier, once you reclaim its 15 exclusive orbs and restore its complete power and soul, the young master can remove it at will. At that time, I too could exist independently of the celestial retribution moon. Is there any method to deactivate the heavenly jealousy effect? Although he understood the likelihood of a positive answer was slim, Ling Chen still asked, reluctant to accept the overwhelming burden of such a malevolent presence. Certainly not, Chiyue replied with a playful smile, a hint of amusement dancing at the corner of her lips. She was well aware of Ling Chen's inner turmoil. Anyone would react similarly upon witnessing the negative effects wrought by the celestial retribution moon. Nevertheless, this reply caused Ling Chen to exhale softly, resigned to his fate. He fell into a contemplative silence. Must he perpetually bear such a negative influence within the realm of the divine moon? His leveling speed was consistently half that of other players, and the difficulty of skill upgrades was double that of his peers. A profound sense of frustration welled within Ling Chen, but he quickly dispelled it. The celestial retribution moon could not be removed, and the effect of heavenly jealousy could not be disabled. Thus, he had no choice but to endure. I must have faith that even if I can only advance half a step compared to other players, I shall never be inferior to anyone. On the contrary, I shall rise above all. Despite the harsh negative effects, the formidable power of the celestial retribution moon is undeniable. Although its adverse impact is overwhelming in the early stages, it will surely manifest its extraordinary prowess in the later phases. Chapter 46. The Twin Pearls of the Gemini. With both his expression and mood rapidly easing, Ling Chen always managed to adjust his mindset swiftly in various situations. He gazed at the Moon of Divine Retribution for a considerable time before raising his head to inquire. What does this divine retribution mean? Divine retribution signifies the punishment of the heavens, while divine jealousy refers to the envy of the heavens. Literally, divine retribution is evidently far more fearsome than divine jealousy. The path of the Asura offers no retreat. One must resolutely persist, or else face divine retribution. Yet, behind this concept lies a bewildering phrase that leaves one utterly perplexed. However, Ling Chen was nearly certain that this divine retribution must entail a far graver negative consequence than divine jealousy. Yet, what this negative consequence entailed remained entirely inscrutable to him. I truly do not know. Chiyue softly shook her head and replied. This seemingly simple gesture stirred tumultuous waves within her bosom, causing Ling Chen's gaze to involuntarily dart several times, fixating intensely for a moment before he clenched his teeth and hastily averted his eyes, no longer daring to look her way. How could you not know? You are its spirit. Ling Chen clearly found it hard to believe this response. Yet, she genuinely did not know. In truth, she could not be considered the spirit of the Moon of Divine Retribution. She was merely a soul sealed within. There were numerous matters regarding the Moon of Divine Retribution of which she was entirely unaware. Chiyue's voice was soft and delicate, sending shivers through Ling Chen's body from head to toe. The Moon of Divine Retribution cannot be removed. Must I truly spend so much time in the company of this woman? At this thought, Ling Chen felt a sheen of cold sweat form on his brow. To be in the company of such a woman would undoubtedly be the dream of any normal man. Yet, Ling Chen understood deeply the terrifying power of this woman's inherent allure. He could not help but worry that he might one day find himself unable to control her, and instead be dominated by her. Not a spirit, just a soul sealed within. What does that mean? Ling Chen furrowed his brow and asked. That is a secret I cannot disclose. Chiyue suddenly smiled sweetly, her ruby lips parting slightly as her melodious voice wafted a fragrant breeze into Ling Chen's ear. Little master, do you find the negative aspects associated with the Moon of Divine Retribution disagreeable? The Moon of Divine Retribution possesses the most formidable power. Its complete form is far beyond your imagination. Its existence even instills fear in the heavens. And those who conquer the Moon of Divine Retribution will invoke the jealousy of the divine. Thus, anyone who bears the Moon of Divine Retribution will be forcibly hindered in their growth by the rules of this world. However, how could such a powerful entity be countered by mere negative aspects? Little master, do you know that if you find any exclusive divine pearl or sacred pearl of the Moon of Divine Retribution, even a single one, you will immediately realize that its negative aspects are nothing to be concerned about. Exclusive divine pearls and sacred pearls, you must have been with the Moon of Divine Retribution for many years, right? Setting aside whether they have been destroyed by the Moon God clan, even if they exist, such treasures are either possessed by powerful beings or hidden in perilous places unreachable even by peak experts. I have no idea where they are, and even if I did, I have no right to claim them, Ling Chen asserted solemnly. The effects of a single celestial-level pearl are astonishing. One can only imagine the immense power of divine and sacred pearls. If I could truly acquire one now, the negative effects of divine jealousy would be entirely bearable. Ling Chen felt a sense of urgency. Yet, Chiyue continued to smile as before, speaking softly. Little master, I will certainly help you find them. The Moon God clan will indeed go to great lengths to destroy them, but as long as the Moon of Divine Retribution exists, its exclusive divine pearls and sacred pearls can never be destroyed. Moreover, the 12 divine pearls and 3 sacred pearls can only unleash their power when housed within the Moon of Divine Retribution. If they fall into the hands of mortals, gods, or demons, not only will they be unable to harness any of their power, but they may also bring misfortune upon themselves. rendering them unable to discard them in time. Chiyue smiled slightly before continuing. Little master, I understand your worries and concerns, but all your anxieties will soon dissipate, for within this underground space lies an exclusive divine pearl. Ling Chen was taken aback, quickly asking, where is it? In this place, there exists an exclusive divine pearl? A divine pearl, a celestial level energy pearl. The value of a celestial level energy pearl is at least on par with celestial level equipment. If I could obtain such an item right now, celestial level treasures, even the negative effects of divine jealousy would be wholly acceptable. The urgency in Ling Chen's expression made the enchanting woman smile even more alluringly. It is on the back of that great beast we encountered earlier. However, that creature has been sleeping for far too long and has lost all vigilance, allowing you to arrive here so easily. The great beast guarding this place, is it a Taotai? Ling Chen surmised. This creature, known for its insatiable greed and ferocity, has endured in this location for so many years. It is indeed remarkable that it has remained here until now. The twin pearls of the Moon of Divine Retribution rest upon it, and since the Moon of Divine Retribution is now with you, it will not harm you, and will unconditionally present the twin pearls to you. If it is in a good mood, it might even bestow upon you additional gifts. Shall we seek out that great beast now, little master? Let us go. Without hesitation, Ling Chen proceeded towards the passage leading back to the sixth area. He was eager to mitigate the negative aspects brought by the Moon of Divine Retribution, and even more so to discover the legendary Celestial Pearl and the immense powers it possesses. Chiyue smiled gently and followed closely behind, maintaining a distance of 2 or 3 paces. Although Ling Chen walked ahead, he could still catch a whiff of the faint, intoxicating fragrance emanating from Chiyue. He admitted that this scent entranced him. Once a man succumbs to the allure of the woman behind him, it becomes nearly impossible to extricate oneself. As he walked, visions of his earlier actions, where he had gripped her bosom, flooded his mind. He shook his head multiple times, trying to banish these thoughts. Yet the memory of her soft, velvety touch lingered, refusing to fade. Time and again, he felt the impulse to turn back and grasp her bosom once more to savor that exquisite sensation. Though his mental fortitude was formidable, having faced numerous temptations, he had never before experienced such a lack of control over his thoughts regarding a woman. Little master, are you contemplating whether to touch my bosom? Chiyue's soft, teasing voice drifted from behind him. Ling Chen stumbled slightly and quickened his pace, not daring to look back as a melodious, flirtatious laughter echoed behind him. In the sixth area of the Forgotten Cavern, Ling Chen did not deliberately conceal his presence this time. As he stepped out of the passage, an overwhelming sense of danger surged from ahead, causing him to halt abruptly. In his line of sight, the colossal form of the Taotai re-emerged. The moment he stepped into this place, the creature awakened from its slumber, accompanied by a deep roar reminiscent of cataclysmic landslides and tsunamis. The resonant sound sent waves of discomfort through Ling Chen and Appo's eardrums and entire being. As the Taotai rose, its towering body reached over 50 meters in height, rendering Ling Chen as insignificant as a mere grasshopper in its presence. To his astonishment, he discovered that its eyes were not atop its head, but rather nestled beneath its armpits. Each side bore a dark greenish eye, larger than his entire body, its terrifying gaze fixated upon him, or more specifically, upon the judgment moon adorning his wrist. Who are you? The perilous aura suddenly abated significantly. The awakened Taotai refrained from launching an attack. Instead, it addressed Ling Chen with a voice akin to thunder. The sound resonated as if it originated from the heavens, sending a surge of boiling blood coursing through Ling Chen's veins. The oppressive presence of this divine beast was unlike anything trivial. Even he felt a sense of suffocation in the face of such a gargantuan creature. He was convinced that if the Taotai chose to exert its forceful aura upon him, he would be utterly immobilized, let alone engage in combat. The divine beast was an entity that players of his caliber could never hope to conquer. This was not mere hyperbole, but a fundamental truth. Drawing a deep breath, Ling Chen was about to respond when the grieving moon, Chiyue, stepped to his side and spoke first. Well, big fellow, it's been many years since we last met. I didn't expect you to still be here. I must admit, I'm a bit touched. Though I am greedy and brutal, labeled by the world as the most malevolent of beasts, I have never been ungrateful, nor have I ever breached a promise made. A millennium is but a fleeting moment for me, yet I did not anticipate that, merely a millennium later, another bearer of the judgment moon would emerge. Young lady, it seems your fate may be more favorable than expected. Ultimately, how it unfolds depends on your own endeavors. My pledge is to protect the judgment moon until a new host is found, but that does not extend to safeguarding or aiding you. The Taotai remained motionless, and as its voice resonated, Ling Chen noted that its enormous mouth showed no signs of movement, leaving him puzzled as to the source of its sound. Another person bound to the Judgment Moon. Could it be that, a millennium ago, the Judgment Moon was already tethered to someone? I wonder if that individual, like myself, conquered the Judgment Moon, or if they became a mere puppet of its will. Chapter 47. The Gemini Pearl, Part 2. Chiyue smiled faintly. You, my large friend, still possess the same irksome manner of speech. However, he is not like the individual from before. Previously, he was sufficiently powerful to qualify as a puppet of the Moon of Divine Retribution. Yet this time the Moon of Divine Retribution initially intended to obliterate his spirit to prevent him from divulging the secrets of this place, as his power does not merit him the status of a puppet. Yet, he was not destroyed and has now become a master to others. Tao Tai. A prolonged silence ensued. Ling Chen felt two piercing gazes fixated upon him, causing every muscle in his body to tense. How could such a thing occur? The Moon of Divine Retribution, subdued by a mere human. This is undoubtedly connected to the disbanding of the pillars of its power, yet this human is no ordinary being. To traverse this realm under my spiritual perception is a testament to his extraordinary nature. Tao Tai's voice shifted, no longer monotone. Ah, my large friend. This excuse is rather disgraceful. The young master managed to enter solely because you were in such a deep slumber. Chiyue raised an eyebrow, dismissively stating. Tao Tai's immense visage displayed a hint of embarrassment. He wisely chose not to debate the matter with Chiyue, and instead addressed Ling Chen. Human, do you realize the magnitude of what you have accomplished? You have completely subdued the Moon of Divine Retribution, an unprecedented feat. Even the most formidable moon god of your could not achieve this. Ling Chen, I previously mentioned that this is significantly linked to the disbandment of the Moon of Divine Retribution and Appos, S power. In its full form, it would have effortlessly destroyed your spirit. Nevertheless, you are the first to conquer the Moon of Divine Retribution, the inaugural master of both the moon and the young girl. After millennia of silence, you are poised to bring the Moon of Divine Retribution back into the light. By acquiring the Moon of Divine Retribution, you will gradually gain the world's most formidable power. Yet you will also inherit a daunting mission. You must, within the shortest time, gather the 12 divine clans and the 3 sacred pearls upon the Moon God clan's discovery of the Moon of Divine Retribution. Only then will you possess the strength to confront the entirety of the Moon God clan. For once they ascertain the Moon of Divine Retribution and Appos, S resurgence, they will spare no effort to annihilate you both. If you lack sufficient power to resist them, you will be unable to protect the Moon of Divine Retribution, nor yourself. Ling Chen abruptly lifted his head, his facial muscles twitching. If the Moon of Divine Retribution is discovered, it will face the full wrath of the Moon God clan. This is terrifying. The relentless pursuit of the Divine Clan. The mere presence of a divine messenger from the Moon God clan could devastate an entire continent. Is there anything more dreadful than facing the wrath of the entire Moon God clan? Ling Chen felt the Moon of Divine Retribution on his left wrist prickling like a hedgehog. Although he was now its master, he could not remove it. Human, are you afraid? Tao Tai's heavy voice suddenly resonated in his ears, interrupting his turmoil. Afraid? Ling Chen shook his head, then raised his gaze to meet the immense eye of Tao Tai. No, I am merely anxious. It is the uncertainty and tension brought forth by the potential fate associated with the Moon of Divine Retribution. You must understand, anxiety and fear are entirely different. There is but one thing in this world that can instill fear in me, and it is not death or destruction. The Islokar on Ling Shui Ruo was the only thing he had ever feared. The safety of Ling Shui Ruo remains the sole source of fear for him. Death and destruction? He has lingered on the brink of death countless times, and he has completely forgotten what it feels like to fear such concepts. Human, I appreciate your response. Indeed, from your eyes, I perceive no fear. Although I have not seen the light of day for millennia, among all the humans I have encountered, none possess eyes as dark and profound as yours. It appears you are a person of stories, destined for greatness by conquering the Moon of Divine Retribution. Even without the Moon of Divine Retribution, you shall undoubtedly become renowned in the Forgotten Continent. For the first time, I find myself intrigued by a human's past, yet I shall not inquire further. Having obtained the Moon of Divine Retribution, regardless of your past, your future is now predetermined. Have you truly considered this? A predetermined future? What does that mean? Ling Chen furrowed his brow sharply. After a brief silence, Tao Tai's gaze shifted to Chiyue before returning to Ling Chen. It seems the young girl has not informed you. Very well, I am only concerned with the existence of the Moon of Divine Retribution. Your fate is of no concern to me. The emergence of a bloodthirsty demon on the Forgotten Continent is also irrelevant to me. Human, your current power is insignificant in the eyes of the most lowly deity of the Moon God clan. They could obliterate you into nothingness with a mere snap of their fingers. Seek out all the divine pearls and sacred pearls. The young girl shall guide you. Only by reclaiming all the exclusive pearls of the Moon of Divine Retribution can you hope to contend with the entire Moon God clan, Ling Chen, what could the destined fate he speaks of truly entail? Is it a fate destined to be opposed to the entire Moon God clan? Just then, a flash of silvery light caught Ling Chen's attention. A silver pearl floated gracefully from above, descending towards him. Could this be one of the exclusive divine pearls of the Moon of Divine Retribution that Chiyue mentioned? The thought of the divine pearls sent Ling Chen's heart racing uncontrollably. He gazed at the silver pearl as it descended, then extended his hand to carefully cradle it. The pearl was roughly the size of his palm, and he could easily grasp it with one hand. Its surface was silvery and translucent, within which two figures intertwined closely, resembling the symbol of the Gemini constellation from the zodiac. This is the exclusive pearl of the third hole of the Moon of Divine Retribution, the Gemini pearl. Now I bestow it upon you. It can amplify your abilities by double. No, even more. I believe it will ignite your fervor to seek out the other pearls. When all the pearls were scattered, I painstakingly located this one. But it was the only one I found. The rest shall rely on your and the young girl's efforts. Go forth, human. Tao Tai's voice reverberated in Ling Chen's ears. Ling Chen did not respond, but instead immediately focused on the attributes of the pearl. Divine Pearl of Mysticism. Category: Energy Pearl. Grade: Divine Mysticism. Attribute: None. Loading condition: can only be loaded onto the Moon of Divine Retribution. Effect: allows simultaneous equipping of two weapons. With their attributes stacking, the two weapons may include one-handed and two-handed weapons. When equipping two two-handed weapons, they can be wielded with one hand without affecting their attributes or control, and the use of the two weapons does not interfere with each other. Ling Chen. He fixated on the attributes of the Gemini Pearl, staring for a full half-minute. Is this truly the attribute of the Divine Pearl? He had anticipated its incredible strength and prepared himself accordingly, yet witnessing the attributes of the Gemini Pearl left him utterly astounded. Such attributes are not merely exceptional. They are beyond comprehension, far stronger than he had imagined. Simultaneously equipping two weapons is not entirely unheard of. Many virtual gaming worlds feature classes capable of dual-wielding weapons, such as dual daggers, dual swords, or dual blades. However, the possibility of simultaneously equipping and using two two-handed weapons is something he had never even heard of. The reason dual-handed weapons are referred to as such is due to the stipulations of the virtual gaming realm, which necessitate the use of both hands for wielding and employing them. Consequently, their cumulative attributes far surpass those of comparable one-handed weapons. The ability to equip two dual-handed weapons, where the usage of each does not interfere with the other, signifies the capacity to execute two attacks simultaneously, unleashing either identical or varied skills, effectively enabling one individual to manifest the offensive prowess of two. This is truly a remarkable enhancement of attributes. Even more astonishing is the fact that the properties of the two simultaneously equipped weapons are compounded. This implies that regardless of whether the weapons are held in the left or right hand, the attack can harness the combined attributes of both weapons, yielding effects that may even include supplementary skills. Such an outcome leaves Ling Chen at a loss for words to adequately convey its magnificence. Not only can he launch two attacks at once, but each assault also significantly exceeds the strength of an attack made with a single weapon. The augmented capability is not merely doubled. For instance, upon reaching level 10, should he wield the Ling Xiao in his left hand and the Huang Sha sword in his right, he would be able to execute an uncooled full-force strike or a small arc slash with both hands simultaneously. Moreover, the attributes conferred upon him are akin to those of two Huang Sha swords combined with the Ling Xiao, creating a weapon with properties that transcend even that of the celestial spirit. All of this is granted by a mere small orb, the twin orbs. Twin orbs, transforming one individual into two, or even two far more formidable beings. Gazing repeatedly at the attributes of the twin orbs, Ling Chen and Apos' emotions remained tumultuous. No wonder Chiyue expressed her willingness to embrace the adverse effects of the heavenly retribution moon, nor why Tao Tai claimed that the twin orbs would ignite his quest for other orbs. The exclusive orb of the heavenly retribution moon possesses capabilities of such magnitude. Ling Chen inhaled deeply, then raised his left hand, bringing the twin orbs close to the third socket of the heavenly retribution moon, employing the method of embedding a common energy crystal. At the moment of contact, a silvery luminescence flashed, and the twin orbs swiftly shrank. With the successful embedding prompt, a glimmer of silver light emanated from the third socket of the heavenly retribution moon. Ding! The twin orbs have been successfully embedded. You may now simultaneously equip 2 weapons of any type, and the attributes of both weapons will be compounded without interference. Ding! The exclusive Divine Moon technique of the Heavenly Retribution Moon is now activated. Ling Chen was momentarily taken aback. Embedding the exclusive orb also triggers the activation of a unique skill. This lunar god chain not only accommodates up to 15 orbs, but also comes with its own exclusive skill. He refrained from hastily examining the newly activated Divine Moon technique, and instead summoned the Blade of Mind, followed by the Wolf Fang sword. Effortlessly and casually, he grasped a 2-handed sword and a 1-handed sword simultaneously. On the attribute panel, both the attack power and all fundamental attributes displayed values that reflected the summation of the 2 swords. Chapter 48. The Entrustment of the Glutton. How do you find it, young master? Are you satisfied with the capabilities of the twin orbs? The ethereal gaze of Chiyue sparkled as she smiled at Ling Chen, her satisfaction evident in his expression upon witnessing the attributes of the twin orbs. Ling Chen nodded. Indeed, it is formidable, perhaps even excessively so. This is merely the power of a single orb. Currently, you occupy the lowest tier of abilities in the Forgotten Continent, yet even in your present state, should you manage to acquire more than 5 exclusive orbs, you would be able to command respect in any domain. If you were to find a sacred orb, you would reign supreme over the world. Should you gather all the divine and sacred orbs, not even the entire Moon God clan could contend with you. At that point, young master, you would undoubtedly be unrivaled across the realm. Isn't it true that you are now eager to obtain the remaining sacred orbs? Chiyue smiled, her expression concealing an inexplicable mystery. Ling Chen remained silent, not responding to Chiyue. He was not foolish. He sensed a subtle layer of confusion and unease woven into her words and the peculiar expression she occasionally wore. However, he could not discern the nature of these feelings. The prospect of conquering the world through the acquisition of all sacred and divine orbs was undoubtedly alluring, yet it seemed absurd within the confines of a virtual game. Would the game design of Divine Moon truly permit such a scenario? Furthermore, the Celestial Calamity and the twin orbs were manifestly game-breaking items, their existence inherently unusual. Moreover, what lay behind the strange undertones in Tao Tai's voice and gaze? He raised his left hand, casting his eyes towards the twin orbs embedded in the Celestial Calamity, examining the newly unlocked Moon Shadow skill. Moon Shadow, a unique skill of the Celestial Calamity, it releases a silver moonlight that projects onto the shadows of the target, forcibly immobilizing all shadows beneath the moonlight, thus restraining all actions of both shadow and body. Effect: all targets within a radius of X meters, X equates to the user's current level, are forcibly immobilized for 5 seconds, with no magical consumption. Cooldown: 60 seconds. This skill, which immobilizes through the shadows, is astonishingly unique. The immobilization lasts for an impressive 5 seconds, with the range expanding as 1's level increases. Additionally, this method of immobilizing targets through their shadows is compulsory, not an added abnormal state, meaning it can even affect super bosses immune to all abnormal statuses. 5 seconds of enforced immobilization, what does that signify? Against players of equal strength, 5 seconds could lead to an inevitable defeat without retaliation against stronger foes. It could turn the tide of battle. In the face of insurmountable opponents, 5 seconds could provide ample time for escape. Ling Chen understood all too well the immense power this skill held. The Celestial Calamity could not only embed 15 energy orbs, but also possess such formidable skills, seemingly more than one. Such a miraculous item would undoubtedly attract envy and wrath. Excellent. To see the twin orbs return to the Celestial Calamity has been my greatest yearning for millennia, for this moment signifies the resurgence of the Celestial Calamity. Human, although your mental fortitude is undoubtedly remarkable, your strength is woefully inadequate. Even with the twin orbs, you cannot surpass a mere novice warrior of the Forgotten Continent. What you must do is conceal the presence of the Celestial Calamity and enhance your abilities while seeking other divine and sacred orbs. Moreover, it is of utmost importance that you do not allow the Moon God clan to discover any traces of the Celestial Calamity, for if they do, your demise is assured. And the Celestial Calamity will face calamity once more. Remember my words. The power of the Celestial Calamity partly stems from the strength and soul of my ancestors. I will not permit its destruction under any circumstances. Tao Ye's grave tone compelled Ling Chen to lift his gaze, contemplating the weight of his words and eventually nodding slightly. Could this be considered an extraordinary hidden mission? Why did this feel less like a pursuit of balance in a game world and more akin to being ensconced in a film of peculiar background? Why did the multitude of experiences encountered upon entering the world of Divine Moon diverge so starkly from his understanding of virtual gaming? Chiyue caught Ling Chen's gaze, her own confusion concealed behind a veil of enigmatic colors shimmering in her eyes. The quest for the remaining divine and sacred orbs would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges, potentially spanning decades, centuries, or even longer. Yet, with the celestial calamity in your possession, you must fulfill this burden of responsibility. For each passing day increases the danger of discovery by the Moon God clan. If they find you before you have gathered all the sacred and divine orbs, your fate will be sealed in annihilation. I trust that someone with such resilience, who can conquer even the celestial calamity, will not resign themselves to demise at the hands of another. Yet, I cannot assist you in this regard. Should I accompany you beyond this point, it would only heighten the likelihood of the celestial calamity's discovery. Furthermore, I shall remain here for at least a century after your departure. The Moon God clan is aware of my feelings towards the celestial calamity. Should I leave, they would surely notice and use me to track its whereabouts. Hee. Everyone used to think you were quite fearsome, but now I find you rather endearing. Chiyue chuckled, a smile gracing her lips. Tao Ye's somber voice echoed from all directions. Everyone has their own beliefs and convictions, even beasts. The reason I am willing to go to such lengths for the celestial calamity, young lady, is something even you do not know. Oh, Chiyue blinked in surprise, a look of curiosity crossing her face. Without further words, Tao Dai fixed his mental focus on Ling Chen. Under his arms, two enormous eyes flickered momentarily with a pitch-black glow, and simultaneously, a similar black light flashed across Ling Chen's body. Ling Chen, puzzled, glanced down at himself, but detected no unusual changes or sensations. Human, I have inscribed a faint mental mark upon you, one that will go unnoticed by the gods of the Moon God clan. Its purpose is to alert me should you find yourself in dire straits, in a situation beyond redemption. In such desperate times, I shall appear. This is the extent of my aid. Naturally, I hope that such a scenario will never arise. However, before that, I require your assistance. My assistance? Ling Chen was taken aback. Considering his current capabilities, how could he possibly aid such a formidable divine beast? As he watched, Tao Ye's massive jaws slowly parted. The moment the cavernous mouth opened, a chill of dread surged within Ling Chen, a mouth of terrifying proportions. Though it appeared the size of a house, evoked a sense that it could easily swallow a mountain. The rows of teeth gleamed sharper than any steel blade, reflecting a cold light that sent shivers down one's spine. With a powerful gust of wind that threatened to slice through his visage, a dark gray object flew from Tao Ye's mouth, hurtling towards Ling Chen. Just before reaching the ground, its speed suddenly diminished, and it floated down gently as if cradled by an unseen force, landing softly before Ling Chen. It was an oval-shaped gray object, roughly the size of a football. At first glance, it resembled an egg, spitting out something so small from such a massive mouth. How shameless! The sorrowful peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly as they gazed upon the gray sphere. What is this object? It cannot possibly be your... No, it is not my progeny. This is a legacy entrusted to me by a magnificent beast before its demise following that tragic battle. It seems to be its offspring, yet also not entirely so. Although it bears the essence of its progenitor, the unhatched state of its lineage does not resemble this. Prior to entrusting it to me, it implored that I refrain from inquiring about its origins and forbade me from revealing to anyone from whom it came. Its final wish was for it to successfully hatch and live a life of tranquility, free from any further responsibilities or missions. Countless years have elapsed, and now, it stands on the brink of hatching. The Tao Tai articulated slowly. What do you mean? Quite simply, although the great beast that entrusted it to me wished for its lifelong peace, its origins and potential ensure that its life cannot be devoid of turmoil. This is an inescapable fate. If I were to keep it, I would merely extinguish its innate gifts little by little. You must take it away and find an energy pearl of neutral attributes to bestow upon it. With this final surge of power, it can successfully hatch. I may be unaware of its form upon hatching, but even in its juvenile state, it will provide you with formidable assistance. This strength does not lie in overwhelming offensive capabilities. Rather, its true power will reveal itself post-hatching, perhaps even exceeding my expectations. At that moment, Ling Chen fully comprehended that what this Tao Tai had entrusted him with was, indeed, an egg capable of nurturing a powerful beast. From a player's perspective, it was unmistakably a pet egg. Not only had he acquired a piece of the Moon of Divine Retribution and the Twin Pearl, but he had also obtained a pet egg, which, according to the Tao Tai, possessed an extraordinary lineage. Thus, The creature that would emerge from it might very well possess astonishing qualities. However, the prerequisite for hatching it was the acquisition of an energy pearl of neutral attributes. A pearl, not a crystal. This condition was exceedingly harsh for players, particularly in the early stages. Ling Chen indeed possessed a neutral energy pearl, the twin pearl, yet, even if he were irrational, he would not consider using it to hatch this unknown pet egg. Chapter 49, Celestial Techniques and the Art of Instrument Control. The mysterious egg, destined to nurture an unknown creature, has an origin shrouded in obscurity. Ling Chen carefully stowed the egg away. The fact that it was deemed a great beast by the gluttonous beast suggests its extraordinary lineage, hinting that the creature it would eventually produce would be far from ordinary. It became evident that he must employ various means to acquire a gem devoid of attributes. Yet, he was acutely aware that energy gems were virtually non-existent in the early stages of the game, as they could only be dropped by super bosses of at least the celestial spirit level, with an exceedingly low probability, much rarer than high-level equipment. The only energy gem he had obtained through his own efforts, the Heart of Desolation, had come from a low-level celestial spirit beast, a perilous endeavor indeed. Moreover, the drop of such gems was attributable to his extraordinary ability to defeat enemies beyond his level, a feat not all players could replicate. In the early game, celestial spirit beasts were insurmountable foes for players. Energy gems were treasures that could only be acquired in small quantities during the mid to late game. Acquiring a gem without attributes was an exceptionally daunting task. "I will hasten its incubation," Ling Chen declared, contemplating briefly before looking up and asking, "Gluttonous beast, may I pose a few questions?" "Absolutely not." Ling Chen harbored a multitude of inquiries, yet the gluttonous beast bluntly rebuffed his request. In a grave tone, it stated, "Do not inquire about anything. Your ignorance is a blessing. Should you delve too deeply into matters beyond your need to know, your body, mind, and spirit will bear added burdens. Thus, it is better for you not to learn certain truths prematurely. If you are particularly eager for knowledge, seek it through the exploration of the divine pearl and the sacred pearl. I know what you wish to uncover, but even if I possessed the answers, I would not share them." Ling Chen. "Oh," the Moon of Sorrow pouted, a charming smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "You are quite unlovable for a creature of your stature. Entrusting such an important matter to my young master, yet denying her the opportunity to ask a few simple questions. How could you not realize how heartbroken this would make her? Shouldn't you consider compensating her in some manner?" Her innocent demeanor belied a captivating allure, and her sweet voice momentarily rendered Ling Chen speechless. After a brief silence, the gluttonous beast responded, "Very well. I, the gluttonous beast, am not one to leave debts unpaid. Moreover, considering your current weakness, enhancing your abilities is a commendable choice. Thus, having accepted my charge, you may present one condition to me, but it must pertain solely to your enhancement and not involve any inquiries regarding your curiosities. I can elevate your level or attributes, bestow upon you a coveted piece of equipment, or grant you formidable skills. The choice is yours. To receive an extraordinary pet egg along with the privilege to propose a condition felt akin to a serendipitous windfall." Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Chen replied, "Skills. Ah, splendid. I admire your choice," the gluttonous beast chuckled. "Levels and attributes can be improved independently, and high-grade equipment can be sought out. But skills, those are the true companions that will benefit you throughout your life. Now, would you prefer a passive or an active skill?" "Passive," Ling Chen answered without hesitation. "Excellent." As the words fell, the gluttonous beast's eyes suddenly flickered with two dark glimmers, which shot forth after a few seconds, colliding with Ling Chen's form. His body leaned back slightly as a dark luminescence enveloped him, gradually permeating his being. At the moment of complete absorption, a notification chimed in his ear. "Ding! You have acquired a special skill. Celestial Technique. Current level, 1, maximum level, 10. Required skill potential points to reach level 2, 400. An ancient battle technique that significantly enhances mastery over any weapon. Effect: increases damage dealt when using any weapon by 5. Cannot be stacked with proficiency effects of other weapons. Art of Instrument Control. Current level, 1, maximum level, 10. Required skill potential points to reach level 2, 400. An ancient battle technique that allows the wearer to equip items requiring a level higher than their own. Effect: ignores the level requirement of any equipment by 1 level. Such powerful skills, Ling Chen nearly exclaimed. Upon transitioning from novice to formal professions, each would typically receive a corresponding passive proficiency for their respective weapons, such as sword or gun mastery, enhancing attack and accuracy. When he acquired the dual pearls, Ling Chen had pondered the necessity of mastering multiple weapon proficiencies simultaneously, a daunting prospect that would consume a significant number of skill points. However, the skills bestowed by the gluttonous beast directly amplified damage across all weapons, with an initial 5 increase at level 1. The celestial technique's maximum level being 10 hinted at truly formidable potential. Yet, this skill bore its own limitations, lacking enhancements to accuracy and unable to combine with other weapon proficiency effects. The art of instrument control was even more astonishing in its unique effects. With this skill, Ling Chen could immediately don level 10 equipment. Whether it be the celestial sword or the yellow sandblade, he could equip them without delay. The skill's maximum level was 10, allowing him to ignore equipment level requirements by 1 level at level 1. At its pinnacle, he could disregard level requirements by 10. The potential to equip items far exceeding his own level was simply astounding. Of course, this was contingent upon advancing their levels to higher tiers, which demanded a considerable investment of skill potential points. To upgrade to level 2 required 400 skill potential points. The Heart of Desolation remarked. It was originally 200, and to reach maximum capacity would undoubtedly entail astronomical figures. The more powerful the skill, the more arduous the upgrading process. Are you satisfied with these 2 skills? The gluttonous beast's voice echoed in his ear. Very satisfied. Ling Chen nodded affirmatively. To be candid, the skills conferred by the gluttonous beast surpassed his expectations in both quantity and quality. Truly, they were gifts from a creature of divine origin. Though they may not immediately provide you with immense power, their benefits will accompany you throughout your life, particularly the celestial technique, which hails from one who once instilled fear in the heavens and earth. Perhaps one day, you too shall achieve, or even surpass, his realm. Now, remember every word I have imparted. Swiftly recover all of the divine pearls and sacred pearls belonging to the Heart of Desolation. And do not forget to incubate the life entrusted to you. Above all, ensure that the Moon God clan remains oblivious to the Heart of Desolation's reemergence. Ling Chen nodded. He gazed up at the surrounding stone walls. Everything he had encountered since falling into this place felt dreamlike. I have conveyed all that I wished to share with you, and everything I could offer has been given. This underground space is quite expansive. Apart from what you have seen, there is nothing more. Now, allow me to escort you to the upper world. I know you hail from there and are, indeed, a human from another realm. I believe it shall not be long before you depart this secluded world for the forgotten continent, where the true journey begins. Forge ahead, conqueror of the Heart of Desolation. As the gluttonous beast spoke, a dark azure light enveloped Ling Chen's form, signaling the impending activation of spatial transport. Are you so eager to send us away? The girl remarked with a playful smile. You, my dear, remain as heartless as ever. Like you, I yearn for the day when the punishing moon once again graces the sky. Young lady, your years of waiting have not been in vain. While none can predict what the future holds, a new turning point has emerged. Seize it with care. Your fate intertwines with that of the punishing moon. Do not forget your true identity, and above all, do not allow the Night Demon clan to discover you prematurely. With narrowed eyes and a gentle smile, she replied, You need not worry about my affairs, dear friend. Now let us depart. Perhaps one day, we shall return to visit you. Exiting this otherworldly realm is far simpler than entering. You are surely aware of this more than anyone else. You possess wisdom that surpasses all beings, paired with an enchanting beauty that captivates countless souls. Perhaps there is truly no need for me to fret over your well-being. Go forth, and may I have the privilege of witnessing the punishing moon casting its divine radiance upon the world once more in my lifetime. At that moment, the azure-black light intensified to its utmost, only to vanish completely in a flicker. Ling Chen's form dissipated from that place, and with his departure alongside the punishing moon, the presence of Chu gradually faded until she was entirely gone. As the space shifted and the azure light dispersed, Ling Chen found himself enveloped in a brilliant brightness. Having lingered in the darkness of the underground realm for so long, the ample light and fresh air allowed him to close his eyes and exhale deeply. After plummeting from the wolf's abyss, he had escaped death thanks to the sapphire necklace. Following a fierce battle with the greedy giant toad, he emerged victorious after numerous brushes with death, claiming a rich bounty. He then encountered the gluttonous Tao Tai and faced the punishing moon, ultimately conquering it. Thus, he acquired a fearsome, punishing artifact that instilled dread in the divine city, a potent pearl of great capability, an extraordinary pet egg, and 2 formidable passive skills. In an instant, everything felt surreal, as though he were ensnared in a dream. Is this truly the kind of scene that belongs in a virtual game world? Chapter 50. Enchantress. Here lies the tranquil outskirts of the novice village, where wild grass blankets the ground, devoid of any signs of beast or human presence. It is evident that Tao Tai has deliberately transported him to this serene location. Ling Chen unfurls the map of the novice village to ascertain his position, then glances at the time, softly uttering, "Chiwe, come forth." Upon his left hand, the dark radiance of the heavenly punishment moon flickers, and before him materializes a woman draped in a flowing black gauze dress, her form exuding an alluring grace. Chiwe smiles enchantingly, her steps delicate as she approaches him, a fragrant breeze wafting closer with each stride. Once again beholding her captivating figure, Ling Chen finds himself momentarily entranced. Under the sun, Chiwe's beauty is breathtaking. Her raven tresses cascade freely, reflecting a resplendent sheen in the warm light. The interplay between her dark attire and her skin, as pure as snow, creates an exquisite tableau reminiscent of finely carved jade. Intriguingly, the petite silk bow at the closure of her gown is untied, revealing a generous expanse of flawless skin at her neckline, radiant and striking. "My dear master, it seems you miss me so dearly that you summoned me the moment I appeared. How touching." Chiue's playful laughter, tinged with mischief, dances in the air, her sparkling eyes brimming with allure, as if she wishes to leap into his embrace, tilting her head to exhibit her enchanting charm. With immense restraint, Ling Chen diverts his gaze from her. Prior to summoning Chiue, he had steadfastly suppressed his spirit, determined not to succumb to her influence. Yet, despite his preparations, he experiences a fleeting moment of distraction. After inhaling deeply, he must concede that this enchantress possesses an unparalleled charm that can effortlessly captivate any man. Even a middle-aged man would find himself easily seduced by her allure, let alone a vigorous young man like himself. "Tell me, what fate has Tao Tai foretold for me?" He tilts his head towards the horizon, his tone stern. Tao Ye's words instill a palpable unease within him, prompting him to ponder their true significance. "Your destined fate, of course, is to oppose the entire Moon God clan. Are you frightened, my dear master?" Chiue's eyes narrow playfully as she speaks. Ling Chen furrows his brows and shakes his head. "I seek the truth. My intuition tells me that it is not so simple." "Simple?" Chiue's lips part, her beguiling visage adorned with a look of surprise. "The Moon God clan is the mightiest race in the realm of the Divine Moon. Even the name of this world is derived from them. They govern all within the Divine Moon realm. To stand against them is akin to defying destiny itself. If this can be deemed simple, then what could possibly be complex for you, dear master?" Ling Chen is momentarily rendered speechless. The village chief had also mentioned that the Moon God clan reigns supreme over the Divine Moon continent, with every inch of land under their dominion. In the eyes of humanity, even the lowest deity of the Moon God clan is revered as sacred and untouchable. To oppose the Moon God clan is to challenge the greatest power of the Divine Moon continent, a task more arduous and audacious than any other. Indeed, it is a fate fraught with complexity. Yet, why does a lingering sense of unease persist deep within him? It feels as though there are matters left unspoken regarding the heavenly punishment moon. "Very well, I shall temporarily place my trust in you. Now, reveal your true origins. You have stated that you are not a true spirit, but rather sealed within for some special reason. I do not wish to be accompanied by one of unclear provenance," Ling Chen asserts solemnly. Tao Tai had mentioned that the heavenly punishment moon had awaited in that subterranean realm for eons, and this enchantress had been there alongside it, which implies that she possesses a lifespan extending beyond millennia. "Ah, that is a secret I have shared," she responds playfully. "You address me as master. Thus you must adhere to my commands." Ling Chen's brow tightens further. Though he understands that this woman, despite her outward allure, is undoubtedly formidable, he recalls Tao Ye's words before he was sent forth. "You possess wisdom surpassing all beings and a beauty that can enchant the world." Giggling softly at his serious demeanor, Chiue covers her mouth with her hand, her laughter vibrant and captivating, her voluptuous form gently swaying, creating a mesmerizing allure. "My dear master, you are simply adorable, so cute that I wish to cradle you in my arms." Ling Chen, as the fragrant air envelopes them, Chiue sidles up to him, her delicate fingers, translucent as jade, tracing a path across his chest, slowly rising to his chin. With a playful tug, she turns his face towards hers, a teasing smile gracing her lips. "You are indeed my master, and whatever you desire, I shall not resist. May I serve you well, ensuring your utmost comfort and pleasure. This is the duty of a devoted servant, is it not?" As his face turns, Ling Chen finds himself entranced by Chiue's enchanting beauty, her form accentuated, her bosom full and round, resembling two resplendent orbs of jade. The sheer volume of her assets is astonishing, yet they defy gravity, proudly defiant and stretching her garments to their limits. Ling Chen feels his heart race uncontrollably, a heat surging through him as if his very blood were boiling. The fire of desire ignited within him is the most intense he has ever experienced, threatening to consume all rational thought. In this moment, he yearns to overpower her, to tear away her garments, to unleash the fervor coursing through him upon her. Suddenly, he forcefully pushes Qiyue's hand away, stepping back and turning away with a cold command. Return to the heavenly punishment moon at once. Immediately, a glimmer of surprise flashes in Qiyue's eyes, followed by a soft smile at the corners of her lips. Of course, I shall heed my masteress' command. I shall take my leave to rest. When you wish to see me, do call for me, okay? With a mischievous laugh, Qiyue's enchanting figure gradually fades, her voice lingering in the air until she completely vanishes back into the heavenly punishment moon. Ling Chen stands still for a long moment, his heart gradually settling. Exhaling a long breath. Such a woman's overt allure must indeed be the dream of every man. He believes that any man of sound mind would find themselves ensnared by her seductive charm. Even he, on numerous occasions, has found it challenging to maintain control. Before encountering Ling Shuai, he had lost count of the women he had been involved with, some for the sake of fulfilling missions, others simply for release. The stronger one's mental fortitude, the more intense their physical desires tend to be. However, after meeting Ling Shuai, he vowed never to pursue another woman, unwilling to commit any wrong against her, though only he knows the torment he has endured over the years. As noon approaches, Ling Chen retrieves all the level 10 equipment he acquired from the Forgotten Cave, a silver helmet, silver bracers, the Sandsword, and the Ling Xiao, donning each piece in succession. He is currently at level 9, yet under the influence of the artifact technique, he successfully equipped all his gear. He then took out the Heartless Pearl and seamlessly embedded it into the first socket of the Moon of Divine Retribution. Opening the attribute panel, he eagerly gazed at his current statistics. Character, Ling Tian level, 9 class, Apprentice Warrior faction, none reputation, 3035, gold, 1782 coins, skill potential points, 500. Basic attributes, strength, 85, constitution, 15, agility, 29, spirit, 5, talent attributes, luck, 5, comprehension, 5, health points, 360 magic points, 140 physical attack power, 281 magic attack power, 10 physical defense power, 68 hit rate, 37, evasion rate, 29 critical hit rate, 22, penetration rate, 8 attack speed, 100, movement speed, 100 elemental resistance, water, 3, fire, 0, wind, 0, thunder, 0, earth, 6, light, 0, dark, 0. Skills, personal skills, detection, cannot be upgraded, soul offering, LV2, heavenly gang technique, LV1, artifact technique, LV1, class skills, apprentice warrior, full power strike, LV5, small arc slash, LV5, raging fire, LV5, equipment skills, Ling Xiao projectile, moon shadow, equipment, weapon, right hand, Ling Xiao spear, left hand, yellow sand sword, two-handed sword, moon god and Oppos, S-chain, Moon of Divine Retribution, twin pearl, heartless pearl, helmet, silver helmet mask, none necklace, none earrings, none ring, agility ring, none badge, none upper garment, beast skin armor belt, none lower garment, beast skin pants gauntlets, silver bracers boots, wolf skin shoes. Upon observing his current basic attributes, Ling Chen could not help but feel a profound excitement. Now, he possesses a celestial artifact, a golden item, and 2 silver pieces of equipment. Such an array is beyond the wildest dreams of ordinary players. He wields a two-handed weapon in each hand, and the attributes of these dual weapons complement each other. This synergy has elevated Ling Chen's physical attack power to an impressive 281. If he unleashed Raging Fire, it would directly surpass 300. Such offensive prowess is something that even the highest-rated warrior players would struggle to achieve at level 20, let alone players of other classes. Chapter 51. Xiaoqiufeng. The effects of dual weapon attribute stacking are far from mere additive attack power. The fundamental attributes, abilities, additional status effects, and even supplementary skills all accumulate. With a single weapon strike, one can unleash the combined attributes of 2 weapons, resulting in an effect akin to that of 4 weapons attacking simultaneously. The might of the twin orbs leaves one in awe. Not only is the attack power extraordinarily high, but the accuracy also reaches a commendable 37. With his current level and accuracy, he is confident that no creature in the novice village can evade his strikes. Even more astonishing is his critical hit rate of 22. This remarkable figure is bestowed by the Heartless Orb, capable of making even the most proficient assassin, who boasts the highest average critical hit rate among all classes, feel humbled. After confirming his location, Ling Chen sheathed his striking dual weapons and headed towards the novice village. He initially sought information from Chiyue, but ended up with nothing, only to be playfully teased instead. He didn't even get the chance to inquire about the exclusive orb of the cursed moon or how to conceal it. He began to feel a twinge of fear towards this woman, not of her, but of his inability to resist her allure, which might lead him to betray Shura. Upon returning to the novice village, Ling Chen made a beeline for the item shop. "Hello, Boss Wang. Do you have any masks for sale?" he stated directly upon entering. He felt a sense of gratitude towards Wang Ji. Had it not been for the sapphire necklace and the specially crafted potions he provided, he would not have survived the fall from the cliff, nor could he have defeated the greedy giant toad, thus missing out on subsequent gains. "Oh, it's you, young hero. It seems I've not seen you for several days," Wang Ji exclaimed, his previously lackluster demeanor instantly brightening. "Indeed, we do have masks, but you need not purchase one. I understand that many heroes from other worlds prefer to conceal their true identities, so if you require one, feel free to take a mask from me. Here you go." Wang Ji handed Ling Chen an iron mask. Such masks were ubiquitous in the novice village, as many players chose to don them to hide their true faces. Ling Chen was no exception. He placed the iron mask over his face, which perfectly concealed his features. Although made of iron, it was remarkably thin and light, offering neither weight nor discomfort. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Wang Ji continue, "Speaking of masks, they are not formal equipment. Their sole purpose is to obscure one's face. However, a few years ago, I heard the old village chief mention that the Forgotten Continent still harbors masks with attributes. Alas, such masks are exceedingly rare, each a priceless treasure. I doubt I will ever be fortunate enough to encounter one in my lifetime. A mask with attributes. Owning one would mean possessing an additional piece of combat equipment compared to other players." Exiting the item shop, Ling Chen headed north within the novice village. His immediate goal was to reach level 10 and then leave the novice village for the main city of the Forgotten Continent, which would signify a new beginning. Currently, at level 9, he had surged from level 5 to 9, thanks to the immense experience granted by a fairy spirit boss. He was confident that his level was among the best in the entire Huaxia region. Although the difficulty of leveling up was twice that of other players, he believed he would still be the first to achieve level 10. At the northernmost part of the novice village lay the territory of the highest level monster, the level 10 brown bear. An hour later, Ling Chen arrived at the edge of the bear's domain. As anticipated, no other players were in sight. The average player level was likely around 7 to 8, far too low to venture here. After selecting a favorable spot, Ling Chen logged off, certainly not forgetting to attend to his ruo. When he logged back in, it was already 2 p.m. "The boss. It's the boss. Quickly, summon everyone. As many as possible, and as fast as you can. Black Flame? Humph. What do you mean by that? We discovered it first. Do you intend to seize it by force? Huh, you discovered it? Then why haven't you taken it down? You." As soon as Ling Chen logged in, he was greeted by a cacophony of argument. From just a few exchanges, he grasped the situation. He turned his gaze toward the source of the commotion, where two factions of players confronted each other. One group comprised nearly 30 players, led by an archer wielding an iron bow, while the opposing group had only a dozen players, headed by a figure carrying an iron shield. They stood at the edge of the bear's territory, where a colossal bear, enveloped in a golden aura, lay languidly asleep. Golden Battle Bear. Type: Beast. Level: 10. Grade: Boss. Health: 8,000. The territory of the level 10 brown bear was once a place where current players would not tread. It appeared that the shield-bearing group had stumbled upon the boss, and the archers' team soon followed. The spawning of a boss is exceedingly rare, yet the allure it holds is immense, the appearance of any boss. Regardless of the novice village, incites considerable excitement, as they represent the pinnacle of equipment available at this stage, along with substantial prestige and potential skill points. Thus, seeing a freshly spawned boss, both teams felt their hearts race with excitement, yet the level 10 boss was beyond their capacity to confront. Their immediate action was to call for reinforcements. The shield-bearing warrior's expression darkened as he glared at the archer. "Black Flame, we have always kept to ourselves. The rule is clear. Whoever discovers the boss first is entitled to it. Are you provoking our soul alliance? Whoever finds the boss first is entitled to it. How laughable. Just days ago, down by the Wolf Cliff, that golden wolf was discovered by us, Black Flame. Among those who came to snatch it away, do you dare claim none belong to your soul alliance? Do not think that just because you are allied with the Yin Huang alliance, we will fear you. Black Flame has never feared anyone." The archer retorted darkly. "Ling Chen, standing at a distance, suddenly looked up, his gaze fixated on the archer, his attention drawn to the name hovering above his head. Black Flame Madbow. He was the leader of the group that had forced him off the cliff that day. Ling Chen's expression turned icy in an instant. What audacity! A mere hall master of Black Flame dares to be so arrogant. It seems Black Flame is indeed on the rise. A cold voice approached, drawing the attention of those nearby. A tall, unassuming man, dressed in exceedingly simple attire, strolled towards them. There was nothing remarkable about him, save for his piercing eyes, sharp as a hawk soaring in the sky. Leader, you have arrived. Upon his appearance, the shield-bearer beamed with delight and hurried to greet him. Seeing this tall man for the first time, Black Flame Madbow's face displayed deep confusion. He was certain he had seen this person before, and upon hearing the title the shield-bearer had called out, his expression changed dramatically. You are Xiao Qiufeng. In the illustrious virtual realm of Huaxia, the esteemed ranking known as the Heavenly List positions the cold-faced judge, Xiao Qiufeng, at a remarkable 7th place, earning him the moniker One Sword to Sever Life and Death. The existence of the Heavenly List and the Earthly List is well known among players who have traversed the virtual gaming world. These lists chronicle the most formidable warriors within Huaxia's gaming domain. The Heavenly List comprises 10 individuals, collectively acknowledged as the 10 most powerful players in the nation. Conversely, the Earthly List features an additional 20 players who stand as the mightiest, aside from those on the Heavenly List. These lists represent the pinnacle of authority and are revered as sacred in the realm of virtual gaming in Huaxia. Each name inscribed upon them resonates throughout the nation. To be among the top 30 players amidst millions is a testament to their extraordinary prowess. Each individual on these lists not only possesses immense strength, but also wields significant influence, making them coveted targets for major guilds seeking to bolster their ranks. The mere presence of a heavenly or earthly list expert within a guild can elevate even the most obscure guild to prominence overnight. Even the most powerful guilds, capable of commanding vast territories, would prioritize the inclusion of such individuals at the forefront of their ranks. The Heavenly List, in particular, features figures regarded as mythical by players, beings akin to deities in the eyes of the gaming community. The mere appearance of any one of them incites considerable commotion. This seemingly ordinary man, Xiao Qiufeng, is indeed one of the pinnacle powers listed among the Heavenly List and serves as the supreme leader of the Battle Soul Alliance. Within Huaxia, there exists a staggering number of 100,000 novice villages, and with only 10 individuals on the Heavenly List, the odds of encountering one in a novice village are exceedingly slim. However, the player known as He Yin Quanggong could never have anticipated that he would cross paths with the cold-faced judge, ranked 7th on the Heavenly List. Upon uttering the name Xiao Qiufeng, he instinctively recoiled, his steps faltering. Though his group comprised 30 members and their adversaries, including Xiao Qiufeng, numbered merely 13. The sheer weight of Xiao Qiufeng's name instilled a profound sense of dread and intimidation. The disparity in numbers offered no solace. Instead, it only amplified the tremors of anxiety within him. It was not that he was cowardly. Rather, no player would be foolish enough to challenge the unparalleled might of those on the Heavenly List. Chapter 52. Intimidation ranked 7th on the Celestial Leaderboard. The cold-faced judge, Xiao Qiufeng, was rumored never to have smiled. His demeanor appeared excessively ordinary, drawing no attention wherever he went. Yet, anyone who recognized him would instinctively retreat. This was due to the fact that in one fleeting moment he could be utterly indifferent, and in the next, he might strike down a foe without a hint of hesitation. The moniker of cold-faced judge was not merely a reflection of his emotionless visage, but also of his lethal efficiency. He required only a single sword stroke to end a life. The War Soul Alliance, which he led, was equally formidable in the virtual gaming realm of Huaxia, renowned far and wide. It was said that a vast and powerful underworld organization operated behind Xiao Qiufeng, with his biological father being the supreme leader of the largest underground force in northern Huaxia, the War Soul Alliance. Notably, a significant portion of the War Soul Alliance's members in the virtual world were also affiliated with its real-world counterpart. The denizens of the underworld were often ruthless and unyielding, which rendered the War Soul Alliance, though not exceedingly large, a force that no one dared to provoke. The fear that He Yin Quanggong held for Xiao Qiufeng was no mere fabrication. As a minor hall master of the He Yin Alliance, he typically had no standing to confront a celestial tier expert. To his astonishment, today he encountered this fearsome cold-faced judge while embroiled in a conflict with the War Soul Alliance in the novice village. Not only he, but the players behind him from He Yin also displayed visible trepidation upon hearing Xiao Qiufeng's name. None dared to advance another step. I shall give you 3 seconds to vanish from my sight. Xiao Qiufeng's gaze settled upon the slumbering Golden War Bear, ignoring the He Yin members entirely. His voice was flat and indifferent, as if dismissing a swarm of inconsequential flies. Those who had heard of Xiao Qiufeng understood that should he fail to intimidate them into leaving, the next moment could see him taking a life. He Yin Quanggong, though outwardly submissive, was seething with anger inside. He cast a glance at his comrades, gritting his teeth. To challenge Xiao Qiufeng was an unwise endeavor. Offending him would spell trouble for his future in the game, Shenyu. However, retreating now would bring shame upon the He Yin alliance, leading to ridicule within their ranks, and inciting the ire of their leader. Thus, he could not afford to offend Xiao Qiufeng, yet he could not afford to withdraw either. Cold sweat beaded on He Yin Quanggong's forehead as his facial muscles trembled for a while before he steeled himself and stepped forward. The presence of the cold-faced judge merits respect. Our leader has repeatedly instructed us to treat you with courtesy. Henceforth, we shall not interfere with the defeat of this boss. We will merely observe and witness the prowess of the cold-faced judge as you vanquish this Golden War Bear. Xiao Qiufeng's expression darkened immediately. The leading shield guard of the War Soul Alliance also wore a grimace. While He Yin Quanggong pretended to yield and refrained from contesting the Golden War Bear, he simultaneously made a veiled jab at them. Despite Xiao Qiufeng's esteemed rank as a peak expert, the game had only recently commenced, and all players found themselves in a novice phase where levels, attributes, and equipment were not significantly differentiated. Even the most skilled among them would not possess a substantial advantage. Although these top-tier players exhibited remarkable combat awareness and exceptional maneuvering abilities, during the novice period, they could easily take on one or multiple players, but would struggle against a dozen or more. The Golden War Bear, a level 10 boss, would require hundreds of level 7 to 8 players to have a chance at defeat, even with Xiao Qiufeng present. The members of the War Soul Alliance lacked the capability to fell the Golden War Bear. Not to mention, even with the 30 players of the He Yin Alliance alongside Xiao Qiufeng, they would not possess the strength to triumph. He Yin Quanggong, while feigning concession, maintained a stance of spectatorship. Should the War Soul Alliance, including Xiao Qiufeng, attempt to confront the Golden War Bear, it would be a certain death sentence, devoid of any hope or suspense. Conversely, declining to engage would only expose their cowardice and tarnish Xiao Qiufeng's reputation. He Yin Quanggong, it appears you are courting danger, the shield guard of the War Soul Alliance remarked, his expression darkening. Huh, what do you mean by that? We have made a substantial concession out of respect for the cold-faced judge, allowing you to take this boss. There is no need for such hostility. Is it the nature of the War Soul Alliance to bully the weak? He Yin Quanggong's demeanor hardened as he continued. The Golden War Bear stands before us. We shall remain here and watch your alliance hunt down the boss, and we might even record it for all players to witness. You have the 7th-ranked expert. Do not tell me the esteemed cold-faced judge cannot handle a mere level 10 boss. Defeating a boss typically required dozens, if not hundreds, of players of similar level to collaborate. Yet, every Celestial tier expert was capable of besting a level 10 boss in a one-on-one confrontation, provided their levels, attributes, equipment, professions, and skills were adequately developed. They all knew that at present, Xiao Qiufeng could not face the level 10 boss alone. They did not believe any player could challenge a level 10 boss under these conditions. If there were such a player, it could only be the singular SSS class expert, Eve. Very well. Xiao Qiufeng's expression remained impassive, with scarcely a hint of emotional fluctuation visible on his face. He turned his gaze to He Yin Quanggong and slowly stated, I shall remember today's events. A shiver ran down He Yin Quanggong's spine, as he felt a profound chill within. With the members of the He Yin Alliance behind him, he could not afford to lose face. Though he had yielded, he had inevitably offended Xiao Qiufeng. The atmosphere grew tense. The He Yin Alliance members did not disperse, yet they were cowed into silence by Xiao Qiufeng's reputation. The players of the War Soul Alliance wore grim expressions, fully aware that with their numerical disadvantage, they would gain nothing from engaging in combat. Conflicts over bosses or territory among different organizations were plentiful, yet this situation was unique. For today, the He Yin Alliance faced the leader of the War Soul Alliance, the cold-faced judge ranked 7th on the Celestial leaderboard. This seemingly trivial conflict would undoubtedly reverberate throughout both the War Soul Alliance and the He Yin Alliance. Yet, this silence was abruptly shattered by an outsider. Ling Chen. He had listened to the absurd exchange between the two factions as if it were a comedic performance, and now approached silently. Both teams had engaged in verbal sparring for some time, yet neither had initiated an assault on the Golden War Bear, for they lacked the means to vanquish it. Even if they fought tooth and nail, they would not lay a finger on the Golden War Bear, for this was now his prey. Ling Chen had remained hidden behind a rock, unnoticed by either party until now. As they turned their gazes toward him, a collective sense of dread washed over them. They had stationed themselves there, awaiting reinforcements from their alliance, and if news of the boss's appearance spread, they would soon find themselves inundated with players, making it nearly impossible for them to claim the Golden War Bear for themselves. The echoes of the previous events surrounding the emergence of the evil Wolf Cliff Lord boss remain vivid in their memories. Ultimately, the ownership of the Golden War Wolf was seized by the all-powerful Yin Huang Alliance. This is the territory of my Black Flame Alliance. If you wish to avoid the wrath of my Black Flame Alliance, you should depart immediately. The Black Flame Crazy Bao turned to face Ling Chen, his voice icy and commanding. The name of the Black Flame Alliance alone was enough to instill fear in the majority of players. Very few dared to offend such a renowned guild throughout Huaxia. Standing at the edge of the Brown Bear territory, Ling Chen noticed that no one was paying him any mind. Their attention briefly lingered on the Golden War Bear before they stepped forward and charged at the sleeping creature with full force. This action left everyone momentarily stunned. Then they nearly burst into laughter. What was he thinking? Did he truly intend to confront the Golden War Bear alone? Was he a fool? Perhaps overwhelmed with excitement upon seeing the Lord Boss. Surely, he must be an inexperienced player unfamiliar with Lord Bosses, seeking death in such a reckless manner. No one attempted to stop him. Rather, they all wore expressions of mockery. Given the current strength of the players, facing a Lord Boss alone was tantamount to courting death. They could almost envision him waking the Golden War Bear only to be crushed beneath a massive paw. However, the scene they anticipated never materialized. Instead, they were left speechless, astonished, and even trembling at what unfolded before them. The flames of fury ignited. In his rush, Ling Chen summoned both Ling Xiao and the Yellow Sand Sword, the full-level Fury Fire empowering him. His base attack power soared to 331. Then came the Soul Sacrifice. A dim red light enveloped him, and his health plummeted to 1 in an instant. Simultaneously, an immense force surged from the depths of his soul, marking his first execution of this berserk technique that brought him to the brink of death. Faced with this level 10 Lord Boss, he sought a swift resolution. Ling Chen glanced at his current attack power. 993, an almost 1,000-point figure. A value so extraordinary that a player at his level could scarcely dare to dream of it. This represented Ling Chen's peak state, yet also his most perilous condition. In this state, his health would remain at 1, with no means of recovery. With the soul sacrifice enhancing him, Ling Chen had already reached the Golden War Bear. Both Ling Xiao and the Yellow Sand Sword struck simultaneously with full force against its shimmering golden form. 1480, 1433. One attack. No. 2 strikes delivered in one fell swoop slashed away more than a third of the Golden War Bear's health. The slumbering beast was startled awake, leaping to its feet with an enraged roar, just as Ling Chen's second attack descended upon it. The Yellow Sand Sword struck with all its might from his left hand while the Ling Xiao sword forth from his right. A yellow arc of sword light and a silver meteor sliced through the massive form of the Golden War Bear, producing a red burst of damage and a yellow critical hit that shocked even Ling Chen himself. 1,436. 5,922. The Golden War Bear's roar abruptly ceased, its furious posture frozen in time as it collapsed helplessly to the ground. This formidable Lord Boss did not even have the chance to comprehend who its assailant was before meeting its demise. The entire exchange transpired in mere seconds. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Players, who had gathered at the edge of the Brown Bear territory to witness the spectacle, stood with mouths agape and eyes widened, their gazes almost bulging from their sockets. Chapter 53. A single strike to slay 10 ding. You have successfully slain the level 10 Lord Boss Golden War Bear, earning 100 reputation points and 100 skill potential points. In the midst of a deathly silence, a series of inhalations began to echo, as cold air filled their chests. They could even hear the tremors of their own hearts. The defense of a level 10 Lord Boss was formidable. Even the strongest among them could hardly breach its defenses. Yet this individual with each strike dealt an astonishing 4-digit damage. They were certain their eyes did not deceive them. Indeed, it was 4-digit damage, and with each attack, 2 damage numbers appeared. The final critical hit registered an astounding value nearing 6,000. In merely 2 seconds, this person inflicted over 10,000 damage, and in those fleeting moments, the level 10 Lord Boss lay defeated at his feet. The scene that unfolded in those 2 seconds was beyond their comprehension. The figure was clad in a silver mask, obscuring his visage, and his name was hidden. But they could ascertain he was a player, not an NPC. Dressed in animal hide, he wielded 2 weapons, one in each hand. In his right hand was a spear shimmering with silver light, a likely indicator of a silver-grade weapon. In his left hand was a long sword emanating a soil-colored glow, which appeared to be a two-handed sword, its radiance revealing it to be golden-grade equipment. Not only did he brandish two weapons simultaneously, but one of them was also golden-grade. The number of golden-grade items in the entirety of Huaxiao was exceedingly rare. Had they known that the spear in his right hand was the Ling Xiao, currently ranked at the top of Huaxiao's weapon leaderboard, they could only imagine their astonishment. Players from the Black Flame Alliance and the Battle Soul Alliance exchanged incredulous glances. Rendered speechless, even the usually stoic Xiao Qiufeng bore an expression of shock, his gaze fixed intently upon Ling Chen. He could hardly believe that the game had only been launched for a few days, and yet a player could possess such terrifying offensive power. He wielded two weapons indeed. Two distinct types, spear and sword, both typically requiring two hands. What astounded him further was that Ling Chen executed two skills simultaneously with his right and left-hand weapons. One was the novice warrior's initial skill, full force strike, which he recognized. The other, an attack that unleashed damage close to 6,000, was entirely unfamiliar to him. Yet that was not the most significant point. The most crucial aspect was that he had executed two different skills with both hands simultaneously. Moreover, he did so with such ease and fluidity, devoid of any hesitation or awkwardness. The notion of multitasking is a well-known fact. Few possess the ability to draw a square with one hand while sketching a circle with the other. In the realm of virtual gaming, skill activation necessitates mental control, and simultaneous execution of skills also demands corresponding physical movements. Regardless of how abnormal it is for one to wield dual weapons and simultaneously unleash two skills to achieve this, he must control the activation of both skills while managing the movements of both limbs, accomplishing it with such nonchalance. His mental control must be extraordinary. Who is this person? If he were among the ranks of the top players, I should be able to recognize him immediately. Yet neither the celestial nor earthly rankings seem to feature his presence. The spear he wields, its radiance far surpasses that of any silver equipment. Wait a moment. Could that spear be the Ling Xiao from the equipment leaderboard? Did anyone manage to capture that moment? Xiao Qiufeng inquired, his voice barely above a whisper. The shield bearer beside him seemed to just regain his senses, trembling as he stammered. And no, it was too quick. How could anyone have captured it? Who is this person? Is he truly a player? That damage over 5,000, am I seeing things? Xiao Qiufeng remained silent. As the golden war bear collapsed, a heap of gold coins and various items scattered from its body, landing beside its carcass. As a golden glow flickered, all eyes turned to the ground beneath Ling Chen, where lay a garment shimmering with golden light. Golden equipment. The dazzling golden radiance nearly blinded the players of the Black Flame Alliance and the Battle Soul Alliance. At this stage, even silver-grade equipment was merely the stuff of legends. Golden equipment could be likened to mythic treasures. Each of them was witnessing golden equipment for the first time, though their hearts still raced from the earlier shock. A profound yearning and greed seeped into their gazes, with some even drooling at the corners of their mouths. Golden equipment. He dropped a piece of golden equipment. A player from the Black Flame Alliance stammered, wiping away his drool. Shut up, as if I lack eyesight. Black Flame Crazy Bao gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with avarice, fixated on the glimmering golden armor. Yet the player beside that golden armor had dispatched the Lord Boss in mere seconds, dealing over 1,000 damage with a single blow. Ling Chen paid no heed to the avaricious and anxious gazes of the players, treating them as if they were invisible, and calmly picked up the golden armor. Golden patterned garment. Category, upper body, grade, golden. Equipment requirement, level 10 or above of any profession. An ornate garment adorned with exquisite golden patterns, imbued with mysterious power. Attributes, defense 30, strength 5, constitution 5, agility 5, with a 3 chance to reduce damage by 50 when attacked. Excellent. Ling Chen promptly discarded his animal hide armor and donned the golden grade golden patterned garment, instantly boosting his attributes. His defensive capabilities now surpassed even those of shield bearers of the same level. As they watched Ling Chen adorn himself with the golden armor, the players, still in a daze, gulped audibly. At this stage, even for a Lord Boss, the probability of dropping golden equipment was exceedingly slim. The drop rates and the quality of items dropped upon slaying a boss are influenced not only by the killer's luck, but also significantly by the killer's level and the number of participants. Generally speaking, the lower one's level and the fewer the number of players defeating it, the more likely it is for exceptional equipment to appear. The Golden War Bear had been nearly instantaneously vanquished by Ling Chen alone, making the drop of golden equipment somewhat reasonable. Akin to his earlier feat of single-handedly annihilating a level 10 spirit in the underground space at level 5, triggering a truly magnificent drop of various exceptional items, almost acquiring everything the greedy giant toad could yield. The golden warbear yielded a total of 13 gold coins and 6 bottles of orange potions. Aside from the golden pattern garment, there was also a pair of bronze-level magical shoes for novice elementalists, which he glanced at before stowing away, and lastly, a soil-colored crystal fragment, an energy crystal, low-level defense crystal, category, energy crystal, grade, low-level, attribute, earth, effect, defense 6. The novice village item shop sells only basic crystals, and they are exorbitantly priced. Ordinary players struggle to save enough gold to purchase even a single basic crystal through conventional monster hunting and level grinding. Low-level crystals, however, are even harder to come by, with their appearance in novice villages being rarer than golden equipment. As for the energy pearls Ling Chen possessed well, not everyone encounters and defeats a spirit boss. He directly embedded the low-level crystal into the second socket of Heaven's Wrath of the Moon, further enhancing his defense. Ling Chen then circled around the body of the golden war bear and approached the Ling Xiao spear, which had lodged itself into the ground from afar. As he neared the Ling Xiao, the effect of his soul tribute dissipated at that very moment. Ling Chen casually consumed a vial of orange potion, restoring his health to 201. Everyone clearly witnessed the attack that dealt over 5,000 damage, which was unleashed after he discarded the firearm. Evidently, this was a skill inherent to the weapon, a devastating ability surpassing all known skills at this stage. A weapon with such a skill must be at least of celestial spirit grade. The sole item on the equipment leaderboard was indeed a celestial grade spear. The terrifying offensive power, the formidable skill. Could this weapon be the legendary Ling Xiao that has captivated the world? And this individual, is he the possessor of Ling Xiao Ling Tian? That spear might very well be Ling Xiao, a celestial artifact, exclaimed a player from the Black Flame Alliance, his excitement palpable. Ling Xiao, the very first and only celestial equipment, made a sensational entrance upon its emergence. The expression of the Black Flame's archer fluctuated, and at last, he clenched his teeth and urged, charge. He had witnessed this person's terrifying prowess firsthand, yet the allure of a celestial artifact was overwhelming, rendering resistance futile. He glanced at his 30-member team and, despite the weight of regret that loomed, issued the command. At a signal, the players of the Black Flame Alliance hesitated for a moment, then swiftly coordinated their movements, charging forward in unison. The instant Ling Chen grasped Ling Xiao and lifted it from the ground, the 30 members of the Black Flame Alliance had encircled him, blocking all possible avenues of escape. Behind them, the elemental mage began to chant a basic spell, while archers lined up, drawing their bows with various weapons aimed directly at Ling Chen. The leader of the Battle Soul Alliance, Shield Guardian, changed countenance and urgently warned, "Leader, they." "Do not intervene," replied Xiao Qiufeng, his expression impassive. His eyes narrowed as he spoke slowly and somberly. Greed is indeed the most fearsome of all vices. It can render one more foolish than a pig. They have forgotten that they lack the ability to conquer a level 10 boss, yet now seek to contend with one who can dispatch a boss in an instant. However, they were a force of 30. The individual possessed an attack power so formidable that it was likely due to his equipment. That spear could very well be Ling Xiao from the weapon leaderboard. Yet, his vitality might not differ significantly from theirs. If even a few of them landed a blow, it could spell his demise. If he were to fall, he might drop those exquisite items he bore. The leader, Shield Guardian, wished to continue speaking but fell silent under Xiao Qiufeng's icy gaze, no longer daring to utter a word. You have two choices. Either surrender the 2 weapons in your possession along with the golden armor you wear, and we shall allow you to leave unscathed. Or prepare to meet your end and watch us claim your belongings. Black Flame's archer wore a fierce expression. He shared the same thoughts as Shield Guardian, and though trepidation lingered regarding Ling Chen, a measure of confidence remained. He refused to believe that Ling Chen's endurance could match his monstrous offensive capabilities. Able to withstand the onslaught of 30 individuals, Ling Chen slowly grasped Ling Xiao, listening to the words of Black Flame's archer. He remained silent, merely lifting his head slightly and taking a gentle step forward. Swish, swish. As he stepped, a pale yellow and light silver arc simultaneously swept to his sides. Those were the small arcs of the yellow sand sword and Ling Xiao unleashed in tandem. A fully leveled small arc strike could envelop a 4-meter radius, attacking up to 5 targets at once. With both arcs released simultaneously, they covered a total attack range of 8 meters. Though it appeared to be merely a modest step, it enabled both small arcs to precisely strike 5 individuals densely surrounding him. 309, 602, 331, 312, 302, 311, 622, 308, 313, 608. 2 arcs of the sword. 10 damage figures appeared simultaneously. The 10 apprentice warriors and apprentice assassins struck by Ling Chen's small arcs had their health obliterated in an instant and fell backward after a brief moment of stillness. 1 step, 10 kills. Chapter 54. The trembling, cold-faced judge. The audacious words of the Black Flame Mad Bao had scarcely faded when, in a blink, 10 individuals collapsed without any of them grasping what had transpired. 2 magnificent arcs of light had swept across, and in an instant, 10 lives were extinguished. Such a terrifying spectacle. Dozens of pupils contracted sharply at that moment. How swift! Xiao Qiufeng marveled inwardly. As a novice warrior himself, he recognized the preceding attack as one of the fundamental skills, the small arc slash. Yet, the 2 small arc slashes just witnessed were the most breathtaking he had ever seen. No one could discern the initiation of the move. It was as if lightning struck, 2 small arc slashes cleaving through the air with remarkable speed. The onset was so rapid that even he felt his heart race. He was uncertain who could evade such a close-range strike. Certainly, he couldn't. Who is this individual, truly? As the Black Flame Mad Bao's harsh proclamation echoed, 10 players from the Black Flame Alliance fell in an instant. The remaining players stood frozen, momentarily dazed. For ordinary players, this fleeting pause might not signify much. Yet for peak experts, even a heartbeat could determine life or death. Before they had a chance to regain their senses, Ling Chen advanced again, his hands moving with lightning speed, unleashing a second round of small arc slashes that swept outward. In the novice village, killing players incurs no sin value, allowing him to strike without hesitation. Even if there were consequences, he would show no mercy. Bang, bang, bang. The last 3 novice assassins were dispatched in a single blow, while 3 other shield guards, caught in the wake of another small arc slash, were left gravely injured. Only then did the players of the Black Flame Alliance awaken from their stupor, staring in shock at the corpses strewn across the ground, feeling a chill creep through their bodies, from their skin to their very cores. Shields. All shields, block him, commanded the Black Flame Mad Bao, his voice trembling as archers and elementalists hastily concentrated their fire. Now, as a fallen body struck his foot, awakening him from his nightmarish reverie, the Black Flame Mad Bao trembled and shouted hoarsely, "We're under attack. How could so many have fallen so quickly? Is this person a player or a demon?" At his command, 6 shield guards surged forward recklessly from various directions, striving to obstruct Ling Chen's movements. If they could momentarily confine him, the concentrated assault from the archers and elementalists would surely claim his life within seconds. However, if Ling Chen were so easily subdued, he would not be Ling Chen. At level 5, he could annihilate a level 10 spirit boss. In his current state, how could he regard these insignificant foes as threats? No matter how numerous, they remained mere fodder. As the shield guards charged, Ling Chen swiftly moved, executing 2 simultaneous small arc slashes, extending his attack range to 4 meters. Before the shield guards could close in, all were struck, the previously injured 3 shield guards collapsing, while the life of the remaining 3 was diminished to a mere whisper. With Ling Chen's formidable offensive capabilities, only the high health, high defense shield guards could barely withstand one of his attacks without perishing. "Be careful," Xiao Qiufeng frowned, nearly calling out. As Ling Chen launched his attack, he too experienced a brief pause. It was in that moment that the first wave of attacks from 10 archers and elementalists descended upon him. Whoosh! The sound of arrows slicing through the air reached everyone's ears, and just as they believed Ling Chen would surely be struck by at least half of the projectiles, they suddenly perceived a distortion before their eyes. The figure concealed by the arrows and elemental projectiles seemed to twist unnaturally, and then, in a bewildering motion, it shifted 3 positions to the right. All arrows and elemental projectiles flew past where he stood, vanishing impotently after reaching the limits of their range. And there stood Ling Chen, untouched, without a single damage indicator appearing. None of the arrows or elemental projectiles had struck him. How had he evaded such an onslaught? The players of the Battle Soul Alliance collectively gasped in disbelief. I couldn't see his movements, entirely invisible. Xiao Qiufeng clenched his fists, his brow furrowing deeper. The earlier scene had left him profoundly shaken. As the 7th ranked on the leaderboard, his combat awareness was unparalleled. He had been meticulously observing Ling Chen's every action. Yet even under such scrutiny, he could not fathom how Ling Chen had dodged so many arrows and magical attacks in an instant. Avoiding arrows and spells did not guarantee Ling Chen's safety. At that very moment, the last 2 surviving novice warriors from the Black Flame Alliance attacked from behind. Having just completed a shift, an ordinary person would struggle to regain their footing, let alone reposition swiftly again. These sudden strikes from behind were impossible to evade. Clang! The metallic clash reverberated, making Xiao Qiufeng's heart skip a beat. The attacks from the two novice warriors did not land on Ling Chen. Instead, they struck the weapon he had suddenly swung behind him, the silver gun barrel firmly locking the two steel swords in place, preventing any further advance. In the midst of the warriors' stunned silence, Ling Chen's sandstorm sword followed his pivot, executing a small arc slash upon them. Without a doubt, they were obliterated in an instant. Block. Block. Even while facing away, he had simultaneously parried two weapons. Xiao Qiufeng could no longer maintain his composure. Shock etched deep lines across his usually stoic face. As a consummate swordsman, he understood the difficulty of executing a block with weaponry. Even for those at the pinnacle of weapon mastery, it was challenging to maintain focus and accurately seize that fleeting moment of opportunity amid fierce combat. Deliberately triggering a block while facing away was an extraordinary feat, and to simultaneously block two weapons in such a state would require countless hours of practice to achieve even once in a lifetime. Was it luck? A mere coincidence? With the steel mask concealing his features, Xiao Qiufeng could not discern the expression beneath. Yet, reflecting on Ling Chen's seemingly effortless and fluid movements, recalling his ability to wield two weapons while executing two distinct skills, and the astonishing speed with which he initiated his attacks, a voice within him whispered that the recent block was not merely a stroke of luck. If it were not mere chance, then this individual. Is he a monster? Who is he truly? Why has there never been any word of him before? What followed was Ling Chen's counterattack. He turned and dispatched the two injured shield guards in a heartbeat before charging straight toward the archers. With the range of a small arc slash already considerable, executing two simultaneously effectively doubled his striking reach, allowing him to target twice as many foes. The archers stood in a line, seemingly awaiting their fates. Ling Chen lunged forward, executing dual small arc slashes, eliciting 5 desperate cries as these fragile archers succumbed in an instant. Following them were the utterly petrified elementalists. Upon seeing Ling Chen approach, they instinctively turned to flee. In mere seconds, 30 players had dwindled to just a handful of trembling mages, an overwhelming psychological impact few could endure. However, even if they now feel remorse, it is far too late. Ling Chen moved like the wind, two arcs of contrasting colors swirling before him, enveloping all 5 elemental apprentices within. The fragile lives of the apprentice elementalists, with their current level, possessed a life value that barely exceeded 200. A single strike from Ling Chen was sufficient to extinguish their lives twice over. The final arc slash resulted in the demise of all apprentice elementalists. Ling Chen's movements finally ceased, standing there with a sword in one hand and a spear in the other, surrounded by the fallen bodies of players and the equipment they dropped upon death. In the realm of the Moon God, even in the novice village, the rules of level loss and equipment drops persisted after death. There lay a total of 29 corpses from the 30-member team of the Black Flame Alliance. Only the trembling figure of the Black Flame Bow remained in the distance. This person, was he a monster? The Black Flame Bow's hands, gripping the longbow, trembled as his veins throbbed with fear. He felt as if his heart might burst from sheer terror. In the blink of an eye, 29 individuals had been utterly wiped out, and he still struggled to comprehend the reality of the situation, doubting whether it had truly occurred. He could not see this person's name, nor his visage. Not even a whisper of sound had reached his ears. He was like a silent, faceless harbinger of death. You, the Black Flame Bow's legs quaked, experiencing fear for the first time in the gaming world. For this individual was more terrifying than any player or boss he had ever encountered. He retreated, his voice trembling in a panicked shout. You will regret crossing the Black Flame Alliance. Watching the Black Flame Bow flee in a panic, Ling Chen's eyes glimmered with disdain. He did not pursue but instead seized the Ling Xiao, launching it forward with a swift motion. Whoosh! 1,700. The silver spear shot forth like a meteor, piercing through the fleeing Black Flame Bow, accompanied by a yellow damage number. Another critical hit. With the Heartless Pearl in his possession, critical hits began to feel almost mundane. The running Black Flame Bow was sent sprawling, rolling helplessly on the ground before lying still, eventually dissipating into white light. The thrown Ling Xiao landed, embedding itself in the ground just 5 meters away from the players of the Battle Soul Alliance. Ling Chen took measured steps toward Ling Xiao, maintaining a distance of 15 meters. As he approached Ling Xiao, the allure of the celestial artifact was irresistible. Yet not a single player from the Battle Soul Alliance dared to approach. They all watched with terror in their eyes as Ling Chen drew nearer. None would question that anyone bold enough to step closer to Ling Xiao would be the next to fall by his hand. There would be no escape. Chapter 55. Xiao Qi picked up Ling Xiao, while Ling Chen retracted his dual weapons. He glanced at the novice village map and proceeded toward the northwest. His primary objective was to elevate his level to 10, dismissing all other concerns. Remaining in this place would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention, as demonstrated by the earlier encounter with the Black Flame Alliance. Thus, he sought out territories inhabited by other level 10 monsters. "Are you Ling Tian?" As he was about to leave, Xiao Qiufeng could no longer remain silent and stepped forward to inquire. He received no response, not even a pause in Ling Chen's stride, who continued forward without so much as a glance back. In truth, he had not acknowledged their presence at any point, completely disregarding them. What an arrogant fellow. Shieldguard, the leader of the Battle Soul Alliance, frowned. The esteemed Xiao Qiufeng had made an overture, yet he was met with indifference. To them, his arrogance bordered on the outrageous. He possesses the audacity to act so boldly. After receiving no reply, Xiao Qiufeng chose not to speak further, watching as Ling Chen distanced himself, and then exhaled a low sigh. Indeed, our illustrious Huaxiao is home to hidden talents. Each year, the rankings on the celestial and terrestrial lists fluctuate. Yet those at the pinnacle remain largely unchanged. However, this time, the celestial rankings may undergo significant alterations. Shield Guard, taken aback, retorted defiantly, "Humph." He merely stumbled upon some divine equipment by sheer luck. If the Alliance Master possessed the same gear, eliminating him would be a trivial task. His arrogance is fleeting. Once the top talents on the celestial and terrestrial list rise, his conceit will be of no consequence. Xiao Qiufeng shook his head. He is not merely formidable due to his equipment. He could very well be a figure more terrifying than the Sword Monarch of the Yanhuang Alliance or the Grim Reaper of the Dark Knight. Recalling how Ling Chen had effortlessly evaded a barrage of arrows and magical attacks, and simultaneously countered the strikes of two warriors in a perilous situation coupled with the inexplicable chill emanating from him, Xiao Qiufeng's heart was far from calm. This was undoubtedly a person whose strength transcended mere equipment after all. How could one possess such divine gear in the novice phase without extraordinary power? Who on earth is he? More fearsome than the Sword Monarch and the Grim Reaper? That is impossible, Shield Guard exclaimed incredulously. They were globally recognized as the only two S-rank experts in Huaxia. "Brother," a melodious voice rang out from behind, causing Xiao Qiufeng's rigid expression to soften as he turned to see a girl jogging toward him. The girl, around 16 or 17 years of age, donned a slightly fitted light red apprentice elementalist robe, accentuating her slender waist and graceful figure. Though it was the most ordinary of mage robes, it exuded an air of elegance when worn by her. At her young age, she had evidently matured early, possessing a seductive physique, vibrant lips, a delicate nose, and long, curled black lashes, all radiating an enchanting charm. Coupled with her porcelain skin and striking beauty, she embodied a unique vivacity, brimming with youthful allure, enhanced by a hint of spirited boldness that made her all the more captivating. "Princess." The arrival of this maiden drew everyone's attention, but they quickly lowered their heads in reverence. She was the only daughter of the real-world leader of the Battle Soul Alliance, cherished since childhood, and the biological sister of Xiao Qiufeng, the game's Battle Soul Alliance leader. Remarkably, this brother and sister duo had been placed in the same novice village during their initial phase. Wasn't there supposed to be a boss leader? Where is it? The girl approached Xiao Qiufeng eagerly, her excitement evident on her radiant face, seemingly oblivious to the potential danger posed by the boss. "It has already perished." Xiao Qiufeng pointed at the still visible corpse of the golden warbear. "What? It's already dead?" The girl gasped, her lips parting in astonishment. "Wow, brother, you're amazing. You managed to defeat the boss leader so quickly. Truly worthy of being my formidable brother." "Oh, did anything valuable drop? Is there something suitable for me?" "My staff is still a plain one," Xiao Qiufeng replied. "It wasn't us who defeated it. It was another person." "Another person?" The girl paused, pondering whether someone had claimed the boss's spoils. Did that person have a larger group? Otherwise, how could they possibly outmatch her brother? Xiao Qiufeng shook his head, sighing. "It's not as you think. In fact, we didn't engage at all. That boss was slain by a single individual, and it was practically instantaneous." "What?" The girl's eyes widened in disbelief. It was inconceivable for anyone to defeat a boss leader in such a manner, unless witnessed firsthand. Such a claim would be hard to accept. Although she had never heard of this individual's name before, based on the weapon rankings and his current demeanor, he seemed unlikely to act discreetly. If that were the case, she would soon discover his identity. "Chi-Chi, what's this about not joining the Battle Soul Alliance?" Xiao Qiufeng frowned. The girl, known as Chi-Chi, fluttered her long lashes, her striking black and white eyes serious as she responded. "I've already promised Sister Mingxin that I would join her dream studio." Xiao Qiufeng fell silent momentarily before speaking. "You should know that Yun Mingxin has no hope of winning against her father. Acquiring assets on par with the Yun family within 2 years is nothing short of a fantasy. Moreover, her father has publicly announced this matter, making it known to all. The Long family is already aware, and Yun Mingxin will inevitably find herself isolated and helpless. She must realize that there is no true hope. Her feeble struggles are merely a reflection of her pitiful discontent. Helping her is futile. Xiao Qi pursed her lips defiantly. I don't care. I will definitely help Sister Mingxin. I do not interfere with your choices. However, you must understand that even if you are there, the Battle Soul Alliance will not intervene. Xiao Qi pouted, clenching her fists. Brother, I am not naive. I would never let the Battle Soul Alliance oppose the Yanhuang Alliance. My decision to help Sister Mingxin is my own affair and has nothing to do with the Battle Soul Alliance. Xiao Qiufeng remained silent. Although we all know that Sister Mingxin cannot succeed, we refuse to give up. We all admire her and will have the courage to resist and persevere. Even knowing the odds are against us, we girls will not become sacrifices to family interests. Not only do I feel this way, but Su Su and Sister Mu will also join our side. Xiao Qi declared, her small fists clenched, biting her lip with determination. Su Su, the Su family princess? And that Sister Mu? Could it be a fleeting look of surprise crossed Xiao Qiufeng's face? He had encountered Yun Mingxin before and believed in her ability to captivate men. It was understandable that someone of his stature would be so infatuated. Yet, he hadn't anticipated her allure would extend so far among women. His sister was willing to leave the Battle Soul Alliance to assist her. Joining a studio fated for failure, even the young lady of the Su family and the person referred to as Sister Mu Mu Bingyao, the 5th-ranked Ice Heart Demoness on the celestial list. But they are up against the entire Yanhuang Alliance. For that individual is the foremost leader of the world's largest guild, the Yanhuang Alliance. Little Raccoon. Category: Beast. Level: 10. Health: 310. This creature belongs to the family of raccoons and possesses highly developed tactile senses, utilizing its forepaws for foraging and defense. It harbors a distinct aversion to dry noodles. On the soft grassy ground, a group of little raccoons roams leisurely, showing no reaction when Ling Chen steps into their territory, clearly indicating that they are passive, non-aggressive creatures. Ling Chen surveyed his surroundings and, noticing the absence of other players, summoned his dual weapons and charged forth, swiftly dispatching the little raccoons. Rage of Fire. The strikes echoed, 358, 356, 718. He plunged into the most densely populated area of raccoons, executing a graceful arc slash on either side, simultaneously eliminating 4 little raccoons. With his current attack prowess, even without critical hits, he could effortlessly slay the little raccoons in a single blow under the influence of Rage of Fire. Each strike from his dual wielding resulted in a small cluster of raccoons collapsing in unison. The gentle nature of the little raccoons categorizes them as passive attackers. They do not retaliate unless provoked. Thus, faced with Ling Chen's lethal capabilities, each raccoon that fell never had a chance to defend itself. In this manner, he wielded his weapons with precision, rapidly clearing one little raccoon after another without feeling any pressure. This territory of little raccoons indeed proved to be a training paradise, spacious, and with a commendable respawn rate. However, Ling Chen's astonishing speed in eliminating these creatures forced him to pause every 10 minutes or so, awaiting the next wave of little raccoons to appear. While the majority of players teamed up to grind against level 7 black-haired rabbits or level 8 goblins, few could have imagined that someone would venture alone into the realm of level 10 monsters, wreaking havoc with such terrifying efficiency. One individual nearly monopolized an entire training map. Despite the adverse effects of the Heaven's jealousy, which doubled the difficulty for Ling Chen to level up compared to other players, his ability to slay level 10 monsters, coupled with dual weapons and fully maxed skills, ensured that his experience bar at level 9 continued to rise at an impressive pace. Chapter 56. Ascending to level 10 shortly after Ling Chen vanquished the Golden Battle Bear, a striking post emerged on the Huaxia form of Shenyu. We've spotted Ling Tian, the owner of the celestial weapon Ling Xiao. He is located in Novice Village 49554. Not only does he possess Ling Xiao, but he also wears several pieces of golden gear. Just 5 minutes ago, a level 10 Lord Boss spawned in the territory of the level 10 Brown Bears, and he almost instantaneously obliterated it. That strike dealt over 5,000 damage. This is absolutely true. He should still be there. Everyone rushed to defeat him and obtain the celestial and golden equipment. Then came a flurry of replies. Instantly killing a level 10 Lord? Over 5,000 damage in a single hit? Come on, have you no intelligence? Did you choke on your delusions? Dear poster, which mental institution are you from? Did you forget your medication today? Several pieces of golden gear. Do you think golden gear is as common as cabbages? You claim to have seen Ling Tian? Huh. You might as well say you've seen your own sister. Instantaneously killing a level 10 lord? Huh. I could slay your father in a heartbeat. Over 5,000 damage. If your brother-in-law wants to showcase his low intelligence, that's one thing. But do you think we'll fall for your foolishness too? The poster's ID belonged to the Black Flame Alliance. It was clear they had encountered Ling Tian and sought to tarnish his reputation after failing to seize his equipment, resorting to such underhanded tactics to incite animosity towards Ling Chen. The Black Flame Alliance seems to possess such limited skill. However, it is perplexing how someone with such a low intellect could post such absurdity, claiming to have instantaneously killed a lord and dealing over 5,000 damage. I suppose they must have choked on their own delusions. Yuan Fong, what do you think of this matter? Yuan Fong suggested that the account had likely been hacked. Otherwise, such foolish statements would not be made. However, the possibility of a mental breakdown cannot be dismissed. This post indeed originated from the players of the Black Flame Alliance who had been annihilated, their fear of Ling Chen preventing them from seeking vengeance. After all, in a sea of 100,000 novice villages, having a few dozen members in the same village was quite significant, and any confrontation would be tantamount to a death sentence. They hoped to incite others to trouble Ling Chen, but the outcome was far from what they desired, leading only to ridicule and scorn. In truth, had they not witnessed it firsthand, they would have never believed that anyone could instantaneously slay a lord boss and inflict over 5,000 damage. If someone claimed such a feat, they would certainly consider them insane. Even if they wished to argue, they were powerless. The instantaneous killing of a lord was a fleeting moment, too swift to be captured. The subsequent siege was effortlessly dispatched, and with their lives on the line, who would have the presence of mind to record the event? Those from the Battle Soul Alliance present during the incident could only remain silent in response to the post. Ling Chen, have you had a confrontation with the Black Flame Alliance? The voice of Yun Feng echoed through Ling Chen's communicator as he continued to annihilate the small raccoons. Yes, Ling Chen replied, effortlessly dispatching 3 more small raccoons. He glanced at his slightly increased experience points. Upon acquiring the Tithe of the Moon, the negative impact had strongly compelled him to remove it. Yet, he now realized how foolish his previous thoughts had been. The experience required to level up was twice that of other players, resulting in a sluggish progression. However, a twin pearl had significantly enhanced his leveling efficiency. His current rate of advancement far surpassed that of players without the Tithe of the Moon. Ah, you don't know? A bunch of fools from the Black Flame Alliance just posted to incite hatred against you, claiming you possess equipment that could obliterate a level 10 lord boss and deal over 5,000 damage. Ha ha, it's utterly hilarious. Even if they aim to provoke some greedy players into confronting you, they needn't make such absurd claims. Instantaneously killing a lord and dealing 5,000 damage? Anyone who believes that is truly a fool. The Black Flame Alliance is a large guild, boasting hundreds of thousands of members at its peak. Yet the intelligence of the poster is alarming. Ling Chen interjected, I need to continue leveling. Please do not disturb me. Before Yun Feng could finish speaking, Ling Chen terminated the call and resumed his relentless assault on the small raccoons. He continued to slaughter without pause until dusk before logging off. As he departed the world of Shunyu, the Tithe of the Moon vanished with a faint black glow from his wrist, a moment he did not observe. As night fell and Ling Shui Ruo drifted into a peaceful slumber, Ling Chen re-entered the world of Shunyu, appearing in the territory of the small raccoons. He charged towards the now plentiful raccoons, determined to be the first to emerge from the novice village. The once quiet territory of the small raccoons was again filled with their pitiful cries as they met their demise, a sound that persisted for an extended duration. Ling Chen's experience points steadily accumulated with each rapid death of the raccoons, moving from 50 to 60, then to 80, 90, 95. The transition from level 9 to level 10 was a formidable challenge, requiring more experience than the cumulative total needed to ascend from level 1 to level 9. Ling Chen was oblivious to the astonishing speed at which he was leveling up, still under the negative influence of the Tithe of the Moon. When Ling Chen's experience reached 99 at level 9, mere moments away from level 10, a brilliant white light erupted at the center of the small raccoon territory, revealing a colossal raccoon, twice the size of an ordinary one. The Great Raccoon. Type: Beast. Level: 10. Rank: 3-star Elite. Health: 2500, a mutated version of the small raccoon. Massive in size and ferocious in temperament, it will proactively attack all intruders. Beware of its sharp claws. Ling Chen's gaze locked onto the creature as he assessed his current experience points, his eyes narrowing. You shall serve as the grand finale of my time in the novice village. Fury Flame. Soul Sacrifice. Ling Xiao shoots. Under the fury of his flames and the soul sacrifice, Ling Chen's attack powers surged to a terrifying degree. Ling Xiao was raised, and with his movements, it soared toward the newly spawned great raccoon. Whoosh! 2853. Ling Xiao pierced through the great raccoon's chest, emerging from its back and embedding itself in the soft earth. A vivid red damage number slowly fading above the great raccoon's head. With 300 damage, a 15-meter range, and guaranteed accuracy, the Ling Xiao shoot was undoubtedly Ling Chen's most formidable attack skill. In a single strike, it obliterated the creature's health. The newly birthed great raccoon had not even begun to comprehend its surroundings before its body stiffened, collapsing with a long, mournful wail. Ding! You have successfully slain the level 10 3-star elite great raccoon, earning 30 reputation and 30 skill potential points. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 10, gaining 10 health, 10 mana, and 5 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 10, and you may now be teleported by the village chief from the novice village to the Forgotten Continent, where you will acquire a formal profession and embark on more thrilling adventures. Wishing you all the best. Amidst the melodious notification sounds, Ling Chen finally attained level 10. However, even with the leveling up, his health did not recover due to the oppressive nature of the soul sacrifice ability. Ling Chen let out a long sigh of relief as he approached the corpse of the great raccoon, collecting the sole piece of equipment it had dropped. Silver Battle Boots. Category: Battle Boots. Grade: Silver. Equipment requirement: Level 10 or above for any profession. The silver-crafted battle boots shimmer with a mysterious silver light. Possessing attributes: Defense 10, Strength 5, Agility 5, Movement Speed 10. A single decisive strike undoubtedly greatly enhances the probability of acquiring exceptional equipment. To his astonishment, this 3-star elite unexpectedly dropped a piece of silver gear, prompting Ling Chen to joyfully equip the silver battle boots without hesitation. Consequently, apart from his lower garments and ring, all his gear was at least of silver grade, an achievement that other players could scarcely imagine. He continued to allocate all the attribute points gained from leveling up into strength, resulting in a foundational attack capability exceeding 300, a truly formidable figure. Satisfied with his current attributes, Ling Chen departed from the territory of the little raccoon and made his way directly to the novice village. Greetings, village chief. Please transport me to the Forgotten Continent. Upon reaching the village chief, Ling Chen stated his request plainly. While it might have been wiser for him to linger in the novice village to unearth hidden factors, he opted instead for immediate departure, as being the first to leave the novice village could yield special rewards. Ah, it is you, young hero. Oh, you wish to journey to the Forgotten Continent? Be advised, you must reach level 10 to qualify for passage. Wait, you have already attained level 10. The village chief exclaimed in astonishment upon noticing Ling Chen's level. By his calculations, these beings from another world would take at least 2 or 3 days to exit the novice village. How astonishing, to achieve level 10 so swiftly. You must be an extraordinary hero, the village chief marveled. The Forgotten Continent, a place of nostalgia. Now you indeed possess the qualification to venture there, where a new beginning and a formal profession await you. However, before you embark, there is something I must inform you. Thus far, no otherworldly beings like yourself have ever departed from the novice village. If you leave now, you will become the first otherworldly hero to do so. Ling Chen. It is truly a source of pride and excitement to encounter such a hero in this place. Before I send you away, there is an item I must bestow upon you, one that can only be given to the first to leave the novice village. With that, the village chief produced a palm-sized circular object from his bosom. It was unmistakably a badge. Chapter 57, The Legend of the Shura, Part 1. Here, take this. It is a badge symbolizing bravery and honor, and only you are worthy of possessing it. Wearing it will bring you greater fortune. The village chief said as he handed the badge to Ling Chen. Category: Badge Grade. None wearing requirement. The first player to leave the novice village, non-tradable, will vanish upon discarding. Bestowed Honor Badge. Grants 1 luck and 1 insight to the first player to leave the novice village. Indeed, it is a badge, and it bestows luck and insight. Although these attributes can potentially increase, enhancing them by even a single point is exceedingly challenging. They do not change with level or profession, and conventional equipment will never bestow innate attributes. The only way to augment luck and insight is through the completion of rare special events, which are exceedingly rare occurrences that most players may never encounter in their lifetime. Thus, this badge, which increases luck and insight by 1 point, can only be obtained by the first individual to leave the novice village worldwide. Thank you, village chief. Ling Chen accepted the badge and adorned it, though internally he felt a conflict. After all, this badge is a reward for the first to exit the novice village, yet he had not yet departed. Was the village chief truly confident in granting it to him? Did he not fear that he might choose to remain here? It is rightfully yours. By the way, you will first be teleported to one of the 5 main cities of the Forgotten Continent, Qinglong City. Upon your arrival, you may wish to meet the city lord. Seeing the badge on your chest, he may entrust you with some special tasks. So, do you wish to embark on your journey to the Forgotten Continent now? This place is a realm apart, distinct from the Forgotten Continent. If you choose to leave, you shall never return. Therefore, if you have any unfinished business here, it would be prudent to conclude it before departing. I believe that even if you delay for another day, you will still be the first to leave this place. The village chief chuckled. Ling Chen pondered for a moment before responding. Village chief, I've heard that you once belonged to the Forgotten Continent. May I inquire about it? The village chief reminisced. Indeed, in my youth, I roamed that land with a lifelong aspiration to traverse the entire Forgotten Continent. However, certain events led me to voluntarily come here. Feel free to ask me anything. As the first brave soul to leave, I am more than willing to provide answers. Ling Chen nodded and inquired, what kind of place is Qinglong City? Qinglong City is located in the east of the Forgotten Continent, one of the 5 main cities of humanity. The 5 main cities are Qinglong City in the east, Baohuk City in the west, Zhuke City in the south, Xuanwu City in the north, and the central Forgotten City. The Forgotten Continent is vast, with countless cities, towns, villages, and tribes scattered throughout. Of course, these are all human domains. The power hierarchy of humans is not high in the natural order. Their average strength pales in comparison to the beastmen and the formidable sea tribe. Yet, humanity has managed to establish such a significant presence in the Forgotten Continent and the entire Shinwei world, primarily due to human intellect and the protection of the Moon God clan. Consequently, human reverence for the Moon God clan remains unwavering. Furthermore, it is due to the existence of the Moon God clan that ancient magical beasts have remained dormant for countless years. Young hero, as you hail from another world, you may not grasp the depth of the faith that the people of Shinwei world hold towards the Moon God clan. Therefore, once you arrive in the Forgotten Continent or any other land beyond it, be exceedingly cautious to avoid uttering any disrespectful words or committing acts of disrespect towards the Moon God clan. Otherwise, you will become unwelcome and may even face expulsion. Ling Chen involuntarily cast a glance at the Moon of Divine Retribution adorning his wrist. Tao Dai had warned him that donning it meant accepting a fate of enmity with the Moon God clan, a fate that could not be altered. To be adversarial to the Moon God clan was to be adversarial to all of humanity within the Forgotten Continent. The village chief, oblivious to Ling Chen's subtle change in expression, continued, you will be transported to Qinglong City, where the climate is the most pleasant in the Forgotten Continent. The people there are exceptionally warm and friendly, and the surrounding monsters are relatively weak. I am confident you will come to love it. It is said that Qinglong City is guarded by the ancient divine beast, Qinglong, a formidable and unparalleled protector. With it present, few can threaten the safety of Qinglong City. Moreover, not just Qinglong City, but each of the other 4 main cities is also protected by a powerful beast. Zhuke City is guarded by the ancient divine beast Zhuke, Xuanwu City by Xuanwu, and Baohuk City by the White Tiger. The names of the cities are derived from these beasts. The central Forgotten City is safeguarded by one of the 5 most powerful divine beasts, the Holy Qilin. 5 divine beasts. There are 5 holy extermination beasts in the Forgotten Continent. Ling Chen expressed his astonishment. Indeed, the village chief nodded. The holy extermination beasts represent the pinnacle of power within the Forgotten Continent and the entire Shinwei world. These 5 divine beasts possess unparalleled strength, having undergone countless years of gestation, growth, and evolution. All but the golden crow are believed to still exist in the world. The holy extermination beasts are exceedingly rare and difficult to extinguish. Ling Chen committed the names and basic information of these 5 divine beasts to memory and then asked, are the 3 strongest goddesses of the Moon God clan also of the holy extermination level? Indeed, the village chief affirmed. The village chief nodded, acknowledging the presence of the goddesses of fate, freedom, and order, each wielding the pinnacle of sanctified annihilation power. Though they bore a human semblance, they had transcended the very essence of humanity, for the highest power attainable by mortals is merely the divine mystery. Regardless of how fervently ordinary individuals strive, they can never bridge the chasm to the realm of sanctified annihilation. Throughout the ages, only a handful, perhaps 2 or 3, have achieved the divine mystery among humankind. These beings possess bloodlines and sources of power distinct from that of humans, classifying them as gods. Not only they, but also the moon goddesses beneath them, possess powers that exceed the divine mystery, existing in the liminal space between divine mystery and sanctified annihilation. You might find this astonishing, yet it is an undeniable truth. The Moon Goddess clan is indeed formidable. Ling Chen inhaled sharply, pondering the sheer terror of such strength. The three supreme goddesses of the Moon clan command sanctified power, while even their envoys possess at least the divine mystery. In their eyes, he might not even be regarded as more than an insignificant ant. Yet, possessing the Moon of Retribution, he is destined to stand against the entirety of the Moon Goddess clan. Indeed, they could be deemed the mightiest among humankind. Ling Chen murmured to himself, lost in thought. If one were to perceive them as human, they would undeniably be the most powerful among humanity, bearing the weight of reverence and worship from the populace, simultaneously safeguarding all humans, including those of the Forgotten Continent. Should calamity befall humanity, they would not remain indifferent. However, their intervention is limited solely to dire crises. They refrain from meddling in the disputes and wars that arise within humanity itself. The only beings capable of contending with them are the Night Demon clan, who also abstain from interfering in human affairs. Their only adversary appears to be the Moon Goddess clan, suggesting an unresolvable enmity between them. The Night Demon clan operates in secrecy, their whereabouts are unknown, and the reasons behind their animosity towards the Moon Goddess clan remain shrouded in mystery. Their existence is seldom encountered, yet they frequently launch assaults against the Moon Goddess clan, earning them the ire and hatred of humanity across the Forgotten Continent and the entire Divine Moon realm. The humans of the Night Demon clan are immensely powerful, and each attack poses significant challenges for the Moon Goddess clan, though it seems they do not truly threaten their existence. Beyond this, it is inconceivable that any other human could pose a threat to the Moon Goddess clan. The village chief's voice suddenly faltered, as if struck by a revelation. A deep tremor of fear flashed across his face, and he inhaled deeply, his tone growing somber. If one were to insist that a threat to the Moon Goddess clan exists, it could only be the Asura? Asura? Ling Chen was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 58, The Legend of Asura, Part 2, Asura, an entity that forsakes all spirit, belief, and emotion in pursuit of ultimate power, embodies the principle of slaughter. Once an individual transforms into an Asura, they acquire an exceedingly terrifying strength, becoming merciless and brutal, with annihilation as their sole purpose for existence. Long ago, the Forgotten Continent was steeped in tales of Asuras, yet at that time, the concept remained nebulous, merely regarded as a myth, until a true Asura emerged 10,000 years prior. Ling Chen. It is said that he fell into the path of Asura through an ancient malevolent artifact. The reasons for his willingness to abandon everything and embody the Asura remain a mystery. Some claim it was due to hatred, while others assert it was a pure pursuit of power. Regardless, a genuine Asura has arisen. His presence led to the swift demise of 1/10 of the beings on the Forgotten Continent. What? Ling Chen was taken aback. The expanse of the Forgotten Continent was beyond his comprehension. However, accommodating hundreds of millions of players from Huaxia, its vastness was self-evident. Such a colossal territory must harbor countless inhabitants, alongside myriad beasts and monsters. The sheer number of beings undoubtedly reached into the hundreds of millions. One Asura reduced the population of this land by 1/10. What a terrifying figure indeed. You heard correctly, it is indeed 1/10. This is a figure so horrifying it is almost unbelievable, evoking chills merely at the thought. Those who did not experience that era cannot fathom the terror it invoked. Records concerning that Asura state that wherever he tread, it became a hell's cape, and the Forgotten Continent, upon his emergence, was littered with mountains of corpses and seas of bones. It was because of his singular presence that all beings on the Forgotten Continent trembled in fear. Among those he slaughtered were a complete 30 moon envoys. Ling Chen. 30 moon envoys wielding power surpassing the divine realm. Ultimately, his atrocities and formidable strength drew the ire of the heavens, as countless bolts of divine retribution descended from the sky, seeking to obliterate his form. Simultaneously, the three goddesses of the Moon clan united with the sovereign of the Dragon clan, the celestial dragon god, to confront him. It is said that this dreadful battle lasted 3 days and nights, resulting in the annihilation of nearly 1/10 of the Forgotten Continent, and they finally vanquished the Asura, along with the malevolent artifact that facilitated his descent into the Asura path. Though they emerged victorious, the three goddesses were left gravely wounded, and the celestial dragon god retreated to recuperate for a millennium before regaining vitality. Had it not been for the countless bolts of divine retribution assisting them, it is likely that even their combined strength would have struggled to defeat the Asura. As the village chief recounted this tale, His expression was etched with profound trepidation. Observing Ling Chen's somewhat dazed demeanor, he chuckled softly, shaking his head. Alas, I have grown old, and my tongue can no longer be restrained. I should not have shared this with you. The history of the Forgotten Continent has long been an endeavor to erase the memory of that calamitous Asura incident from 10 millennia ago. Nowadays, few remain who are aware of those events, and the Moon Clan has proclaimed that the emergence of another Asura is impossible. These words are merely to be heard, nothing more. Ling Chen nodded, yet the term Asura was indelibly imprinted upon his heart. One individual annihilating 1/10 of the beings on the Forgotten Continent, facing the wrath of the heavens, and single-handedly battling the celestial dragon god and the 3 goddesses of the Moon Clan. What unrelenting cruelty, brutality, strength, and majesty they embodied. He had encountered the name Asura before in this world. Within his backpack lay fragments of the sword wielded by the Asura, known as the Sword of Asura King. The description of the Sword of Asura King spoke of a being who had forsaken all humanity, living solely for slaughter, decimating countless lives, and plunging the world into chaos. Ultimately, this led to divine retribution, culminating in the demise of the Asura at the hands of the celestial dragon god and the goddesses of fate, order, and freedom. Hearing the village chief speak of the Asura again sent tremors through his heart, and upon learning of the 3 goddesses' formidable power, he grasped the sheer terror of an Asura who could battle against them alone. The fact that he possessed a fragment of the sword once held by such a being sent waves of agitation through him. Unbeknownst to him, he had spoken at length. So, young warrior, do you have any further inquiries? If not, allow me to escort you to the Forgotten Continent, the village chief proposed. I wish to inquire. Besides the 3 goddesses and the guardian sacred beasts, how many moon envoys remain? Ling Chen asked, a hint of curiosity in his tone. The village chief regarded him with a peculiar look, contemplating for a moment before responding. It seems you have a fascination with the Moon Clan, which is quite natural. Currently, the Moon Clan possesses approximately 200 high-ranking moon envoys, distributed across various continents to maintain order. Presently, there is one moon envoy on the Forgotten Continent, referred to as the Goddess of Forgetting. She might even be watching us converse from above. Ha ha ha. Additionally, there are many lower-ranking moon envoys, though I cannot ascertain their exact number. 200 high-ranking moon envoys. The sheer magnitude of this force made Ling Chen's lips twitch uncontrollably. How terrifying such a power must be. No wonder the Moon Clan held the authority to govern the entire divine lunar realm. Each moon envoy represents the highest order of the human inhabitants of the Forgotten Continent. The supreme 3 goddesses undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle of power within the divine lunar realm, possessing the right to oversee all beings. And that Asura, to confront the 3 goddesses and the celestial dragon god with his own strength. What an unimaginable individual he must have been. Then, how many divine beasts exist in the Forgotten Continent? Ling Chen continued to inquire, eager to comprehend the hierarchy of power within the Forgotten Continent. The village chief pondered briefly before responding. The Forgotten Continent is vast beyond measure. It is impossible to determine how many divine beasts exist within. The emergence of divine beasts is exceedingly rare. Apart from the 10 ancient demonic beasts, the entire Forgotten Continent likely harbors no more than a dozen divine beasts, including the well-known azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. If we include those 10 demonic beasts, the total exceeds 20. What is the origin of the 10 demonic beasts? Ling Chen inquired. The 10 demonic beasts were birthed by the lord of the demonic clan during the ancient era. Following the downfall of the demonic clan, the 10 demonic beasts concealed themselves within the uncharted corners of the Forgotten Continent, rarely making an appearance. Each possesses the might of divine beasts, rendering their domains forbidden territories for humans, none daring to tread there. The 10 demonic beasts are as follows. The celestial demonic beast, the most formidable of the 10, with an immense form and 8 pairs of black wings. It is rumored that its power transcends the divine realm, nearing the threshold of annihilation. The second is the earth demonic beast, said to dwell beneath the highest peak of the Forgotten Continent, wielding formidable earth-based powers and unparalleled abilities to conceal itself within the earth. The third is the fierce demonic beast, resembling a wolf, known for its extreme brutality and affinity for dark environments. In such settings, it possesses its greatest strength. The fourth is the dark demonic beast, endowed with potent dark powers, perpetually residing in shadows. The fifth is the flame demonic beast, skilled in manipulating fire, currently believed to exist beneath a certain sea of flames. Its fire manipulation capabilities rank just below the sacred beast, Jinwu, and among the 10 demonic beasts, it is the least intimidated by Jinwu. The sixth is the wrath demonic beast, Said to be formed from the hatred of countless spirits of the deceased, it knows no fear of light or darkness. Its power fluctuating between strength and weakness, at its peak even surpassing the celestial demonic beast, yet at its lowest, it may dwindle to nothingness, with an extremely capricious temperament. The seventh is the wind demonic beast, rumored to be a manifestation of a tempest, possessing extraordinary wind manipulation capabilities, capable of traversing the heavens and earth without restraint. The eighth of the 10 magical beasts is the ice beast, an entity formed from extreme ice elements, capable of freezing vast expanses with a mere wave of its hand. It is believed to dwell beneath the glaciers of the far north. The ninth is the war beast, the most combative of the 10, characterized by its ferocious temperament. Its life is a relentless pursuit of power, and its violent nature stems from this quest, with a power attribute of thunder. The 10th is the luminous beast, known for its gentle disposition and weakest offensive capabilities, yet it possesses unparalleled defense, vitality, and regenerative abilities. This creature prefers the depths of the ocean and is likely residing at the bottom of some sea. The might of these 10 magical beasts is such that even the Moon Envoy regards them with trepidation. Thus, as long as they do not bring great evil to the Forgotten Continent, the Moon Envoy is disinclined to provoke them. Simultaneously, these 10 beasts harbor an intense fear of the Golden Crow among the 5 sacred beasts. Their recent seclusion can be attributed, in part, to their fear of the Golden Crow still existing within the Forgotten Continent. Aside from the Golden Crow, they hold no particular fears, as uniting their strength makes it feasible to vanquish a sacred beast. Consequently, even the Beast of Annihilation is reluctant to confront them. Young warrior, as you traverse the Forgotten Continent in the future, it is imperative to avoid those extreme locales, for they may very well be the habitats of these 10 magical beasts. The village chief, Ling Chen, provided a thorough explanation, clearly expressing significant interest and hope for the first player to emerge from the novice village. Ling Chen committed the chief's words to memory and pondered for a moment before asking, "Chief, have you ever heard of the Moon of Divine Retribution?" The Moon of Divine Retribution? The village chief's aged face reflected confusion, and after a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Perhaps my knowledge is limited. Today is the first time I have encountered that name. Young warrior, where did you come by this term?" Although the village chief resides in the novice village, his previous statements indicated an extensive breadth of knowledge, aware of many matters unknown to the average person. He had claimed that his greatest ambition during his time on the Forgotten Continent was to traverse every inch of its land. The fact that even he was unfamiliar with the Moon of Divine Retribution suggests that it has truly faded into obscurity. After all, 10,000 years have passed, a span sufficient for humanity to undergo countless generations, allowing history to forget numerous things. Ling Chen shook his head and vaguely replied, "Oh, I was just asking casually. Thank you for sharing so much, Chief. I have no further inquiries at this moment. Please escort me to Azure Dragon City on the Forgotten Continent." The chief smiled and nodded. "In that case, I shall take you to the Forgotten Continent. As the first to step out from here, I believe you will achieve remarkable feats in the future. Best of luck, young warrior. Now, please stand still." Upon finishing his words, the chief raised both hands, and a cascade of white light descended from the heavens, enveloping Ling Chen. At that moment, from the northeastern corner of the novice village, the dilapidated thatched cottage, which the chief had warned against approaching, creaked open. An old man, clad in rags and emanating a foul odor, emerged with stiff movements. Suddenly, he halted, sharply turning his head. From beneath his unkempt hair, murky eyes shot forth piercing glances, fixating on Ling Chen, ultimately locking onto the Moon of Divine Retribution adorning his left wrist. His body trembled violently, and he erupted into frantic screams, stumbling towards Ling Chen in a wild frenzy. The surrounding players gasped in shock, hastily retreating to avoid the unfolding chaos. Chapter 59. Emerging from the novice village, the incident where the eccentric old man of novice village number 49554 dealt an astonishing 90,000 damage had once caused a sensation among players. Ever since that event, no player dared to approach that dilapidated hut, and they avoided the old man as if he were a plague. At this moment, witnessing his sudden frenzy, the surrounding players were quick to flee in terror. The village chief, who was preparing to teleport alongside Ling Chen, also heard the madman's bizarre howls and turned to see him charging towards them. "Oh, has he gone mad again? This insane old man has been here far longer than I have. He must have been triggered by something earlier. Oh, it seems he is coming for you. I must hasten to send you away. His madness is exceedingly fearsome." Ling Chen, before the village chief could finish, he swiftly cast a spell, and in an instant, a flash of white light enveloped Ling Chen, whisking him away from the spot. Thud. The mad old man crashed down onto the very place where Ling Chen had just stood. Staring blankly at the empty ground, he let out a frantic howl, akin to a desperate beast. His hands pounded the earth wildly, each strike resonating like thunder, creating a deep pit in the hard ground. Players around him scattered, horrified, while the village chief hurriedly sought cover, astonished by the scene. In his recollection, this madman was usually quite subdued. He never provoked others unless disturbed. Even when he occasionally displayed madness, it was never to such a hysterical extent. "Ah!" The old man's cries grew increasingly frenzied, his roars resonating painfully in the village chief's ears. His body writhed and thrashed on the ground, as if enduring unimaginable torment. At that moment, as he rolled, a small orb, the size of a ping-pong ball, slipped from his body, rolling slowly to the side. The attention of the onlookers immediately fixated on the orb. The old man's writhing ceased abruptly as he emitted a strange cry and pounced on the orb, concealing it beneath him as if guarding something more precious than life itself. "Ding! You have arrived at Qinglong City. Ding! You are the world's first player to emerge from the novice village, earning rewards of 200 reputation and 200 skill potential points. This event has been recorded in the World Honor Roll, and the system will issue a global announcement to inform all players. Would you like to conceal your personal information?" As the teleportation light faded, Ling Chen found himself in an entirely new realm, the first sensation being the distinct aroma of the air. He looked around, the familiar, melodious prompt of the system ringing in his ears. "No need." Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Chen replied. Indeed. Being the first to leave the novice village warranted a global announcement. With his response, a thunderous announcement echoed worldwide. "Ding! Global announcement. The first player to emerge from the novice village in the Xunyue world has been born. A player from Huaxia district named Ling Tian. This event has been recorded in the World Honor Roll, and Ling Tian has received rewards of 200 reputation, 200 skill points, and an honor badge. We encourage all players to strive for excellence and exit the novice village to embark on a new journey." As the prompt concluded, the world fell into a brief silence, followed by an uproar. It was only the 5th day of the Xunyue's opening, and yet someone had reached level 10 and exited the novice village. In less than 5 days, a player had achieved such a feat. Astonishment, envy, disbelief. After the shock settled, players from Huaxia could not suppress a surge of excitement and pride. Despite having the largest player base, no player from Huaxia had ever been the first to leave a novice village in the history of virtual gaming. Thus, today's event marked a historic moment for Huaxia, as Ling Tian became the first to earn this distinction, delivering a resounding slap to those foreign players who had mocked Huaxia over this very matter. Cheers and gasps erupted across Huaxia, as countless media outlets rushed to disseminate the news to every corner of the nation. In that instant, players from Huaxia etched the name Ling Tian into their memories. He was the first player in the world to obtain a celestial spirit artifact. If his previous achievements had merely astonished Huaxia players, this time, it signified a historic breakthrough and honor. From this moment forward, the name Ling Tian would resonate throughout Huaxia. Simultaneously, many players were left utterly dumbfounded, particularly those super players at the pinnacle of the global hierarchy, each striving to elevate their levels, all harboring the ambition to be the first to exit the novice village. Yet, gazing at their current levels, they could hardly believe that someone had already reached level 10. Ling Tian, the one who acquired the world's first celestial spirit artifact. His rapid ascent to level 10 must surely be attributed to the artifact. Its attributes must be extraordinarily potent, granting him an unparalleled rate of progression. This singular explanation accounted for his astonishing speed of leveling up. Ling Chen understood that the system prompt would undoubtedly provoke a stir worldwide, but he paid it little mind, redirecting his gaze to observe his surroundings. Nearby stood a towering stone tablet, bathed in white light, undoubtedly a resurrection stone. It indicated that this location could serve as a respawn point, allowing players to teleport back here upon death. He found himself in an expansive plaza, sparsely populated by NPCs whose attire starkly contrasted with those from the novice village. Further ahead lay a series of majestic and orderly buildings, evoking a sense of being in a modern metropolis. Regardless, I should proceed to change my class. After surveying the area, Ling Chen set his sights on an NPC, preparing to inquire about the class transition location. Suddenly, a dazzling figure appeared before him, halting his steps. "Chiyue, hadn't I said you shouldn't appear without my command?" Ling Chen remarked helplessly, while he recognized that this enchanting figure, who referred to him as young master, would not wholly heed his words. However, this time, Ling Chen was taken aback to see that the enchanting woman bore no seductive smile that could enthrall any man. Instead, She appeared momentarily dazed, and after a brief pause, murmured dreamily, "Strange. I seemed to sense the aura of the sacred pearl while I was dreaming. Was it merely an illusion? The sacred pearl?" Ling Chen's eyelids fluttered at her softly spoken words. Chiyue fell silent for a moment, seemingly endeavoring to sense something. Yet soon after, she gave up, turning her exquisite face towards Ling Chen, a beguiling smile gracing her lips. "Oh, it's nothing, my young master. I must have been too deeply asleep, leading to a fleeting sensation. After all, I am simply too eager to find the sacred pearl. This place is the forgotten continent." Ling Chen suppressed the tingling sensation coursing through him and replied nonchalantly. "Oh." The eyes of Chiyue shimmered with a faint brilliance as she gracefully twisted her slender waist, surveying her surroundings. "What a beautiful place this is. And those buildings are astonishingly exquisite." A millennium had passed, yet the forgotten continent remained unchanged, though it was no longer the realm of her memories. It seemed she needed to reacquaint herself with this place. "Little master, would you take me on a stroll here? Return to the abyss of heavenly retribution at once." Ling Chen commanded decisively, his teeth clenched. To walk alongside such a bewitching enchantress on the streets of Qinglong City would inevitably attract the gaze of every man, and even woman, around them. The repercussions would be unfathomable if those male NPCs lost control under Chiyue's allure. She simply could not be allowed to wander the streets. With her lips curling into a pouting expression, even the most stoic heart would soften at a glance. Chiyue, in her feigned distress, murmured, "All right. I shall obediently heed my little master's words and return to that dark place. However, this is the forgotten continent, no longer a realm beyond the world. Thus, I must first help conceal the aura and form of the abyss of heavenly retribution." With a delicate step, Chiyue approached Ling Chen, extending a long, snow-white finger that glimmered like jade. She waved it above his left wrist, and instantly, the faint black light emanating from the abyss of heavenly retribution vanished completely. Its form twisted and transformed before their eyes, soon resembling an ordinary black bracelet. "Very well, this should suffice," she said, her satisfaction evident as she admired the new appearance of the abyss of heavenly retribution. Ling Chen, taken aback, realized that this enchantress could alter its outward form. Yet, was this change genuine or merely a visual illusion? Would it truly evade detection? The moon goddesses enjoyed remarkably long lifespans. For them, a millennium was but a fleeting moment. However, the moon envoys were different. Their longevity peaked at a few thousand years. Thus, only the highest-ranking 3 goddesses had ever truly seen the abyss of heavenly retribution. These exalted beings, so far removed from the world, would hardly tread upon the humble forgotten continent, let alone concern themselves with a mere mortal from a foreign realm. Therefore, such a simple disguise would be ample. As for the aura, it posed even less of an issue. Even if the 3 goddesses were to descend, they would not perceive it unless they deliberately sought it out. After all, how could the illustrious highest 3 goddesses possibly deign to notice the lowly moon god chain of a mere mortal? Chapter 60. Qinglong City. This method of concealment is not infallible. If the young master were to wield the power of the Moon of Divine Retribution, its true form would become evident. Should it endure a significant impact, its illusory state would dissipate. However, the young master need not worry, for the Moon of Divine Retribution is not easily detected by the Moon God clan, as they remain oblivious to its existence after all these years. After a millennium has passed, they might have forgotten this cursed object they once destroyed. After all, things that do not exist do not warrant remembrance. A faint shadow of darkness flickered across Chiyue's beautiful smile, which did not escape Ling Chen's keen perception. This enchantress seems to harbor a profound enmity towards the Moon God clan. Could it be related to their desire to obliterate the Moon of Divine Retribution? What must I do to locate the other exclusive orbs? Ling Chen inquired, driven by an insatiable curiosity and desire for the other orbs, spurred not solely by the Moon of Divine Retribution, but also by the formidable power of the twin orbs. Given the might of the twin orbs, it was reasonable to assume that the other divine orbs belonged to the same echelon of strength, with the holy orbs potentially being unimaginably powerful. Their allure was irresistible to anyone, including Ling Chen himself. Quite simply, Chiyue's response momentarily stunned Ling Chen. But her next words nearly darkened his expression. "You must traverse every corner of the forgotten continent, including its surrounding seas. The exclusive orbs of the Moon of Divine Retribution will not stray from the forgotten continent. By searching every nook and cranny of this land, you will surely uncover them." Isn't that just stating the obvious? Ling Chen gritted his teeth in frustration. Yet, there was no alternative offered. Chiyue smiled mischievously, seemingly pleased with Ling Chen's exasperation. However, If you come close to a divine orb or a holy orb, you may sense its presence, but do not harbor excessive hope. For the condition for sensing the exclusive orbs is that they must be actively or passively releasing their powers. Otherwise, unless you are within 10 meters, they remain undetectable. Best of luck, young master. Your future rests entirely upon your shoulders. Currently, the power of the Moon of Divine Retribution is incomplete, forcing me to linger in that dark place. Each day, I may manifest for only 10 minutes. If you can find all the orbs, I shall break free from the Moon of Divine Retribution and become your eternal servant, attending to your every whim. Her voice sent electric shivers coursing through Ling Chen, igniting an insatiable fire within him. It dawned upon him why this enchantress remained so obedient within the confines of the Moon of Divine Retribution. It became clear that she could only assume her true form for a mere 10 minutes each day, and it appeared she spent most of her time in slumber within the moon. Then let us hasten back to the Moon of Divine Retribution. Ling Chen averted his gaze from her enchanting eyes and alluring visage, holding his breath as he spoke. Fortunately, her time in his presence was limited to 10 minutes. Otherwise, he feared he might succumb to temptation. With the enchantress finally returning to the Moon of Divine Retribution, Ling Chen took a moment to compose himself before dashing forward. However, merely a few steps into his run, a system notification resonated across the globe. Ding! Global announcement. The second player to emerge from the novice village in the Divine Moon world has been born. The player Eve from the America Battle Zone has made her mark on the global honor roll, earning 100 reputation points and 100 skill points. May all players strive to follow suit and soon leave the novice village to embark on new beginnings. Ling Chen's pace abruptly halted. Eve. He murmured the name, his eyes glinting before he continued onward. She had advanced to level 10 and exited the novice village with remarkable speed, primarily due to her having slain a level 10 spirit beast, allowing her to leap 4 levels ahead, propelling her to heights unattainable by other players and distancing herself from top-tier experts. Had he not encountered the greedy giant toad and instead followed a conventional leveling path, reaching level 10 would have taken him many more days, given his online time. At that moment, less than 3 minutes had elapsed since his own departure from the novice village. Essentially, Eve had synchronized her exit with him. A mere 3-minute difference hardly constituted a gap. Ling Chen had experienced an extraordinary stroke of fortune to gain such an advantage over other players, while this Eve, though he wished to avoid encountering her again, fate had other plans, and a confrontation between them seemed inevitable. Perhaps she had already surmised that Ling Tian was indeed him. Ling Chen mused quietly to himself. This notification brought Ling Chen a fleeting sense of awareness, while it struck the global player base with profound astonishment. Following the announcement, they suddenly realized someone had surpassed Eve. Since Eve's emergence in the virtual gaming realm, no player had ever achieved such a feat. This player, an almost divine presence, was globally acknowledged as the sole SSS level expert, a woman who had never been defeated or surpassed. Who then was this Ling Tian, a name previously unheard of? Had he surpassed Eve through mere chance and luck, or did he genuinely possess such formidable prowess? Having inquired with NPCs about the location of the class change site, Ling Chen pressed onward. The class change hall was not far from the central square, but en route, he passed through the largest commercial street in Qinglong City. Ling Chen decided to linger for a while in the marketplace. Warehouse owner, please expand my inventory, he requested as he entered the central warehouse of Qinglong City. Addressing the corpulent proprietor, upon recognizing a potential customer, the warehouse owner beamed with delight, his small eyes nearly obscured by his ample flesh. Ah, could it be that you are the legendary hero from another world? To expand to 100 slots costs 100 gold coins, to 150 slots costs 300 gold coins, and to 200 slots costs 1,000 gold coins. Players start with an initial inventory of 50 slots, which suffices during the novice phase but becomes woefully inadequate in the main city. The fees for expansion were astronomical for players at this stage. Yet Ling Chen boasted a considerable fortune of 1,798 gold coins. Without hesitation, he handed over 1,000 gold coins. Upon receiving the coins, the warehouse owner's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickly tucked the gold away, muttering, "Wow, a wealthy person, a big spender, a rich second generation." A flash of light enveloped Ling Chen, followed by a notification indicating that his inventory had expanded to 200 slots. The warehouse owner grinned widely. Done. The hero from another world, your inventory has been successfully expanded to the current maximum capacity. When you reach level 50, you may return to me, and it will only cost 3,000 gold coins to expand to 300 slots. If you have any important items, I can store them for you at a 20% discount, with free shipping at any time. Ling Chen could only respond with a bewildered expression. The weapon shop in Qinglong City offered nothing but basic gear, lacking even a single piece of iron equipment. In the prop shop, a plethora of items unattainable in the novice village are displayed, such as advanced potions and energy crystals. Green potion, intermediate life recovery potion, restores 800 health instantly upon consumption, with a cooldown of 5 seconds, priced at 1 silver coin. Cyan potion, advanced life recovery potion, restores 1,500 health instantly upon consumption, with a cooldown of 5 seconds, priced at 5 silver coins. Deep blue potion, intermediate magic recovery potion, restores 200 mana instantly upon consumption, with a cooldown of 5 seconds, priced at 1 silver coin. Purple potion, advanced magic recovery potion, restores 400 health instantly upon consumption, with a cooldown of 5 seconds, priced at 5 silver coins. Low-level strength crystal, category, energy crystal, grade, low-level, attribute, fire, effect, 6 physical attack power, priced at 200 gold coins. Low-level magic crystal, category, energy crystal, grade, low-level, attribute, water, effect, 6 magic attack power, priced at 200 gold coins. Low-level life crystal, category, energy crystal, grade, low-level, attribute, water, effect, 6 life, priced at 200 gold coins. The effects of low-level crystals are double that of basic crystals, yet their price is tenfold. Here, only low-level crystals are available, with no sight of intermediate crystals. Cough, cough, young brave one. Should you possess the Moon Goddess Chain, these crystals can bestow upon you additional power. The more potent your Moon Goddess Chain, the greater their assistance will be. When you surpass level 50, you may venture to the Forgotten City at the center, where you can procure even more advanced energy crystals. Naturally, while hunting monsters, there is also a chance to acquire higher-level crystals, said the amiable middle-aged proprietor of the shop. A 6 attribute enhancement is a considerable boost in strength, especially since his cursed moon has 12 empty slots, 9 of which can accommodate crystals or gems of any grade. Should he purchase 9 different energy crystals to embed, his power would significantly increase. Ling Chen glanced at the remaining gold coins in his expanded backpack, which totaled less than 800. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately decided against any purchases and exited the prop shop, heading straight for the class change hall in Qinglong City. In his understanding, learning skills after a class change would require spending gold coins on skill books from mentors, potentially an expensive endeavor, thus deeming it prudent to conserve his funds. Chapter 61. The astonishing class mentor due to the vast player base in the Huaxia region. The central class transfer hall in Qinglong City is exceptionally grand. Yet at this moment, the expansive hall appears eerily desolate, almost pitifully so. The space, akin to several football fields, is occupied by only a scant few individuals. Ling Chen surveyed the area, counting a total of 7 people, precisely the 7 class mentors corresponding to the major warrior classes in the realm of Shenyue: the Guardian, Archer, Elementalist, Priest, Assassin, and Summoner. Nearest to the entrance of the hall was the mentor for warriors, a man appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, exuding an aura befitting a mentor. As Ling Chen approached, he found the man languidly reclining in his chair, exuding an air of lethargy, his demeanor half asleep. To Ling Chen's disbelief, there seemed to be drool at the corner of his mouth, and he mumbled softly, "Sigh, according to my incomplete statistics, it will take at least 2 more days for those from the other world to arrive. I've heard that the women in that world are exceptionally charming. Their figures even more so. How shall I utilize my current identity to flirt with them when they arrive? But how shall I pass these dull days?" Ling Chen interjected, "Ahem, hello, mentor." The warrior class mentor finally registered Ling Chen's presence, his eyes widening in surprise. He sprang from his seat as if pricked by a needle, his previously lascivious expression instantly transforming into one of solemnity. Swiftly wiping away the drool, he composed himself and warmly stated, "Greetings, young man. This is the designated class transfer hall for humans from the other realm. It is not suitable for those not from there. Wait a moment, isn't this hall restricted to otherworldly humans? Could it be? By heavens, you are one of those otherworldly humans, a so-called player?" "Yes," Ling Chen replied, his facial muscles twitching in response. The speed and quality of the mentor's transformation were akin to that of an Oscar-winning actor. Nevertheless, it was imperative to maintain decorum with NPCs, as offending them was unwise. The warrior class mentor's mind spun with excitement. How remarkable that a player had arrived here so swiftly. This was 2 days earlier than anticipated. Those old geezers were indeed correct. Among billions of otherworldly beings, a few would surely be extraordinary, true prodigies. This individual was the first to reach this place. The very first among billions. If not a genius, then who is? The first to arrive here would, of course, seek to become a warrior. Oh, what prestige this would bestow. The envy of those old-timers would surely be palpable. Ahem. The warrior class mentor said, his expression grave. He nodded slowly at Ling Chen. Welcome, brave one from another world, to Qinglong City. May the moon goddess bless you. You are the first player to arrive here, and your speed is indeed astonishing. It seems you must possess exceptional talent. Given your attire, you must be an apprentice warrior, correct? Yes, Ling Chen replied succinctly, finding the question rather redundant. Excellent. The mentor continued, his demeanor still serious. The warrior is the mightiest class in the Forgotten Continent, possessing unparalleled melee capabilities and formidable defensive strength. On the battlefield, we are always at the forefront, and without us, even the largest of forces would pale in comparison. Your arrival here signifies your immense strength and talent, and your choice to become a warrior further attests to your discernment. Ling Chen remained silent, internally exclaiming, "Oh, come on. I can assist you in becoming a true warrior." The apprentice warrior class has no branches, allowing mastery over swords, axes, spears, and other weapons, enabling the use of all the basic skills of an apprentice warrior. However, I advise you to focus on one weapon for development. Upon advancing to the second tier, different branches will emerge based on the weapon used. So specializing in one weapon is the wisest choice, saving you considerable skill potential points. Among warrior weapons, sword and axe types offer balanced power, while polearms boast greater range and strength, but are slower. Axes and hammers deliver the highest damage, but leave considerable openings when skills are used. Therefore, you must deliberate carefully on your choice. Do you wish to become a true warrior now? The mentor gazed at Ling Chen with a seriousness that suggested he feared a negative response. Thus, he added, as you are the first apprentice warrior here, all skills learned in my tutelage will be free of charge, and I can also elevate your chosen weapon proficiency skill to level 2. This generous offer was undeniably advantageous for Ling Chen. He nodded, "Thank you, mentor. Please allow me to transition into a true warrior." Splendid. The warrior class mentor replied with satisfaction. May the moon goddess bless you. You will soon become a great warrior. Now, let us examine your apprentice skills. Should any of your skills reach their maximum level, the corresponding formal warrior skill will automatically elevate to level 2. Show me your skills. Ling Chen was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood the implications. He possessed 3 apprentice skills: the single target skill, full strike, the area attack skill, arc slash, and the supportive skill, rage of fire. This meant that should any of these 3 reach their maximum level, the corresponding formal warrior skills would directly advance to level 2. With all his apprentice skills already at maximum level, he realized he could potentially elevate 3 formal warrior skills upon learning them. Without hesitation, Ling Chen summoned his skill panel and displayed all his skills before the warrior class mentor. Upon the mentor's first glance at Ling Chen's skill panel, his face lit up with astonishment. You have even unlocked the Rage of Fire skill. This is only achievable when both basic skills of an apprentice warrior are maxed out. Remarkable. But wait, your Rage of Fire is also at maximum level. The warrior class mentor's eyes widened in disbelief, excitement radiating from him as if he had seen an enchanting maiden, a prodigy, a true prodigy. You otherworldly humans have been here for less than 5 days. In such a short span, not only have you unlocked Rage of Fire, but all your apprentice skills are at maximum level. Young brave one, you are the most astonishing prodigy I have ever encountered. I believe you will undoubtedly become a great warrior. I have decided that upon your class transition, I will use my power to elevate all your formal warrior skills to level 3. You are a true genius, and you deserve such an honor. Ling Chen, after a moment of excitement, the warrior class transfer mentor shifted his attention back to Ling Chen's skill panel, confirming once again that all of his apprentice skills had indeed reached their maximum level. However, as he inadvertently glanced further down, an overwhelming shock coursed through him, causing him to lean forward, nearly dislodging his eyeballs. The celestial tactics. The artifact manipulation art. This. The dignified image the warrior class transfer mentor had upheld vanished entirely, and he swallowed hard, stuttering as he spoke. Isn't this the ancient battle arts lost to legend for millennia? The warrior class transfer mentor stared blankly at the 2 ancient battle arts that existed solely in folklore, known only to a select few, unable to believe his own eyes. Following the names were descriptions of the skill's effects, which were not merely nominal. Their effects mirrored those of the fabled arts. After a prolonged moment, he regained his composure, his gaze shifting in astonishment as he wished to inquire how Ling Chen had acquired these 2 ancient battle arts. Yet, as he turned, his eyes inadvertently fell upon Ling Chen's final skill, Soul Sacrifice. In an instant, The middle-aged man seemed struck by a celestial thunderbolt, his entire body jolting as he froze in place, his expression exaggerated beyond description, his mouth agape, as if a rabbit with protruding teeth could be easily stuffed inside. Minter, is there an issue? Ling Chen ventured to ask after the warrior class transfer. Minter remained in a state of utter shock for a full 5 seconds. As if petrified, at the sound of Ling Chen's voice, the Minter jolted again, finally snapping back to reality. His eyes darted back to soul sacrifice, repeatedly confirming whether his vision deceived him. Suddenly, he turned and bellowed, "You old geezers, come here at once." The other 6 mentors, previously lethargic and idle, were startled into alertness by the thunderous shout, with 2 even tumbling from their chairs. "What the hell? Did you get violated or something? Damn it, I was in a dream, on a date with a beautiful woman, and you scared her away. Stop your shouting, if you don't have anything of interest. I swear I'll break your bones." The 6 middle-aged men of similar age approached with grumbling protests, leaving Ling Chen perplexed as to whether he was facing a group of class transfer mentors or a band of ruffians. The warrior class transfer mentor said nothing but extended his hand, pointing at soul sacrifice on Ling Chen's skill panel, and simultaneously, the gaze of the 6 mentors fell upon it. In that moment, the world fell silent. Ling Chen witnessed 6 pairs of eyes widen and mouths drop open. If they were any shorter, their jaws would surely have hit the ground. Chapter 62. Desperate struggles. I inquired, "Is there a problem?" The exaggerated expressions on their faces compelled Ling Chen to ponder deeply. The skill soul sacrifice, which he had unlocked after an arduous battle with the greedy giant toad, was an exceedingly perilous ability. Once activated, it placed the user on the brink of death, yet its effects were nothing short of astonishing. At merely level 2, it could instantaneously triple one's attack power. Those fleeting seconds, teetering on the edge of mortality, held the potential to create monumental miracles and alter the course of battle. This dangerous and terrifying skill elicited such exaggerated reactions from the class mentors. Could there be something more concealed within its depths? "Come on, you lot. Can't you show some ambition? You all look as if your souls have departed," Ling Chen exclaimed, addressing the 6 mentors who stood frozen in shock, as if they had suddenly lost consciousness. The warrior mentor, forgetting his own earlier excitement upon witnessing the soul sacrifice, bellowed with fervor. His voice was so thunderous that Ling Chen nearly staggered backward. Yet, this powerful shout snapped the 6 class mentors back to reality. Ignoring the spittle flying from the warrior mentor's mouth, they fixated their gazes on Ling Chen, staring at him as if he were an otherworldly creature, causing him to feel an unsettling chill. Upon hearing the warrior mentor declare him an otherworldly hero here to change classes, their astonished looks morphed into fervent admiration. The first to break the silence was the shield guardian mentor, who stepped forward, his expression brimming with excitement and longing. He looked at Ling Chen as if he were a famished wolf encountering its prey after centuries of hunger. "Young man, no, valiant hero from another realm. The possession of the soul sacrifice skill signifies your immense mental prowess. Such exceptional talent should not be squandered on the inferior profession of a warrior. Come become a shield guardian. With your formidable mental strength, you will embody the ultimate spirit of protection, which is essential for reaching the pinnacle of shield guardianship. I firmly believe that someone with your extraordinary gift will soon become the most powerful shield guardian in the Forgotten Continent. Indeed, the shield guardian class is the perfect fit for you. Concerns about novice classes or attributes are trivial. Should you choose to become a shield guardian, I shall convert your strength attribute into constitution and elevate all your shield guardian skills to level 3. Young man, do not hesitate. You will not regret your decision. Get lost. A shield guardian possesses no offensive capabilities, effectively stifling this genius, this divine talent. The shield guardian mentor was abruptly interrupted as another mentor, donned in a green robe, rushed to Ling Chen's side, his eyes gleaming like light bulbs. "Young man, with your handsome and dashing appearance reminiscent of my youthful days, I believed at first glance that you are a born marksman, and indeed, the truth holds. With your powerful mental energy, you can discern everything in the blink of an eye, aim with precision, and hit your target without fail. Those mere warriors and shield guardians would be reduced to porcupines before even nearing you. It would be a travesty not to become an archer. Don't deliberate any longer. Take on the mantle of the strongest archer in the Forgotten Continent. Should you choose this path, I will convert your strength attribute into agility and elevate all your archer skills to level 5. Yes, you heard correctly, every skill to level 5. Act now, for the time to seize your destiny is upon you. Step aside. Ahem, young man, do not heed their misguided ramblings. Trust me, the profession that suits you best is that of an assassin. With your immense mental energy, you will transform into a fearsome harbinger of death, maintaining the sharpest awareness in any environment, perceiving all that unfolds. Moreover, should you wish to remain undetected, none will uncover your whereabouts. This is the ultimate realm sought by assassins. With your talent, you will swiftly ascend to the status of a top-tier assassin, thriving in the art of stealth and cunning. Ah, what an expression. Do not hesitate. Allow me to guide you into the assassin class, and I shall elevate all your skills to level 10 silence. All of you. Do you not understand that you are leading him astray? Ahem, young man, look into my eyes. Yes, my kind gaze reveals that I am a great priest. What does a powerful priest require? Precisely, mental power. With great mental energy, you can make the most impeccable judgments and provide timely healing on the battlefield. Given your spiritual talent, I believe your healing efficiency could reach a legendary 90. No, over 95. Trust me, you will become the most powerful priest in the world, renowned far and wide. Countless players will seek your protection against formidable bosses. At that time, wealth beyond measure and a myriad of beauties will be yours for the taking. Choose to become a great priest, and I shall grant you an additional 500 mana points, along with elevating all your priest skills to their maximum level. How outrageous. Such an extraordinary talent, and you want him to become a mere healer. Have you lost your senses? Young man, disregard their nonsense. The elementalist is your true calling. With such formidable mental energy, your spellcasting speed will far exceed that of others. The magic you unleash will possess unparalleled might. In that moment, you will become a terrifying force of destruction, able to annihilate any warrior, shield guardian, archer, assassin, or priest with a mere flick of your wrist. All shall crumble before your formidable spells. I trust your choice will be wise. Come, become a powerful elementalist. This mentor will grant you an additional 1,000 mana points and elevate all your elementalist skills to their maximum level O. And I will even provide a complete set of level 15 silver equipment. Do you have any reason to hesitate? Maximum level additional attributes, a full set of equipment. Have you all gone mad? Have you forgotten the mentor's code of conduct and professional ethics? This is utterly unacceptable. Is it merely a matter of possessing strong mental talent that you cast aside all sense of decency? Young man, do not listen to them. The summoner profession is truly your best fit. While other novice summoners can summon at most 3 creatures before reaching their mental limit, with your mental energy, you could summon 5, perhaps even 8 or 10. Furthermore, you could conjure beings that others cannot summon. In that moment, your power would rival that of a dozen individuals, rendering the opposing classes insignificant. Ahem, do not hesitate. Trust me, this is your most prudent choice. Should you choose to become a summoner now, maxing out your skills and providing a complete silver equipment set would be trivial. I shall also bestow upon you an exclusive summoning skill book. Oh, and by the way, I have a daughter, aged 18, who is as stunning as a flower and a level 50 light summoner, still unwed. Nonsense. How shameless. He is clearly best suited to be a shield guardian. Go play with your spoons. He must become an archer. All of you, step aside. He is most suited to be an elementalist, an assassin, a shield guardian, a summoner. The 6 job transfer mentors, resembling vendors in a bustling market, fervently promoted their respective professions to Ling Chen, eagerly presenting various incentives and engaging in heated disputes with one another. Their faces flushed with excitement. Their voices, each louder than the last, reverberated through the air, causing Ling Chen's eardrums to thrum painfully, nearly compelling him to flee. Yet, he understood the source of their fervor. A crucial requirement for the initiation of the soul ritual was possessing formidable mental strength. During his arduous battle against the greedy giant toad, he had endured an excruciating 9 hours under immense psychological pressure, an extraordinary feat unattainable by ordinary individuals. Consequently, upon vanquishing the creature, he had autonomously activated the soul ritual. It was evident that these mentors were well aware of this skill and recognized that its wielder must possess exceptional mental capabilities. For every profession, attributes can be enhanced, equipment can be exchanged, and skills can be mastered. However, mental prowess is an immutable and vital talent. With robust mental strength, regardless of whether one becomes a warrior, guardian, archer, assassin, elemental mage, priest, or summoner, one can fully realize the potential of that profession, easily ascending to its zenith. Thus, the mentors were embroiled in a fierce competition, and if the cacophony persisted, a physical altercation seemed imminent. The warrior mentor, who had remained silent until now, stood with an expression alternating between pale and flushed, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. Finally, unable to contain himself any longer, he bellowed, "Silence, all of you." His thunderous voice echoed like a clap of thunder. causing dust to tumble from the ceiling of the transfer hall. Ling Chen felt disoriented by the force of the shout, while the 6 mentors ceased their clamor, each staring wide-eyed at him. Why are you old fools fighting over this? Listen, although he intends to become a warrior, do not think you can monopolize him. Monopolize? I want to even let him choose the warrior path. The warrior mentor roared. His proclamation rendered the other 6 mentors momentarily speechless, including Ling Chen, who was taken aback. The warrior mentor cleared his throat, attempting to regain composure, and turned to Ling Chen with a grave expression. Young man, your ability to activate the soul ritual indicates you possess extraordinary mental fortitude. However, you may not fully grasp the significance of this skill. Ling Chen nodded slightly, awaiting his elucidation. The mentor continued earnestly. Very few are aware of this skill's existence. Aside from us, only those at the pinnacle of power or strength would likely know. The last occurrence of this skill was 10,000 years ago, and since then, it has not resurfaced. Thus, you are the first individual, since the death of that person a millennium ago, to possess the mental strength to activate the soul ritual, at least here on the Forgotten Continent. That is why we are so excited. The other 6 mentors nodded in agreement. Chapter 63, The Hall of War Souls, Part 1. Is this the first occurrence in 10,000 years? Strangely, Ling Chen felt no surprise at this fact. He was acutely aware of the extraordinary strength of his mental prowess, a realm infinitely beyond that of ordinary beings. His mental abilities had been honed through countless trials and torturous experiences that humanity could scarcely endure. How could such a feat be comprehended or compared by mere mortals? His calm demeanor astonished the 7 occupational mentors, for in their understanding, any normal individual would be elated to learn they were the first in millennia. The warrior mentor continued. It seems you recognize the magnitude of your mental capabilities. No, to awaken the soul right signifies that your mental strength is not merely powerful, it is extraordinarily beyond description. Those who remain ignorant of what the soul right entails are one thing. However, if this matter were to reach the ears of those knowledgeable in the soul right, they would undoubtedly display the same excitement and shock we exhibit. The Forgotten Continent is home to hundreds of millions of humans, yet throughout countless years, only a scant few have reached the realm of divine profound. Presently, only 3 individuals possess such power among humanity. As for those who can achieve holy annihilation, history records none. This count excludes the Moon God clan, a divine race surpassing humanity, and the Asura who once instilled fear in the heavens and earth millennia ago. Asura. They were aware of the Asura from that time. Wait, they mentioned that the last individual to awaken the soul right did so 10,000 years ago. Could that person be? Indeed, the last to awaken the soul right was the greatest human expert of that era. The Crimson Flame Sword Emperor, the very Asura I just referenced. Ling Chen, you need not grasp the significance of the Asura. There is no necessity for this name to resurface, as knowing its origins would only serve to increase your dread. All you must understand is that he was once the foremost expert among humanity on the Forgotten Continent. The Crimson Profound Sword Emperor, he began as a man. But upon becoming an Asura, he transcended humanity, evolving into a being that surpassed even the realms of God and demon. Such entities are abhorred by the world. Once they manifest, they are met with divine retribution. Their fate is nothing but annihilation, leaving no trace behind. He was the one who awakened the soul right 10,000 years ago. I share this with you to illustrate why mortals cannot touch holy annihilation, and why even reaching divine profound is exceedingly difficult. It is not due to the brevity of human lifespan that one cannot ascend to the pinnacle, but rather the limitations of human mental strength, which constrain our power from surpassing the thresholds of mental endurance. The Moon God clan possesses physical forms and essences identical to humans, yet they are deemed gods solely because they harbor immense mental strength from birth. With such vast mental capabilities, their rate of power enhancement and the heights they can achieve are beyond human comparison. And your ability to awaken the soul right proves that you are a terrifying anomaly among humanity, akin to the Crimson Profound Sword Emperor of yore. The limits you can achieve will exceed those of ordinary individuals, meaning that if you are diligent, one day you might even reach heights beyond divine profound. The other mentors nodded in agreement. This was why they had been so eager to have Ling Chen transition into their respective professions, even willing to disregard principles and employ unorthodox means. As the warrior mentor asserted, with sufficient effort and opportunity, he might become the first human since the fallen Crimson Profound Sword Emperor to touch the realm of holy annihilation. The thought of such a person belonging to their profession or having been guided into it by their hands was indeed a monumental honor. Wait, old warrior. With all your rambling, you can't mean. The warrior mentor's gaze flickered as he slowly stated, while you old geezers are busy vying for this prodigy. Have you forgotten? To have such terrifying talent transition into an ordinary profession would be a tragic waste of his gifts. The other 6 mentors fell silent, their expressions shifting to one of shame. All right, you are right. We have been too excited. Indeed, such a powerful mental endowment should not be squandered on a common profession. The warrior mentor nodded, his gaze fixed intently on the somewhat astonished Ling Chen, and said, "Soon, accompany me to a place called the Hall of War Souls. As I suspected, no one else possesses greater qualifications to enter the Hall of War Souls than he does." The Shield Guardian mentor interjected, "The Hall of War Souls?" Naturally, Ling Chen, a newcomer to Qinglong City, was unaware of its significance. However, from the mentor's words, he quickly realized that these 7 occupational mentors were not merely preparing to grant him a transition into one of the 7 major professions. Instead, they intended to bestow upon him a hidden profession. Hidden professions are a concept present in every virtual game world, a coveted aspiration for all players. They are termed hidden because they lie outside the 7 mainstream professions, and few know of their existence or how to transition into them. Hidden professions may not necessarily be superior to ordinary ones, but they possess unique characteristics and greater potential. Typically, hidden professions are unique and exceedingly rare. Transitioning into a hidden profession requires ample luck and opportunity, as well as formidable strength, often achieved through arduous tasks of near impossible difficulty. The scant few hidden professions concealed within the virtual game world are what every player desperately seeks and dreams of. Yet in the past virtual game worlds, only a handful of players among the hundreds of millions in Huaxiang managed to transition into hidden professions. These individuals were either exceptionally powerful experts or influential leaders with vast resources. Now, these mentors were clearly intending to actively grant him a hidden profession, distinct from the 7 ordinary professions. To say he was not excited would be a lie. In previous game worlds, Ling Chen had sought after the legendary hidden professions, yet he had always come up empty-handed. If hidden professions were so easily obtained, they would not deserve their elusive title. Their rarity is not merely due to their immense potential, but also their extreme scarcity. What is the Hall of War Souls? Ling Chen inquired. The assassin mentor continued from where the warrior mentor left off. The Hall of War Souls can be described as the most sacred place in Qinglong City. No warrior on the Forgotten Continent is unaware of its name. Every year, countless warriors seek entry into the Hall of War Souls, yearning to inherit the strength of the mighty. However, entry into the Hall of War Souls is not granted to just anyone. 3 conditions must be met. First, one must possess no malicious intent, which is essential. Second, one must be below level 15. If one is of too high a level, their occupational power is too mature. And even if recognized, the new profession will be weakened by the resistance of the original. Third, one must have sufficient talent. Otherwise, entering would merely be a waste of time. Furthermore, according to the rules of the Hall of War Souls, an individual is allowed only one opportunity to enter throughout their lifetime. Whether they succeed or fail, they may never enter again. Do you understand? Ling Chen nodded. From the mentor's remarks, it was clear that within the Hall of War Souls lay the remnants of legendary experts from the past, forces awaiting to be inherited. This meant there were numerous opportunities to transition into hidden professions. In other words, the hall contained many hidden professions. If this place were to be discovered by players, they would undoubtedly rush towards it in a frenzy. Perceiving Ling Chen's thoughts, the warrior class mentor spoke. The Hall of Battle Souls is a sacred place, not one that can be accessed at will. You, beings from another world, are not entirely devoid of the qualifications required for entry. The sole avenue to gain access is through possessing exceptional talent, thereby being chosen by us to enter the Hall of Battle Souls. It is said that the number of individuals who venture into the Forgotten Continent may reach several hundred million. Yet I believe that those qualified to enter the Hall of Battle Souls will not exceed 1 in 50 million. In other words, even if all of you were to arrive, the count of those we would acknowledge as deserving of entry would not surpass 10. It is essential to understand that the power hierarchy of the denizens of the Forgotten Continent far surpasses that of you players. However, since the establishment of the Hall of Battle Souls a millennium ago, only 9 individuals have successfully inherited its powers, averaging 1 success every century. Each of these 9 has subsequently risen to become a formidable figure renowned across the land. With this explanation, I trust you comprehend the situation. Allow me to escort you to the Hall of Battle Souls. Without even mentioning the Soul Festival, being the first among millions of players to arrive here already grants you a qualification for entry. Follow me. With that, the warrior class mentor made no further delay, gesturing to Ling Chen before striding toward the entrance of the hall. For the next couple of days, it was unlikely any players would come for class advancement, alleviating his concerns regarding any departure issues. Chapter 64. The Hall of War Souls, Part 2. Hey, what are you old fellows doing following me? The warrior class transfer mentor had only taken a few steps when he realized that not only was Ling Chen behind him, but also 6 other transfer mentors. Of course, we are all going to see. Who said only you could go? Besides, it's unlikely that any other players will come here now, so leaving isn't an issue. Ultimately, the 7 transfer mentors accompanied Ling Chen directly to the Hall of War Souls. It seems that among the players, he was the only one to receive such an honor. After all, these 7 mentors had developed a considerable interest in him. The Hall of War Souls was situated in a tranquil area, not far from the Lord's mansion. As they drew near, Ling Chen felt an indescribable heaviness and a chilling aura. The once jovial transfer mentors fell silent, their faces adopting serious and solemn expressions. When they stood before the hall, their demeanor grew even more grave, tinged with a hint of anxiety. In contrast to the luxurious buildings of Qinglong City, the Hall of War Souls appeared old and unremarkable, much smaller than Ling Chen had anticipated. A glance around revealed no other souls in sight, and the atmosphere was excessively cold and quiet. The transfer mentors had stated that this was the most sacred place in Qinglong City, not to be approached by ordinary people. And it seemed to be true. This is it. Outside the hall's entrance, the warrior transfer mentor paused and whispered to Ling Chen. As soon as his words fell, the tightly shut doors of the hall suddenly creaked open, revealing a man clad in black, with piercing eyes like a hawk, who stepped out and coldly inquired, "What brings you here?" His presence commanded attention without the need for ostentation, exuding a formidable aura. This aura conveyed to Ling Chen that he was likely the guardian of the Hall of War Souls, a being of terrifying strength, and certainly one qualified to guard the most sacred place of Qinglong City would possess immense power. He is the first otherworldly human to arrive in Qinglong City. He is qualified to enter the Hall of War Souls. You may test his qualifications now. The warrior transfer mentor stepped aside, gesturing toward Ling Chen. No need. Since you brought him, you come in. The middle-aged man in black replied with unexpected decisiveness, locking eyes with Ling Chen. The 7 transfer mentors were not surprised by his directness. They had been granted the privilege to recommend up to 10 players for the hall, and being chosen by them meant that the qualification test was virtually unnecessary. Go ahead. Within lies the powerful forces left by many formidable predecessors. With your mental prowess, you are sure to gain recognition of any power, thus inheriting the corresponding strength and transitioning into a more potent class. But remember, do not choose the one in the center. Come in now. The middle-aged man in black frowned, evidently displeased by their delay. Ling Chen glanced at the warrior transfer mentor with confusion, nodded casually, and ascended the steps, pausing briefly before stepping directly into the Hall of War Souls. Only he may enter. You are not permitted to cross the threshold. The cold gaze of the middle-aged man swept over the 7 mentors, his expression unchanging as he uttered that final statement before turning to enter the hall. With a heavy thud, the doors of the Hall of War Souls closed tightly behind him. What do we do now? What do you mean? What do we do? We wait here. We followed to see what powers that young man might inherit, right? Are we supposed to just leave? Leave? Nonsense. No one else will be coming for a class transfer in the next 2 days. Do you think everyone is as extraordinary as that guy? What kind of power do you think he will choose to inherit? Isn't it obvious? It will surely be a warrior class. Nonsense. With such high mental talent, he should undoubtedly choose the archer class. You're all mistaken. He will absolutely select the elemental mage class. Will you all stop bickering? Whether he can inherit the power is still uncertain. That is not a concern. With his awakened mental capacity, the powers left by those predecessors will undoubtedly gravitate toward him, likely pleading for him to inherit them. But what if he makes an unwise choice and selects the one in the center? At this statement, the transfer mentors fell silent. Ahem, there's no need to worry. I specifically reminded him not to touch the one in the center. He should be aware of it. The warrior transfer mentor said with a reassuring expression. That's good. The other transfer mentors exhaled in relief. In their minds, given Ling Chen's formidable mental ability, gaining recognition from those powerful forces would be a piece of cake. It was likely that it would not be Ling Chen seeking recognition, but rather those powers clamoring for his approval. However, the one in the center was the most powerful, yet it was also a force that Ling Chen could never hope to be acknowledged by, as it posed both a mental and a physical trial. The difficulty of that trial was exceedingly high, or rather, cruel to the extreme. Since the Hall of War Souls had been established, no one had ever succeeded. Earlier, when observing Ling Chen's skill panel, they had noted his attributes. With his current level and strength, there was no conceivable way for him to pass that trial. Not a shred of possibility. Inside the Hall of War Souls, as the doors shut behind him, The excessively desolate atmosphere gave Ling Chen the impression he had stepped into the realm of the underworld. The space within the hall was vast, yet overwhelmingly empty. It was as large as half a football field, and apart from him and the middle-aged man in black, who bore an expressionless countenance, there was nothing else alive. The floor was cold, hard marble, the walls devoid of any patterns, and the ceiling was a bland, flat expanse. The only feature that drew attention was a row of dim columns ahead. Could the powers left by the former strong ones truly reside within those columns? Aside from this, it seemed there was nothing else in the hall. Step forward, and they will automatically sense your power. If your talent is worthy of any of the powers, the corresponding column will emit light. If not, it indicates your talent is insufficient to receive any recognition, and you must return. You may proceed, but do not harbor excessive hopes. The sources of these powers are all peak masters of the Tianjua level. To gain their acknowledgement is not something an ordinary talent can achieve. Throughout the ages, countless individuals with extraordinary talents have come and gone. Yet only 15 have ever gained their recognition. The middle-aged man in black concluded, falling silent, his lifeless eyes fixated on Ling Chen's movements. 15? Didn't those transfer mentors say there were only 9? Ling Chen mused slightly, but said nothing further as he stepped forward, making his way to the columns. Scanning the area, he noted a total of 11 columns, each containing the formidable power left behind by 11 unparalleled masters of the Forgotten Continent before their demise. The columns were roughly uniform in thickness, save for the one standing in the center, which was at least 3 times as thick as the other 10. Like a radiant moon encircled by stars, it stood proudly in the center. He recalled the warrior transfer mentor's warning before entering, explicitly advising him not to choose the central column. Was this the one he meant? Standing upon the white stone slab, a cold voice echoed from behind him. Ling Chen noticed a 1-meter square slab gleaming a glaring pure white just ahead. He stepped onto it, and immediately felt a surge of energies converging upon him from various directions, all locking onto him. This sensation, is it the 11 forces probing me? Relaxing my mind, as I stand upon this stone slab, the powers left behind by these formidable beings will assess my innate talents. Should my abilities be deemed worthy of recognition, the corresponding pillars shall illuminate, granting me the inheritance of that power. As the voice of the man in black attire faded, a sudden resonant sound pierced the air. The pillar on the far left unexpectedly radiated a soft crimson glow. Ling Chen's gaze swiftly shifted to the pillar. Had his talent truly garnered its acknowledgement? The expression on the middle-aged man's face betrayed his astonishment. He had never anticipated that someone from another world, who exuded no notable aura and possessed a pitifully weak presence, would earn the recognition of one of these powers. For decades, countless high talents had emerged from Qinglong City and even from the Forgotten City. Yet none had ever triggered a resonance. He began to reassess the young man before him, compelled to exclaim, "Remarkable! Congratulations! It appears you possess an astonishingly potent talent." Having received the recognition of a power left behind by a predecessor, the demeanor and tone of the middle-aged man softened considerably. For anyone deemed worthy of inheriting such power invariably ascended to become renowned masters, without exception. Those who earned the acknowledgement of the War Soul Hall were invariably of extraordinary talent, and it was not surprising that they became unparalleled powerhouses. This individual, who had received such recognition, was destined to become a figure of great renown in the world. As soon as the middle-aged man's words concluded, the second pillar illuminated with a resplendent white glow amidst a low, rumbling sound. What? A look of sheer horror overtook the man's face, his eyes widening in disbelief. Two. You have simultaneously earned the acknowledgement of 2 powers, the man exclaimed in astonishment. Stepping closer to confirm that he was not mistaken, Ling Chen remained silent. Almost immediately after the second pillar, the third pillar also ignited, emanating a soft azure light. The middle-aged man's entire body froze, his eyes widening once more. Three. This is impossible. Since the emergence of the War Soul Hall, only 4 extraordinary geniuses had ever received acknowledgement from 2 powers at once, but never had anyone gained recognition from 3. These powers were distinct. How could one possess exceptional talent across 3 different forces? As the middle-aged man murmured in disbelief, the 4th and 5th pillars simultaneously erupted in brilliance, casting light in soft gray and lavender hues. The man was utterly stupefied, his trembling gaze reflecting 5 distinct colors, 5 hues that he could scarcely believe. Yet, the shock and incredulity he endured were far from over. Within the confines of his widened pupils, the 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th pillars illuminated, culminating in the final, central 11th pillar also glowing with a soft white light. Chapter 65. The Resolute Choice, Part 1. 11 beams of light shimmered on 11 towering pillars, illuminating the once dim War Soul Hall with a radiant glow. These lights, though not blinding, fiercely stimulated the eyes of the middle-aged man in black, leaving him in disbelief. All 11 pillars, which bore the essence of the peak powers of the lost continent, were aglow. All of them. This signified that the individual before him had simultaneously garnered the acknowledgement of all the powers housed within this hall. The impact of this scene was beyond his comprehension. This cannot be. A person's extraordinary talent should manifest in one, or at most two aspects. These are distinct powers. How could they all recognize him? Could it be that his talent has reached such a terrifying level? The middle-aged man murmured to himself. As he witnessed the first pillar light up, astonishment washed over him. With the second, he was shaken. By the third, fourth, and fifth, until finally, all the pillars were ablaze, leaving him with but a single thought. He must be dreaming. A dream that was both unreal and absurdly implausible. Yet, a voice deep within his consciousness insisted. He was not dreaming. However, the brilliance did not cease with the illumination of the 11 pillars. The once dim light began to brighten gradually in their view, flickering in a rhythm of light and shadow. Initially, it was the first pillar that flickered, followed swiftly by the second. And soon all the remaining pillars were vying to catch Ling Chen's attention, their flickering frequency accelerating, as if they sought to attract his notice and choose him. Such a spectacle was not merely unheard of. The middle-aged man, who had guarded the War Soul Hall for decades, found himself at a loss for words to describe his current emotions. In truth, this scenario was entirely anticipated by the 7 esteemed transfer mentors. For Ling Chen possessed the soul offering technique, which implied he harbored an extraordinary mental prowess. This terrifying talent and mental strength was coveted by every profession. These powers, waiting to be inherited, yearned for someone like him to unleash their full potential, just as they had shamelessly vied for his transfer previously. Had the black-clad man foreseen Ling Chen's activation of the soul offering, he would not have been so astonished. What is your name? He inhaled deeply, striving to calm himself. Standing behind Ling Chen, his eyes trembling as he inquired. In the past, he had always maintained a stoic demeanor towards anyone entering this place, never questioning their origins or names. This was the first time he had proactively sought the name of an individual entering the War Soul Hall. Ling Tian. Ling Chen replied directly. Ling Tian. The middle-aged man murmured, committing this name to memory, taking another deep breath before gesturing ahead. As you can see, all these pillars are illuminated, which signifies your talent has received the acknowledgement of all the powers here. Not only have they recognized you, but they also seem to yearn for their legacy to be passed on to you. Such an occurrence has never happened since the establishment of the War Soul Hall. What you possess can be described as an unparalleled talent throughout history. Few can compare with you in the annals of the Lost Continent. The man's declaration was a lofty praise, the highest accolade he had ever bestowed in his lifetime. His voice trembled with excitement. Now, you may step forward and choose one power that you deem most suitable or most appealing to you for inheritance. But remember, only one, and there is but one opportunity for inheritance, he stated, still enveloped in a profound sense of unreality. In the past, it was these powers that selected those with high talent, and to be acknowledged by even one of these powers was an immense surprise and honor. Yet now, the situation had reversed, with a single individual selecting among these powers. Were it not for his own presence here, witnessing this with his own eyes, he would scarcely believe it. Ling Chen nodded and approached the leftmost pillar, which shimmered with a faint red hue. But take heed, avoid the central pillar at all costs. Remember this. The middle-aged man's serious voice echoed behind Ling Chen. Ling Chen hesitated momentarily. Why was he being cautioned against the center? What secrets lay hidden within? Without further inquiry, he continued to the first pillar. As he stood before it, the essence of its power revealed itself amidst the flickering red light. Crimson Lotus Warrior, originating from the chief of the Forbidden Army of the Lost City. The Crimson Lotus Sword God. Upon inheritance, one shall transform into a Crimson Lotus Warrior, Crimson Lotus Madman, Crimson Lotus King, wielding dual swords that unleash the flames of the Crimson Lotus, boasting attack capabilities that transcend those of ordinary warriors, along with the unique ability to engulf foes in a hellish sea of crimson flames. As Ling Chen stood before the first pillar, the red light flickered fervently, yearning for him to inherit its power. He lingered there for a full 3 minutes before moving on to the second pillar. The second pillar emanated a luminous white light. Heavenly Archer, hailing from the renowned Heavenly Archer, the greatest bowman of the Lost Continent. Upon inheritance, one shall become a Heavenly Archer, Heavenly Marksman, or Heavenly Saint Archer, wielding bows and crossbows. Each arrow from the Heavenly Archer possesses formidable power, unmatched in range and attack strength, capable of piercing the heavens and unleashing a storm of arrows upon the seas. Ling Chen remained silent for several minutes before proceeding to the third pillar. Ice Assassin, from the feared ice demon lord of the lost continent. Upon inheritance, one shall become an ice assassin or ice shadow assassin, wielding daggers or even no weapons at all, capable of freezing targets in their tracks or delivering death unseen. Its terror rivals that of the most venomous serpents of the fallen prairie. The fourth pillar, Dream Shadow Blade Spirit, from the Dream Shadow Sword of the Lost Continent. Upon inheritance, one shall become a Dream Shadow Blade Spirit, Dream Shadow Soul, or Dream Shadow Sword Saint, wielding dual swords that can be either one-handed or two-handed. When wielding identical one-handed or two-handed swords, their power peaks, and when dancing in unison, their might is unparalleled. The description of the fourth pillar caught Ling Chen's attention. This was a profession capable of wielding two swords simultaneously, including two two-handed swords, something he had only witnessed once before, aside from the twin orbs. However, its overall strength was evidently incomparable to that of the twin orbs, for the twin orbs could wield any two weapons simultaneously, their attributes compounding, far surpassing the capabilities of this profession. Yet, relative to ordinary professions, this one was undoubtedly far superior. If it could masterfully wield two weapons as he did, its power would multiply. The fifth pillar, Elf Priest, from the mystical elven forest, the XXXDH Elven Queen. Upon inheritance, one shall transform into an elf priest, elf oracle, or elf sage, radiating beautiful elven light, possessing formidable healing and group support abilities, capable of wielding nature's forces to deliver gentle attacks upon foes. Should one embody this profession and enter the elven community, they shall earn the favor and trust of the elves. After the fifth pillar, there stood the stoutest pillar in the center. Ling Chen did not linger but circled around this central pillar and proceeded to the sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, and 10th pillars. Each pillar harbored a formidable professional power, inscribed with information and unique traits pertaining to its respective vocation. It is undeniable that these exceptional professions, originating from unparalleled masters, vastly surpassed ordinary hidden professions in strength. Although common hidden professions possess unique characteristics and potential absent in regular jobs, their power levels do not significantly exceed those of standard professions. In some cases, they may even be weaker. Yet, these extraordinary professions stand on an entirely different tier compared to ordinary ones. Even a novice transitioning into any of these professions could evolve into a master. Should the information regarding these professions be divulged, it would undoubtedly incite an unprecedented frenzy among players in China. Have you decided which one to choose? The middle-aged man in black inquired, observing that Ling Chen had reviewed all the information from the 10 pillars. Ling Chen shook his head and approached the central pillar, declaring, "There is still one left. Do not consider that one. I implore you not to choose it," the man in black stated firmly. As he spoke, Ling Chen had already stood before the central pillar, gazing intently at its information. However, the softly glowing pillar bore a stark emptiness, devoid of any inscriptions or details. "Why can't I choose it?" Ling Chen turned to ask. "Since it radiates light, it should be willing for me to inherit it. Indeed, it acknowledges your talent." "But only your talent," the man in black replied solemnly. "To inherit this power, not only must it recognize your innate ability, but you must also meet its standards of strength. In other words, if you insist on claiming this power, you will have to undergo a trial specifically designed to test your capabilities. Your talent is remarkable, yet it remains merely talent. You have been in this world for but a few days, regardless of how exceptional your talent may be. It is impossible to possess sufficient strength in such a brief span. The trial set by the one who left this power is far more daunting than you can imagine. With your current abilities, passing is utterly unattainable. Not even the slightest possibility exists. What sort of terrifying trial is it?" Ling Chen inquired, his brow furrowed. "I do not know, nor does anyone else." The man in black slowly shook his head. "Since the emergence of the Battle Soul Hall, a millennium has passed. Within this span, only 15 individuals have gained acknowledgement from one or two powers within the hall, yet only 9 ultimately received the corresponding power and departed. Do you know why? Is it because those 6 individuals challenged the strength trial of the central pillar?" Ling Chen speculated. "Precisely. The talents of these 6 were recognized by the central pillar's power, including 2 prodigies who received acknowledgement from 2 pillars simultaneously. In their pursuit of this power, they all undertook the trial. Each of these 6 possessed strength that far surpassed yours at present. But the outcome? All failed. No. They all perished. The 6 who were transported to the trial grounds returned only as corpses." Ling Chen. Chapter 66. The Resolute Choice. Part 2. Everyone. is dead. Ling Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, the middle-aged man replied slowly, nodding his head. The power that remains here is that of the War God Elder, the founder of the Battle Soul Palace. He is universally acknowledged as the individual closest to the might of Saint Destruction in the history of the Forgotten Continent, and is the only one bestowed with the title of War God. He was invincible, a martial fanatic, and believed that to ascend to the pinnacle of strength, one must endure genuine life and death trials. The power of the War God Elder is the first force established in the Battle Soul Palace, yet for a millennium, no one has managed to inherit it. During this millennium, 6 individuals have been recognized by this power, yet all perished in the trials of strength. Perhaps, passing that trial in a state below level 15 is an impossibility. The middle-aged man spoke with grave seriousness. Trust me, those 6 were geniuses among geniuses. Born in the Forgotten Continent, with initial power levels far exceeding yours. When they faced the trials, their strength was vastly superior to yours. Yet, the outcome was always death. I understand that you humans from another world do not truly die in this realm. Even if you perish, you will resurrect immediately, albeit with diminished power. However, you must know that each individual only has one chance to enter the Battle Soul Palace. If you fail, even if you gain the recognition of all other powers, you will no longer possess the qualification to inherit any of them. You are a true genius. Any power among the other 10 that you inherit will allow you to unleash its potential to the fullest. Do not make the most unwise choice. Ling Chen nodded silently. The middle-aged man in black felt a sense of relief wash over him. He genuinely feared that Ling Chen might recklessly choose the middle pillar. His talent was astonishing. But if he entered, death would be the only outcome. Ling Chen took a few steps to the left, seemingly wishing to ponder the information regarding these powers once more. After 3 steps, he suddenly stopped, his gaze returning to the central pillar, fixated upon it. After a long pause, he spoke. Is the power within this pillar the strongest? The central pillar's thickness was 2 to 3 times that of the other 10. The War God's power, naturally, far surpassed the others. Very well, I choose this one, Ling Chen declared, turning and pointing at the central pillar with an expressionless face. You. The middle-aged man in black furrowed his brow sharply. Did you not comprehend my words? I can assure you that should you choose it, there will be no chance of passing the trial of strength. You may very well perish before the trial reaches its midpoint. Even though you can resurrect after death, you will never again have the opportunity to enter the Battle Soul Palace for the inheritance of other powers. I understand. Ling Chen nodded slightly. However, you have made it clear to me that the power within this pillar is the strongest, and I seek only the strongest. No matter how terrifying the trial may be, I must attempt it. The middle-aged man in black raised his head slightly, his eyes resembling those of a hawk, locking onto Ling Chen's face. Should I admire your decisiveness or mock your seemingly foolish overconfidence? Even if you fail, you will only lose a level. I would have no regrets. But if I were to give up because of your danger and impossibility, I would hold myself in contempt. Throughout my life, how many impossibilities have I transformed into realities? You cannot fathom. Ling Chen spoke slowly, his resolute voice and expression conveying to the middle-aged man that his decision was unchangeable. The man furrowed his brow, observing him in silence for a long time, then suddenly sighed deeply. Whether in admiration of Ling Chen's courage and conviction, or lamenting the potential demise of a prodigious talent within the War God's trial, remained uncertain. Since this is your choice, so be it, the man in black said. Your talent has already earned its recognition. If you wish to undergo the trial of strength, then approach, place your hand upon the pillar, and close your eyes. It will autonomously transport you to the mysterious trial ground. Regardless of success or failure, after sufficient time, it will return you. His expression seemed to foresee Ling Chen's return from failure, heightening Ling Chen's awareness of the trial's dreadfulness. He cast a glance at the central pillar and said, before that, may I first replenish my supplies? I have nearly exhausted my potions. The middle-aged man in black's gaze flickered slightly. After a moment, he replied, according to the rules of the Battle Soul Palace, one may only enter once in a lifetime for the purpose of seeking power inheritance. Once you leave here, you cannot re-enter. However, considering your talent, I will make an exception. You have half an hour. Good. Ling Chen nodded slightly, swiftly making his way toward the entrance, pushing open the palace door and departing at a brisk pace. As he watched Ling Chen's figure vanish from his sight, the middle-aged man's expression grew cold once more, tinged with a hint of melancholy. To be simultaneously recognized by 11 powers is unprecedented. His talent is truly extraordinary. If this news spreads, it will surely cause a sensation across the Forgotten Continent. Yet he has chosen the War God's trial. Is he merely youthful and reckless? Or does he possess sufficient confidence? As the door to the Battle Soul Palace swung open, 7 job transition mentors, who had been whispering at the entrance, immediately fixed their gaze upon Ling Chen. Their eyes widened in astonishment at how swiftly he had emerged, but before they could utter a word, they witnessed Ling Chen dart past them like a gust of wind, disappearing without a trace. The 7 mentors stood dumbfounded, exchanging glances, bewildered by the occurrence. Ling Chen ran straight to the item shop, spending 20 gold coins to purchase 200 yellow potions, then 30 gold coins for 300 deep blue potions. After a moment's thought, he decided to buy an additional 100 deep blue potions. In the early game, when gold was scarce, few dared to purchase magic potions as fervently as he did. These potions only occupied 1 slot in his inventory for every 200 bottles. He then spent 10 gold coins on 10 return scrolls, glanced at his remaining gold, gritted his teeth, and spent it all on 1 low-grade power crystal, attack 6, 1 low-grade speed crystal, movement speed 6, 1 low-grade critical strike crystal, critical strike rate 2, and 1 low-grade penetration crystal, penetration rate 4. After parting with over 800 gold coins, he was left with a mere 30-some coins. After circling the item shop and nearby stores without finding anything else to aid in combat, he checked the time and hurried toward the Battle Soul Palace. Hey, what on earth are you? Whoosh. Bang. The 7 job transition mentors, watching him sprint from a distance, barely managed to utter half a sentence before Ling Chen zipped past them, entering the Battle Soul Palace and closing the door behind him. The disregarded mentors once again stood in stunned silence. Have you truly made your decision? Upon seeing Ling Chen return, the middle-aged man in black, unwilling to give up, asked, Yes, I have decided. Let us proceed now. As Ling Chen spoke, he walked straight to the central pillar, extending his hand toward the glowing structure. Wait a moment. The middle-aged man in black suddenly interrupted him. Ling Chen halted his motion, turning to face him. Perhaps our thoughts have been overly conservative. I should harbor hope for some possibility, or even a miracle, rather than merely obstructing you. The man in black approached him, his gaze dark and profound. He extended his hand, offering a small package to Ling Chen. Take this. Your talent is sufficient to move the heavens and the earth. The talent you possess perhaps ought not to be labeled as mere talent. It is likely the result of an arduous journey, one that surpasses the imagination of the ordinary. If this is indeed the case, then you may truly hold the potential to create miracles. Thus, I eagerly anticipate your successful return. May these words serve you well. Ling Chen lifted his gaze and cast a glance at him, accepting the package with a slight nod and uttering a soft thank you. He then turned and stood before the pillar, extending his right hand to rest upon its surface. Instantly, a radiant silver light emanated from the core of the pillar, enveloping Ling Chen's form, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from the War Soul Hall. As Ling Chen opened his eyes, the scenery before him shifted rapidly, revealing only a dimly lit expanse, accompanied by an overpowering stench of decay. Ding! You have arrived at the hidden map trial of the War God. The pungent odor of rot compelled Ling Chen to hold his breath as he surveyed his surroundings. He found himself within a remarkably ancient stone chamber, the fetid aroma attesting to its abandonment for countless years. The ground and walls were strewn with decaying matter, and the only object of significance within the chamber was a stone statue positioned at the rear, connected to a metallic box. A box? Ling Chen took a step forward, approaching the metallic container, and cautiously extended his hand towards it. Just as his fingers were about to make contact, a voice suddenly emanated from the statue ahead. Excellent. At long last, another soul has arrived here. Ling Chen's movements halted abruptly. He stepped back and inquired with a steady voice, Who are you? However, the voice paid no heed to his question, continuing unabated. To have reached this place signifies that your talent has garnered recognition from the power I have left behind, granting you half the qualification to inherit my strength. Yet, it is merely half. If you wish to obtain the full inheritance of my power, venture to the end of this space and retrieve the soul key that will unlock the box you see before you. However, be warned. This space harbors numerous dangers that could endanger your life. Should you lack the requisite courage, resolve, and awareness, it would be prudent to halt your journey. Should you linger in this chamber for more than 10 minutes, the power I have bestowed will naturally escort you away. Chapter 67. The Celestial Beast, Part 1. The aged voice by Ling Chen's ear faded, imparting a realization that it was the divine voice left by the god of war in this trial ground. All who entered this realm would hear it, rather than engage in dialogue. The essence of the trial was to reach the end of this space, acquire the singular key, and subsequently unlock the metallic box before him. Ling Chen turned, gazing at the exit of the stone chamber, which lacked a door, revealing a bright expanse beyond, likely an open area. He refrained from attempting to touch the metallic box and instead proceeded towards the exit. Though the trial appeared straightforward, he was acutely aware of the perilous path that lay ahead, evidenced by the 6 prodigies who had perished in this very trial. Could he truly succeed in this trial? Frankly, Ling Chen possessed little confidence, perhaps even none at all. Yet, the prospect of attaining the mightiest profession compelled him to strive, despite the grim precedents that loomed before him. Standing at the threshold, Ling Chen hesitated, opting to unveil the small parcel given to him by the guardian of the Battle Soul Hall. Inside lay 2 scrolls, several potions, a large metallic plate resembling fish scales, and a silver glowing cylinder. The insight scroll, a scroll imbued with the ability to discern details about creatures no higher than level 30 than oneself. Both scrolls were insight scrolls. The ability to vanquish the greedy giant toad was significantly aided by these scrolls. Had he not known the toad's attacks and weaknesses beforehand, he might have succumbed to its lethal grasp at the onset of their battle. Thus, he understood the profound value and significance of the 2 insight scrolls. Azure Water Celestial Scale, a special item, a scale shed from the high celestial beast, the Azure Water Fish King. When held before oneself, it can entirely nullify a single close-range attack from a level 50 celestial being or lower, repelling the attacker with force. It boasts a total of 5 uses, remaining effective, 5/5, to completely negate 5 close-range attacks. This miraculous item could save his life in the face of a fatal strike, effectively granting him 5 additional lives against formidable foes. Moon God Spring Water, a celestial-grade restorative potion, sourced from the Moon God Spring, blessed by the Moon God clan. Upon use, it instantly restores full health and mana, with a cooldown of merely 3 seconds, applicable only to players. Ling Chen was astounded. Undoubtedly, this was the supreme restorative potion in the entire Divine Moon world, capable of fully restoring health and mana in an instant, with an astonishingly brief cooldown. To receive such an elite potion at the game's outset was remarkable. He couldn't help but recall the cold-faced middle-aged man in the Battle Soul Hall, who had bestowed such extraordinary aid upon him. It seemed he genuinely wished for Ling Chen to triumph in this trial. Upon examining the final item given to him, Ling Chen grasped the immense generosity of the middle-aged man. It was likely that he had drawn upon his very resources. Spirit Shield Pearl, category, Energy Pearl, grade, Celestial, attribute, none, effect, reduces any incoming damage by 20. Ling Chen was taken aback. The silvery glowing pearl in his hand was indeed an energy pearl. The village chief had once informed him that energy pearls were exceedingly rare, even in the Forgotten Continent, with most individuals never encountering a genuine one in their lifetime. Yet, the middle-aged man from the Battle Soul Hall had gifted him a true energy pearl. The enigmatic power of that man was unfathomable. Yet this pearl must have held immense value to him as well, and he had willingly given it to Ling Chen. At that moment, Ling Chen found the once cold middle-aged man remarkably endearing. In truth, when Ling Chen initially chose the central column, the man had expressed confusion, even profound disappointment. However, during Ling Chen's preparatory phase, the man had silently reflected that true strength required the conviction to advance, even in the face of certain peril. Perhaps only those who possessed such belief and endured trials could qualify as peak warriors. After all, how could one who made mediocre choices aspire to greatness? Thus, he decided to act impulsively once more, to give everything he cherished to this exceptionally gifted individual, hoping he could truly create miracles. A reduction of 20 in any damage, evidently encompassing both physical and magical harm. The power of the energy pearl was reaffirmed before Ling Chen's eyes. With this pearl, his capabilities would undergo a qualitative leap. The statement held no exaggeration. Possessing this pearl granted him an additional safeguard against formidable adversaries. However, holding the Spirit Shield Pearl, Ling Chen's gaze fixated on the annotation stating, attribute, none. This was an energy pearl devoid of any attribute. And, during his time in the novice village, the beast egg entrusted to him by Tao Tai required a non-attribute energy pearl for its awakening. Should he use this energy pearl to awaken the entrusted beast egg? Undoubtedly, possessing this pearl would provide a 20 damage reduction, greatly aiding him in the trial and in facing various foes in the future. Such a powerful damage mitigation effect was unattainable even in the basic skills of a shield warrior. This was a protective pearl he could utilize until the very end of the game. If sold, it would fetch an astronomical price. On the other hand, Tao Tai had mentioned that this beast egg was entrusted to him by a great beast, to be deemed great by the ancient divine beast Tao Tai. Its offspring must possess powers at least equal to its progenitor. Such a creature, how formidable would its progeny be? If he were to hatch it now and have it accompany him, its significance might far surpass that of an energy pearl. Perhaps the offspring of that great beast would be imbued with divine might, capable of obliterating all obstacles with a mere breath. Yet, should the hatching fail, or if the newborn beast lacked any awakening power, he would lose a formidable defense during the trial. It was entirely possible that he might fail the trial simply due to the absence of this powerful protective pearl. Ling Chen found himself in a quandary. Should he use the energy pearl in hand to hatch the beast egg entrusted by Tao Tai? After much silent contemplation, Ling Chen ultimately reached no conclusion. He withdrew the 4 energy crystals he had purchased from the item shop in Qinglong City, meticulously embedding them one by one into the slots of the Moon of Divine Retribution. Ding! Low-level power crystal embedded successfully. Your physical attack power increased by 6. Ding! Low-level breakthrough crystal embedded successfully. Your critical strike rate increased by 4. Ding! Low-level speed crystal embedded successfully. Your movement speed increased by 6. Ding! You have equipped the Heartless Pearl. You cannot embed similar crystals or pearls. Low-level critical strike crystal embedding failed. Ling Chen, everyone has their moments of folly. Holding the low-level critical strike crystal he had purchased for 200 gold coins, Ling Chen realized he had wasted that money. In his haste, he had forgotten that energy crystals and pearls of the same attribute could not be embedded together, thereby rendering his purchase futile. After the brief moment of frustration, he reluctantly stored the low-level critical strike crystal and picked up the spirit shield pearl. At this moment, his celestial punishment moon was adorned with 6 distinct crystals or jewels, a quantity that would be unfathomable for the average player. Should he incorporate the spirit shield jewel, it would become the 7th. His hand, poised above the celestial punishment moon with the spirit shield jewel, remained suspended, refusing to descend. After nearly a minute of silence, he finally withdrew his hand, crouched down, and retrieved the beast egg entrusted to him by Tao Tai from his backpack, placing it before him. The egg, roughly the size of a soccer ball, was entirely gray, resembling a stone hewn from the earth. "Please, do not let me down," he murmured softly, as he extended his hand forward, bringing the spirit shield jewel into contact with the gray beast egg. In an instant, a faint gray luminescence flickered atop the egg, an extraordinary sensation coursing through Ling Chen's hand. Instinctively, he released his grip, only to discover that the spirit shield jewel was enveloped by a swirling gray light, gradually vanishing as if being consumed by the shell. The moment the spirit shield jewel was entirely devoured, the gray light dissipated, plunging everything into an eerie silence. Ling Chen pondered, what is happening? Did Tao Tai not claim that a single attribute-less energy jewel would suffice for the life within to hatch? Why is there no response? Could it be that Tao Ye's words were false? Or perhaps Tao Tai misjudged the situation? With the spirit shield jewel in his possession, he had gained an additional layer of resilient protection. Bestowing it upon this beast egg was a gamble, a wager that the creature hatching from within would offer him assistance surpassing that of the spirit shield jewel. Yet, as the jewel was consumed, the egg remained utterly still, void of any sign of life. Ling Chen's expression twisted in agitation. Surely, an ancient divine beast would not deceive him. He steadied himself, patiently awaiting the emergence of the creature, hoping that it was merely absorbing the power of the spirit shield jewel. 1 minute passed, then 2, then 3. 5 full minutes elapsed, and the beast egg continued to exhibit no signs of life, resembling a lifeless stone. Ling Chen's patience finally frayed. With a frustrated sigh, he reached out to reclaim the egg. Crack! Just as his fingers grazed the surface of the egg, a slender fissure appeared, accompanied by a subtle cracking sound. Marring the dull shell, Ling Chen's right hand froze in place. Many players had been lamenting the slow pace of updates. And indeed, it was true. Let us hope for a burst of activity tomorrow, even though he would be working overtime. Chapter 68. The Celestial Spirit Beast, Part 2. As he observed the slender cracks appearing on the gray eggshell, Ling Chen's heart raced with anticipation. Was the creature within on the verge of emerging? Crack, crack. Ling Chen withdrew his hand, leaning in closer to watch the now quivering eggshell. With faint sounds, more cracks began to form, transforming the once smooth surface into a web of fissures. Ultimately, the shell began to split open from the center. A small gray paw slowly emerged from the breach, and with a gentle rustling sound, another piece of the shell fell away, revealing a fluffy little head cautiously peeking out. Following the scent, the newborn creature raised its petite head and gazed at the attentive Ling Chen. Instantly, its glossy eyes sparkled with a newfound brightness, brimming with unblemished affection and joy. It wriggled its body, shaking off the remaining pieces of shell, and with a swift leap, bounded to Ling Chen's feet, its soft, delicate form nuzzling against his calves while emitting a sound akin to a mewling kitten. Ling Chen's gaze fixed upon it, rendered momentarily speechless. Logically, A newly hatched being should be blind and barely furred. Yet this little creature's eyes shone brighter than stars, and its leap from the eggshell was swifter than the wind. Its gray fur long and soft. It certainly did not resemble a freshly hatched state. Well, these details mattered little. What troubled Ling Chen most was its appearance, which could be summarized in a single phrase. It was undeniably a small gray dog, measuring less than 20 centimeters in length. Its body was adorned with a coat of fluffy gray fur, a slightly short tail, and pointy ears, resembling a husky puppy he had seen before. Of course, there was a distinction. This little dog bore a long, pointed gray horn on its forehead. Beyond that, Ling Chen struggled to discern any further differences from the husky puppies he was familiar with. If he were pressed to identify another difference, it would be that huskies on Earth were not hatched from eggs. Was this truly the descendant of the great beast that Tao Tai had spoken of? Could it be that the huskies roaming the streets of Earth had arrived in this realm, adorned with a horn, thus becoming an ancient divine beast? In Ling Chen's imagination, the progeny of a great beast should exude an aura of majesty and even terror, akin to Tao Ye's intimidating presence. Just as a newborn tiger instills the king of the forest's might, this newly hatched creature appeared excessively adorable, its fluffiness eliciting several impulses in him to scoop it up. It was hardly befitting of the title of an ancient divine beast. The little creature continued to nuzzle against him. Its dark eyes filled with longing and affection. Typically, oviparous beings regard the first creature they see after hatching as a parent or closest companion. And this little spirit was evidently no different. Ding! You have hatched an unknown being. The system has named it based on its innate characteristics as celestial spirit beast. Ding! The celestial spirit beast has requested to become your pet. Once a being becomes your pet, you may summon it to assist in battle at any time. When summoned, the pet will disperse 10 of your experience points for its own growth. Should the pet perish, it must be resurrected at a revival stone and cannot be summoned again prior to resurrection, and it will incur a penalty of level loss upon death. The pet's obedience is related to its loyalty. The higher the loyalty, the greater the obedience to its master. Treating the pet well can increase its loyalty, while mistreatment will lead to a decrease. And if the pet dies, its loyalty will significantly diminish, potentially resulting in it fleeing from its master if it falls below a certain threshold. You may currently possess up to 3 pets at once, and summon up to 2 simultaneously. Will you accept the celestial spirit beast's request for allegiance? The little creature wagged its tail eagerly, its eyes wide with anticipation, resembling a plea that would turn to tears if Ling Chen declined. I accept. Despite his reservations regarding the creature's appearance, Ling Chen chose to embrace it, hoping that its attributes might surprise him, even if its looks were somewhat disappointing. Celestial Spirit Beast. This name carried an air of grandeur. Much like his own name, Ling Tian. The little creature's eyes sparkled with delight, and it emitted 2 excited sounds as a faint gray light flickered around it, detaching and merging into Ling Chen's body. Ding! The Celestial Spirit Beast has successfully become your pet. Please give your Celestial Spirit Beast a charming nickname. As for a nickname, Ling Chen glanced at its fluffy gray body and casually suggested, let's call you Little Gray. Ding! Pet Little Gray has been successfully named. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the world's first celestial grade pet. This event has been recorded in the World Honor Roll, and the pet leaderboard for the Huaxiao region has been activated. You have received a reward of 200 prestige and 200 skill potential points, increasing your pet limit to 1 and allowing for the summoning of 1 pet at a time. The system will issue a global announcement. Would you like to hide your personal information? Ling Chen paused, taken aback. He was astounded not merely by having acquired the world's first pet, nor the reward of increased limits for possession and summoning of pets, but rather at the system's notification regarding the celestial grade pet. Pets possessed by players are categorized from lowest to highest as follows: Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, Level 4. Level 5, Celestial grade, Heavenly grade, Divine grade, and Saint grade. Level 1 pets are for ornamental purposes and lack combat abilities, while Level 2 are low-grade pets, and Level 3 are mid-grade pets, exhibiting superior capabilities. Level 4 pets are advanced, possessing their own attack or support skills, while Level 5 pets are well-rounded and mature. Pets exceeding Level 5 are coveted super pets, exceedingly rare, akin to the probability of hidden professions. For a moment, Ling Chen was at a loss as to whether he should feel joy or dismay. The joy of acquiring a celestial pet was undeniable, something any player would dream of. Yet, this was purportedly the descendant of the great beast, and he had hoped for a creature of even greater caliber, perhaps a divine-grade juvenile. Indeed, it was merely an overly optimistic fantasy. However, he soon found solace, kneeling down to pat Little Gray's head, a smile creeping onto his face. Common players might toil their entire lives without encountering a celestial-grade pet, yet he had obtained one with seemingly little effort. He truly should feel grateful. No need, he replied, lifting his gaze to respond to the system's inquiry. Instantly, a worldwide announcement echoed across the globe. Ding! Global announcement. Attention, all players. Huaxiao Warzone player Ling Chen has obtained the first pet in the entire Warzone at 5:19 a.m. today, alongside the first celestial pet in the Warzone. This event has been recorded in the World Honor Roll, and the pet leaderboard for the Huaxiao Warzone has been activated. The player Ling Chen has received system rewards, reputation, 200, skill potential points, 200, and the ability to possess summoned pets with a maximum attribute limit. Pets can be obtained through capturing, hatching, defeating monsters to obtain pet eggs, trading, and special quests. I encourage all players to continue striving to soon have their own pet companions. Ding! World announcement. Ding! World announcement. Ding! Announcement from the Huaxia Battle Zone. Player Ling Chen has become the first player in the Huaxia region to acquire a pet, simultaneously obtaining the first celestial spirit pet, triggering the conditions for the pet leaderboard to open. The Huaxia pet leaderboard is now accessible to all players. Just over an hour ago, the world was abuzz with Ling Chen's name, as the player bearing that name was the first in the world to emerge from the novice village, leaving others far behind. Now, the world is once again in an uproar over this name. The fact that he has obtained the first pet in the world would not be shocking by itself, but the system alert mentioned that this pet is of celestial spirit grade. The Huaxia pet leaderboard, higher ranks for the same grade celestial spirit beast, grade, celestial spirit. Level, 0, owner, Ling Chen. A celestial spirit pet. Is this a mistake? Countless players are incredulously shouting in disbelief. Isn't a celestial spirit pet supposed to only appear in the later stages? How could this be possible? No way. Is this for real? Surely my ears are functioning correctly. I've never even seen a celestial spirit pet in my life. Once again, it is Ling Chen. Who is this extraordinary individual? Could it be that a master from the leaderboard has changed their name? A celestial spirit pet. How can anyone survive in this world? The discussions among players fill the grounds of the novice village, and with the sound of the notification, some individuals begin to genuinely focus their attention on the name Ling Chen. Acquiring a celestial artifact could be interpreted as a mince luck. Being the first to exit the novice village could suggest the possession of a formidable celestial artifact, combined with relentless leveling, thus surpassing others. But now, having also obtained a celestial spirit pet, can this truly be attributed to mere luck? Once again, it is Ling Chen, the first in the world to obtain a celestial artifact, the first to leave the novice village, and now, while almost everyone else remains in the novice village, he astonishingly acquires a celestial spirit pet. It seems impossible to overlook this individual any longer. What progress has been made in investigating his background? Aside from knowing that he previously had a conflict with the Black Flame Alliance, we know nothing else. Xiao Qiufeng seems to have encountered him but is unwilling to divulge details, only stating that he is not one of the individuals currently on the heavenly or earthly leaderboards. And added a remark: he will be a formidable opponent. The formidable opponent that Xiao Qiufeng referred to evidently cannot be someone who relies solely on luck. To achieve so many firsts could not possibly be attributed to fortune alone. Young master, what do you suggest? Continue to trace his movements, and ideally, uncover his true identity. Like before, such a person should either be under our control or be thoroughly eliminated before he can fully develop. However, I actually hope he chooses not to align with us. I am immensely intrigued by his Ling Xiao and the freshly acquired celestial spirit pet. Hey, young master, this time you may not get your wish. If he were to hear the name Yan Huang Alliance, he would likely be terrified half to death. I do not believe he possesses the courage to defy the young master's wishes. Chapter 69. The Astonishing Abilities of Little Gray, Part 1. Heavenly Spirit Beast, Little Gray Category, Beast Companion Level, 0 Grade, Celestial Spirit Owner, Ling Chen, a devoted companion that will never betray. An enigmatic creature of unknown origin, it possesses an adorable appearance and an exceptionally gentle temperament, abhorred by the notion of combat and devoid of any combat capabilities. However, it is endowed with remarkable vitality, an agile physique, and an enigmatic power of unknown attributes. It emanates a mysterious aura that beckons nature itself to draw near, effortlessly garnering the affection of other beings, making even the most malevolent entities hesitate to attack it. Upon reviewing Little Gray's profile, Ling Chen, though somewhat prepared, felt a twinge of disappointment. The glutton had mentioned that the creature hatching from the egg he entrusted to him would possess minimal combat abilities, instead offering formidable support. The latter part of the glutton's statement had already proven true. Little Gray's description clearly indicated its complete lack of combat prowess, none whatsoever. Attributes: life, 2000 magic, 50 physical attack power, 1 magical attack power, 1 physical defense, 200 hit rate, 1 evasion, 1 critical hit rate, 50 break rate, 50 movement speed, 300 Ling Chen. Little Gray's attributes are extraordinarily extreme. Its physical and magical attack capabilities are at an abysmally low level, even inferior to that of a level 1 creature like the buck-toothed rabbit. The extravagant break and critical hit abilities seem merely ornamental. Yet, its vitality. At level 0, it astonishingly possesses a total of 2,000 life points. This is more than 5 times that of his current level 10 self. Ling Chen is confident that even a celestial-grade pet could not possibly have 2,000 life points at its initial level. Its defense is impressively high at 200. The movement speed is astounding, reaching an impressive 300, nearly 3 times his own. Life can be augmented through various means and increase rapidly with level ascension. Yet enhancing movement speed is an arduous task, typically reliant on footwear, certain special items, or mounts that provide speed bonuses. Even upon transitioning to the ultimate profession of assassin, it is nearly impossible to exceed a speed of 200. Yet, Little Gray's initial value is already 300. Despite lacking any combat abilities, it possesses formidable vitality and agility, perfectly embodying this statement. Frankly speaking, both its life capacity and movement speed evoke intense envy and jealousy in Ling Chen. If he were to possess these 2 attributes, he would boldly venture into the territory of level 30 monsters. Alas, Little Gray, with its impressive life and movement speed, remains devoid of any combat capabilities. These abilities are evidently intended for self-preservation and escape. What then are its support capabilities? Ling Chen eagerly anticipates discovering its innate talents and initial abilities. Innate abilities: 1. Capable of freely navigating both land and aquatic environments. It is highly sensitive to the presence of danger, allowing it to alert its owner to impending threats. Furthermore, it possesses an acute sense for high-grade ores, energy crystals, and energy jewels, enabling it to detect their presence from great distances and accurately locate them. 2. Unless it actively attacks or provokes others, it generally will not be subject to any proactive aggression from other beings. Little Gray's innate abilities leave Ling Chen momentarily astonished. This creature, resembling a small dog, can move freely underwater. The ability to foresee danger, and even seek out high-grade treasures. Just this capability alone constitutes a remarkably powerful support ability. In the gaming world, countless players toil in perilous mines day and night, hoping to unearth high-grade or sufficient for crafting their dream weapons. Often, weeks of effort yield nothing. If Little Gray truly possesses such abilities, and its sensitivity and detection range are adequate, then upon reaching a treasure trove, wouldn't it immediately ascertain its precise location? As for its second innate ability, it rendered Ling Chen somewhat speechless. As long as it does not provoke others, it will not be proactively targeted. If this ability were to befall him, he could leisurely traverse the entire Forgotten Continent without a care. Innate skill: Heavenly Spirit Shield, current level, LV1, maximum level, LV5, required level for LV2, 20. An invisible shield that constantly guards the Heavenly Spirit Beast, capable of nullifying 30 of any damage received. When life is above 70, it cannot be slain by lethal attacks, and its life will be forcibly preserved at 1. Life regenerates at 5 per second, and upon death, it can resurrect on the spot with full health, incurring no losses. Up to 3 times per day. Ling Chen, what the heck? Little Gray's first innate skill nearly caused Ling Chen to exclaim in astonishment. The Heavenly Spirit Shield is undoubtedly the most absurd protective skill he has ever encountered. A guaranteed 30 damage nullification, invulnerability to instant death at over 70 life, significant automatic health regeneration, and 3 daily revivals. It amalgamates a plethora of overwhelmingly potent protective effects. Even more terrifying is that this is merely the first level of this protective skill. What could its maximum level of 5 possibly entail? It is simply unimaginable. Ling Chen widened his eyes, scrutinizing the petite creature that appeared fragile enough to be crushed underfoot, as if trying to discern the location of its invisible shield. This diminutive being possesses no offensive capabilities, but its self-protective abilities are astonishingly formidable. Soul Devour, non-upgradable. It consumes the bodies of deceased beings to grow, simultaneously refining the irretrievable parts with heavenly spirit power, expelling corresponding unknown artifacts. Note: the growth of the heavenly spirit beast is not through experience points, but by means of Soul Devour. Consuming the bodies of living beings? Ling Chen cast a puzzled glance at this small creature. wondering how such a diminutive form could possibly devour larger entities. And he hoped that what it spits out after refinement would not be bones. However, the note caught his attention. Its growth does not derive from absorbing its owner's experience, but relies on its own consumption of the bodies of beings. This was something he had never encountered before. Little Gray possesses an abundance of extraordinary traits. Heavenly Spirit Breath, current level, LV0, maximum level, LV20, required level for LV1. 1. Not yet activated, effect unknown. Heavenly Spirit Bestowal, current level, LV0, maximum level, LV5, required level for LV1. 1. Not yet activated, effect unknown. Heavenly Spirit Eye, current level, LV0, maximum level, LV5. Required level for LV1. 10. Not yet activated, effect unknown. Little Gray's initial skills are numerous. But aside from the terrifically potent Heavenly Spirit Shield and the somewhat peculiar Soul Devour, the others remain in an unawakened state. Nevertheless, 2 of them only require reaching level 1 to awaken. After reviewing Little Gray's skills repeatedly, Ling Chen lifted it up and examined it from every angle, striving to identify any distinctions from a regular dog. Oh well, it is time to face the impending trial. Little Gray, you shall accompany me on my adventures from now on. Let us proceed. Ling Chen chose not to retract it. After all, monsters would not proactively attack it. Even if caught in a vast area of powerful attacks, Ling Chen would certainly perish before it. Little Gray showed no objection to its name, excitedly following Ling Chen as he stepped forward. Its impressive movement speed of 300 quickly propelled it ahead of Ling Chen, prompting a pang of jealousy to gnaw at him. Before stepping out of the stone chamber, Ling Chen took a moment to assess his current attributes. His base attack power had surpassed 300, marking it as his most formidable attribute thus far. The skill potential points, bolstered by recent rewards, had reached 930, allowing him to elevate either the Heaven Gang technique or the Weapon Mastery technique by 1 level. After consideration, Ling Chen allocated 800 skill potential points to the Heaven Gang technique, and a brilliant light flashed as the technique successfully upgraded. Heaven Gang technique, current level, 2. Maximum level, 10. Required skill potential points for upgrading to level 2, 1600. Ancient battle technique, once cultivated, significantly enhances mastery over any weapon. Effect, when wielding any weapon, damage dealt is increased by 10. This effect cannot be stacked with other weapon proficiency skills. Gazing at his remaining 130 skill points and the daunting 1600 required for the next upgrade of the Heaven Gang technique, Ling Chen exhaled in frustration. This ancient battle technique, which had been lost for millennia according to the warrior class mentor, indeed boasted remarkable effects, but the skill points required for its enhancement were equally astonishing. Compounded by the effects of Heaven's jealousy, it became even more formidable. Upon exiting the stone chamber, Ling Chen was greeted not by the anticipated oppressive atmosphere heavy with murderous intent, but by a vast garden lush with verdant foliage and vibrant flowers. Here was Awu. A delighted cry escaped from the small gray creature atop Ling Chen, who then sprang forth, joyfully bounding ahead, leaping high before allowing itself to tumble onto the grass, rolling around in utter contentment. However, in an instant, it sprang up from the ground, its body arched, fixating intently on the nearby thicket, emitting a low growl. Ling Chen also sensed something amiss, frowning as he turned his gaze toward the direction the small gray creature was facing, with both Ling Xiao and the sword of yellow sand appearing in his hands. Within the thicket, a rustle ensued, followed by several green shadows darting forth, heading straight for Ling Chen. Upon closer inspection, they were, astonishingly, several moving patches of vegetation, still adorned with verdant leaves. Wood Spirit, category, monster, level, 10, health, 360. Originally an ordinary plant, it had gained sentience and a faint power due to the lingering aura of the war god. It favors pure essences and will actively attack any foreign beings it perceives as a threat. Indeed, the small gray creature was exceptionally powerful. Chapter 70. The Astonishing Abilities of Xiao Hui. Part 2. It turned out to be merely a group of ordinary level 10 monsters, likely a natural occurrence rather than trial creatures. Given Ling Chen's current comprehensive abilities, level 10 ordinary monsters were nothing more than insignificant beings in his eyes, unworthy of a second glance. With a swift pivot, he charged directly at the 5 wood spirits. As he drew near, both hands moved in unison, executing 2 overlapping crescent slashes that enveloped the 3 leading wood spirits. Following a cacophony of cracking sounds, the 3 wood spirits inevitably succumbed to their fate. Reduced to mere piles of dead wood, Ling Chen remained steadfast, allowing the remaining 2 wood spirits to approach without a glance, and unleashed yet another pair of crescent slashes. The last two wood spirits fell as well. If he had not been utilizing any status enhancements for his single-handed attacks, he would not have been able to eliminate these wooden creatures in an instant. However, with two crescent slashes, they stood no chance of survival. The 5 slain wood spirits scattered a plethora of green leaves upon their demise, not even a copper coin to be found. Ling Chen cast a glance, and disinterested, refrained from collecting them. He understood that these were not trial monsters. Creatures of such a low tier could hardly qualify as adversaries in the trials of a war god. He raised his gaze ahead. This place might very well be the residence of the war god, and beyond it lay the true grounds for the trials. Awoo! Upon witnessing the fallen wood spirits, Xiao Hui emitted an excited cry, then scampered over to the corpses of the wood spirits. With a tilt of its neck, it opened its mouth wide, and in that instant, a massive surge of gray light erupted from its maw, enveloping the 5 corpses entirely. In the blink of an eye, the bodies of the 5 wood spirits rapidly vaporized beneath the gray glow, dispersing into countless minuscule particles that were drawn into Xiao Hui's mouth. All of this transpired under Ling Chen's watchful gaze, as the 5 wood spirits were completely consumed by the gray light, leaving not a trace behind. Xiao Hui closed its mouth, revealing a look of satisfaction, yet its size remained unchanged. However, the combined mass of the 5 wood spirits dwarfed that of Xiao Hui by several times. Where could Xiao Hui have possibly stored them? Was this the essence of its soul-devouring ability? Amidst Ling Chen's astonishment, a white halo began to hover above Xiao Hui. Ding! Your pet. The celestial spirit beast Xiao Hui has successfully leveled up to level 1, gaining 200 health, 5 magic, and 20 defense. Having vanquished 5 level 10 monsters, Ling Chen received the full experience with no deductions. Xiao Hui also did not level up, indicating that it indeed did not distribute its experience. Yet, after devouring the 5 wood spirits, Xiao Hui's level advanced. While this did not surprise Ling Chen, what did astonish him was the fact that it had gained an additional 200 health points and 20 defense points. Ling Chen himself only gained 10 health points upon leveling up. If this trend continued, once Xiao Hui reached his level 10, it would possess an astonishing 4,000 health points and 400 defense points. This was simply, ding, your pet's innate skill, breath of the celestial spirit, and blessing of the celestial spirit have been unlocked. Ding, your luck increases by 1, your comprehension by 1, and your skill soul of war and weapon mastery have leveled up to level 3 and level 2, respectively, while soul sacrifice has risen to level 3. Ling Chen. WH. What just happened? Increases in luck and comprehension. All of my upgradable skills have suddenly advanced by 1 level. What is going on? Is there something wrong, or is it merely a figment of my imagination? In a state of bewilderment, Ling Chen hastily opened his attribute panel. Inspecting his 3 upgradable skills, current level, LV3, maximum level, LV4. Required skill potential points to reach LV4, 50,000. A desperate technique that sacrifices life and soul to exchange for the utmost attack capability, only accessible to those with formidable spirit and conviction. Upon activation, life points drop to 1, physical attack power increases by 300, magic attack power increases by 300, and using any skill incurs no costs, including life and magic consumption, lasting for 20 seconds, during which time life cannot be restored by any means. Skill cooldown, 300 seconds. Current level, LV3, maximum level, LV10. Required skill potential points to reach LV4, 2,400. Ancient combat technique, significantly enhances mastery over any weapon after training. Effect, increases damage dealt with any weapon by 15. Cannot be stacked with other weapon mastery effects. Current level, LV2, maximum level, LV10. Required skill potential points to reach LV3, 1,600. Ancient combat technique. Enables the wearing of equipment that exceeds one's current level requirements. Effect, ignores level requirements of any equipment by 2 levels. Ling Chen. The celestial combat technique, weapon mastery. Even the soul sacrifice that requires a staggering 10,000 skill potential points to upgrade has advanced by 1 level. The notification he just heard was not a figment of his imagination. What on earth is happening? Did he inadvertently trigger some kind of miraculous reward? Or has the system gone awry? Or perhaps his mind was merely in a daze. Wait, could it be? Ling Chen swiftly closed the skill panel and focused on the 2 newly unlocked innate abilities of Xiao Hui. Current level, LV1, maximum level, LV20. Required level to upgrade to LV2, level 5. Seeking the protection of nature through its pure and untainted celestial aura, enhances its and all companions' innate abilities. Effect, grants the owner and all pet companions an increase of 1 in luck and comprehension. The effect persists even when not summoned. Current level, LV1, maximum level, LV5. Required level to upgrade to LV2, level 20. Bestows blessings of celestial power upon the owner, enhancing all skill levels. Effect, increases all skill levels of the owner by 1. Ineffective on skills that have reached maximum level, and directly effective on any new skills that may appear. The effect persists even when not summoned. Ling Chen gazed at the 2 innate skills recently unlocked by Xiao Hui, remaining silent for a long while. He finally uncovered the reason behind the sudden upgrades of his 3 skills, and comprehended the immense support that Tao Tai had alluded to. The breath of the celestial spirit permanently increases luck and comprehension. At level 1, it raises both attributes by 1, with a maximum level of 20. This implies that upon reaching the pinnacle, it could potentially grant a permanent increase of 20 in both luck and comprehension. Considering the rarity and value of luck and comprehension attributes, such a boost is staggering. In comparison, the blessing of the celestial spirit is even more formidable. It can permanently elevate all skill levels, a skill that would evoke uncontrollable exclamations of awe from all players upon discovery. With the celestial combat technique, weapon mastery, and soul sacrifice all upgraded, it equates to Ling Chen receiving over 10,000 skill potential points in a roundabout manner. Otherwise, he would have no idea when he could elevate soul sacrifice to level 3. Moreover, the blessing of the celestial spirit will directly apply to any new skills acquired in the future, signifying that if he gains new skills, their levels will immediately increase by 1. Soul sacrifice has now reached level 3, just 1 level shy of maxing out, requiring an astonishing 50,000 skill potential points, a number that could terrify any soul. The power of soul sacrifice is beyond doubt. The astonished reactions of the 7 major job transfer mentors serve as ample testament, yet the difficulty of its upgrade is equally astounding, especially the sheer number of skill points required for maxing out. If Ling Chen were to continue methodically accumulating potential points, it would be uncertain how many years it would take to reach that goal. However, at this moment, the blessing of the spirit can be upgraded to level 2 once Little Gray reaches level 20. By then, the effect should elevate all skill levels to 2, and its soul sacrifice will automatically ascend to the maximum level. Just this one skill alone saves an astonishing 50,000 skill potential points. Having recently devoured 5 wood spirits, Little Gray appears to be digesting, its eyes lazily half opened. Observing Little Gray at this moment, Ling Chen finds it increasingly adorable, to the extent that he feels an overwhelming urge to scoop it up and shower it with affection. Such auxiliary abilities are not merely formidable. They are nothing short of extraordinary. Burp. After the consumption, Little Gray's eyes finally fully opened, its body shuddering as if it had just released a satisfying belch. It shook its head, and with another burp, a verdant, pebble-like object was coughed up and fell onto the grass. Little Gray's eyes sparkled with excitement as it hurried over to pick up the green stone, then dashed in front of Ling Chen, presenting the emerald stone before him while wagging its tail and gazing up with wide, round eyes, displaying an expression of pride and eagerness for praise. Is this what is refined from the consumption of a wood spirit? Ling Chen bent down to retrieve the green stone, a crystal refined from the essence of life within the wood spirit, possessing a pure vitality. Consuming it permanently increases the maximum health by 10 points. Ling Chen's mouth fell agape. Alternating his gaze between the green stone in his hand and the tail-wagging Little Gray, rendered speechless. The item refined from Little Gray's consumption of monster corpses is actually a permanent attribute-enhancing item. Previously, he had underestimated this innate skill, believing it primarily served Little Gray as self-improvement, and had thought of the refined items merely as remnants like leftover bones. Looking at this wood spirit stone, he realized how foolish his assumptions were. The wood spirit is merely a level 10 ordinary monster, and yet it produces items that permanently enhance attributes. If the monsters were of higher levels and ranks, the items refined would undoubtedly be even more powerful. At this moment, Ling Chen felt no lingering dissatisfaction regarding Little Gray's lack of offensive capabilities. Its auxiliary abilities have entirely overshadowed its shortcomings. He now comprehends the immense support he has gained by hatching Little Gray. Well done, Little Gray. Ling Chen crouched down, gently patting Little Gray's head in admiration. Excited by his praise, Little Gray bounced joyfully on the ground, its tail wagging even more exuberantly. Ling Chen opened his mouth and directly tossed the wood spirit stone into it. Ding! You have consumed the special item wood spirit stone, permanently increasing maximum health by 10. Without surprise, Ling Chen's maximum health indeed increased by 10 points. He turned to gaze at the thicket from which the wood spirits had emerged, suddenly pondering if these wood spirits could respawn like ordinary monsters after death. Then, could he and Little Gray endlessly farm with spirit stones here? His maximum health could increase infinitely. With this thought, Ling Chen's heart raced with excitement. Chapter 71. The Unyielding Assault of the Celestial Realm. Ideals are beautiful, yet reality is stark. Ling Chen searched through the thicket for the better part of the day, but he found no more spirit of the woods. These spirits, born from the power left by the war god, are not true monsters, and their numbers are few. The 5 he had slain were the entirety of their kind. After scouring the vast flower garden for a while, without uncovering anything of value, Ling Chen finally made his way towards the exit. The true trial, he believed, would commence once he left this garden. He increasingly felt that this place was the former residence of the war god from a millennium ago, sealed by his power before his demise, serving as a testing ground for his descendants. Upon exiting the garden, the gentle sound of flowing water reached his ears, revealing a chasm approximately 50 meters wide, spanned by a bridge 50 meters long and 4 to 5 meters wide, beneath which flowed a river. Everything here resonated with the purest essence of nature, making it difficult to associate this serene landscape with the dangers of a trial. Ling Chen slowed his pace, taking cautious steps forward. Just as he was about to set foot on the bridge, a sudden howl pierced the air. The small gray creature, which had been trailing behind him, leaped in front, arching its body towards the bridge, its gaze emanating a vigilant glow. Ling Chen furrowed his brow, bending down to pick up a nearby stone, which he hurled onto the bridge. Whoosh! The moment the stone touched the bridge's surface, a flash of white sword light shot up from the chasm below, striking the stone and reducing it to ashes before it could even roll a second time. This bridge concealed a terrifying sword array. The moment one stepped onto it, swathes of sword lights would rain down, leaving no room for defense. Was this bridge the first trial? Truly, the war goddess trials were formidable. How could he possibly cross? Aru. As he contemplated the bridge, the small gray creature seemed to sense its master's confusion. With a light cry, it scratched at Ling Chen's pant leg to draw his attention, then leaped in place before dashing onto the bridge. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Ling Chen had anticipated, wherever the small gray creature went, a torrent of white sword lights surged from below, their speed akin to that of white meteors. However, the creature's speed was astonishing, propelled by its full might. It dashed across, leaving a gray shadow in its wake, evading all the sword lights that struck the spot it had just vacated. Moments later, before Ling Chen could fully comprehend, the small gray was already at the far end of the bridge, bouncing in place and calling out to him, clearly urging him to adopt its method of crossing. Ling Chen indeed yearned to rush across as it did. But the issue lay in the fact that the small gray could move at a speed of 300, while he barely exceeded 100. If he followed the creature's reckless approach, he would surely be pierced the moment he set foot on the bridge. After hesitating at the edge for quite some time, he finally lifted his gaze to the left and right, and suddenly noticed another bridge less than 100 meters to his right, connecting the two banks but appearing slightly narrower. Given his speed, he deemed it impossible to traverse the sword array on the current bridge. After a moment's thought, he proceeded toward the right bridge. The small gray tilted its head in confusion, watching its master depart, then quickly dashed after him. In mere seconds, it zipped back to Ling Chen's side, completely unfazed by the sword array, while the ease of its movement left Ling Chen feeling slightly vexed. Standing before the second bridge, he realized it was significantly narrower than the first, measuring less than 2 meters in width, constructed of wooden planks that swayed with even the gentlest breeze, presenting the precarious appearance of imminent collapse. Ling Chen picked up a stone to test the bridge, discovering it lacked the sword array of the previous one. Yet his spirits did not lift. A bridge with a terrifying sword array and another without. Any individual would likely opt for the latter. It seemed designed to guide one toward this bridge, which under such circumstances might conceal even greater dangers. Ling Chen fell into silence, and after a long pause, he finally stepped cautiously onto the bridge. The sword array might be navigable for the small gray, but he was destined to face a different fate. Even if the path ahead posed greater risks, he had no choice but to proceed. Creak, creak, creak. With each step on the bridge, the wooden boards strained under his weight, producing sounds that sent shivers down his spine. As he advanced, the bridge began to sway more violently, making it increasingly difficult to maintain his balance, even causing the small gray behind him to wobble. Aru. Just as Ling Chen cautiously reached the middle of the bridge, the small gray's cry suddenly echoed behind him. Ling Chen halted, turning his body as his gaze swept across the front and back of the bridge, his alertness heightened. He understood that the creature's call indicated the approach of danger. Whoosh! Two beams of white light suddenly flared at both ends of the bridge, swiftly coalescing into two broad barriers that sealed off the front and back of the bridge. Ling Chen. The descending barriers effectively blocked his path forward and backward, trapping him on this unstable bridge, which threatened to collapse at any moment. Ling Chen stared intently at the towering barriers, his brow furrowing deeply. This bridge was indeed no easy passage, and it was far more complex than just these two barriers. As the barriers manifested, two nearly identical gray lights flickered before them, forming two shadowy figures enveloped in a faint gray glow. Type: Undead. Level: 15. Grade: Lord. Health: 15,000. A sword servant among the war goddess attendants, possessing exceptional swordsmanship, who, upon death, passively bore a fragment of the sword god's will and power, becoming an undead guardian here. Type: Undead. Level: 15. Grade: Lord. Health: 15,000. A spear servant among the war goddess attendants, possessing exceptional spear skills, who, upon death, passively bore a fragment of the sword god's will and power, becoming an undead guardian here. The two summoned undead servants charged at him simultaneously from either side. At that moment, a shrill cry echoed from above Ling Chen. He quickly looked up to see a massive azure bird, having appeared from nowhere, diving towards him. Type: Undead. Level: 15. Grade: Lord. Health: 12,000. One of the war goddess pets, possessing sharp eyes, an agile body, and exceptional evasion abilities, capable of manipulating wind elements for attack. Though in an undead state, its body seemed to harbor some mysterious power left by the war god upon his departure. Ling Chen. To his left, right, and above, he confronted three Lord-level bosses. This was undoubtedly the most formidable assembly he had faced, aside from the greedy giant toad. To contend against three level 15 Lord bosses while standing precariously on a bridge that could collapse at any moment. Such an environment, such foes. Any other player in this situation would likely choose to leap into the chasm below. With his current abilities, he faced no pressure in confronting a level 15 boss alone. Even when confronted with two, he could remain composed. Should three come at him, he could still manage with all his strength, provided the conditions were ideal. However, in his present predicament, even facing a solitary level 15 Lord posed significant peril. He needed to dispatch one swiftly. Otherwise, being surrounded from three sides would become exceedingly troublesome. In a flash of clarity, he made a decision. Ling Chen steadied himself and sprinted towards the sword attendant with unparalleled speed. Fueled by a fiery rage and the soul sacrifice technique, he unhesitatingly placed himself on the brink of death to amplify his power. He then raised Ling Xiao and hurled it towards the approaching sword attendant while running. Ling Xiao soared through the air with a whoosh. A critical strike was imperative. Like a silver meteor, Ling Xiao pierced through the sword attendant's chest and exited through his back, embedding itself accurately into a plank of the bridge. 15,000. A dazzling 5-digit damage figure floated above the sword attendant's head. His body froze mid-stride before collapsing limply. Dead? This formidable level 15 Lord had been instantaneously vanquished by Ling Xiao's strike. In the soul sacrifice state, Ling Chen's offensive capability was terrifyingly potent. Yet, even with Ling Xiao's explosive potential, it was unfathomable to inflict over 10,000 damage, for the instantaneous kill of the sword attendant had been marked in black. The skill effect of Ling Xiao's assault had triggered a 1 chance of instant death. This unexpected and monumental surprise transformed his three adversaries into merely two. Although it was just one less, the alleviation of pressure was monumental. Had he been caught in the middle, evasion would have been impossible. Now, with the sword attendant down, ample space for maneuvering was afforded. As the sword attendant fell, the spear attendant and the undead flaming bird rushed forward. Ling Chen disregarded them, sprinting at maximum speed to retrieve Ling Xiao from the plank. In this precarious situation, employing Ling Xiao carried substantial risk. Should he misjudge the landing, it could plummet into the abyss below, and without Ling Xiao, he would lose a vital asset, consequently diminishing his strength significantly.